Chapter 23:18. Immortal Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. Everything happened silently. But Feng Yuan knew clearly how much immortal essence he expended after activating this rank 9 killer move. 360 beads of rank 9 immortal essence. After Heavenly Secret Gu advanced to rank 9, Obscured Heavenly Secret was modified by Feng Yuan into a complete rank 9 killer move. Compared to the original rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret, the rank 9 killer move expended a lot more immortal essence. The activation time was 10 times longer. The activation steps were also 5 to 6 times more complicated. Feng Yuan's thoughts were also expended more intensely. After paying a huge price, rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret's power had become much stronger. This strength was not a quantitative change, it was a qualitative change. Originally, rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer Move could form a fishnet-like temporary heaven path Dao marks. They were layered and complex, covering Feng Yuan's entire body. For example, it was like a silkworm using silk threads to weave a thick, dense, and bloated cocoon. Right now, the heaven path Dao marks were still in the shape of a fishnet, but they were denser, they were not layered, there was only one layer. This layer of fishnet heaven path Dao marks were not temporary Dao marks, they were fixed, forming a certain state. Feng Yuan knew about this. He used investigative killer moves to observe and barely sensed this layer of heavenly secret fishnet. It was almost like it existed and did not exist. This fishnet's shape made Feng Yuan immediately think of thieving heaven demon Venerable's ghostly concealment killer move. Truthfully speaking, Heavenly Secret Fishnet was still inferior to Ghostly Concealment. But Feng Yuan could clearly sense that the two had a certain similarity. Ghostly Concealment did not expend immortal essence, it could be maintained for a long time. Heavenly Secret Fishnet was the same. But Heavenly Secret Fishnet was slightly inferior to Ghostly Concealment. Even though it could be stabilized, it could be expended. As long as the outside world surveillance was strong enough, the Heaven's Fate fishing net would be damaged in order to resist the surveillance. This damage would be greater than the net's self-recovery speed. Then, the balance of the Heaven's Fate fishing net would gradually be broken, like a sinking ship. Of course, Ghostly Concealment had its weakness too. However, its recovery speed and defensive capabilities were much higher than the Heaven Fate fishing net. But because Feng Yuan had ghostly concealment, his enemies already knew about it, they targeted and countered him. The true value of ghostly concealment was far inferior to obscured heavenly secret. Even though ghostly concealment was much better than obscured heavenly secret, it was already outdated. Other than the increase in power and qualitative change, obscured heavenly secret had another benefit, that was the consumption of heaven path immortal materials to activate it fell drastically. All of a sudden, it was reduced to the previous 20%. This reduction in the consumption of heavenly law immortal materials would be of great help to Feng Yuan's future accumulation of heavenly law immortal materials. Heavenly law immortal materials were not that easy to obtain. It was only during the past 2 days that Feng Yuan had such a good opportunity. In fact, the reason why Heaven Path immortal materials could appear in such a large scale was also because of the delirious spectral soul demon Venerable. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu and the Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer Move were extremely important to Feng Yuan. This was a sprint. If the sprint failed, after Feng Yuan was exposed, he would be attacked by the two Venerables. Just look at how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dealt with Giant Sun Immortal because of rank 9 Light Gu. She was very forceful and aggressive. Eventually, Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Emperor to hide in Longevity Heaven, only then did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stop. Once Feng Yuan was exposed, he would be using 2 rank 9 Immortal Gu. He did not have headquarters like Longevity Heaven or Celestial Court. But if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal worked together, they would be even more terrifying. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Wisdom Path controlled fate. Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path controlled variables. The two could be said to be restraining each other, but once they worked together, they could complement each other. Feng Yuan could not resist their combined strength. After all, Feng Yuan did not have any rank 9 offensive methods. Even if Feng Yuan resisted them, the external situation of the three venerables would be extremely disadvantageous to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not have enough strength to wipe out Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were in an invincible position. If they deepened their cooperation, it was very likely that they would create some trouble. One could say, once Feng Yuan was exposed, he would fall into a very passive situation. But now, everything was fine. With rank 9 obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move, he stabilized the situation at the final juncture. Raising the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was not hard, but Feng Yuan risked his life to succeed. He succeeded in raising the rank 9 Immortal Gu on the first try. There was some luck involved. This was the turning point of the three venerables' confrontation. Right now, Feng Yuan's Heaven Path Foundation was at Grandmaster attainment level. He had all sorts of killer moves like Heaven's Jealousy of Heroic Geniuses, Heavenly Net, Emotionless Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Order and Earthly Norm, Obscured Heavenly Secret, and so on. He also had Immortal Gu like Heavenly Secret Gu, Heavenly Web Gu, Heaven's Envy Gu, and Heavenly Birth Gu. He also had the Truthful Floating Ice. By now, the Truthful Floating Ice had already cleared a little more than half of its inventory. What was worth mentioning was that after Feng Yuan became a Heaven Path Grandmaster, the speed at which he cleared the Truthful Floating Ice also increased greatly. This was easy to understand. Feng Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level rose, his foundation also rose. He could understand and comprehend the other Heaven Path profundities in the Truthful Floating Ice even faster. Back then, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable obtained the Truthful Floating Ice. He digested it very quickly and almost became a Heaven Path Venerable. However, I only managed to raise my Heaven Path attainment level to Grandmaster after consuming more than half of the Truthful Floating Ice. The remaining portion will be very difficult for me to reach Great Grandmaster. The higher the cultivation level of a Gu cultivator, the greater the gap between their cultivation levels. Attainment levels were the same. About half of the Truthful Floating Ice could help Feng Yuan advance from ordinary attainment level to Heaven Path Master level, and then Grandmaster level. But the same half of the Truthful Floating Ice made it very difficult for Feng Yuan to advance from Heaven Path Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster. Even so, Feng Yuan was already very satisfied. The Truthful Floating Ice, the spoils of war in Crazed Demon Cave, brought too much value to Feng Yuan. Not to mention anything else, just the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's Immortal Gu recipe did not exist in the original Gu cultivation world. Feng Yuan was very clear about this. This Immortal Gu recipe was the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's Crazed Demon formation. It absorbed the chaos outside the world and used rank 9 derivation Gu as the core, operating for millions of years. This was far ahead of the entire world. It was very difficult to achieve such an achievement. Feng Yuan's human path attainment level was not weak, he was at Grandmaster level. But why did he not try to create a human path rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe? It was very difficult. This attempt would expend too much time, energy, manpower, and resources, and the results could not be guaranteed. Because in the current world, there were very few human path Immortal Gu. Creating a human path rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe was doing something that did not exist in the world. It was expanding the boundaries and upper limits of human path. It was also expanding the boundaries and upper limits of the entire world. From 0 to 1, from nothing to something, it was a qualitative change. It was very difficult. From 1 to 2, from something to more, it was a quantitative change. The difficulty would fall drastically. Human Path Rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe was already very difficult, then Heavenly Secret Gu's Rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe was at least 10,000 times more difficult. Feng Yuan was almost certain that this Rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe was the essence of the largest Truthful Floating Ice. Now, I need to find a chance to interact with Li Xiaobai and secretly use Obscured Heavenly Secret on him. The rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move could fool Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The rank 9 killer move was even more likely. Of course, this was based on the fact that Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have the corresponding rank 9 Immortal Goo. If there was no chance, he would create one. But it was not easy to make the two venerables not suspect him. Feng Yuan looked into the distance, looking at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable again. Different from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who was filled with killing intent, Feng Yuan wanted to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as a cover to conceal his true actions. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's entire body was enveloped in fire. Rank 9 Wildfire Goo was at the brink of life and death. It unleashed its strongest attack. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had been tortured for dozens of days. He was in a terrible state. His body, which was originally as huge as a mountain, had now shrunk by 30%. Even though his rank 9 aura was still berserk, he was showing signs of fatigue. Out of the tens of thousands of thick black arms, only a few hundred remained. One of the 3 heads had already been burned off. However, Fire Goo's aura was not as strong as before. Its aura had clearly fallen by several levels. A rank 8 Goo Immortal quietly got close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still had his consciousness, it would be easy to deal with Fire Goo. Unfortunately, his mind is not clear. He cannot even seal off the natural primeval energy, allowing Fire Goo to unleash its terrifying might for no reason. This Goo Immortal had a deep gaze. He was continuously comprehending some sort of mystical thing from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was Feng Zhouge. At this moment, a soul beast army was advancing over 100 li away. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seemed to have sensed the soul beast army. He had a ruthless expression as he roared and pounced forward. The soul beast army was easily dispersed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He opened his 2 mouths and continued to devour. In just a few breaths of time, he had devoured over 10,000 soul beasts. These soul beasts melted, their soul path Dao marks were all transferred to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries recovered rapidly, but soon, he was burned by fire. New injuries were created. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has the instinct to eat, he was just lucky. He encountered a soul beast army and managed to stall for some time. Then let me give you a helping hand. Feng Zhouge activated an immortal killer move, Destiny Song. The song was ethereal and heavy. It was filled with contradictions. Initially, the song was like a small stream in the mountains, flowing slowly. But soon, the stream seemed to turn into magma. It expanded into a long river. It was like a giant dragon swimming in the mountains. At the same time, the mountain range beneath the enormous river of lava turned into waves that rose and fell without end. The magma and the waves collided and interacted, creating a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor condensed into azure clouds. The azure clouds rose up. It was as if they were going to reach beyond the 9 heavens. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The lightning pierced through the azure clouds. The immortals felt like they were falling from the clouds. Their hearts were empty. Fake and real, high and low. At times, they were in high spirits. At times, they were wandering aimlessly. At times, they bent their backs. At times, they spread their wings and soared. Feng Zhouge's expression turned pale. His current Song of Destiny was far more powerful than before. Furthermore, the song was extremely beautiful. It contained the charm of heaven and earth. Evidently, Feng Zhouge had gained a lot from collecting the heavenly music earlier. Destiny's song only lasted for a dozen or so breaths of time. Feng Zhouge stopped this move and quickly retreated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still engulfed by the terrifying flames. He screamed in pain. It seemed like Feng Zhouge's Destiny song had no effect. However, 3 days later. The red flames on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body suddenly turned from a blazing red to a gray-blue ice-cold color. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable calmed down. He was like an injured beast that had finally gotten some time to rest. He did not refine the wild fire goo, but the fire goo no longer attacked or repelled him. Instead, they formed a strange symbiotic relationship in his body. They were helping each other. Huff, huff, huff. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's breathing slowed down. The grayish-blue flames around him gradually retracted until there was nothing left. His entire body seemed to have turned into a tombstone, emitting an endless sense of deathly stillness and coldness. At the next moment, rumble! The flames surged and suddenly erupted. In an instant, they swept out for thousands of miles and rapidly expanded in all directions. Everywhere it went, all living beings disintegrated and burned to ashes. Their soul essence was rapidly absorbed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable like rivers flowing into the sea. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries healed quickly. His body grew larger and larger. Chapter 23:19. In these two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's shocking transformation foiled the Venerable's plans again. Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan raised his head as he activated his investigative killer move. The ice-blue fire had already covered most of the immemorial two heavens, destroying all living beings wherever it went. Even immemorial desolate beasts could not last for long. This was an absolute massacre. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable benefited greatly from this. His body had expanded to 100 times the size when he was in Crazed Demon Cave. There were more than 10,000 pitch-black pillar-like arms. A terrifying aura and killing intent filled the entire sky. He was unmoving in the two heavens, like he had replaced the sun in the day, becoming the absolute overlord of the night sky. Feng Joga. Feng Yuan had a deep gaze. He had already found out that the reason for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's transformation was because of Feng Joga. After the Fate Destruction battle, Feng Joga had betrayed the Celestial Court and vanished. To think that when he appeared again, he would have such a shocking move. What made Feng Yuan suspicious was that Feng Joga probably had pseudo-venerable battle strength. Only with such strength could he influence Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and retreat successfully. Be it Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal, or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they could not investigate Spectral Soul Demon Venerable continuously. Maintaining an investigative killer move expended immortal essence and thoughts. This was also the reason why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up a starry sky calculation formation to inspect the whole of Central Continent in her place. Destiny Song. It can allow Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Wildfire Goo to come to an agreement and coexist peacefully. Feng Joga's killer move has become even more powerful. Feng Yuan was already a refinement path venerable now. In the entire world, other than venerables, Feng Joga was the most important person. He was worthy of Feng Yuan's attention. His talent was outstanding and stunning, and he was also Feng Kim Huang's father. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Feng Joga was plotted against by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, causing him to die while attacking Long Hair Blessed Land. Now that Feng Yuan recalled it, he could see how much importance Spectral Soul Demon Venerable placed on Feng Joga back then. Precisely because of this, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable set up a trap to kill Feng Joga. If not for that, Feng Joga would have been even more dazzling in his previous life. The strange thing was, in the 500 years of his previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable plotted against Feng Joga. But in this life, Feng Joga seemed to be repaying evil with kindness. He helped Spectral Soul Demon Venerable greatly. Then, is the reason why Feng Joga has pseudo-venerable strength because of future self, or is it because of his own cultivation during this period of time? Feng Yuan kept thinking. This was a crucial question. If there was still future self left in Feng Joga's body, that meant Red Lotus Demon Venerable was still closely related to Feng Joga. In that case, Feng Joga was backed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and Feng Joga might also be part of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. Feng Yuan was very clear about the relationship between these two. Back then, after he failed to rebirth, in order to destroy Fate Gu, he was the one who told Feng Zhouge the crucial information, allowing the latter to obtain his Red Lotus true inheritance. Why did Feng Zhouge help Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? And the attitude Celestial Court had towards Feng Zhouge, it was worth Feng Yuan's consideration. Feng Yuan had already learned that star constellation Immortal Venerable had sent Celestial Court Gu Immortals to capture Fairy Myrtle and the rest of the Shadow Sect survivors. Then, why did star constellation Immortal Venerable not pursue Feng Zhouge? Why did she give Feng Kim Hong the cold shoulder? It was as if she had forgotten about her. What was star constellation Immortal Venerable's plan? Spring-autumn cicada could not be used, Feng Yuan had not reborn, there were many secrets and secrets that he did not know. And because he lacked investigative methods against Venerables, and he had to pretend to be weak, Feng Yuan could only make guesses now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had finished healing her injuries, she left Celestial Court. Over the last few days, she had been refining Central Continent's wisdom path Dao marks. At the same time, she was making deductions. Feng Zhouge, Destiny Song, I cultivate wisdom path, I control fate. Giant Sun Immortal cultivates luck path, he studies variables. This Destiny Song contains fate and variables, it involves heaven path and human path at the same time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable recalled her own experiences, and even looked at the history of humanity and variant humans. She felt that in terms of talent, Feng Zhouge was definitely in the top 10. Feng Zhouge had interacted with Fairy Myrtle and the rest, he might have even helped them. Now that he is helping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, his actions are likely to be very helpful to his Destiny Song killer move. The pursuers of Celestial Court had failed. They could not capture Fairy Myrtle and the rest. But star constellation Immortal Venerable used all sorts of clues and deductions to deduce the truth. At this moment, inside Celestial Court, the derivation formation was still operating slowly. Che Wei and several other Gu Immortals were waiting in front of the formation. The 10 children of human path had already left Celestial Court, their memories had all been erased. This step was done by star constellation Immortal Venerable herself, she did not erase their memories crudely, she made ingenious changes. The 10 children of human path would have a burst of inspiration in the following period of time, they would create related Gu recipes and so on. Feng Yuan was a vigilant person, but star constellation Immortal Venerable was even more strict in this aspect. She would deal with any living being that interacted with the derivation formation like this. This way, as long as their wisdom path attainment could not match her, no one would be able to obtain information about the derivation formation from the 10 children of human path. The derivation formation was too important to Celestial Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had thought of all ways to keep this a secret. Ruan Dan flew out of the derivation formation. Che Wei and the rest immediately went up and asked in concern. Ruan Dan's expression soon returned to normal, he had an expression of wild joy. Amazing, this derivation formation is too amazing. I obtained close to 1,000 pill path Gu recipes, among which there are more than 100 immortal Gu recipes. I have been creating pill path killer moves for a long time, but my progress has been slow. But after going through the derivation immortal formation, I obtained more than 200 killer moves and 50 immortal killer moves. Che Wei and the rest were shaken. Ruan Dan was the first Gu cultivator to enter the formation, to think that his gains would be so terrifying. Different from the 10 children of human path, Ruan Dan was a legendary immemorial desolate beast, he had a long lifespan and rich experience, his foundation was extremely deep. Ruan Dan, you created Pill Path, but you do not know much about other paths. However, this derivation immortal formation can allow you to interact with the outstanding achievements of other paths with you as the center. After such a connection, there will be countless results derived, so the harvest is unimaginable. Feng Daki analyzed. She was a Gu Immortal from Heavenly Lotus sect. She was personally selected by star constellation Immortal Venerable to enter the derivation formation. Ruan Dan nodded, praising, Fairy Feng is right. For a brand new path like Pill Path, the first step of development is to spread it widely. After that, countless Gu cultivators will come into contact with it and cultivate, using their different life experiences, different perspectives, and unique ways of thinking, they will accumulate Pill Path. After that, more and more people will cultivate, and geniuses will emerge. They will make breakthroughs and undergo qualitative changes, obtaining huge results. And now, the derivation Immortal formation has replaced these steps. Using all sorts of outstanding Gu Immortal inheritances, the geniuses of history will deduce it together with me. We will rapidly accumulate a vast amount of Pill Path knowledge in a short period of time. Hearing this analysis, Che Wei and the rest had heated gazes. It is my turn now. Che Wei was the second to enter the formation. Several days later, Che Wei entered the formation. His gains were as huge as Ruan Dan's. The Immortals continued to analyze and discuss. Ruan Dan said, Che Wei, even though you have only created Weapon Path for a short period of time, far inferior to me. You are a pure human with the strongest intelligence, your gains are almost the same as mine. If you had created your path at the same time as me, your gains would be even greater. However, Che Wei shook his head, fellow Immortals, I have a different guess about this. Any path that reaches Grandmaster attainment level will gain the ability to comprehend other paths by analogy. By then, the Gu cultivator will use their own path to imitate the specialty of other paths. For example, using fire path Gu worms to form killer moves, or water path abilities, and so on. Immortal formation derivation can also be seen as forcefully comprehending other paths by analogy. The vast number of true inheritances stored in the Immortal formation can be interpreted in another way through either Ruan Dan's Pill Path or my Weapon Path. For example, the Iron Rod Gu recipe that I obtained is a transformation of Metal Path research results along with Weapon Path. And Skin Whip Gu is the result of combining Transformation Path research results with Weapon Path. Che Wei's words immediately deepened the Immortal's understanding of Immortal formation derivation. Next was Feng De Chi's turn. Feng De Chi only had rank 7 cultivation level, but she was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's bloodline descendant. After she entered the formation, she only spent a day and a night before leaving. After regaining her senses, she smiled. I have obtained Painting Path research results. Next, I will refine Painting Path Immortal Gu and change it to my Vital Gu. I will cultivate Painting Path. The Immortals congratulated her. Immortal formation derivation's effect was not only to help Human Path, Pill Path, and Weapon Path develop rapidly, it could also extract the essence of each path's research results and condense them into new paths. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not leave behind any Painting Path inheritance for his bloodline descendants. But through Immortal formation derivation, Celestial Court could directly nurture Painting Path Gu Immortals. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. There was no meaning in talking about Gu worms being the strongest, but Gu Immortals did. The nurturing, use, and refinement of Gu worms depended on one's heart. Limitless Demon Venerable used rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu and the other cores to set up the crazed demon formation. He created the truthful floating ice and tried to create eternal life research results, but he failed. Most of the truthful floating ice was lost. The remaining truthful floating ice was divided by Feng Yuan and the other 2 venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used derivation Immortal Gu to create the Immortal formation derivation, allowing all paths to erupt and produce a vast number of research results. She saved a lot of time and also prevented a huge flaw from spreading too much. If Giant Sun Immortal had such a method back then, he would not have sent the Blood Sea clone to spread a vast number of blood path inheritances. Chapter 23:20. As far as the 3 venerables were concerned, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's huge change was only beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal let out a breath of air. He was naked, sitting cross-legged. His muscular upper body was covered in bulging muscles, his black chest hair gave off an intense aura of masculinity. My injuries are healed. Giant Sun Immortal let out a sigh of relief. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fire Goo continued to fight evenly with each other, both sides would be heavily injured, the Venerables would fight again. However, Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were much heavier than Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. If he did not participate, he would lose the opportunity. If he participated, he would be injured, he would be at a disadvantage. In the battle for Light Goo not long ago, Giant Sun Immortal had to endure the pressure of the two Venerables, he also had to protect his eldest son, Light Emperor, he had to pay a huge price. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already healed her injuries, but Giant Sun Immortal had only recovered now. Fong Joga's sudden attack made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable even stronger, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable could only wait patiently. Giant Sun Immortal became the beneficiary of this. But Giant Sun Immortal was very familiar with this feeling in his previous life. After all, he cultivated luck path, he researched variables. As he grew stronger, any variable would be beneficial to him. Giant Sun Immortal prepared for a moment before activating his luck path investigative killer move. But this time, he did not investigate the other Venerables, he only inspected himself. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the Celestial Quartz Wisdom Path Tao marks, Giant Sun Immortal's number of times he inspected others decreased, he focused on his own situation. His luck was not good. I successfully obtained rank 9 Light Goo, but my luck is still not good. Which side is against me? Giant Sun Immortal frowned. Don't tell me, because rank 9 Light Goo is not suitable for me to use, and because it is injured, it is being nurtured in Emperor Light's body. Giant Sun Immortal guessed. Rank 9 Light Goo was injured by Fong Yuan's incomplete refinement killer move. The Giant Sun Immortal had no way to heal his injuries. On the other hand, the Light Emperor had his own expertise and thought of a solution. That was to use his light body to continuously refine and nurture it, until the Light Goo became his vital goo and be used by him. If it were a rank 9 wild Light Goo, Light Emperor would not be able to subdue and refine it. But Light Goo was injured and its will was heavily injured, with Giant Sun Immortal's help, Light Emperor saw some hope of success. This method had many drawbacks. For a very long time, the Light Emperor was almost unable to move. He even needed the help of others to drink and eat. As soon as Longevity Heaven had a pseudo-venerable battle prowess, it went into seclusion. But Longevity Heaven could do nothing about it. They could not hand Light Goo to Fong Yuan and let him repair it. This was a rank 9 immortal goo. But Fong Yuan had no bottom line. Giant Sun and Light Emperor were not stupid enough to seek Fong Yuan's help on this. Looking at his bad luck, Giant Sun Immortal sighed helplessly, if only I did not obtain rank 9 Light Goo, but a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Goo, no matter what it was, as long as it was a Luck Path Immortal Goo, that would be great. Giant Sun Immortal was very familiar with this feeling. Although many sudden changes would ultimately be beneficial to him in the end, he had no choice. But most of the time, it was not what Giant Sun Immortal needed the most. After all, it was a variable, not a fixed outcome. Right now, if Giant Sun Immortal had a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Goo, he would be able to modify a rank 9 investigative killer move, he would be able to determine who posed the greatest threat to him. Giant Sun Immortal did not have a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Goo now, even if he used investigative killer moves and obtained the amplification of Longevity Heaven's vast amount of Luck Path Tao marks, he could only see the general trend of Luck Path. The three Venerables were in a standoff. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in a delirious state, there were also pseudo-venerables like Fong Joga, as well as the schemes of the other Venerables. All of these luck were intertwined, Giant Sun Immortal could not distinguish the details, he could only see the vague general trend. Rank 9 immortal goo were very important. They often brought about a qualitative change. No matter how much the luck path Dao mark amplification was, it was just a quantitative change. Maybe I have made the most progress among the three venerables. This change in luck is likely because of the rank 9 light goo. The other venerables decided to work together to deal with me. That is why their luck surpasses mine. Of course, there is another possibility. I have already been surpassed. My advantage is gone. But in this situation, who is the hidden person? Similar to how Feng Yuan thought about Feng Jioge and Celestial Court, Giant Sun Immortal could only guess, he could not deduce the truth. Giant Sun Immortal only left Longevity Heaven and continued to refine Northern Plains Dao marks. After completely refining Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal expanded his base from Longevity Heaven to the whole of Northern Plains. There were many benefits to this. For example, Giant Sun Immortal was attacked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable again. He did not need to escape to Longevity Heaven. As long as he entered Northern Plains, he would receive a huge amplification. Even though this amplification was inferior to Longevity Heaven, it was enough to deal with the two venerables. At the same time, Northern Plains was under Giant Sun Immortal's control. Giant Sun Immortal could specially nurture Gu Immortal descendants. He would not have to worry about some shameless venerable slaughtering the Huang Jin tribes while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have a good way to stop them. Giant Sun Immortal understood deeply. As time passed, the Venerable's strength would continue to grow, they would become stronger, their immortal essence would become more abundant. During the initial stage of the conflict, the Venerables did not have enough immortal essence to use. This was the best time to refine the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth. If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult. When refining natural Dao marks, if there was any disturbance, the progress would be very slow. If other venerables gained the upper hand, it would be even worse. For example, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the wisdom path Dao marks of a place first, her strength would rise greatly in that place. At that time, if Giant Sun Immortal wanted to refine the luck path Dao marks of this place and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked, retreating would be the logical choice for Giant Sun Immortal. Not counting the unconscious spectral soul demon Venerable, among the three venerables, Giant Sun Immortal's advantage was still very clear. He had refined the largest number of luck path Dao marks. Once he refined all of Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, he would not allow other venerables to get their hands on it. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who wanted to refine Northern Plains Wisdom Path Dao marks, or Feng Yuan who wanted to refine Northern Plains Refinement Path Dao marks, they would face a heavy blow from Giant Sun Immortal. Thus, now was the most suitable time to refine natural Dao marks. After this period, the difficulty would rise sharply. Other than this reason, there was an even more crucial secret that urged the venerables to refine Dao marks as soon as possible. That was, only by completely refining all of the natural Dao marks in the world could one maintain their attainment level. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable let out icy blue fire as he slaughtered the two heavens. The other three venerables were refining their own natural Dao marks. The 5 regions Gu Immortal World fell into temporary peace again. Countless beast groups escaped from Confusion 2 heavens, landing in the 5 regions. The super forces of the 5 regions were in a terrible situation. Gu Immortals moved out to defend their territories. Most of the beast groups perished in the icy blue fire. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body continued to grow, his aura surged like the sea. After a period of time, his ice-cold blue flame completely covered the entire 2 heavens. Under the attention of the 3 venerables and the gazes of countless living beings in the 5 regions, the blue fire burned for 2 days and 2 nights. Countless fragments of white heaven and black heaven in Confusion 2 heavens fused together in this blue fire, becoming one. A new heaven appeared. People called it Spectral Heaven. With immemorial Black Heaven as the leader, immemorial White Heaven was completely conquered and annexed, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who devoured Black Heaven's spirit became the ruler. His body was like a mountain or a sea, he was not inferior to the sun from before. The blue fire gradually extinguished everywhere in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, only the surface of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body was burning quietly, even the weakest fire was tens of feet tall. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became the biggest source of light in Spectral Heaven, he emitted a vast cold killing intent towards the 5 regions at all times. This was an unprecedented change. Even in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, there was no such change. The entire Gu Cultivation world's environment was changing under Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's control. Light path was suppressed, dark path was growing. Battles and casualties rose all over the world, most living beings and even Gu masters could not escape from the influence of killing intent. Soul beasts started to proliferate all over the world. But at the same time, providence also stabilized. Eastern Sea. A rank 5 female Gu master looked at Spectral Heaven, at the grand existence at the center of Spectral Heaven. She only looked at it for a while before lowering her head and retracting her gaze. In such a short period of time, the killing intent in her heart had accumulated to the peak, almost breaking through her own limits, making her dizzy with killing intent. She had to slaughter wantonly in order to slightly calm down and ease it. The female Gu master was old, she was 93 years old, her name was Hua Ben Cry, she had just left her position as the leader of Eastern Sea's Hua clan. She purposely stared at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When her killing intent dissipated, Hua Ben Cry started the biggest attempt of her life. Ascending to Immortal as a mortal. First step, shattering aperture. Heaven and earth chi burst out, forming a grand tribulation. Hua Ben Cry had a solemn expression. Even though she had Hua clan's detailed information, facing the immortal Ascension tribulation, her mind and body were shaken. Second step, taking in chi. Heaven, earth, and human chi enveloped her, while Ben Cry concentrated, trying her best to balance the 3 chi. At the same time, it was natural inspiration. As for the tribulations in the outside world, Hua clan's Gu immortals would resist them. This was the benefit of being a super force. Third step, releasing Gu. The vital Gu was released into the 3 chi mixed essence chi lump, there was a loud explosion, heaven and earth were split apart. At this moment, Hua Ben Cry had a rank 6 immortal aperture, she succeeded in her immortal ascension. A high-grade blessed land. But there was no excess heaven and earth chi left to refine her vital Gu. But Hua Ben Cry was already very satisfied. She could not calm the excitement in her heart. When using natural inspiration, she had great gains. The killer move that she was most proud of in her life's accumulation had already undergone a qualitative change, it had become an immortal killer move. As long as she used this move and sat on any immortal Gu house, crying out in pain, the target immortal Gu house would suffer huge losses, the reputation of the Gu immortals inside the immortal Gu house would also fall. Literature Library. Chapter 23-21. After the formation of Spectral Heaven, it gradually stabilized. The beast groups that had escaped earlier returned to live in the sky. All the grotto heavens closed their entrances and left them in the void, although there were some losses, they all survived. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable dominated Spectral Heaven and rarely moved. The 2 heavens grotto heavens did not open their entrances to communicate with the outside world, in case Spectral Soul Demon Venerable came looking for them. Feng Yuan, Star Constellation, and Giant Sun, the 3 venerables, were busy refining natural Tao marks, their confrontation fell into a deadlock again. While the venerables stopped fighting and the world was taking a breather, a large number of Gu Immortal seeds chose to advance to Gu Immortal realm at this moment. Central Continent. Heavenly Lotus Sect's headquarters, Blessed Land. Mu Huai greets First Supreme Elder. A newly advanced rank 6 Gu Immortal respectfully knelt on the ground. Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder nodded slightly. After giving some words of encouragement to Mu Huai, he said to an immortal beside Mu Huai, Wu Zhang, Mu Huai is someone you nurtured, you will be in charge of making arrangements. Yes. Wu Zhang replied and led Mu Huai out of the hole. Wu Zhang was Heavenly Lotus Sect's fifth Supreme Elder. He had created 5 Virtues sect in Central Continent long ago. 5 Virtues sect had 5 Virtue Elders, Mu Huai was one of them, Wood Virtue Elder. After his immortal ascension, he became a middle-grade blessed land. Wu Zhang led him to join Heavenly Lotus Sect and obtained the first Supreme Elder's recognition. From now on, Mu Huai was a member of Wu Zhang's faction. Several days later, Northern Plains. An immortal ascension tribulation had just passed. Ouyang Bai Sang, who had risked his immortal ascension, only had half his body left, he barely survived. Second brother, you succeeded. Mo Shi Kuang's voice was very loud, he excitedly rushed forward. Ouyang Bai Sang could only force a smile, he could not speak, he could only look at Lu Wenwu with a grateful gaze. If not for Lu Wenwu's help, Ouyang Bai Sang would have died for sure. Now, it was all thanks to Lu Wenwu using an immortal killer move to help Ouyang Bai Sang survive. Lu Wenwu was once a Lu tribe Gu immortal seed, he was brothers with Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shi Kuang, he had participated in the Imperial Court contest. Lu Wenwu was now a Gu immortal, with his help, Ouyang Bai Sang also succeeded in his immortal ascension. Lu Wenwu understood Ouyang Bai Sang's meaning and smiled warmly, brother, go to sleep. As long as I'm here, I'll make sure you don't have to worry. Ouyang Bai Sang didn't even have the strength to nod. He closed his eyes and fell asleep on the spot, showing his absolute confidence in Lu Wenwu. Big brother. Look, second brother has successfully ascended to immortality. I can do it too. When are you going to help me? Let me have a try too. Mo Shi Kuang's eyes were burning with desire and his expression was anxious. Lu Wenwu smiled bitterly. Third brother, don't be impatient. You've seen your second brother's situation with your own eyes. Immortal ascension is extremely dangerous. He almost failed completely because of the imbalance of his 3 qi. Furthermore, it's very unreliable for me to deal with the infinite possibilities of the immortal ascension tribulation alone. We were lucky this time. The calamity we encountered was within my abilities, so I could deal with it. However, you have to know that there are thousands of calamities and tribulations, and they are all very strange. The next time you ascend to become an immortal, you might not be so lucky. This. Mo Shi Kuang scratched his head. Lu Wenwu urged again, let's wait for some time, when your second brother's cultivation level stabilizes, he will also have Gu immortal methods. At that time, if we help you together, there will be more hope. Big brother is right, then I will wait. Mo Shi Kuang listened to the advice and reluctantly changed his mind. But he did not know that Lu Wenwu was sighing inwardly. In the early years, Lu Wenwu was only a Gu master and did not have high standards, thus he became sworn brothers with Mo Shi Kuang. But after becoming a Gu immortal, Lu Wenwu discovered that the world was dominated by humans, all variant humans had to stand aside. Mo Shi Kuang's Ingman identity became even more sensitive. Lu Wenwu helped Ouyang Bai Sang become an immortal, and Ouyang Bai Sang became Lu tribe's external supreme elder, becoming Lu Wenwu's supporter and a member of the same political faction. Ouyang Bai Sang was a pure human, Lu tribe's internal factions would still take the chance to cause trouble. Lu Wenwu did not nurture Lu tribe's Gu masters, but instead nurtured an outsider. And if Mo Shi Kuang became an immortal with Lu Wenwu's help, and became a member of a political faction, that would be even worse. This would become a weakness of other factions. Sometimes, Lu Wenwu envied Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Most of the supreme elders of these ancient sects would create new sects in their own name, recruiting and dividing Central Continent's resource points. If they were lucky enough to nurture a Gu immortal, they would become his capable subordinates and companions. This method was also one of the ingenious policies used by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to control Central Continent. But such a method could not be used in a super tribe. Secretly dividing the tribe was a taboo. In Giant Sun Immortal's previous life, he had brought up the idea of the world as one, to unify the whole world. Eastern Seas Hua Ben Ku, Central Continent's Mu Huai, Northern Plains Ouyang Bai Sang, super forces had deep foundations and were familiar with the secrets of immortal ascension, thus related Gu immortal seeds ascended one after another. Southern border. Oh no! Yi Peng's expression was grim as he watched the three chi masses of heaven, earth, and human gradually lose their balance. The Gu master Yi Peng's immortal ascension failed, and when the three chi masses dissipated, he was almost shredded into jerky, his limbs were gone, and his body was badly mutilated. Calamities and tribulations could be helped by others, but the coordination of the three chi had to be completed by the Gu master himself, others were powerless. Sigh, you were too engrossed in the opportunity of natural inspiration. I told you not to be too greedy. Yi Peng landed beside Yi Chong, sighing in regret. Yi Chong did not move. After a few breaths of time, he died. Half a month later. In a nameless valley in Central Continent, Ben Duo Yi succeeded in his immortal ascension. I finally became a rank 6 Gu immortal. He had a complex expression, there was excitement and joy, but also regret. To resist the calamities and tribulations, as well as to harmonize the three chi, he had almost given up on the opportunity of natural inspiration. Ben Duo Yi's master was Yumu Chun, the latter was a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster, a member of Shadow Sect's Central Continent branch. In this sense, Ben Duo Yi could be considered a remnant of Shadow Sect. He was chosen by Yumu Chun, his aptitude was naturally extraordinary. Ben Duo Yi was more intelligent than ordinary hairy men, he had a clear mind, his intelligence was not inferior to humans. This success in his immortal ascension also proved Yumu Chun's foresight. Ben Duo Yi packed up and quickly left the valley. But not long after, a Gu immortal arrived. This is the place. The starry sky calculation formation shows that someone underwent tribulation here. It seems to be a lone cultivator. After this Gu immortal investigated, he immediately obtained more detailed clues. The Gu immortal's eyes started to shine. It was not easy for a lone immortal to become an immortal, since he succeeded, it proved his worth. If I succeed in recruiting this person, it will be a huge sum of sect contribution points. In fact, in the future, this person might even stand by my side. Where there were people, there would be benefits and conflicts. The sect's internal conflicts had to be controlled, it was an excellent competition and elimination mechanism. The sect's higher-ups were happy to see this. However, this Gu immortal did not know that the person who underwent tribulation was not a human, but a variant human hairy man. Ben Duo Yi's immortal ascension was only a small part of it. First, the Gu immortal seeds of the 5 regions super forces tried, followed by lone cultivators and demonic cultivators. Gradually, an immortal ascension trend was formed. The immortal ascension trend included righteous path, secluded cultivators, and demonic path. Many lone cultivators like Ben Duo Yi showed their talents, they appeared one after another, making everyone's eyes shine. And almost all the super forces of the 5 regions had their own performances. Even among the super forces, there was a kind of private competition. Tai Clan's Tai Ruanan successfully became a rank 6 metal path Gu immortal. Shang Clan's Shang Xian Ci successfully ascended. Western Desert's Shi Clan had 2 Gu masters who ascended at almost the same time. Eastern Sea's Nangong Clan did not lose out, 2 Gu masters succeeded in 7 days, they had their own gains. Next, Southern Border's Tai Clan sent out good news. Tai Mu Bai and Tai Bai Chi, who had revived long ago, both succeeded in their immortal ascension. And the one who shook the 5 regions Gu immortal world the most was Southern Border's Wu Clan. Wu Clan's Zhong Yi, Wu Shintong, Divine Dr. Xing Shou, Wei Shenshi and others became rank 6 Gu Immortals. The number of people who ascended reached 9, the number 1 in the 5 regions. Wu clan originally lacked Gu Immortals, but under Wu Yong's reform, they boldly recruited outsiders. With the addition of these Gu Immortals, Wu clan became a southern border super force with the most Gu Immortals. At once, congratulations from all over were transmitted to Wu Yong through jewel yellow skies or information path Gu worms. Wu clan was in the limelight, but Wu Yong sneered without any happiness. Such a celebration is only the desire of a venerable in the future chaos. Is it safe to have more Gu Immortals? In front of a venerable, they are all ants. Moreover, the ones who ascended the most are definitely Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. They are all behemoths with too many super forces. Wu Yong was very clear-headed and vigilant. He knew that the true problem was not the number of Gu masters who succeeded in their immortal ascension, but the impact these external Gu Immortals would have on Wu clan's established tradition. As Wu clan's first supreme elder, Wu Yong had to maintain the stability of Wu clan. If Wu clan had too many internal conflicts and internal friction, it would be better to maintain the status quo. Central Continent. Shao Qi Xing descended from the sky. His white robe was only slightly stained with dust. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his posture was straight like a spear, and his expression was stern, emitting an intense arrogance. Good. Gu Immortal Xiao Baihong stroked his beard and laughed, looking at Shao Qi Xing with an admiring gaze, as expected of my great-grandson. You passed the tribulation and ascended to immortal with your own strength. Shao Qi Xing said, Great-grandfather, this is nothing to be proud of. Many lone cultivators can do it, why can't I, Shao Qi Xing? Moreover, a mere rank 6 is only a new starting point. Ha, well said. Xiao Baihong laughed even louder. Shao Qi Xing asked the others about the 9 children of human path. What? Sun Yuanhua, Gu Ting and the others might have become rank 6 Gu Immortals, but their vital Gu have not advanced to Immortal Gu. Hee, truly a bunch of trash. Different from the others, the 10 children of human path succeeded in their immortal ascension and kept it a secret. They were crucial figures in the development of Central Continent's human path, they were the pillars of human path in the future. Before they grew to a certain extent, it was better to keep a low profile. Some people succeeded in their immortal ascension, but even more Gu masters who took risks failed. Some brought glory to their ancestors in Shuka region, while some continued to work hard and kept a low profile. Some did not attempt to ascend to immortal, like Feng Kim Hong. Some did not even have the qualifications to try, like Southern Border Xia Cha and Ba Shirba. Some were still preparing to ascend to immortal, like Western Desert's Emoli Gua Fong Xiang, who was inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Writing Pen Chinese Net. Chapter 23-22. Southern Border. Deep in a certain earth trench. Kong Ri Tian inspected the Gu formation one last time, confirming that there were no problems. In the last dozen or so days, he had carefully chosen this location, and had even set up several Gu formations in the surrounding 10 li. Even though I am not skilled in formation path, I can still set up mortal Gu formations. With these Gu formations, you will be able to detect any abnormalities in the surroundings. With my guidance, you have a high chance of passing the tribulation. Kong Xing's will of providence appeared in Kong Ri Tian's mind, he said with a smug tone. Kong Ri Tian nodded, Ancestor, do you have any other advice for me? Kong Xing Tian thought about it, don't be greedy, but make good use of it. You walk the Qi path, when you ask about providence, ask about Qi path. Don't ask about the secrets of other paths, you will get much less than Qi path. There is a limit to what I can learn, you cannot ask for unlimited things. Furthermore, don't ask about Qi path's questions that are too broad and high level. Don't ask about rank 8 or 9 Chi Path Immortal Goo recipes, you will not get all of them. Even if you get an incomplete Immortal Goo recipe, it will not even contain half of the contents. Kong Ri Tian engraved these words in his heart as he nodded. Then I will ask some questions that are related to Chi Path, but are questions that are currently within my reach. That is the right thing to do. Kong Xing Tian laughed heartily. Kong Ri Tian began to undergo the tribulation. Heaven and earth Chi fluctuated, forming a 3 heavens flying wheel tribulation. The flying wheel was powerful, it flew in the sky for 3 days and 3 nights. Kong Ri Tian endured it with difficulty. He became a rank 6 Gu immortal and obtained a high-grade blessed land. Kong Xing's Will of Providence sighed, "Your luck is terrible, you actually encountered such a tribulation. This tribulation is special, it will last for 3 days and 3 nights, even if you destroy the flying wheel, it will regenerate again. To protect you, I expended almost all of my immortal essence. I have already warned you not to go and provoke Xiao Yan." Kong Ri Tian was confused. What does this have to do with Xiao Yan? Kong Xing Tian said, that Xiao Yan's luck is like you before you obtain Xing Tian's true inheritance, it is not bad. More importantly, he was Shang Xan's subordinate. This girl's luck is no small matter. If you deal with Xiao Yan, your own luck will first be exhausted against Xiao Yan's and Shang Xan's luck. Your fate chi is low, so you triggered the 3 heavens flying wheel tribulation when you went through the tribulation, which almost exhausted all the celestial essence I had left. Kong Ri Tian's face darkened. Back then, he attacked Xiao Yan and tried to frame another demonic path Gu master, Bao Tong. In the end, it caused an accident. He didn't expect that the flames of nature actually contained another layer of immortal material flames. Kong Ri Tian was not a Gu master back then. He did not want to expend his precious immortal essence to let Kong Xing Providence use his Gu immortal methods, but in the intense battle, he destroyed the free will fire and ignited the immortal material inside. The flames of the immortal ingredients burned the entire mountain range. The situation was out of control. Xiao Yan and Bao Tong were trapped in the fire. With the help of Kong Xing's Will of Providence, Kong Ri Tian managed to break through. He did not expect that the after effects of this conflict would affect his immortal ascension. Kong Xing Tian sighed, "It seems that I underestimated Shang Xinci. Unless your cultivation level and strength completely surpass her, do not go against her. Even the people close to her shouldn't act rashly." Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth, "Ancestor, aren't you exaggerating a little?" "Humph, ignorant child. Fate Chi is mysterious. Back when Chi Path dominated the world, there were already many people who studied its profundity. Do not underestimate Fate Chi. Think about Giant Sun Immortal. I believe that when this person created Luck Path, he definitely used Fate Chi as a reference. You are already a Gu Immortal now, you should know more. Gu cultivation paths do not exist independently, they influence each other and are interconnected. Fate Chi is the connection between Chi Path and Luck Path. Eventually, Kong Xing's Will of Providence persuaded Kong Ri Tian. Gu Immortal cultivation is much more profound and mysterious than Gu Master cultivation. It is all thanks to ancestors' help, otherwise, even if I became an immortal alone, would not know anything. Kong Ri Tian sighed. Next, he asked, then what should I do from now on? What's most important? Kong Xing's Will of Providence did not hesitate. Little guy, even though you became an immortal, you did not have enough heaven and earth chi, you could not raise your vital gu to an immortal gu. This Chi Path gu worm is very important to the entire Xing Tian true inheritance. Kong Ri Tian immediately realized, so now, I should refine this immortal gu. Kong Xing's Will of Providence snorted coldly, "Hee, you are truly ignorant. What immortal gu can you refine? Even if you go bankrupt, you will not have any hope of success. Do you know that most rank 6 gu immortals do not even have a single rank 6 immortal gu? And most rank 7 goo immortals are searching for the first rank 7 immortal goo in their lives. This situation is the same for venerables. Think about how hard it is to refine immortal goo suitable for goo immortals. Kong Ri Tian was tongue-tied, his heart shook. Isn't this too difficult? Kong Xing's will of providence sighed. Goo immortal cultivation is not easy, it is far riskier than goo masters. Lad, you need to learn how to survive. Every immortal aperture calamity or tribulation is a test for you. Your starting point is already much higher than ordinary people, but you cannot act rashly. Especially refining immortal goo, it is very likely that you will go bankrupt without any gains. Kong Ri Tian was troubled. Then what should I do? Oh ancestor, you told me that my vital goo needs to be refined into an immortal goo, but you also told me that refining immortal goo is a dead end. What good ideas do you have? Don't keep me in suspense, okay? Kong Xing's will of providence snorted again. Lad, now you know to listen to me. Earlier, I told you not to deal with Xiao Yan, but what did you do? You are still too inexperienced. Yes. Kong Ri Tian quickly apologized. Ancestor, I will definitely listen to your suggestions in the future. Kong Xing's will of providence saw that this junior admitted defeat. He did not pester him anymore, saying, You are quite lucky to have met a refinement path venerable like Fang Yuan. If you want to refine immortal goo, transact with him directly. Wait. You want me to transact with him in jewel yellow skies? Aren't you afraid? Before Kong Ri Tian finished, Kong Xing Tian rebuked. It is just a rank 6 immortal goo, do you think a great venerable would care about it? I know what you are worried about, aren't you worried that Fang Yuan had a relationship with Shang Xanci? You did nothing to Shang Xanci. Kong Ri Tian heard this and thought back, he felt a stab in his heart. Kong Xing's will of providence was right. Kong Ri Tian and Shang Xanci had interacted several times, he had suffered losses. Previously, he was chased by Shang Xanci and Wu Ji because of Xing Tian's true inheritance. Next time, he had suffered a huge loss during the tribulation against Xiao Yan. Shang Xanci was living well, but he, Kong Xing Tian, suffered more and more. Then let's go to jewel yellow skies and talk to Fang Yuan's will. Eventually, Kong Ri Tian said in a muffled voice. Western Desert. The sandstorm had stopped. Emoli had rank 6 cultivation level, he bowed deeply to the Featherman Goo immortals in front of him. Thank you for your help, friends from E-Clan, otherwise, would not have been able to become a Goo immortal alone. Emoli thanked sincerely. After the battle for Sand Heap Blessed Land, he was saved by Western Desert's mysterious super force, E-Clan. Emoli came to E-Clan's headquarters. After interacting with them, he found that E-Clan's Goo immortals were all Featherman. This time, with the help of E-Clan's Goo immortals, Emoli succeeded in his immortal ascension. E-Clan Goo immortal Zhou Yi said, Emoli, you are too polite. You are the inheritor of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, you are Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. Back then, E-Clan's ancestors were able to survive because of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's help. And because of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods, E-Clan was able to conceal E-Clan for so many years. Our E-Clan is greatly indebted to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. We have always believed that Lord Demon Venerable would not die quietly. This time, we helped you because we want to repay Lord Thieving Heaven's kindness. If one day, Lord Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable revives, our E-Clan will definitely follow him. So you and I are on the same side. Emoli felt a surge of warmth when he heard the Featherman Goo immortal Zhou Yi's words. Central Continent. Wei Wuxiang stared at the chi lump in his immortal aperture with a heated gaze. Just earlier, he had passed the tribulation and became a human path Goo immortal. He obtained a high-grade blessed land, and the remaining heaven and earth chi was enough for him to refine his vital immortal goo. His vital goo was thief goo, it was already surrounded by heaven and earth chi. I heard that even though Gu Ting, Sun Yuan Hua, and the rest advanced to immortal, they did not refine human path immortal Gu. But I am different. A few days ago, I was sleeping at night when I suddenly had the urge to pee. I was forced to wake up. But I had a burst of inspiration and actually comprehended Thief Gu's immortal Gu recipe. With this immortal recipe and so much heaven and earth chi left, I can definitely obtain Thief immortal Gu. Ha ha ha, it was not a waste to comprehend the immortal recipe despite wetting my bed. Even though Wei Wuxiang had entered the derivation immortal formation, his memories were changed. He thought that he had truly comprehended Thief Gu's immortal Gu recipe with inspiration. However, after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Wei Wuxiang grunted. The heaven and earth chi were completely exhausted, his vital Gu was heavily damaged and fell. I actually failed the Gu refinement. This is impossible. Wei Wuxiang could not believe it. I used heaven and earth chi to advance my vital Gu. This is using the power of heaven and earth to refine Gu. It has nothing to do with my refinement path attainment. How could I fail? Wei Wuxiang could only think of one explanation. Don't tell me, because immortal Gu are unique, I failed. Wei Wuxiang thought of this and shook his head. In his opinion, this was even more impossible. Because this meant that someone had already refined Thief Immortal Gu. Thief Immortal Gu was created by me, who could be ahead of me? Unless, the world itself has Thief Immortal Gu. Strange, the human path of heaven and earth should not have developed so deeply. Wei Wuxiang fell into deep confusion. Chapter 23-23 Celestial Court. Another Gu immortal walked out of the derivation immortal formation. This female immortal wore golden armor, her cloak flickered with golden light as it hung down from her shoulders to the ground. She was tall, her shoulders were broad, her long legs were eye-catching when she walked. She was tall and beautiful. Her nose bridge was high, her lips were thin, and her eyes were long and narrow. Her aura was outstanding. It was as if she was born to be a noble, above all mortals. People would lower their heads unconsciously, not daring to look at her. It was as if they could only look at her feet to avoid offending her. She was Qin Dingling. After Qin Dingling walked out of the derivation immortal formation, she quickly recovered. She turned around and looked at the derivation immortal formation behind her, her eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance. She was excited. This time, she entered and left the formation with great gains. The most important thing that made her so excited was that she could see the great hope of Celestial Court defeating Giant Sun Immortal, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in this derivation immortal formation. Why did she say that? Because the effect of derivation immortal formations on Gu cultivation paths was too strong and powerful. Like this time, Qin Dingling had great gains after entering the formation. This was not just a huge improvement to her own strength, it was also a huge boost to the entire luck path. Because after she entered the formation, the luck path of heaven and earth took many steps forward in a short period of time. It was greatly developed. What did this mean? It meant that as long as a luck path Gu immortal like Qin Dingling entered the derivation immortal formation more often, their luck path would develop even more. When enough times were accumulated, there would be a breakthrough in quantity. It would lead to a qualitative change. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal would be kicked out of luck path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Supreme Grandmaster attainment level was when a Gu cultivator's understanding of a certain path was on par with heaven and earth. When Qin Dingling entered the formation this time, the formation used her as the core, using Celestial Court's vast number of true inheritances to deduce all sorts of new results related to luck path. These new results were just the accumulation of quantity. Giant Sun Immortal only needed one look to see through all the profundities. Because these luck path results were still the profundities of current luck path, they did not transcend the limits of heaven and earth. It was just a quantitative change, not a qualitative one. However, when the quantity was accumulated to a sufficient level, there would always be a qualitative change. Once there was a qualitative change, the entire world's Luck Dao realm would rise by a level, and the giant Sun Immortal's realm would fall behind the world. Then he would no longer be a Luck Path Supreme Grandmaster. This way, Giant Sun Immortal would no longer be a Dao Lord and would not be able to refine the natural Luck Path Dao marks. To the Giant Sun Immortal, this would be an extremely heavy blow. It's a pity that the Giant Sun Immortal has always kept his luck a secret, not allowing it to spread. Otherwise, if there were more Luck Path Gu Immortals like me, we would enter the derivation Immortal formation more often. There would be a higher chance of kicking Giant Sun Immortal out of Luck Path Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Realm. Qin Dingling felt very regretful. After entering and exiting the Immortal formation, she could not enter again for a long time. If she forcefully entered the formation, the results would be lackluster, and it would even cause irreparable damage to her. It was too late to start nurturing Luck Path Gu Immortals now. Only a top rank 8 Luck Path Gu Immortal like Qin Dingling could push the development of Luck Path forward. Of course, it was not impossible for other Luck Path Gu Masters and Gu Immortals. It was just that they had not reached the peak of Luck Path yet. It was very unlikely for them to break through the limits of heaven and earth. As for the Celestial Court, they lacked motivation to try this. The difference between the investment and benefits was too great. Next, it is my turn. Fairy Maiden Soul nodded at Qin Dingling with a smile. The two brushed past each other. Fairy Maiden Soul entered the derivation Immortal formation, vanishing without a trace. She was a soul path great expert of the Celestial Court during Spectral Soul's era. She was on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch. This time, she would definitely have huge gains. It would push forward the development of soul path in this world. It is a pity that the current Celestial Court lacks a refinement path great expert. There are many refinement path Gu Immortals in the 10 great ancient sects, but there are only a few rank 8 refinement path Gu Immortals, and none of them are great experts. They have not reached the peak of refinement path. Qin Dingling thought about it. The Celestial Court's derivation Immortal formation completely displayed star constellation Immortal venerable strength and terror. However, it was still very difficult to kick the other venerables out of Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Soul Path, and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's Refinement Path, these three aspects required many great experts to cultivate. The Celestial Court had the derivation Immortal formation. Rank 9 derivation Gu was not refined by star constellation Immortal Venerable. It was still in a wild state. It absorbed heaven and earth primeval energy. Thus, the derivation Immortal formation expended very little immortal essence. But the Celestial Court lacked crucial people. Without enough Gu cultivation grade experts, it was hard to kick out a venerable with the derivation Immortal formation alone. Maybe Celestial Court's development of human path is related to this. Qin Dingling suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She could only see some aspects of star constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements. She could not see the whole picture. Eastern Sea. There were no ripples on the sea. It was very calm. Guyue was at the crucial moment of his immortal ascension. The three Qi of heaven, earth, and man had already surrounded him. Guyue gritted his teeth. He tried to coordinate the three Qi and slowly compress them. I must succeed. Only by becoming a Gu Immortal can I save my mother. Also, after becoming a Gu Immortal, my strength will rise greatly. I will be able to find my father more easily. Guyue wanted to encourage himself, but soon, his attention was drawn to another matter. At this moment, he felt providence. He was about to learn from nature. You must succeed. Mermaid Gu Immortal Lien Coaxian floated in the sky openly, right beside Guyue Fengxiang. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on him without blinking. Unfortunately, no one could interfere in the process of three Qi harmonization, otherwise, Lien Coaxian would have done it for Guyue Fengxiang already. This time, she had accepted the mission on the mission board and accidentally met Guyue Fengxiang, deceiving him that there was a suitable place for his immortal ascension. The truth was, Fong Yuan had secretly opened the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance and lured Gyue Fong Xiang into the 5 regions. Gyue Fong Xiang was undergoing tribulation, Fong Yuan was hiding far away, he was not idle either. He was secretly activating a rank 9 Heaven Path killer move. It was not obscuring Heaven's secret but, steal Heaven's secret. After this killer move was activated, it could steal the knowledge of providence during the Gu Master's immortal ascension. The first core of the killer move Steal Heaven's Secret was rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu, the second core was rank 8 Immortal Gu Great Thief Gu. Back then, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created the rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu, his motive was to sense heaven and earth, he wanted to learn from nature again. Under normal circumstances, Gu cultivators only had one chance to learn from nature in their lives. It was when a Gu master ascends to immortal, using the qualitative change in their aperture to explode into a small immortal aperture world, they would obtain the recognition of providence and communicate with providence. At this time, the Gu master would ask about providence, and providence would answer the Gu master's question to a certain extent. This opportunity could be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but the degree of dispelling doubts was also limited. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable succeeded. As long as something happened in heaven and earth would know about it. Just by activating rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu, the Gu cultivator could directly ask about providence and get the answer. It could leak the secrets of heaven and earth, even if the Gu immortal had no evidence, they could point to the truth. By using Heavenly Secret Gu with other Gu worms to undergo tribulation, they could probe the contents of the calamities and tribulations in advance, and make targeted preparations. And in terms of concealment, obscured Heavenly Secret was the best killer move. If Fong Yuan used rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu alone, he would not be able to get the answer from Providence. Because Providence did not like Fong Yuan. In the destruction of Fate Gu, Fong Yuan was one of the culprits. Providence had always wanted to get rid of Fong Yuan. How could Providence give Fong Yuan the answer in this kind of conflict? Fong Yuan was deeply aware of the benefits of natural inspiration. When he participated in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, why did he use so many outstanding killer moves? Other than making deductions himself, he had secretly used the immortal ascension of many Gu masters in his immortal aperture. Using the convenience of natural inspiration, he saved precious time and energy. Without these killer moves, Fong Yuan would have been killed by the 2 venerables. Thus, natural inspiration was a huge factor in Fong Yuan's victory in Crazed Demon Cave. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to use natural inspiration again, Fong Yuan wanted it too. All Gu cultivators knew the value of natural inspiration. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu for this, but what about Fong Yuan? He created the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret. He had created this killer move long ago, but it was only at rank 8 level back then, its power was very limited. It could be said that it had no practical value at all. He spent too much immortal essence and gained too little. It would be better to directly order the Gu master to ask him the questions he had set when he was in a natural state. But this was all in the past. The current situation had undergone an earth-shattering change. The reason was rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. Where did rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's recipe come from? Truthful floating ice. This was Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangement. It was the Crazed Demon Formation's grand achievement after absorbing the chaos outside the world. From the 8th layer onwards, Crazed Demon Cave was isolated from the 5 regions. The Crazed Demon Formation was no exception. And during the process of Fong Yuan refining rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu, he did it in his sovereign immortal aperture, isolated from the 5 regions. That was to say, the Gu cultivation world did not have the recipe of rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. Fong Yuan had rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. In this aspect, he was above the entire universe. Rank 8 Thieving Heaven Secret Killer move had limited power, but rank 9 Thieving Heaven Secret Killer move was above the universe, it was above Providence. Every time Fong Yuan used natural inspiration from other Gu masters, he would use rank 9 Thieving Heaven's secret killer move. The gains were unimaginable to outsiders. As long as something happened in the world, Fong Yuan would have a chance to learn about it. Under normal circumstances, Gu Master's natural inspiration was limited. This was because of Providence's restriction. But Fong Yuan's Thieving Heaven's secret killer move directly stole it. Whether Providence was willing or not, it had to get lost. Chapter 23-24. During this period of time, how many Gu Masters in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture underwent Immortal Ascension? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, Hair Monster Grotto Lord, Du Lei Warrior, Duo Luo Warrior, Rock Warrior, Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Warrior, Anchong, Yi Ji, Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust, Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, Bing Yuan, Bing Zhua, Ace Crystal Immortal Monarch, Shizong, Kuxian Hong, Rotten Egg 6 Immortals, Xiaohe Jian, Green Forest Great Sage. Only now did Gue remember. Most of the Gu immortals that Fong Yuan sacrificed in Crazed Demon Cave had revived. Except for those Gu immortals who died in the chaotic disaster. But Fong Yuan did not directly revive them as Gu immortals, he only allowed them to have Gu master cultivation level. On one hand, it was to conserve resources and prevent too many people from dying, on the other hand, it was for this opportunity. Fong Yuan had always been far-sighted, he was also good at making plans. It was just that many times in the past, his plans could not keep up with the changes. But now, his cultivation level was rank 9, he was a refinement path venerable, Fate Gu was also destroyed, there were only a few existences in the world that could interfere with his plans. Fong Yuan had purposely saved up, and during the Immortal Ascension tide, he had obtained extremely huge returns. In just a few months, just in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture alone, over 30 Gu Masters ascended to Immortal. This did not include Eastern Sea, the Two Heavens, and other super forces under Fong Yuan. Wu Clan, which was in the limelight, could not compare to such results. But Fong Yuan concealed it completely, not a trace of it was leaked. And only a small portion of the benefits from Gu Immortal Ascension belonged to those rank 6 Gu Immortals, most of the other benefits came from stealing heavenly secrets. This was something that even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not have expected. In fact, Fong Yuan himself did not expect his gains to be so huge. He obtained a large number of killer moves, Gu recipes, Immortal Gu houses, Immortal formations, the construction methods of battlefield killer moves, the best methods to nurture countless resources, the most detailed map of the 5 regions, the locations of many wild Immortal Gu, and so on. After satisfying his current needs, he dabbled in Human Path, Pill Path, Painting Path, Star Path, Luck Path, and so on. The result surprised Fong Yuan. He was pleasantly surprised. Just by trying, he obtained Musician Immortal Gu recipes, Thief Immortal Gu recipes, Soldier Immortal Gu recipes, Sergeant Immortal Gu recipes, and a vast number of Pill Path and Painting Path Immortal Gu recipes. He obtained many profundities of Luck Path, Star Path, and Soul Path, all of these were of great help to him. Now that Fong Yuan looked back, it was still the human Tao that surprised him the most. Who would have thought that human Tao has developed so much in this world? Fong Yuan did not know about the existence of the derivation Immortal formation, it was all because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's concealment. However, the root of the problem was the Immortal Evolution Array. The core of the derivation Immortal formation, derivation Immortal Gu, was rank 9, it was not refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, thus it was still a wild Immortal Gu. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to refine it, but she could only use derivation Immortal Gu in this situation. Once the derivation Immortal Gu was refined by someone else, it would become useless. Limitless Demon Venerable had tried it before, thus, in the Crazed Demon formation, he used wild derivation Immortal Gu as the core. However, the two deepest layers of Crazed Demon Cave were isolated from the outside world. Thus, even if derivation immortal goo was wild, it was not a problem. Celestial Court was not like this. Celestial Court had annexed too many immemorial 9 heavens fragments, it was filled with providence, it was the largest heaven vein node of the 2 heavens. During the confusion of the 2 heavens, Celestial Court mobilized countless rank 8 experts and sent all of its immortal goo houses to defend it. In the end, after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined Celestial Court's wisdom path Tao marks, she made an emergency move and stabilized the situation, preventing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable from finding them. But the derivation Immortal formation was located in Celestial Court, it was noticed by Providence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not conceal this providence. As long as it was in Celestial Court, Providence was one of the foundations of Celestial Court. But other than Celestial Court, where else could she place the derivation Immortal formation? None. At least not in Central Continent. Thus, everything that happened in the derivation Immortal formation happened between heaven and earth. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not notice this, she knew about it long ago. But it was not a problem. At least, it was not a problem in her opinion. Why? Because Providence did not want to see any Venerable in the current era. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived, how could Providence allow the dead to revive? Not to mention Feng Yuan, he was an otherworldly demon, a complete otherworldly demon, he was one of the culprits who destroyed Fate Goo. Only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was favored by Providence. But his mind was not clear, even if he wanted to deal with Celestial Court was tightly shut, he could not find or enter. If he entered, with the amplification of Celestial Court's wisdom path Tao marks, would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be afraid of him? She could use this chance to eliminate him. Just like how Feng Yuan did not expect the derivation Immortal formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also did not know that Feng Yuan had rank 9 heavenly secret goo. And most importantly, Feng Yuan created the killer move Thieving Heavenly Secret. Whether Providence was willing or not, as long as Feng Yuan used natural inspiration, he could wantonly steal heavenly secrets. The 3 Qi enveloped Guyue, he was starting to use natural inspiration now. Seeing this, Feng Yuan stopped his distracting thoughts. What heavenly secret should I steal this time? He thought about it, maybe I can ask for information about Celestial Court. No matter how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tries to conceal it, my Thieving Heavenly Secret killer move is at rank 9 level. If she wants to resist it, she will need to have a qualitative change in her rank 9 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. No matter how many Wisdom Path Tao marks Celestial Court had, it was only a quantitative change. When Guyue wanted to detonate his immortal aperture and become a rank 6 Goo Immortal, Feng Yuan's mind shook. Immortal Formation Derivation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable hid it so deeply, I only discovered it at the final stage. So that's it. Amazing, as expected of the number 1 Wisdom Path person in history. At this moment, Feng Yuan could not help but feel admiration toward Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She actually had such a method to rapidly push the development of all paths. The divine might of Wisdom Path was truly terrifying. Such an enemy was truly worthy of respect. Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal slowly stopped refining Northern Plains luck path Tao marks. It's about time. Giant Sun Immortal observed his surroundings. He had a unique method of refining Northern Plains luck path Tao marks. He did not stay in one place for long, he refined all the luck path Tao marks in one place before moving to another place. Giant Sun Immortal used a wide range of refinement methods. After refining 60% of the luck path Tao marks in every place in Northern Plains, he gave up and moved to another place to refine. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal started to refine Northern Plains Tao marks. After experiencing the declaration of great love, Fong clan joining the alliance, spectral soul annihilation, the three venerables fighting for light goo, and the immortal ascension tide, giant sun immortal finally refined 60% of Northern Plains Dao marks. The whole of Northern Plains was covered by him. At the same time, he did not forget to manage his rank 9 immortal aperture. He went through several calamities and tribulations. He created many resource points. The foundation of his rank 9 immortal aperture increased greatly. His immortal essence production also increased. As time passed, the foundation of the Venerable's immortal apertures would increase rapidly. They would have more immortal essence. However, the current giant sun immortal's immortal aperture was far from enough. It was far from longevity heaven. Longevity heaven was giant sun immortal's first life's rank 9 immortal aperture. Because it did not annex the immemorial 9 heavens fragment, it had been tortured by calamities and tribulations for many years. After passing the tribulation, its Dao marks increased greatly. Giant sun immortal did not have the sovereign immortal aperture. He could not annex a bigger one. Moreover, giant sun immortal also cultivated blood path. Thus, if he wanted to annex longevity heaven and maximize the benefits, he still needed a lot of accumulation. In terms of foundation, longevity heaven could not compare to celestial court. After all, celestial court had the immortal apertures of at least 3 venerables, while giant sun immortal only had his previous life's rank 9 immortal aperture as his foundation. But longevity heaven had a huge advantage. Celestial court could not compare to it. This was the future. After giant sun immortal's blood path matured, he could annex longevity heaven. His strength would rise to a terrifying level. After resting for a while, giant sun immortal started to prepare a killer move. Once the killer move was activated, with the amplification of 60% of Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, it formed a sky full of golden light that dyed the sky of Northern Plains. Alright, with this luck path killer move, my bloodline descendants will be able to undergo tribulations in the future. This included not only the immortal ascension calamities and tribulations, but also all the calamities and tribulations that the Gu immortal would face in the future. Under the effect of this luck path killer move, the killer move would become easier to deal with. At the same time, the killer move's power would increase or decrease. If the Gu immortal had excess strength, the luck path killer move would increase the power of the calamities and tribulations. After passing the tribulation, the Gu immortal would obtain more Dao marks. On the contrary, it would weaken the calamities and tribulations, ensuring that the Gu immortal could pass the tribulation safely. This luck path killer move was giant sun immortal's latest modification. It involved the profundities of heaven and earth luck and all living beings' luck. In the future, it could be linked with other self-luck killer moves. It had incredible power. When giant sun immortal refined most of Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, the entire Huang Jin tribes of Northern Plains benefited from him. The mystical power of luck path was also being displayed on a large scale. In the future, giant sun immortal planned to use all sorts of luck path killer moves to strengthen the whole of Northern Plains. It would allow himself, longevity heaven, and the Huang Jin tribes of all sizes to not just undergo tribulations, they would also have good variables in everything they did. It was good luck path. If the Gu cultivator had the ability, they would first experience bitterness before sweetness. They would first be suppressed, then they would gain even greater benefits. However, these luck path killer moves need to be modified. I need to consider them carefully. Giant sun immortal pondered. These luck path killer moves could not be used too often. Killer moves would leave Dao marks on them. If they were used too often, the whole of Northern Plains would turn into a luck path environment. This method had a huge flaw. Under the conflict of Dao marks, other paths would be greatly suppressed. It would be disadvantageous to the growth of other Gu immortals. Thus, this was a delicate situation. Giant sun immortal had to find a balance. This matter is not urgent, I need to consider it carefully. Giant sun immortal thought as he activated his investigative killer move again. This time, he was not investigating the Venerables, he was investigating Northern Plains. Soon, a vague map of the luck distribution appeared in Giant Sun Immortal's mind. Giant Sun Immortal frowned slightly. In his first life, he used this killer move. The effect was quite good. But now that he used it, it was much more blurry, especially at the borders. Previously, the 5 regions were separated, they were not closely connected. Thus, it was easier to investigate a region's luck. But now, the 5 regions are united, the 2 heavens have become dark realms. To reach the investigative level of my previous life, I might need to refine all of the luck path Tao marks in the 5 regions. Giant Sun Immortal came to a conclusion. He quickly stopped using his killer move. He used 2 immortal killer moves consecutively. They expended a lot of immortal essence. His immortal essence reserves reached a critical level again. He needed to rest for some time before he could continue refining Northern Plains Tao marks, otherwise, if the Venerables fought, he would be in danger. Chapter 23-25 Eastern Sea. In the dark depths of the sea, Fong Yuan's true body concealed his tracks as he snuck into this place. A huge translucent bubble gradually appeared in his field of vision. It should be here. Fong Yuan understood in his heart, stopping his footsteps and carefully inspecting it. This bubble was very unique. It was formed from the eruption of an underground volcano, the surrounding seawater, and the chi tides that came here in the past. All sorts of factors created this hidden underwater world. Fire path, earth path, water path, and chi path, these 4 Tao marks formed a paradise here. This place was very hidden. Unless a Gu Immortal encountered it by accident, it would be hard to find it. I'll call it 4 path bubbles for now. Fong Yuan used his investigative method to inspect the surroundings. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out a Gu Immortal. This Gu Immortal had long wavy hair. It was Fong Yuan's dream path clone, Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen's cultivation level was low, but he cultivated dream path. Because of the special mission this time, Fong Yuan sent him out. Otherwise, he would have been hiding in the sovereign immortal aperture, spending most of his time researching dream path, only helping out and stabilizing the sovereign immortal aperture situation. Fong Yuan used his method to carefully help Meng Qiuzhen enter the bubble. 15 minutes later, Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture. He succeeded. He brought back a wild Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was once rank 9, but it was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal to be given to Fong Yuan. During the Fate Destruction War, because Fong Yuan wanted to complete the Red Lotus plan, Wisdom Gu became one of the Gu refinement materials. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu perished as a result. But the heavenly Tao was clear, life and death corresponded to each other. Under the influence of Providence, a wild rank 6 Wisdom Gu was soon created in the 5 regions. This Wisdom Gu was hidden in this bubble. After Fong Yuan stole heavenly secrets, he learned of the locations of many wild immortal Gu. Wisdom Gu was the most important of his gains. Thus, he made a move personally to prevent any accidents from happening, to ensure that Wisdom Gu was obtained. Everything matched the information in Thieving Heaven's secret. Meng Qiuzhen used dream path methods and easily suppressed the rank 6 Wisdom Gu. Inside the large bubble, even though there was an underwater volcano and the surrounding deep-sea fish, there was nothing that could threaten Meng Qiuzhen. As for Fong Yuan, he had too many Tao marks on his body. It was very likely that he would burst the bubble with just a palm. Therefore, it was most convenient to use a clone for this matter. The rank 6 Wisdom Gu was quickly refined by Fong Yuan. Although it was Wisdom Gu, Fong Yuan was a grand refinement path venerable. Refining a rank 6 wild immortal Gu was a simple matter. For venerables, using rank 9 immortal essence to refine rank 8 immortal Gu was no pressure. The hard part was refining rank 9 immortal Gu. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's first life's refinement of rank 9 Wisdom Gu, or Giant Sun Immortal's failure in refining Love Gu, they were both examples. After the Fate War, to think that Wisdom Gu is in my hands again. And this time, there is no giant sun immortal tampering with it. This is wisdom goo that belongs to me. Fong Yuan felt a faint sense of joy. As for raising wisdom goo and returning to rank 9, Fong Yuan felt that this was not an urgent matter. With the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret, after stealing the Heaven Path information, Fong Yuan greatly improved on his wisdom path deductions, as well as his information path information gathering. After obtaining wisdom goo, Fong Yuan secretly returned to his original location, continuing to refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks. Furthermore, he had to stop frequently, giving off a feeling of lacking immortal essence and being half dead. He sent his divine sense into the sovereign immortal aperture. Recently, another huge project had been completed in the immortal aperture. For this project, Fong Yuan had excavated all of his subordinates' immortal material reserves, among which Eastern Sea's Hua clan made the most contributions, earning a huge sum of contribution points. As for the construction method of the brocade cloud lump, Fong Yuan had to use Thieving Heaven's Secret to explore Providence's background before he succeeded in modifying it. This huge brocade cloud lump was 10 li in size. It slowly floated in the mini 9 heavens. Every once in a while, they would travel from one day to another. Brocade cloud was an immortal material. It ranged from rank 6 to rank 9. The brocade cloud that Fong Yuan had right now could be seen as an accumulation of similar immortal materials. Most of them were rank 6, 30% were rank 7, less than 10% were rank 8, and there were almost none at rank 9. And the feeding of rank 9 heavenly secret immortal goo required a large number of rank 9 brocade clouds. Fong Yuan was still far from the standard of a single feeding. But it was not a problem. The higher the rank of the immortal goo, the lower the feeding frequency. According to the current situation, there was still a long time before they could be fed. This period of time was enough for these brocade clouds to grow. There was plenty of time. Goo nurturing, refining, and feeding rank 9 immortal goo was a test that Fong Yuan had to face. He had 3 rank 9 immortal goo now. They were Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Advanced Refinement, and Heavenly Secret. The first 2 were closer to the people, they were easier to feed, while the final Heavenly Secret goo was more troublesome. But Fong Yuan had already taken precautions, he had already resolved this problem. All in all, feeding rank 9 immortal goo was not the biggest problem for Fong Yuan now. He just needed to work hard. After all, he was already a venerable, he had Eastern Sea, one of the 5 regions, and a super force with variant humans in the 2 heavens. Through his declaration twice, the highest end business in Jewel Yellow Skies was his immortal goo refinement business. Adding on the sovereign immortal aperture's deep foundation, perhaps only Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were stronger than the sovereign immortal aperture. The Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven immortal aperture, Fong Yuan had already seen it. Jewel Yellow Skies was a special grotto heaven, it mainly traded with goo immortals, its foundation could not compare to the sovereign immortal aperture. After this period of development, the sovereign immortal aperture was gradually going through a qualitative change. In the past, the sovereign immortal aperture might have been a patient on the brink of collapse, just a little bit and the situation would have gone out of control. But now, the situation had not only stabilized, it was also improving rapidly. There were 2 main reasons. One was that during this period of time, the sovereign immortal aperture's Dao vein construction finally had its first wave of huge results. Fire path, a wind path, and water path man-made Dao veins had already completed the first ring. The first set of earth path Dao marks had already been completed for the 3rd ring. This had a huge effect on the sovereign immortal aperture's stability, the effect could be said to be instantaneous. The sovereign immortal aperture's goo immortals could clearly feel the abnormalities in earth path, fire path, wind path, and water path were rapidly decreasing, they were no longer common. The second reason was that more than 30 goo cultivators under Fong Yuan had ascended to immortal realm. The number of goo immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture increased sharply. With sufficient manpower, Fang Yuan easily mobilized a group of goo immortals and sent them to various places in the 5 regions to retrieve the wild immortal goo that Fang Yuan had found. Several days later, some goo immortals returned successfully. Some of them brought back resource points that had not been discovered by the world, while others directly obtained wild immortal goo. Among them, Fang Yuan obtained the wild time path immortal goo, moon. At this point, he had collected all the immortal goo, year, moon, and day. After obtaining the latest detailed information, Fang Yuan's subordinates had a clear target. They had a high chance of success. The results of stealing Heaven's secret were far from just these. Fang Yuan refined the Tao marks while secretly unraveling the truthful floating ice. He was also modifying his killer moves. Because after stealing Heaven's secret, he had a large number of finished products to refer to, the modification of killer moves progressed rapidly, especially compound killer moves. Fang Yuan even started to construct his combat system on a large scale. All along, he did not have much success in this aspect, but after stealing Heaven's secret, he obtained a large amount of information. It was extremely valuable to Fang Yuan. However, the goo immortals returned one after another. Even though most of them succeeded, a small portion returned empty-handed. Most of the hidden resource points were moved back, but a small portion suffered huge losses or were even destroyed due to earthquakes and tsunamis. They lost the value of being moved back. As for wild immortal goo, they were all moving away. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Providence affected people's hearts. Providence allowed one to think. Fang Yuan had always been Providence's focus. How could Providence not react to his sudden large-scale collection of hidden resource points and wild immortal goo? The heavenly Tao emphasized balance. It would naturally do everything it could to restrict Fang Yuan from becoming stronger. Thus, such a reaction was within Fang Yuan's expectations. For this, Fang Yuan's arrangement was to place the important immortal goo and resource points in the early stages of the collection. Thus he gained a lot. As for the following ones, their value was lower. In comparison, Fang Yuan gave up on them. But it was meaningful to fight for them. Fang Yuan gradually digested the results of stealing Heaven's secret. During this process, he gained a deeper understanding of this killer move. Stealing Heaven's secret gives me a terrifying advantage in terms of information. It completely makes up for my weakness in information path. However, if I use too much of this information, Providence will quickly adjust it. The value of this information will decrease greatly. Furthermore, grotto heavens like longevity heaven will not be investigated by stealing Heaven's secret. The stolen killer moves, combat systems, and other precious information will be of great help in modifying killer moves and creating combat systems. However, since Providence knows about it, it must have happened in the world. Others might know about it too. And Providence also has many things that it does not know about. For example, the true inheritances of venerables. Providence can remember them, but it cannot modify killer moves on its own. The gains I obtained in painting path, human path, pill path, and other aspects were mainly because of the formation derivation. Stealing Heaven's secret could be used for investigation. It could save Fang Yuan's energy and time in deductions. The effect was excellent, but there were still flaws. Fang Yuan still had needs for information path and wisdom path. But this need was mostly satisfied. It was not as urgent as before. Stealing Heaven's secret killer move mainly relied on rank 9 heavenly secret goo. Once rank 9 heavenly secret goo's recipe is known by Providence, the heavenly Tao will react and steal Heaven's secret killer move's effect would not be as strong. Stealing Heaven's secret also relied on natural inspiration. It could not be used freely. Fang Yuan was already planning to nurture the goo cultivators in his immortal aperture. He would nurture and accumulate goo immortal seeds. At every crucial moment, he would let a group of them ascend to immortal. Chapter 23-26. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. In the secret room, Fang Yuan was sitting in a circle. More accurately speaking, there were a large number of Fang Yuan clones. This secret room was huge. Fong Yuan's clones were newly formed. They were formed from human path Gu worms. Among them were Gu Master level Doctor clone, Alchemist clone, Constable clone, Craftsman clone, as well as rank 6 Gu Immortal level Skin Shadow clone, Talented Girl clone, Soldier clone, Sergeant clone, Musician clone, Thief clone, Farmer clone, Dancer clone, and Blacksmith clone. That's right, after the 10 children of human path entered the derivation Immortal formation, their human path research results were all obtained by Fong Yuan. Then, he managed to refine all of them. As long as he had the Gu recipe, with Fong Yuan's refinement path cultivation level, he could easily refine Gu worms of these levels. This caused the 10 children of human path to fail miserably when they attempted to refine mortal Gu during their immortal ascension. During this period of time, Fong Yuan's clones were in closed cultivation in the secret room. They comprehended human path cultivation and gained some insights. Even though these clones are of low level, they are still quite outstanding compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone methods. For example, the investment is low and they can take shape quickly. Spectral Soul's Shadow Sect clones, on the other hand, need to cultivate continuously and start from scratch. And these clones, as long as they have human path Gu worms, they can instantly form the corresponding Gu cultivation clone. Human path Gu worms formed clones. Gu masters had apertures. Gu immortals had immortal apertures. But be it apertures or immortal apertures, they could not produce primeval essence or immortal essence, they could only store. Human path clones could not cultivate on their own. The clone's strength was limited to the level of the human path Gu worms. Human path clones shared the same attainment level as the main body. Human path clones cultivated human path as well as other paths. For example, the musician clone cultivated human path as well as sound path. The farmer clone cultivated human path as well as earth path and wood path. The skin shadow clone cultivated human path as well as transformation path and shadow path. All in all, these clones were not useful to Fong Yuan at the moment. They were too weak. The strongest among them was only rank 6. Among them, Fong Yuan shared the same opinion as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He also felt that the most valuable thing was the Alchemist clone. These clones mainly cultivated the Tao, Refinement Tao, and Pill Tao. Although it only covered the ranks of rank 1 to rank 5 Gu Masters, it had a huge impact on the grassroots Gu Masters. If Fong Yuan's subordinates did not undergo immortal ascension on a large scale, these human path clones would still be of some use. But now, to Fong Yuan, they were not very useful. Furthermore, it could be a huge flaw in the obscured heavenly secrets. Fong Yuan willed as the human path clones in the secret room returned to their Gu worms. Their states were very similar to Fong Yuan's supreme immortal physique, but there were also differences. They could freely change from the state of Gu insects to human form, but Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal body was fixed on the human body, leaving only the need to feed the Gu insects. But then again, normal people also needed to eat something once in a while. I'll leave Thief Gu behind. At the next moment, Fong Yuan willed as he destroyed most of the Gu worms in the secret room. Central Continent. At the deepest part of the starry sky calculation formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable inspected a secluded domain of heaven and earth inside the formation. This secluded domain was like a cage, but also like a lantern. Back in the battle in Kray's Demon Cave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already used it to fight against other Venerables. This was the Wisdom Path secluded domain, mental realm. The legends of Ren Zhu had records of it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed her mental realm inside the starry sky calculation formation. Using the power of the formation, she secretly extracted emotions. As long as they were negative towards the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent or the Celestial Court, they would be absorbed into her mental realm. Using this method, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable ingeniously made countless living beings in Central Continent feel more positive towards the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. This undoubtedly raised the cohesiveness of Central Continent to a higher level. The mental realm needs to store emotions. The more emotions there are, the greater the power of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. But it also needs to be controlled. Sometimes, having too many emotions is as bad as going too far. You will be misled by the mental realm. Just like the Legends of Rin Zu wrote, it is best to have calmness gu and determination gu to suppress the mental realm. Unfortunately, I only have calmness gu. I lack determination gu. Thus, there is an obvious upper limit to the amount of emotions that can be stored in the mental realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to activate it secretly to prevent it from being exposed to the other venerables and causing trouble. By then, even if Feng Yuan lacked immortal essence, he could use the chance to extort Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intention in setting up the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. She managed to deceive the other two venerables. After all, the other venerables could only see the rough details of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. After the inspection was completed, good news reached Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Oh! Among the 10 children of human path, someone has already raised musician gu to an immortal gu. Very good. It seems that the reason why they all failed was because of Providence's interference. Raising the rank of immortal gu during the Immortal Ascension tribulation is essentially using Providence to help one refine gu. Maybe because of human path, Providence was not willing to help. But the artificial refinement after that was a success. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable relaxed. When she found out that the 10 children of human path had all failed, she had many doubts. Including the fact that there was a traitor in Celestial Court, the problem with derivation immortal formation, the other venerables hiding in Celestial Court, Providence being exposed, and so on. But after knowing this news, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's doubts were greatly reduced. Half a day later, the first batch of gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects gathered inside the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Immortal Killer Move, Endless Learning. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable slowly activated the Killer Move. The Killer Move's light blue light spread down along the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. In a certain space inside the formation, the gu immortals had been waiting for a long time. It's here. Someone muttered with excitement on his face. The immortals were stirred. Soon, the immortals' expressions became extremely solemn. They were immersed in the indescribable profundity of the great Tao. Under the influence of the Killer Move, the immortals' attainment levels of their respective paths rose slowly. As time passed, when they reached their limits, some gu immortals would start to hallucinate. At this time, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation would activate and send these gu immortals to another space inside the formation to recuperate. Endless Learning was a human path killer move. It used Book Mountain and Learning gu as the cores. It could allow the gu cultivator to produce their own true meaning and absorb it to raise their attainment levels. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already used this move in Crazed Demon Cave. She was now using it on the gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. The nurturing intent behind this move was much clearer than in Crazed Demon Cave. How much the gu immortals could gain depended on their aptitude, talent, comprehension, as well as their personal experiences. It is hard to imagine that there is such a method in this world to raise attainment levels directly. This was personally used by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It is naturally extraordinary. She can break through all the impossible. According to rumors, dream realms can allow gu cultivators to raise attainment levels. In my opinion, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method has completely surpassed the dangerous dream realms. Exploring dream realms is very dangerous, but attainment levels are endless. How much we can gain from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's human path killer move depends on ourselves. It can only help us produce true meaning. After using it once, we will need to accumulate an experience for a long time, otherwise, our gains will be much lower next time. The immortals gradually broke free from the illusion. They woke up and conversed. Not long after, the Immortals flew out of the starry sky calculation formation. Among them, 3 Gu Immortals stayed behind. Among the 3, Heaven's Envy Manor's Gu Immortal Tan Ku took the initiative to find ancient soul sects Yang Feng and Spirit Butterfly Valley's Dian Pu. After some discussion, Tan Ku used his immortal Gu to exchange for Yang Feng's resources. He also used Yang Feng's immortal materials to exchange for Dian Pu's other immortal Gu. After this transaction, the 3 sides were very satisfied with their gains. It is all thanks to the starry sky calculation formation. After understanding our needs, it mediated between us. Otherwise, how could we know each other's situation and what we want? Dian Pu sighed. At this moment, the 3 Immortals won together. They all felt the benefits of the starry sky calculation formation. Ever since the starry sky calculation formation gathered the information of Gu Immortals, this happened frequently to the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Thus, Gu Immortals from other small sects were attracted to report their information to the starry sky calculation formation. The starry sky calculation formation only mediated this point, but it allowed the whole of Central Continent to start a more reasonable and outstanding resource allocation. Undeniably, this had a huge effect on raising the strength of the whole of Central Continent. The 3 Immortals had little interaction, but because of this transaction, their relationship became much closer. On the way back, the 3 Immortals talked about the human path that had been widely spread in Central Continent's Gu Master world recently. During this period of time, human path cultivation had already become a huge trend among the lower echelons of Central Continent. This was naturally because the Celestial Court had instructed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to work together to promote it. It seems that the Celestial Court is determined to develop human path. That's right, the 10 children of human path that our sects chose have already become Gu Immortals. The Celestial Court has high-level human path research results. Now is the time to promote human path. But I still feel that it is a little rushed. But since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made this decision, there must be something that I did not consider thoroughly. It is a pity that our path has already been decided. The price of cultivating human path is too high. Tan Ku, you are smiling. Do you have a solution? I am only making the Gu Immortal seeds in my immortal aperture cultivate human path. I did the same. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were gradually sensing the benefits of the starry sky calculation formation. They also had a common understanding towards the bright future of human path. However, Tan Ku did not know this. Even though his action was the same as many Gu Immortals, he was the one who helped a minor character to rise up in secret and become a legend in the distant future. Chapter 23-27. Quick, cultivate this. Inside Tan Ku's immortal aperture, Fong Clan's middle-aged rank 5 Gu master was passing a cultivation method to Wang Xiao Heir. What is this? Godfather. Wang Xiao Heir was confused. Wang Xiao Heir had his own secrets. He was not of the Fong clan's bloodline, but a prisoner imprisoned by Fong Dongxi. But after Dong Fongxi died in battle, his immortal aperture was invaded by Xiao Yihu, causing chaos. Wang Xiao Heir took the chance to escape and mingled with Fong Dongxi's Fong clansmen. Subsequently, they were sold to Jewel Yellow Skies. Tan Ku was one of the Gu Immortals who bought these human slaves. He bought a group of Fong clansmen, including Wang Xiao Heir. Wang Xiao Heir started a new life in Tan Ku's immortal aperture. Tan Ku's immortal aperture naturally had Tan clan's bloodline, thus, Fong clan's status was very low. They were all slaves. But there were also people of higher status among the slaves. For example, this middle-aged Gu master in front of Wang Xiao Heir. This Gu master was quite unlucky. When Dong Fongxi's immortal aperture was in chaos, his entire family died. The middle-aged Gu master was disheartened. He had no intention of remarrying, and seeing that Wang Xiao Heir was in a similar situation as him, he was also alone and had no one to rely on. He found him pleasing to the eye. His age and appearance were similar to his son. He decided to adopt him. Anyway, from the middle-aged Gu Master's point of view, Wang Xiao heir was of Fang clan's bloodline. The middle-aged Gu Master knocked on Wang Xiao heir's head, scolding with a smile. What are you suspecting? Why would foster father harm you? I will tell you the truth, the Gu Immortal who bought our clansman came from Central Continent. He saw the aptitude of our group, so he bought us. Now that he has passed down the human path cultivation method, if we can cultivate it successfully, we will definitely be able to raise our status. He might even become a Gu Immortal in the future. Wang Xiao heir was dumbfounded. But soon, he had doubts. With such a precious cultivation method, why didn't that Central Continent Gu Immortal cultivate it himself? Why didn't he leave it to his descendants, but to us? The middle-aged Gu Master clearly knew many Gu Immortal secrets, he was very knowledgeable. He continued to explain, Gu Immortals have different cultivation paths, human path is one of them. Since this Central Continent Gu Immortal has already become an immortal, he definitely cannot cultivate human path. Also, not everyone has the talent to cultivate to become an immortal. The path of human path has just been developed, Central Continent's Gu Immortals are giving out these methods mainly to try it out. Therefore, the geniuses of his bloodline had to leave behind a portion of their essence to pass on his cultivation method. The rest of the Tan family and us are the only ones who cultivate the human path. The human Tao sect is indeed very bad. When I was living in our blessed land, I had never heard of it. But we have no choice. If we don't cultivate, we won't have any hope at all. Xiao, you will live here for the rest of your life, always being stepped on by the Tan family, being ordered around like a slave. Are you willing? Wang Xiao heir hurriedly shook his head, his face solemn. Then please teach me, Godfather, I am willing to cultivate. Wang Xiao heir had obtained a large amount of human path information, which helped him improve his understanding of human path. There were also several Gu worms, they were human path Gu worms, they were the foundation of human path cultivation. After the middle-aged Gu Master taught Wang Xiao heir personally, he let the latter cultivate by himself. On this night, Wang Xiao heir was so excited that he could not sleep, he cultivated by himself. An immortal Gu was awakened by him just like that. The immortal Gu's consciousness actually communicated with Wang Xiao heir. Wang Xiao heir was extremely shocked, Self-Gu. Self-Gu was so tiny, it had been hiding in Wang Xiao heir's body all along, no one had discovered it. He remembered that this was a famous legendary Gu in the legends of Renzu. Filled with joy and disbelief, he read the legends of Renzu overnight. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 38, After falling into the river of time, Renzu and the other two woke up. The three quickly climbed onto a nearby floating ice, even though it had only been a short while, they had all aged. The river of time contains time Gu, our lifespan will be washed away by the water. Great strength true martial sighed. Renzu felt regret, always encountering good things is not a good thing, it will instead become a bad thing. It is not good to be happy all the time, it is too easy for people to stop moving forward and forget about time. Carefree wisdom heart said with joy, quickly look at our hearts. The three looked at their own hearts, they found that they had a lot of suppressed emotions in their hearts, but when they fell into the water, most of them were washed away. This discovery made Renzu and the other two very happy. Next, they continued to move forward on the floating ice. Every time they encountered bad things and felt bad, they would wash their hearts in the river, this will pass. Their bad moods faded with time. Every time they encountered good things and were about to forget themselves, they would wash their hearts in the river, this will pass. Their good moods also faded with time, they were not too engrossed in it. Cognition Gu saw that the three of them were washing their hearts, it could not help but remind them, it is never time that heals the heart, it is the heart that grows old. Old age is not the worst thing, the scariest thing is the old heart. Don't wash your hearts anymore. Renzu and the other two heard this advice and stopped. But they could not wash their hearts, their speed fell again. Let me help you. At this time, a goo worm flew out of the water and landed on Renzu's body. Renzu and the other two saw this goo worm and were very happy. This goo was familial affection goo. With the help of familial affection goo, Renzu and the other two shared their emotions. If one was happy, he would split his happiness into 3 equal parts. If one was sad, he would split his sadness into 3 equal parts. Renzu and the other two used familial affection to comfort and share their burdens. They moved quickly and steadily. But good times did not last. The emotions accumulated in the three's hearts became more and more. The three felt very tired, they could not bear it anymore and were gradually getting hurt. Emotions were heavy and sadness was heavy. The situation soon became worse, the three's hearts were heavily injured, they could not bear any more emotions. Carefree Wisdom Heart took out a cage at this time and held it in her hand. This is the mental realm that I created, let us place our emotions inside. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal agreed. They placed their emotions inside the mental realm. Immediately, the truthful floating ice revealed its original shape in front of the trio's eyes. They were just pieces of floating ice, the three had the same feeling towards the floating ice. A person's emotions had nothing to do with anything else, only their mental realm. What is this? Carefree Wisdom Heart found the goo worm in the floating ice. The goo worm replied, I am calm goo. The truth was cold and quiet, this was the most appropriate attitude when facing the truth. Renzu and the other two finally arrived at the center of the truthful floating ice. But they did not find self-goo. So self-goo is not here. Renzu was disappointed. Initially, people would think that they were the center of everything, but that was not the case. The center of the truthful floating ice did not have self-goo, but there were 3 other goo. The first was rule goo, the second was convention goo, and the third was practice goo. Rules and convention goo had been with Renzu for a long time. After Renzu's heart was eaten by the predicaments, rules and convention goo thought that Renzu was dead and left. They came here to create the truthful floating ice with practice goo. Any truth had to follow the rules of heaven and earth. The 3 goo continued to create the truthful floating ice, then watched as these floating ice floated away under the influence of time goo, gradually sinking. Rules and convention goo saw Renzu and was shocked, oh human, so you did not die. Renzu asked them how to find his own goo. Rules and convention goo pointed at practice goo and said, it can help you. Practice goo replied, oh human, you have experienced too many things. After such a long time, you have all changed. Self-goo is the same, even if it is right in front of you. It is very unfamiliar, you will not be able to recognize it. What do we do? Renzu was very vexed. This is actually very simple. Practice goo smiled, isn't it enough to know yourself? That's right. Renzu and the other two's eyes shined. Practice goo continued, for humans, knowing themselves is the most important and also the most difficult thing in the world. Great Strength True Marshal, you are an expert with ability, if we work together, there is a high chance of success. Ability goo smiled, doing practical things can make me stronger. Carefree Wisdom Heart was very supportive, she lent serious goo to Great Strength True Marshal. Great Strength True Marshal and Practice goo worked together and started to work. They first created a floating ice, it was very small, like a ball, it enveloped Great Strength True Marshal and Practice goo, there was a layer of light around the ice ball. Renzu and Carefree Wisdom Heart stood on the ice ball as they floated, they saw your goo. Is this self-goo? Renzu asked. Great Strength True Marshal shook his head, no, self-goo is smaller than it. They continued to work inside the ice ball, ability goo got stronger, the floating ice ball became bigger, there was a layer of water around it. While floating, Renzu saw moon goo. Is this self-goo? Renzu asked. Great strength true martial shook his head, no, self-Gu is smaller than it. Great strength true martial and practice Gu continued to work hard, ability Gu got stronger again, the floating ice ball became bigger, there was a layer of water around it. Renzu saw De Gu. Is this self-Gu? Renzu asked. Great strength true martial shook his head, no, self-Gu is smaller than it. The stronger the ability, the more minuscule it was. Finally, the floating ice ball became the biggest, there was a layer of water around it. Renzu and the other two floated along the ice ball and found self-Gu. So self-Gu is so small. Renzu's heart shook. Cognition Gu sighed, compared to the entire world, to everyone, a single self-Gu is very minuscule. Chapter 23-28. Deep into the night. Wang Xiao'er looked at the thin volume of The Legends of Renzu, his eyes were bloodshot from excitement, he was breathing heavily. The human path cultivation method that foster father gave me was not wrong at all. The Legends of Renzu is truly a human path classic. I found out now, the content of Renzu discovering self-Gu actually contains the various attainment levels of a Gu master's cultivation. Light, water, ice, and crystal. Renzu and the other two obtained the space path and time path immortal Gu year, moon, and day in the river of time. Does this mean that Gu masters need to spend years and years to accumulate their attainment? My attainment level is too low, I can only see this shallow level. According to the human path cultivation method, the most outstanding Gu immortal venerables in history had many comprehensions from the Legends of Renzu, they created many human path killer moves. Even though I cannot compare to them now, I have extraordinary hope. Self-Gu, it had always been hidden in my body, but when I started cultivating human path, I found it. It is definitely a human path immortal Gu. The Legends of Renzu describes many Gu worms, but in my opinion, self-Gu is the most unique and legendary. Ha ha ha, with this immortal Gu, human path is the most suitable path for me. Cultivating human path is definitely the most correct path. Almost at the same time. Sovereign immortal aperture, inside mini Eastern Sea. Ha! Mermaid Gu immortal Tang Qiong could not help but laugh. My tribe joined Fang Yuan and lived in the sovereign immortal aperture, this is definitely the best choice. She could not conceal the excitement on her face. There were a total of 3 mermaid Gu immortals, they were recruited by Fang Yuan earlier, they led a group of mermen to station in mini Eastern Sea and lived here ever since. The 3 mermaid Gu immortals had a clear division of labor. Yuzi was in charge of completing missions and earning contribution points, Lian Kuaxian was in charge of diplomacy and liaising with other tribes and forces, while Tang Qiong was in charge of guarding the Merman tribe's territory. After all, abnormal situations often occurred in the sovereign immortal aperture. The important settlements of the various clans needed at least 1 Gu immortal to guard them at all times for them to be safe. Tang Qiong had just received a decree from Fang Yuan, which revealed an obvious message. In the following days, Fang Yuan would increase his efforts to support the outstanding disciples of the various clans, he would spend a huge amount of resources to help them cultivate and raise the Gu immortal seeds of each clan. Because of this, Fang Yuan even gave the Gu immortals in charge of the various clans a target. Every year, each tribe would nurture a certain number of Gu immortal seeds. If they met the requirements, they would be able to establish the Great Love Alliance. If they didn't meet the standards, they would be punished. Not only does Lord Alliance leader treat everyone equally, he also has a benevolent heart, helping us variant humans by allocating such a huge amount of resources to nurture Gu masters. Throughout the generations of venerables, there has never been a great being who cares for our race as much as Lord Fang Yuan. Even Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cannot compare to Lord Fang Yuan in terms of help to us. When Tang Qiong thought of this, tears welled up in her eyes. The reason why Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable helped variant humans was because he saw that the variant humans were in danger of being exterminated, he could not bear to see them die, he helped them. Fang Yuan, however, was different. Fong Yuan not only provided a fair environment for the variant humans to live without discrimination, he even supported these variant humans and allowed them to grow stronger. This was unprecedented. Tang Qiong had been fighting hard in the Merman imperial court. She had been through many trials and tribulations. She was suppressed by the humans. As a mermaid Gu immortal, she lived a life of being bullied. She felt immense pressure both physically and mentally. But now that she was inside the sovereign immortal aperture, she felt a sense of enlightenment. Even though fighting in the sovereign immortal aperture was more tiring than in Eastern Sea, she had to fight with her life on the line. It was normal to not sleep or rest for more than 10 days. Sometimes, her liver might even explode. But Tang Qiong liked this place more and more. Until now, she loved this world and this sea area. Because here, there was fairness and equality that the 5 regions could not provide. Because here, there was hope. Because here, as long as you worked hard enough and risked your life, you would gain as much as you put in. Because in this place, you can clearly feel that you are constantly improving, and that your own tribe is rapidly developing and strengthening. Tang Qiong's divine sense entered the information path Mortal Gu again. She looked at the information that she had already read several times already. Fong Yuan's decree encouraged all the tribes to procreate, the more the better. There were rewards for having more children, and rewards for having good children. Fong Yuan also had a clear target for population growth. Those huge amounts of cultivation resources would be distributed to the Gu immortals of the various tribes in a few days. Among them were a large number of relic Gu, unpolished jade Gu, wood element Gu, water element Gu, man triumphing heaven Gu, and others. Relic Gu could raise a Gu master's attainment level, while unpolished jade Gu and others were rare mortal Gu that could raise the aptitude of the Gu master. Their essence was to engrave Dao marks of a certain path on the Gu master's body. Unpolished jade Gu could engrave earth path Dao marks. It was suitable for Rockman Gu masters to raise their aptitude. Wood element Gu was suitable for mini-men, water element Gu was suitable for mermen, man triumphing heaven Gu was suitable for those pure humans without Gu master aptitude. It could forcefully awaken their apertures. With these resources, the tribes will have good days. There has never been a venerable like Lord Fong Yuan who cares so deeply for his people. No matter how ordinary these people are, his love is like the sun, like the warm wind, it will spread to every one of them. He is truly the great love immortal venerable. I am so lucky to be able to follow him. Tang Qiong thought of this and could not help but feel agitated. Hot tears flowed down her cheeks. Fong Yuan, who was deeply respected by Tang Qiong, had just used obscured heavenly secret again. There was no helping it. The gains from stealing heavenly secret were too much. Even now, there were still Gu immortals going back and forth, bringing back cultivation resources from Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, and other places. The most valuable were the information about the 5 regions, Fong Yuan's modified killer moves, and the construction of his combat system. All of this caused the scale of Fong Yuan's luck to rise greatly. Thus, Fong Yuan had no choice but to use obscured heavenly secret again to reinforce the effect on his body. During this period of time, Fong Yuan did not refine a 4th rank 9 immortal Gu. On the surface, he was refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks, but secretly, he was digesting the gains from stealing heavenly secret and deducing many things. As for unraveling the truthful floating ice, it was once the most important task, but now, it was no longer the focus. The expected gains from unraveling the truthful floating ice were no longer huge. This was already reflected in Fong Yuan's luck. Fong Yuan's luck inspection could only see a portion of it, but it was very useful for him to use it as a reference. Everything related to rank 9 heavenly secret Gu was Fong Yuan's greatest secret. Obscured heavenly secret and stealing heavenly secret were included. Precisely because of stealing heavenly secret, Fong Yuan started to pay attention to the mortals in his immortal aperture. He acted quickly and decisively. After understanding the value of these mortals, he started to nurture them. Tang Qiong and the others did not know the truth. Fong Yuan's immortal material inventory was very rich, but he lacked mortal materials. The sovereign immortal aperture had already produced many types of mortal materials on a large scale, but nurturing mortals required many types of mortal materials. The sovereign immortal aperture had to communicate with jewel yellow skies and conduct transactions to satisfy this need. The policy was implemented, cultivation resources were not a problem, but Fong Yuan wanted to do better. He calculated and found that he had many methods that could help nurture these mortal goo masters. For example, blood skull goo, bone flesh unity goo, guts goo, and rank 1 to rank 6 second aperture goo. Aptitude was very important to goo masters. Back then, Fong Yuan used blood skull goo to slaughter his own clan and obtained a great aptitude. A great aptitude helped him a lot in his cultivation journey. At the same time, a great aptitude had a higher chance of becoming a goo immortal seed than B or C grade aptitude. If one had poor aptitude, they would reach their limit at rank 3 or 4, how could they advance from rank 5 to rank 6? Blood skull goo's effect in raising aptitude is even more outstanding than would root goo, water source goo, unpolished jade goo, and pure gold goo. Maybe I can use blood skull goo to massacre a large number of people, then use human C to revive, and then use blood skull goo to massacre again and again. This way, I can get many a great aptitude goo masters. The terrifying cultivation plan lingered in Fong Yuan's mind. He thought of bone flesh unity goo again. This goo worm had been a huge help to Fong Yuan when he was still a goo master. It could purify primeval essence and assist in cultivation. Not only could it help Fong Yuan break through to a small realm, it could also break through to a big realm. It was really useful. But to refine this goo, I need twins. It is a bit troublesome. Fong Yuan did not need 1 or 200 bone flesh unity goo, he needed tens of thousands of bone flesh unity goo, and then put them into the sovereign immortal aperture in large numbers. Only then could he form a steady stream of goo immortal seeds in the future. I have not had the time to comprehend the human soul cultivation method. I tried it before but made little progress. So guts goo can also be used to nurture goo immortal seeds. A strong soul is very helpful to them. As for second aperture goo, it is only the icing on the cake. Fong Yuan could not refine rank 6 second aperture immortal goo to nurture them. He could at most take out rank 1 to rank 5 mortal goo. Right now, second aperture goo was clearly a heaven path goo worm. Rank 6 second aperture goo needed lifespan goo as a goo material, and lifespan goo was the most classic heaven path goo worm, containing heaven path Dao marks. Rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo used the 10 extreme physiques as the goo material. It was an immortal fetus and not an immortal aperture, thus it was a human path immortal goo. Fong Yuan concluded that he needed to accumulate goo immortal seeds. He first needed a large number of people. Variant humans and humans did not matter. Fong Yuan did not plan to purchase outsiders for the time being. It was better to nurture goo immortal seeds in the sovereign immortal aperture. They were more loyal. Variant humans were naturally the most loyal. Fong Yuan was more at ease with variant humans. With more people, there would be more goo masters. But to have goo immortal seeds, the goo master's aptitude had to be raised. This required the mortals to not only have many children, they also had to have many siblings and relatives. It would be convenient for a large-scale massacre in the future. It would be best if they had more twins. That way, during the massacre, they could also refine bone flesh unity goo. Twins. Fong Yuan pondered, it seems I need to find Giant Sun Immortal. I've told you many times, he is most proficient in giving birth. Chapter 23-29. Giant Sun Immortal had a strange expression. Just earlier, he and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable had completed a transaction. Both of them obtained what they wanted. But, Fong Yuan actually has a need for procreation. What scheme is he plotting? This transaction made Giant Sun Immortal feel suspicious. But he was also clear that it was hard for goo immortals to procreate with Dao marks. And in terms of goo immortal procreation, he, Giant Sun Immortal, was the most outstanding among all the venerables. Among all the venerables, who could have more children than Giant Sun Immortal? Back then, in order to have more children, Giant Sun Immortal did not hesitate to search for countless beauties and build 5 harems. If not for Feng Yuan having a need for this transaction might not have been completed. Sigh, to think that at this time, I would still benefit from you. Zhu Zhu. Giant Sun Immortal muttered a name as a scene appeared in the depths of his mind. Northern Plains. There were many tents in a tribe that had temporarily set up camp. A tattered tent's curtain was pulled open as the middle-aged Giant Sun barged in, shouting, "Zhu Zhu, what goo did you secretly use on me again?" The middle-aged Giant Sun bared his chest, revealing his muscular body, but there was a pig's head on his neck. Zhu Zhu saw him and smiled. It worked. The middle-aged Giant Sun was furious. "Zhu Zhu, I was discussing important matters with the elders, but this happened all of a sudden. You will make me a laughingstock if you do this." Zhu Zhu sighed. "I am sorry, husband, but I only want a child." The middle-aged Giant Sun was stunned. He deflated as his anger dissipated. "It is my fault for being useless. No, it is my problem. My body is half a goo immortal's body. It is all my problem." Zhu Zhu stood in front of Giant Sun, holding his pig's head with both hands as she said with deep emotions and hope, "This time, I used a transformation path goo. Do you know? This is called a sowing pig, an extinct mystical beast. In autumn, mill pigs would eat until they were fat and strong, and then spit out a kind of crystal flower. When spring comes, the crystal flower will bloom. The sow will eat the crystal flower and give birth to a new life." The middle-aged Giant Sun's eyes lit up. So powerful. Zhu Zhu smiled at him, took his hand, and pulled him to the bed. "Come on." The middle-aged Giant Sun laughed, roared, and pounced on Zhu Zhu. There was a flag on top of the tent they were in. The flag began to sway as if it were being blown by a breeze. However, it only lasted for a few breaths before the flagpole stopped moving. Giant Sun's voice came from inside the tent, filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, Zhu Zhu, I can't do it anymore." Zhu Zhu smiled. "Don't worry, I have my ways." Soon after, Giant Sun let out a low roar again, and the corners of the tent began to tremble as if a strong wind was blowing. This time, it lasted for a dozen breaths. The tent suddenly fell silent. Giant Sun panted, "I'm sorry, I can't do it anymore." Zhu Zhu smiled. "It's fine. Watch me." The third time, the tent shook violently, as if a strong wind was blowing. However, this non-existent gust of wind only blew for about 20 breaths of time before it stopped. Giant Sun panted with difficulty. "I'm sorry, I really can't do it anymore." Zhu Zhu smiled. "Don't worry, I still have my ways." "Wait. Wife," Giant Sun said weakly. "You have too many ways. Your husband admires you, but let me slowly. Zhu Zhu said modestly, "Although I have many ways, they are not very effective. Sigh, the strongest is still the human ancestors' method. All the humans in the 5 regions and 2 heavens are descendants of the human ancestor." Giant Sun immediately patted his chest and promised. "Wife, don't worry. One day, I will comprehend the human ancestors' method. We will definitely have many children and grandchildren." The memories came to an abrupt end. A sense of disappointment and frustration lingered in Giant Sun Immortal's heart. He had already grasped this method in his previous life. Otherwise, how could he have left behind so many descendants? However, he could not teach this method to Zhu Zhu. He would never be able to see her again. His children were also not of Zhu Zhu's bloodline. Recollecting his thoughts, Giant Sun Immortal's expression became calm again. He inspected the results of this transaction. He had obtained a large number of blood path research results from Fong Yuan. Although he had been secretly deducing blood path, Fong Yuan's research results still saved him a lot of time and effort. Other than that, there were a total of 5 blood path immortal goo. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined them all and threw them into the blood sea. Blood sea. Giant Sun Immortal's gaze pierced through longevity heaven's land, looking at blood sea. Even if rank 9 light goo recovered, it was not suitable for Giant Sun Immortal. However, without rank 9 immortal goo, Giant Sun Immortal could use blood sea as a temporary substitute. Dao marks scattered in the world, resource points that produce Dao marks, the top resource points, secluded domains of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of heaven and earth, goo. These 4 represented the different levels of Dao marks. Secluded domains of heaven and earth could be considered half rank 9 immortal goo. Goo immortals used immortal materials to form killer moves, immortal formations, and so on. Immortal materials were consumables, they could not be used to stabilize their form, they could only let Dao marks flow out. But secluded domains of heaven and earth could be used as the core for a fixed period of time to form killer moves. Fong Yuan's reverse flow protection seal and Dang Han Luopa's seal were examples of this. Star constellation Immortal Venerable already has a mental state, Fong Yuan might also have a refinement sea. Blood sea is my foundation to resist them. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had worked together with Long Hair Ancestor to refine goo, he knew of Long Hair Ancestor's grand plan. Giant Sun Immortal felt that refining the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth was the most important thing in this short period of time. Obtaining a suitable rank 9 immortal goo was unrealistic. At this time, secluded domains of heaven and earth were the best substitute. Among the venerables, Fong Yuan has the highest chance of obtaining a rank 9 immortal goo. In terms of potential, he has the greatest. Fortunately, he does not have enough immortal essence to refine rank 9 immortal goo. Once he starts to refine goo, that will be his greatest weakness. By then, even if I have to work together with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I need to stop him. If Fong Yuan succeeds in refining a rank 9 refinement path immortal goo, it will be much easier for him to refine rank 9 immortal goo in the future. His advantage will snowball unstoppably, it will accumulate faster and faster. Giant Sun Immortal instructed himself. Blood sea was surging with waves, rising and falling, its scale was slowly expanding. Giant Sun Immortal nodded to himself, with the addition of 5 blood path immortal goo, the speed at which blood sea is forming has increased again. It will be completely completed in about half a year. Blood sea was still in its embryonic form. Even though the embryonic secluded domain of heaven and earth could be used as the core of a killer move, it would be at a disadvantage and expend a lot. For example, Fong Yuan's embryonic refinement sea and human sea, even though human sea was once complete, it needed to be filled with a sea of people to be considered a true secluded domain of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal's expression changed slightly, an intense luck path intuition appeared in his mind. The last time he had such a feeling was when he revived Emperor Light. And Emperor Light's revival indirectly brought about a rank 9 light path immortal goo. What about now? Giant Sun Immortal could not help but show some anticipation. Even though reviving others would expend the embryonic blood sea, he did not hesitate, he activated the immortal killer move, Birth of the Will, again. Swish swish swish. Blood sea surged, creating waves that were tens of feet tall. Blood sea was rapidly expended, forming a whirlpool again. Light and shadow intertwined as a rank 7 goo immortal appeared. Who is this? Yao Huang could not recognize him. Giant Sun Immortal's expression of anticipation became even more intense. Because this goo immortal's revival expended a bit more immortal essence and blood sea than Emperor Light. And he was only a rank 7 water path goo immortal. Ah, are you Fei Wu? Yao Huang stared for a moment before exclaiming in shock. Fei clan's last first supreme elder, Fei Wu. Giant Sun Immortal frowned slightly. He remembered now. Fei clan was once a super clan in Northern Plains. They had a genuine Huang gene bloodline. Fei clan's first ancestor was not Giant Sun Immortal's son, he was a descendant many generations later. But Fei clan was very famous in Northern Plains history. It was just that this reputation was not good. Fei clan was a super Huang gene force that self-destructed. Fei Wu, as the last first supreme elder, had an undeniable responsibility. Many people thought that he was incompetent and greedy. He dragged down Fei clan and caused it to be destroyed. During his tenure, he used up a vast amount of Fei clan's cultivation resources. He almost emptied Fei clan. Fei clan's other Gu immortals were lacking in resources, their strength grew slowly, they naturally started to fight amongst themselves. And the outside world also gave Fei clan huge pressure. But Fei Wu did not deal with it properly, his attitude towards the outside world was weak. Fei Wu even gave away many of Fei clan's resource points to satisfy his own cultivation needs. But his cultivation level did not rise much. Fei Wu's performance was disappointing again and again. Eventually, he led Fei clan to explore one of the 10 great forbidden areas of Northern Plains. In the end, a terrifying beast tide appeared in the forbidden area. The beast tide destroyed Fei clan's territory and even attacked Fei clan's headquarters. Most of Fei clan's Gu immortals died in the beast tide, the remaining people were annexed by other Huang gene super tribes. After the beast tide dispersed, Fei clan was destroyed, Fei Wu died miserably in the forbidden area, and Fei clan's territory was completely divided by the other super tribes. Fei clan became a laughing stock, the future generations would remember it as a negative example. Such an incompetent and muddle-headed person, the culprit behind the destruction of the entire clan, why is he here? Yao Huang was bewildered for a moment. After understanding the reason for his revival, Fei Wu reacted and knelt towards Giant Sun Immortal. This unfilial descendant Fei Wu pays respect to ancestor. Giant Sun Immortal had already activated his luck inspection method to observe Fei Wu's background. He was shocked to find that Fei Wu's luck was not small, it far surpassed ordinary rank 7s, but it was still weaker than ordinary rank 8s. More importantly, Fei Wu's luck was closely connected to a certain existence far away. This existence's luck actually affected Giant Sun Immortal himself. Giant Sun Immortal was a rank 9 venerable, but his luck actually affected him so intensely. Soon, Giant Sun Immortal's voice penetrated the ground and reached the surface of the blood sea. The truth is often buried deep in history. Fei Wu, my descendant, tell me the truth. Chapter 23:30. Giant Sun Immortal's words shook Fei Wu's body and mind. He showed a moved expression. Ancestor is wise. The so-called internal strife in Fei clan is only a disguise. In truth, if not for the beast tide erupting in the forbidden area, how could our Fei clan be destroyed because of this? In my previous life, I expended countless immortal materials and resources, but I did not exhaust Fei clan's foundation. After that, I opened up the forbidden area to take away the one Chi Z in the depths of the forbidden area. However, the legendary immemorial beast, one Chi Z, had already recovered a lot. He was not delirious. We fell for his scheme and were drowned in the beast tide. However, our Fei clan retaliated with all our strength, but we did not let one Chi Z succeed. His will completely dissipated in the end. What a pity. If not for one Chi Z's interference, our Fei clan would have dominated Northern Plains. We would have an endless supply of immortal Yuan stone. We would have become the #1 Huang gene tribe. To a certain extent, we would be on par with Celestial Court. Yao Huang heard this and stared with wide eyes, asking questions. One Chi Z. Isn't that the earliest legendary immemorial desolate beast to appear in history? According to legends, he was killed by primordial origin immortal venerable. How could he still be alive? An endless supply of immortal Yuan stone. Could it be that Senior has discovered the secret of Celestial Quartz Immortal Yuan stone production? Giant Sun Immortal was silent. If reviving Fei Wu only gave him Immortal Yuan stone, it was nothing much. But according to the results of his luck inspection, this Fei Wu was of great help to him. In the Blood Sea, Yao Huang became more excited. He clapped his fists. Good, Senior Fei Wu revived at the right time. As long as we have this, we will be able to produce Immortal Yuan stone, our reputation will rise and we will catch up to Celestial Court. This is definitely an opportunity. Celestial Court has already stopped distributing Immortal Yuan stone to outer immortals. Once we do so, we will give outsiders the impression that longevity heaven surpasses Celestial Court. The more Yao Huang spoke, the more excited he became. Celestial Court stopped distributing Immortal Yuan stone. That is because they have no way of producing it. Fei Wu was still kneeling on the ground, but he straightened his upper body and sneered, showing his certainty. Oh. Stand up and tell me in detail. At this moment, the giant Sun Immortal descended onto the Blood Sea and landed in front of Fei Wu. Yes. Fei Wu bowed deeply again before standing up. Then I will start from the beginning. Fei Wu said slowly, we all know that between heaven and earth, there is an endless amount of vitality, and a spirit spring produces Yuan stone, but no one has discovered that an immortal spring produces an Immortal Yuan stone. Wild goo worms, be they mortal goo or immortal goo, can absorb primeval energy and activate their own power. But once it is refined, the goo worm will become a personal possession and lose this ability. Goo worms can only use primeval essence and immortal essence. The primeval essence and immortal essence here include the goo worm's owner and other goo cultivators. For example, once a goo worm is lent, the goo worm can absorb the primeval essence and immortal essence of other goo cultivators. For example, an immortal goo house can absorb the immortal essence of the goo cultivator stored inside the immortal goo house. What is the root cause of all this? According to my research, the reason is that both true essence and celestial essence contain our will. Wild goo worms contain providence, they are objects of heaven and earth, thus goo are the essence of heaven and earth. When we refine the goo worm, we expel the providence inside and replace it with our own will. At this point, the goo worm becomes a personal possession and the will inside cannot obtain the recognition of providence from the outside world, thus it can no longer absorb primeval energy from the outside world. When it is lent to others, the will inside the goo worm recognizes the other goo cultivator and can consume their primeval essence and immortal essence to activate it. Different kinds of immortal essence contain different wills, thus they can be consumed. This is also the last resort of many rank 6 goo immortals when attacking blessed lands with owners. Yao Huang was puzzled. What does this have to do with the production of Immortal Yuan stone? No rush, listen to my explanation and you will understand. Fei Wu waved his hand with a smile. Our aperture produces primeval essence, and the immortal aperture origin core produces immortal essence, these contain our will. Then are there no Yuan stone and Immortal Yuan stone? Of course there are. The Yuan stone produced by a spirit spring contains the tough and solidified primeval essence of providence. It is just that there is too little providence in primordial origin, it is easily overlooked. However, this heaven's will always secretly enter our minds when we are absorbing primordial stones, affecting our thinking. This is one of the methods providence uses to control us. Unfortunately, most goo cultivators in the world are attracted by the recovery of primeval essence after absorbing Yuan stone, they do not notice this. Even if they notice it, it does not matter to them. Because providence is more ubiquitous than air, it is normal to have some in Yuan stone. The Immortal Yuan stone distributed by the Celestial Court is actually the same as Yuan stone, it also contains providence. Why did the Celestial Court distribute the rank 6 Immortal Yuan stone? This is actually a huge scheme of the Celestial Court. During Primordial Origin Immortal Venerables era, the Celestial Court purposely distributed Immortal Yuan stone. These Immortal Yuan stones were spread to the variant human goo immortals of that time, they were used by them. Providence infiltrated them. Back then, Providence protected humans, they rose to power and replaced all the variant humans. During Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable merged with the Tao. She could distort Providence and greatly influence Providence. Immortal Yuan Stone was even more widely circulated. When Gu Immortals use these Immortal Yuan Stones, it is equivalent to them being infiltrated by Providence and being influenced and manipulated by the Celestial Court. Yao Huang heard this and his mouth opened slightly. Is that the case? Then can we imitate the Celestial Court and distribute Immortal Yuan Stone to achieve a result that is beneficial to our longevity heaven? Fei Wu shook his head. Unless we can merge with the Tao like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and alter Providence. Yao Huang was somewhat impatient. Even if we cannot achieve the same effect, as long as there is an endless supply of Immortal Yuan Stone, it is extremely beneficial to longevity heaven. Senior Fei, how can we produce Immortal Yuan Stone? Fei Wu waved his hand again. No rush, listen to me. To produce primeval essence, we need a person's will and aperture. To produce immortal essence, we need a person's will and immortal aperture. To produce Yuan Stone, we need Providence and Spirit Spring. What about producing Immortal Yuan Stone? Yao Huang blinked. To produce Immortal Yuan Stone, do we need Providence and Immortal Aperture, or Providence and Immortal Essence Spring? Fei Wu shook his head. Many rank 8 Gu Immortals do not have the confidence to undergo tribulation again, so they annex the immemorial 9 heavens fragments. From then on, the Immortal Aperture will turn into a grotto heaven, and rank 8 Gu Immortals will become caged birds, unable to take a step out of the grotto heaven. These grotto heavens all have Providence and Immortal Apertures. Why can't they produce Immortal Yuan Stone? As for Providence and Immortal Essence Spring, this is the conjecture of Celestial Court's Immortal Yuan Stone. They think that Celestial Court obtained the only Immortal Essence Spring in the world. But the truth is, this is not true. There is no such thing as an Immortal Essence Spring in the world. Yao Huang sighed. Senior Fei, don't keep us in suspense. Even Giant Sun Immortal said, just say it. Fei Wu did not dare to disobey Giant Sun Immortal's orders. He sighed with regret. Then I will say it. According to my research, a Spirit Spring is essentially an ordinary Heaven Path resource point. It contains Heaven Path, Water Path, and Earth Path Tao marks, thus it has the appearance of Providence and Spring Water, and produces Yuan Stone that is hard and solidified. The Heavenly Tao seeks to balance all living beings. It will absolutely not produce a resource point like Immortal Yuan Stone. Immortal Essence is the most basic. Without Immortal Essence, no matter how many Immortal Gu you have, they cannot display their power. And the widespread circulation of Immortal Yuan Stone greatly increases the chances of Gu Immortal surviving calamities and tribulations. The production of Immortal Yuan Stone can only be done by humans. However, even if it is done by humans, it cannot bypass Providence. It needs the infusion of Providence for Immortal Yuan Stone to be produced. Thus, a dead knot is formed. Fei Wu clearly pointed out that to produce Immortal Yuan Stone, Providence was the most crucial factor. If Providence were to take the initiative and be willing to do it, it would go against the fundamental principles of the Heavenly Tao. It was clearly impossible. But this was not absolute. In history, Celestial Court was able to do it. During Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's era, it used the uniqueness of Yi Chi Z to produce Immortal Yuan Stone. During Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era, Yi Chi Z committed suicide, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fused with the Tao in her later years and altered Providence, allowing Providence and Celestial Court to cooperate and continue to produce Immortal Yuan Stone. So, what is so special about Yi Chi Z? Since he has already committed suicide, how can he revive? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked directly. Fei Wu immediately answered, Yi Chi Z is not his full name. His full name should be Primordial Yi Chi Z. He is a very special legendary immemorial desolate beast, similar to Di Zongxing that appeared in the future. When a Gu master ascends to Gu Immortal, there is a crucial step, that is to absorb heaven and earth qi, using human qi to mix and harmonize the three qi. If the harmonization of the three qi succeeds, the three qi lump will be compressed continuously, becoming smaller and smaller until it reaches its limit. This lump is primordial qi. This is the foundation of primordial qi zi. As long as a Gu master ascends to Gu Immortal and produces primordial qi, even if he is destroyed, he can revive. Initially, during the immemorial era, he was discovered and enlightened by a beast-man expert. Thus, he obtained an immortal aperture and his strength rose all the way until he became a legendary immemorial beast. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable went on an expedition against variant humans. Chi Zi fought with the Immortal Venerable and was defeated and captured. But Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable announced that he had already killed him. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable imprisoned Chi Zi and used it to produce Immortal Yuan Stone. Chi Zi lost his freedom, he was extremely unwilling and tried to break free. He tried many methods, but they all failed in front of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, it was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who took over. The latter was more skilled in scheming than the former, she was extremely shrewd. Chi Zi could only commit suicide in despair. This was the reason why he once committed suicide in Celestial Court. Yao Huang did not understand, then how did he produce Immortal Yuan Stone? Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with bright light, he muttered to himself, so that's it. At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal finally understood why the killer move Arise of Time resulted in Fei Wu's revival. Because his revival could indirectly replenish Giant Sun Immortal's immortal essence. This was more practical and beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal than rank 9 Light Gu. It was just that luck path itself was a variable. Giant Sun Immortal could make variables beneficial to him happen, but he could not control the specifics. That was because it involved the fates. Chapter 23:31. Fei Wu saw Yao Huang's confusion and laughed, happily explaining, when a Gu master becomes an immortal, there is a fortuitous encounter, it is called natural inspiration. What is the reason for this? Heaven and earth qi contain providence, human qi contains human will. At this crucial stage, the three qi fuse, providence and human will converge. Humans can ask about all kinds of mysteries, seeking the truth and answers of heaven and earth. This is because providence recognizes human will. Why? In my opinion, once the aperture changes, it becomes an immortal aperture. Immortal apertures are fruits and gains to heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao is happy to see this happen, thus favoring human will. Primordial Essence Single Qi Child's specialty is that his body is Primordial Essence Single Qi, which is the fusion of the three Qi, thus he can obtain the favor and recognition of providence at all times. Yao Huang stared with wide eyes, doesn't that mean he can always use natural inspiration? Fei Wu shook his head, strictly speaking, that is the case. But the truth is not like that. We all know that the three qi need to be harmonized to become primordial essence. If the three qi lose balance, the Gu cultivator will die. But I Chi child is not like this, losing balance of the three qi does not threaten his life, but he will lose his rationality. To harmonize the three qi and maintain their balance is too difficult. We have all experienced immortal ascension, we need to do our best to harmonize the three qi, this state lasting for half a day is enough for us. Primordial Essence Single Qi Child, on the other hand, has to face this process from start to finish. Thus, when he exhausts his mental energy, or gets tired of harmonizing the three qi in his body will lose balance, Providence's human will get entangled and become chaotic, causing his mind to become muddled. In this situation, he cannot even think normally, how can he use natural inspiration? But no matter what, as long as it is the primordial essence single qi, Providence will always favor human will, it is willing to help human will. If it is an ordinary Gu master without an immortal aperture, they can only communicate with Providence and use natural inspiration. But each child is different, he already has an immortal aperture. Thus, when his mind is clear, his immortal aperture will produce immortal essence. When his mind is muddled, it will produce immortal yuan stone that contains providence. The medicine sovereign finally understood everything. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable was too unique. Using his unique body, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable obtained the Immortal Yuan Stone. But Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable only gave out rank 6 Immortal Yuan Stone. But after Primordial Unity Chi Child died, even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had merged with the Tao and could alter Providence, there was a limit to it, she could not completely destroy Providence. Thus, the Celestial Court could only produce rank 6 Immortal Yuan Stone. Fei Wu continued, back then, I accidentally found the primordial chi seed in the forbidden area. He was in a state of confusion and was buried deep underground, unable to move. When I conversed with him, he spoke incoherently and didn't answer my questions. However, he was filled with hatred towards the 2 venerables of the Celestial Court and kept cursing them. After a few more times, I've accumulated results, and I've deduced many truths through guesses and guesses. I mobilized the entire Fei clan to seize the primordial chi seed. He spent immortal materials to modify the killer move in an attempt to control it. However, when the preparations were complete and we were about to enter the forbidden area, the primordial chi seed actually had its own consciousness. Helpless, we could not stop and could only continue fighting. Fei clan was exterminated, but the primordial chi seed was also trapped by our Fei clan's method. If there is no mistake, he is still hiding in his original location, Ancestor only needs to use him. Giant Sun Immortal nodded and immediately brought Fei Wu to Jade Ring Forbidden Area. Northern Plains' 10 great forbidden areas had countless desolate beast groups, immemorial desolate beasts and immemorial desolate plants were not rare either. Super forces had the ability to expand, but if they made a mistake, they might trigger a terrifying beast tide. Fei Clan was an example of a failed exploration of a forbidden area. Jade Ring Forbidden Area had towering ancient trees. From the outside to the inside, there were more than a dozen rings. The deeper they went, the more dangerous the environment would be. The primordial chi seed was hidden in the 6th ring. With Giant Sun Immortal personally taking action, he could easily reach it. Fei Wu had just revived and did not have any goo worms, but he could guide him. Facing his ancestor, he did not hide anything, he revealed everything. After some deductions, Giant Sun Immortal came up with a luck path modified killer move. Using this move would affect Fei Clan's arrangements. After removing the arrangements, Giant Sun Immortal took out a large black bead from the depths of the ground. The black bead was as large as an elephant, its surface was smooth and its aura was deeply concealed. This is the result of my Fei Clan's efforts, even a legendary immemorial would be sealed by my clan. Fei Wu sighed deeply when he saw the primordial chi seed again. His grand ambitions were in vain, Fei Clan was exterminated, but he was fortunate enough to revive. All his efforts in life to help his ancestor were not in vain. Giant Sun Immortal analyzed for a while and combined with Fei Wu's information, he understood the primordial chi seed's details. The primordial chi seed was a lump of primordial chi. But when its consciousness completely recovered, it would turn into a human form, it would be extremely lifelike, indistinguishable from a normal person. And when it did not harmonize the 3 chi, when the 3 chi were in chaos, it would be a lump of primordial chi. When the heaven chi was abundant, it would float up. When there was more earth chi, it would sink into the ground. When he fought with Fei Clan, he had not completely recovered his consciousness and could not display his full strength. Fei Wu and the rest had indeed made ample preparations. The killer move they deduced was especially effective against the primordial chi seed, thus it was able to imprison him. Although Fei Wu only had rank 7 cultivation, Fei Clan had many rank 8s, they had immortal goo houses and the foundation of a super force. Of course, the most important thing was that the primordial chi seed did not have consciousness, its strength had fallen sharply. Once it lost consciousness, even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not keep Fairy Myrtle, Ingwuxia and the rest. The world had changed. By now, the power of Fey Clan's killer move was already very weak, almost reaching its limit. But even if the primordial chi seed regained its freedom, with its current state, it would still remain at the same spot without any consciousness. Giant Sun Immortal used the primordial chi to inspect the depths of its immortal aperture and immediately found many rank 8 immortal yuan stone. The immortal aperture origin core's production of immortal essence was as natural as breathing. Providence always suppressed one's will, causing the legendary immemorial immortal chi seed's immortal aperture to accumulate a large number of rank 8 immortal yuan stone. Rank 6 Immortal Yuan Stone did not have much meaning to Giant Sun Immortal, but rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone was different. Giant Sun Immortal was overjoyed, but he also found a problem. There was a lot of providence in rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone. If he wanted to absorb these Immortal Yuan Stones, he would need to get rid of these providence. It was slightly troublesome. If he did not handle it well, it would affect the efficiency of the Immortal Yuan Stone converting into Immortal Essence. For example, a rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone, after getting rid of Providence, could only convert half a bead of rank 8 Immortal Essence. Rank 6 Immortal Yuan Stone did not have this problem, because there was too little Providence. Giant Sun Immortal thought, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable used Chi Seed back then. He also had rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone, but he purposely spread the rank 6. He probably did not want the variant human goo immortals to suspect him. But during Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era, Chi Seed committed suicide and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable altered Providence. She could only use the origin core of the Celestial Court to produce rank 6 Immortal Yuan Stone. It's just that, where did these rank 8 Immortal Essence Stones go? Was it used up, or is it still hidden? If it is hidden, why did we not discover it when we attacked the Celestial Court? Did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable rob the Celestial Court's treasury and let him obtain it? Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. Later, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was captured by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and turned into a puppet. If he obtained this batch of extremely valuable rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would take the chance to take it back. But it was clear that up until now, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had always been lacking immortal essence. No, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivates wisdom path. What if this is all her disguise? Giant Sun Immortal frowned, a solemn expression appeared on his face. If she has a lot of immortal essence, why is she lacking immortal essence? What is she using it for? Ever since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the wisdom path Tao marks of the Celestial Court, Giant Sun Immortal could no longer investigate her situation. As for Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal could easily investigate him. If that is the case, oh Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, what are you hiding, and how deep are you hiding it? Giant Sun Immortal looked towards Central Continent. Eastern Sea. Any venerable has talent that ordinary geniuses cannot surpass. Feng Yuan had already studied the gains he obtained from Giant Sun Immortal's transactions. He had obtained what he wanted. Feng Yuan had already refined the rank 5 Blood Skull Goo recipe. He had only used rank 4 Blood Skull Goo earlier, but Giant Sun Immortal had already developed it to rank 5 recently. Even though it was a mortal goo recipe, it was an advancement that surpassed the limits of the world. This showed how talented Giant Sun Immortal was. Rank 5 Blood Skull Goo only needed to extract a certain amount of bloodline from a relative. It was not like rank 4 Blood Skull Goo, which needed to be slaughtered. There was also the method to produce twins. Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to reveal the results of his yin-yang path that he had secretly researched. Back then, in 88 Point Jinyang Tower, there was the Giant Sun Immortal inheritance of yin-yang path. The content was for 2 goo immortals to cooperate and prolong one's lifespan through intercourse. But this method had a flaw. If one side's lifespan was extended, the other side's lifespan would be reduced. In other words, it was transferring one side's lifespan to the other. Right now, the yin-yang path research results that Giant Sun Immortal traded with Fong Yuan were far more comprehensive and complete than those in 88-point Jinyang Tower. Giant Sun Immortal had great ambitions in creating this path. He wanted to use yin-yang to explain all things in the world. This was similar to how Feng Jiugo wanted to use Sound Path to sing about all living beings in the world. But as Giant Sun Immortal's strength and vision continued to rise, he realized that his yin-yang concept was too crude. He eventually gave up on it and did not continue creating it. Even though there were some results in yin-yang path, it was far from a qualitative change and could not truly become a brand new path. At most, there were only many paths mixed in, as well as some scattered small results occasionally. The yin-yang coitus life extension method was one of these small results. As for abortion goo, placate fetus goo, multiple births goo, pregnancy goo, reincarnation goo, dead fetus goo, and so on, they were other small results. Multiple births goo was what Fong Yuan wanted. Rank 1 was one birth goo, it could give birth to a second child. Rank 2 was second birth goo, it could give birth to twins at once. Rank 3 was triplets, rank 4 was quadruplets, rank 5 was quintuplets. Chapter 2332. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Top point small speak x23 UOM, so, can you tell me about my father? Gu Fong Xiang looked at the hairy man Gu Immortal in front of him. Standing beside him was a female immortal. The hairy man Gu Immortal 12th hair looked at the female immortal before looking at Gu Fong Xiang. This female Gu Immortal was the mermaid Lien Kuaxian. It turned out that after Gu Fong Xiang passed the tribulation and became a Gu Immortal, he would return to the hairy man continent and visit his unconscious mother, the former Steel Thread City Lord. Lien Kuaxian had been protecting him during the tribulation. She told him about the true nature of this world. Gu understood. If he wanted to save his mother, he had to contribute to this world and great love Immortal Venerable. This way, he could use the contribution points he earned to issue missions and invite those healing Gu Immortals to heal his mother. Moreover, Lien Kuaxian told Fong Xiang, this hairy man continent was guarded by a hairy man Gu Immortal. If you want to find your father, you can go and ask him. Gu Fong Xiang followed Lien Kuaxian's lead and met 12th hair for the first time. He asked about his father. 12th hair nodded, your father. I know a little. But that was a long time ago. If you want to know, help me with something. Gu Fong Xiang was a little hesitant, he did not agree immediately. Lien Kuaxian saw this and said, 12th hair, this is Fong Xiang, a newly ascended immortal. If your request is too important, forget it. Gu Fong Xiang gave Lien Kuaxian a grateful gaze. 12th hair laughed, Fong Xiang, you have half hairy man blood in you, why would I bully you? Don't worry, this is only about the settlement of the drifting refinement nest. Oh, to think that you have already finished refining the nest. Lien Kuaxian was truly surprised. 12th hair said, with the method master created, us hairy man Gu Immortals only did some simple things. Then, 12th hair looked at Fong Xiang and said, the drifting refinement nest has been completed. You only need to place it in the refinement sea. This was much easier than crafting a wandering refining nest. If you can complete it, I will tell you about your father. Gu couldn't make up his mind and subconsciously looked at Lien Kursin. Lien Kuaxian smiled at him and nodded gently. All right, I agree. Gu immediately made up his mind. 12th hair moved drifting refinement nest into Gu's immortal aperture. When Gu first saw the drifting smelting nest, he saw this strangely shaped building. It was as big as a mountain, but its shape and structure were like a beehive. It was filled with small spaces of different sizes. The smelting nest was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. It was orange-yellow in color, and its bottom was the foundation of an island. It could float on the surface of the sea and resist the strong winds and huge waves. It was very stable. How amazing! Fong Xiang used his investigative means to take a look, and his eyes immediately widened in astonishment. 12th Hair laughed and said in a proud tone, "This was personally created by Master, of course it is extraordinary." Every drifting refinement nest can be considered an embryonic secluded domain of heaven and earth. Refinement nests contain countless refinement path Dao marks. Refining Gu inside will not only increase the chances of success, it can also save on the cost of Gu refinement. Refinement nests can not only contain tens of thousands of refinement path Gu masters, they can also contain no more than 10 refinement path Gu immortals. With refinement path Gu immortals guarding them, the refinement nests can continuously produce immortal Gu. Every drifting refinement nest can be seen as a refinement path super resource point. Alright. There is not much time left, you should quickly set off. Fong Xiang nodded and immediately set off with Lian Kuaxian towards Refinement Sea. Refinement Sea was at the center of mini Eastern Sea. It was not big compared to other sea areas, but its value was extraordinary. This is a true secluded domain of heaven and earth. After Lian Kuaxian's explanation, Fong Xiang learned about the value of Refinement Sea below. Master is truly amazing. His methods are unimaginable, he is like an immortal god, he can even refine a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Fong Xiang praised repeatedly. Right now, Refinement Sea had been completely perfected by Fong Yuan, it had become a true secluded domain of heaven and earth. In the past, the land spirit of Langya had used calamities and tribulations to collect water path Dao marks, painstakingly creating the embryonic form of Refinement Sea. But in Fong Yuan's hands, the efficiency of creating Refinement Sea had increased by countless times. Firstly, Fong Yuan was a venerable, he was stronger than long-hair ancestor, not to mention the land spirit of Langya. Secondly, Fong Yuan was a refinement path supreme grandmaster. The current supreme martial grandmaster was definitely more powerful than the previous supreme martial grandmaster. Thirdly, Fong Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his Dao marks did not conflict, he could use any path's methods. He directly used water path methods, it was much more convenient than the land spirit of Langya back then. Fong Xiang soon found his target location, but he needed to set up an immortal formation, it was much more complicated than he had imagined. Because there was not just one floating refinement nest, in the current Refinement Sea, there were many of them. Setting up a floating refinement nest was not as simple as leaving it behind, it needed to be stabilized at the same spot and form some sort of connection with the surrounding refinement nests. When the number of refinement nests reached a certain amount, the immortal formation would activate, and all of the refinement nests would float along with the waves of Refinement Sea. They were like ink and brush, drawing on the image of Refinement Sea. Refinement Sea helped refinement nests refine Gu, and when Refinement Sea expended a lot, refinement nests would become Refinement Sea's replenishment. This was already a vast and grand system. Under Lian Kuaxian's guidance and cooperation, Fong Xiang started to set up the immortal formation. 3 days later, they had only completed 10% of it. This won't do, it is too slow. Lian Kuaxian immediately decided to spend some contribution points to issue missions and recruit helpers. Not long after, a Gu Immortal arrived. I am a newly ascended formation path Gu Immortal, my name is Honest Ni. This Ni clan Gu Immortal was a pure human, he received Lian Kuaxian's mission. With his help, the progress was rapid. After another 3 days, the construction of the smelting nest was completed. Fong Xiang and Honest Ni parted reluctantly. In these 3 days, he and Honest Ni became good friends. Fong Xiang had been living in the 3 continents of hairy men his entire life, he rarely interacted with humans. He knew that his father was a human, thus, he had always been curious and had good feelings towards humans. Honest Ni had an honest and kind nature, thus, the two naturally became good friends. Fong Xiang's good feelings towards humans increased once again. After completing 12th Hair's task, he immediately returned to the hairy man continent to ask about his father. As for Honest NI, after getting some contribution points from Lien Kuaxayan, he decided to return to his clan. After returning to NI clan, he was welcomed and cheered by the entire clan. NI clan was originally located in southern border, but Fong Yuan moved it into the sovereign immortal aperture to make it easier for him to research human path Gu refinement methods. Now that Fong Yuan had become a refinement path venerable, NI clan lost its value, but they were also rooted in the sovereign immortal aperture. NI clan had several Gu immortal seeds, but only the most inconspicuous Honest NI succeeded in his immortal ascension. With a Gu immortal, NI clan became a super force. Honest NI gathered the higher-ups of NI clan and explained his thoughts. One of Master's clones has made some progress in researching Dream Path recently. He has created a Dream Path formation that can raise the aptitude of a clan. I have already prepared enough contribution points. I will bring you to the formation now. How about that? Seeing that Honest NI succeeded in his immortal ascension, he did not forget his roots and was concerned about the development of the clan. The higher-ups were very touched. They nodded in agreement. Honest NI placed his clansmen into his immortal aperture and set off again. They flew towards Meng Qiuzhen's location. After Honest NI knelt down and explained his intentions, Meng Qiuzhen brought him to a Dream Path formation. After Honest NI paid enough contribution points, Meng Qiuzhen activated the formation. The former opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out his clansmen, watching them enter the Dream Path formation. Little won't be injured, right? Honest NI stared intently until the last person from the NI clan entered the formation and disappeared. His face was filled with worry, especially when his parents were among them. Meng Qiuzhen smiled lightly, shaking his head. How can there be injuries? Don't worry. Saying so, he activated the formation. At the next moment, the NI clansmen who entered the formation fell down one by one. Some started to snore. They fell asleep on the spot. Next, puff puff puff, a series of muffled sounds could be heard. These NI clansmen self-detonated in their sleep. Their blood was extracted by the big formation and transformed before it was injected into the body of the only surviving NI family clansman. After completing all this, the human sea in the depths of the formation activated. Thereupon, the countless NI clansmen who self-detonated revived, but they were still asleep. How many clansmen have entered the formation? Honest NI asked again. There have been 4 waves, you are the 5th. Meng Qiuzhen said, don't worry, it is very safe in this formation. At the same time, the NI clansmen started the second wave of self-detonation, but this time, the remaining clansmen were replaced by someone else. After such a massacre, the NI clansmen all raised their aptitudes. Meng Qiuzhen stopped the formation and woke these clansmen up. At once, the NI clansmen cheered loudly, their voices were deafening. This is great, my aptitude has increased again. What method is this? So strong, so strong. This child Honest NI is very valuable. He did not forget his roots after becoming an immortal. He still wants to repay the clan. Honest NI checked all the clansmen, almost all of them had a great aptitude. This is truly a miracle. Only a person like Master, such a legend, can do it. Honest NI sighed in admiration, his reverence towards Fong Yuan deepened. But he did not know the truth. This was not a Dream Path formation, it was a Blood Path formation. But the Dream Path explanation was easy to convince Gu immortals. The matter of entering the formation to sleep seemed very normal when it was related to the Dream Dao. Chapter 23-33. Fong Yuan's divine sense spread rapidly in the sovereign immortal aperture. Maybe I need to construct some wisdom path formations to facilitate the spread of my divine sense. Fong Yuan thought. The divine sense's speed was actually very fast, but the sovereign immortal aperture was too big. Every time Fong Yuan used his divine sense to check the situation in his immortal aperture, it was not very convenient. Ordinary Gu immortals did not have such a problem. although their immortal apertures were also called small worlds, they could not compare to Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Feng Yuan's divine sense soon arrived at his destination. Mini Western Desert, Inkman City. In an inconspicuous corner of the city, there was a family. The male Inkman Gu master was a young man with limited aptitude. He was only rank 2. Right now, he had a worried expression as he paced back and forth outside the bedroom. Wah! A baby's cry suddenly came from the bedroom. The male lead was overjoyed. He quickly rushed into the bedroom and saw his wife, as well as the female doctor who he had spent a lot of money to invite. The female doctor was holding an Inkman baby boy in her hands. He was very small and somewhat ugly, but he was very healthy. Everything is normal. Except. The female doctor smiled at the male lead before turning her gaze to the baby boy's hand. There was a pair of goo worms in his hand. It was bone-flesh unity goo. The female doctor's eyes were filled with shock. Because she had personally delivered the baby, she had seen this pair of goo worms being born together with the baby boy. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, would not have believed it. This should be the effect of the life-sending temple? The female doctor asked the Inkman male lead. This was the first time the Inkman male lead had seen it. His eyes quickly turned red as he looked at this pair of goo worms. With his level and wealth, he did not know how much time and effort he would have to spend to obtain such goo worms. But now, this pair of rare goo worms was born together with his son. This was such a huge surprise. The Inkman male lead nodded and said with a choked voice, "Yes, after the life-sending temple was built in the city, we discussed to give it a try. To think we actually succeeded." The female doctor sighed, "You are definitely not the only one. This life-sending temple is indeed as advertised, it can quickly give birth, and if we are lucky, there will even be goo worms." The male Inkman wanted to say something but hesitated. The female physician gave him a questioning look. On the bed, the still very weak female Inkman took the initiative to ask the female doctor to examine the bloodline of their family of 3. The female doctor suddenly realized that the family was worried that the baby boy was not their biological son. A moment later, the test was completed. The result made everyone happy. "This is my son, I finally have a son. Heavens, I finally have a son." The male Inkman no longer had any misgivings as he hugged the baby boy and cried tears of joy. Feng Yuan's spiritual force quietly retreated after witnessing the entire scene. The life-sending temple was his setup. There were many of these mortal goo houses. After Feng Yuan ordered them to be built, they were distributed all over the sovereign immortal aperture to make it easy for people to use them. Life-sending temple was a human path immortal goo house. It used the human path goo worms pregnancy goo, third fetus goo, death fetus goo, multiple fetus goo, and safe fetus goo. He even used a large number of time path and refinement path goo worms to assist him. The actual effect of the life-sending temple was to extract the yin and yang energy of the man and woman, then use the pregnancy goo to make the woman pregnant. He then used 3 births goo to form triplets. Under the effect of death fetus goo, 2 of the triplets were refined as goo materials. The remaining triplets were protected by safe fetus goo. The 2 triplets were refined into bone-flesh unity goo and were born at the same time as the remaining triplets. The entire process of pregnancy and birth did not exceed 7 days. This was the effect of time path goo worms. This way, the population of the various clans in the sovereign immortal aperture would grow rapidly. As the population grew, clans would be formed, and through dream path methods, they would be able to raise their aptitudes and goo immortal seeds would increase. Moreover, during this process, everyone in the sovereign immortal aperture would worship, love, and be deeply grateful to Feng Yuan. It could be foreseen that they would become more and more loyal to Feng Yuan. The attached bone-flesh unity goo is the vital goo of newborns, they will naturally refine it. Thus, these people will have rank 5 vital goo when they are born. When the scale of bone-flesh unity goo reaches a certain level, they will switch to other goo worms. This way, these people will grow even faster. Feng Yuan planned in his mind. It was not difficult for the current him to do this, it was a simple matter. He was using a human body goo refinement method, it was one of the profundities of refinement path. Ni clan was of a higher level. When Ni clan's bloodline reached a certain stage, the current generation Ni Xiang would appear and produce immortal goo in their bodies. Feng Yuan was only producing mortal goo this time. Giant Sun Immortal created the yin-yang path, its essence is abortion goo, safe fetus goo, and multiple fetuses goo. Almost all the venerables in history have comprehended human path killer moves from the legends of Renzu, but these methods are too high level, they are not suitable for the lower levels. Thus, the Celestial Court set up Divine Emperor City to develop the foundation of human path. But the truth is, there is a special man among the venerables, he has already developed many basic mortal goo of human path. It is just that he kept them and did not spread them widely. Human path's development prospects are quite good. Feng Yuan sighed. High-level human path killer moves could easily overturn the situation of the Fate War. But low-level killer moves could also be put to good use. Feng Yuan was certain, human path was not inferior to heaven path. Most importantly, human path had not been developed yet. Human path should be suppressed by heaven path. Just by using these human path mortal goo created by Giant Sun Immortal, I have already achieved such terrifying results. The heavenly Tao that cares about balance cannot tolerate such a qualitative and quantitative growth of human path at the same time. Feng Yuan was starting to understand why the Celestial Court was developing human path. The Celestial Court had been messing with Providence, using Fate Goo as the pillar. After Fate Goo was destroyed, the first thing Providence disliked was the number one super force, Celestial Court. Without using Providence, the Celestial Court decided to develop human path. But how could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not know about the current flaws of the Immortal Formation derivation? Feng Yuan had a deep gaze. The Immortal Formation derivation was located in Celestial Court, all the results of its derivation would be known by Providence. This meant that the goo cultivators who entered and exited the derivation formation would be advancing the Heavenly Tao at the same time. But even if it was known by the Heavenly Tao, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's use of the derivation Immortal Formation could still benefit from it. She could develop it and surpass the other venerables. Maybe in her scheme, she would first eliminate the other venerables and let the Celestial Court gain dominance again before dealing with Providence. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has never entered the derivation Immortal Formation. Maybe she is waiting for a good opportunity. Feng Yuan guessed. At least, Feng Yuan knew that Crazed Demon Cave was suitable for the derivation Immortal Formation. The first 7 layers of Crazed Demon Cave might not be able to isolate Providence, but the 8th and 9th layers definitely could. Other than that, Feng Yuan did not see any other examples. It was even more impossible to put the derivation Immortal Formation in a Venerable's Immortal Aperture. Because derivation Immortal Goo was rank 9, there was too much Providence contained in it. If it was left in a Venerable's Immortal Aperture, the Providence inside derivation Immortal Goo would be connected to the 5 regions Providence, thus allowing the Venerable to be sensed by Providence. Feng Yuan had once suffered from such a disadvantage. Limitless Demon Venerable must have participated in the Crazed Demon Formation, after all, this formation required Wisdom Path. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the initiative in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. After returning to the Celestial Court, she easily constructed the derivation formation. But Crazed Demon Cave was probably created by Limitless Demon Venerable alone. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable does not know the profundity of it, otherwise, she would have constructed such a super resource point first. Feng Yuan's divine sense continued to search. Many families in Ingman City were giving birth. The overall situation was very smooth, every newborn had bone-flesh unity goo as their vital goo. Speaking of which, the goo recipe of bone-flesh unity goo was also modified by Feng Yuan. Rank 8 wisdom goo gave Feng Yuan a certain amount of help. During this period of time, Feng Yuan easily raised wisdom goo to rank 8. Other than that, refinement sea and human sea were also constructed. But human sea lacked human mountain. It was not a complete secluded domain of heaven and earth, thus it would still expend energy. The cost of reviving mortals was much lower than reviving goo immortals. Human sea could last for a long time. Other than human sea and refinement sea, Feng Yuan had also collected a lot of Qian Kun crystal wall. The scattered Qian Kun crystal wall in Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert had probably all been collected by Feng Yuan. As for the other two regions, because of Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's protection, Feng Yuan did not ask about it when he stole Heavenly Secret. The complete Qian Kun crystal wall was stronger than thieving Heavenly Secret. It recorded everything that happened in the world. If thieving Heavenly Secret was said to be a ladle used to scoop water out of a water vat, then Qian Kun crystal wall was that water vat. And according to Feng Yuan's understanding of thieving Heavenly Secret, the complete Qian Kun crystal wall could nurture primordial domain. With a thought, Feng Yuan's divine sense left Inkman City and went to Mini Eastern Sea to inspect the floating refinement nests. These floating refinement nests were arranged properly, there were no problems. Their source was Feng Yuan's stone nests. Back then, Feng Yuan used the concept of assembly line production to create these stone nests to accommodate hairy man goo masters to refine goo. Right now, each of the floating refinement nests could be considered an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth. They were of a much higher grade than Feng Yuan's stone nests. Some of the floating refinement nests had already accommodated many hairy man refinement path goo masters. The first batch of goo worms to be refined were relic goo and connecting heaven goo. Feng Yuan's divine sense lingered for a while before moving again. A moment later, under the control of his divine sense, many goo worms expended a large amount of rank 9 immortal essence to activate an immortal killer move, Endless Trouble. The core immortal goo of this move was rank 8, it could teleport calamities and tribulations to the next time, and erupt together with the next calamity or tribulation. Feng Yuan had already modified this killer move and used it many times. He adjusted the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to be very fast. The calamities and tribulations were already going to descend, but Feng Yuan used endless trouble time and time again to delay them until the next time. This had the disadvantage of angering Providence. When the calamities and tribulations truly erupted, they would be even more powerful. But for the current Feng Yuan, this disadvantage was exactly what he wanted. Even if the calamities and tribulations erupted and angered Providence, causing their power to rise sharply, Feng Yuan would still be able to survive and obtain a huge amount of Dao marks. Chapter 23-34. Actually, Feng Yuan had no choice but to use the killer move Endless Trouble. Wild Sand Literature Network. If he wanted to undergo tribulation, he would need to place the sovereign immortal aperture in the 5 regions and absorb heaven and earth chi. At that time, the will of the heavens would be manipulated and a calamity would be formed. Calamities and tribulations were not scary in the first place. Feng Yuan had complete confidence in dealing with them. But because of the tribulation, he would definitely be suppressed and probed by the other venerables. By then, because Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture could not be moved and was deeply connected to Providence, if the venerables attacked too fiercely, obscured heavenly secret might not be able to conceal Feng Yuan. That would expose Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal should have used their methods to delay the calamities and tribulations. Feng Yuan was almost certain. The 3 venerables confronted each other. No one wanted to undergo tribulation first. Once they underwent tribulation first, they would expose their weakness and be suppressed first. If they were suppressed badly, it would be hard for them to catch up to the other venerables. They might even die because of it. Grand tribulations and myriad tribulations were like this. The chaos great disaster was a venerable's greatest weakness. After using endless trouble this time, I am not far from the chaos great disaster. Fong Yuan thought. Venerables still faced calamities and tribulations, a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaos great disaster every 100 years. That was to say, after 8 grand tribulations and 1 myriad tribulation, it would be the chaos great disaster. Fong Yuan's endless trouble killer move had already been used many times. After 2 more grand tribulations, it would be the chaos great disaster. In this aspect, Fong Yuan was the weakest among the 3 venerables. When the killer move endless trouble stopped, Fong Yuan showed a strange expression. Even though endless trouble succeeded like before, there was a difference this time. Fong Yuan felt a faint sense of hunger. After transforming into the sovereign immortal body, he naturally needed to eat, otherwise, he would be hungry. But this hunger was clearly different from ordinary hunger, it came from the essence. Fong Yuan's expression turned solemn. He understood the reason. The sovereign immortal aperture wanted to devour the venerable immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal body originally had this flaw, or rather, it was a drawback. However, Fong Yuan originally estimated that after he became a venerable, the time limit would be even longer. But what he didn't expect was that at this moment, he already felt a faint sense of hunger that couldn't be eliminated. This was much earlier than what he had expected. Is it because the sovereign immortal aperture has grown too much, it annexed too many grotto heavens previously, so it is constantly buying resource points? Fong Yuan vaguely felt that he had guessed the truth. He had developed the sovereign immortal aperture too well. The greatest disadvantage of the sovereign immortal aperture was also its greatest advantage, it was the non-conflicting Tao marks. But Fong Yuan developed the sovereign immortal aperture too well. The sovereign immortal aperture's Tao marks did not conflict with each other, causing the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation to be unstable. But previously, even with rank 8 cultivation level, I had never felt hungry. After reaching the venerable realm, I've developed a sense of hunger. What is the reason for this? No matter what, refinement path, food path, heaven path, and human path, these 4 paths all have the possibility of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem of eating. Fong Yuan continued to think. Refinement path was his most proficient path, there was no need to say more. Raising the sovereign immortal body to rank 10 would solve the problem. Food path replenished consumption and promoted growth. Children needed to eat constantly to replenish their nutrients and grow. The sovereign immortal body had the same logic. As for heaven path and human path, sovereign immortal fetus Gu's body used the 10 extreme physiques as its Gu materials, it was a pure human path Gu worm. But even though it turned into the sovereign immortal body, it had the sovereign immortal aperture. In this aspect, it also had the profundity of heaven path. And from the point of non-conflicting Tao marks, it clearly belonged to the heavenly Tao. The problem now was that these 4 paths all had the possibility of completely solving the sovereign immortal body's problem of consuming food. It was like there were 4 paths, but Fong Yuan did not know if these 4 paths could be taken at the moment. Refinement path Fong Yuan was the clearest about it. He had to modify and innovate to have a chance of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem. Food path and human path had not been developed yet. Heaven path was also uncertain, they might not exist, Fong Yuan might need to innovate further. After all, the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu had already broken the balance of the heavenly path, it was spectral soul demon venerable's creation. The difficulty of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem of eating from the root was high even for Fong Yuan. Even though he was a venerable now, he did not have much confidence, he needed to invest resources and effort to deduce. After all, rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu was already an unprecedented existence in the world. Other than a permanent solution, there was also a temporary solution. That was to satisfy the need to eat and annex the venerable's immortal aperture. This was very difficult. It meant that Fong Yuan had to defeat the venerables. If it was just one venerable, Feng Yuan would have an easier time. The difficulty was with many venerables. If one was too strong, it would cause a chain reaction. Feng Yuan currently did not have the terrifying strength to suppress all the venerables. Once he was exposed, it would be disadvantageous to him. But if I can really annex a venerable's immortal aperture, there is another benefit: I can avoid the calamity. That means, as long as I do it properly, I do not need to take the risk of passing the chaotic calamity. I can directly jump over this huge flaw. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's heart involuntarily moved. He thought of Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth was assassinated by him in Crazed Demon Cave. His soul dissipated, but his immortal body and immortal aperture were left behind. Because he cultivated Heaven Dao, his immortal aperture was very stable. He was different from other paths. Because of this, Feng Yuan was able to preserve it until now. Even though Paradise Earth's immortal aperture was only rank 8, it was only a step away from venerable level. Paradise Earth's immortal body had enough Heaven Path Dao marks. He only lacked Heaven Path attainment level to almost become a Heaven Path venerable. That was to say, Feng Yuan only needed to split a soul and use Paradise Earth's immortal body's immortal aperture to form a Heaven Path clone. A Heaven Path clone with rank 8 cultivation level, but in fact, it is only a step away from venerable. Feng Yuan was moved. If his heavenly Dao realm could reach the supreme level, he would be able to create an avatar of the heavenly Dao. At that time, be it for a fight between venerables, or if he had no other choice, annexing this venerable's immortal aperture would be very helpful to Feng Yuan. It is a pity that there is only a bit of truthful floating ice left. Most of it has been used up. The remaining is definitely not enough for me to become a Heaven Path Supreme Grandmaster. Feng Yuan sighed. Yu Tian. Ziwei, you can't escape. Duke Tong rapidly closed the distance between him and Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's face was deathly pale. Ying Wuxia, who was being carried, said, "Let me block them, quickly escape." The Celestial Court had many methods. Duke Tong and the rest were revived Gu Immortal seniors. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert, but she could not deceive them for long. Most importantly, the environment of Yutian had changed greatly. The original black and white reversal clouds had almost all disappeared. Fairy Myrtle could not make use of them. Thus, even though Fairy Myrtle had temporarily escaped from the pursuers' line of sight, not long after, the pursuers of the Celestial Court found her again and chased after her. Seeing that Duke Tong was attacking again, Fairy Myrtle also felt despair. It was not easy to persist until now. She was already at the end of her rope. Feng Joga, if you don't attack now, when will you? Fairy Myrtle shouted. Duke Tong sneered in disdain. Ziwei, how many more times do you want to play this trick? Feng Joga did not appear. He was not the savior of the Shadow Sect Immortals. However, another change occurred. A pink beast roared. Its whole body flickered with dreamy radiance as it pounced over. What is this? Duke Tong stared with wide eyes. A dream realm. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth and flew towards the pink beast with Ying Wuxia without dodging. Soon, they were swallowed by the beast. After swallowing Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxia, the beast did not seem to be satisfied. It did not stop and pounced towards Duke Tong again. The dense dream path aura forced Duke Tong to retreat. This is a dream realm. Why is it in beast form? Duke Tong was helpless. He did not have the confidence to enter and exit dream realms freely. What's more, this dream was completely different from the previous love reports. It was a dream where one could move and hunt. Compared to the previous dream realms, this dream realm is more in line with the description in the Legends of Renzu. What is going on? Duke Tong was bewildered. He reported to the Celestial Court while tracking the dream realms. When the dream realms pounced at him, he retreated. When the dream realms left, he followed from afar. Next, he discovered even more dream realms. These dream realms had different appearances, but they were all in beast form. Groups of dream realms. This is a new change in spectral heaven. Duke Tong was even more bewildered. He could only watch as that dream realm that had swallowed Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia mixed into the beast group. Mr. Tong's investigative methods weren't effective against dreams. In addition, the appearance of the dream was constantly flowing and changing, so he quickly lost track of the key dream beast. He didn't know which one of the dream beasts was it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable soon received Duke Tong's report. She sighed, starry light flickered in her eyes. Heaven Path Dream Realm has indeed appeared. It even swallowed Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia. This is all Providence's scheme. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan, Ing Wuxia was extremely crucial. If she could capture him, he would be the best pawn to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, when Duke Tong chased after him, at the crucial moment, a Heaven Path Dream Realm appeared and disrupted Star Constellation's plan. In that case, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a backup plan. She immediately sent an order to Fairy Beautiful Soul. After this Soul Path Great Expert received the order, she first showed a surprised expression. Next, she returned to the Celestial Court and opened the secret warehouse, taking out a soul. Finally, she placed this soul into her immortal aperture and used her own methods to nurture it, modifying the soul's memories. Her immortal aperture's light flowed even faster. Inside the immortal aperture, a few days later, Fairy Beautiful Soul finished modifying this soul. She immediately reported to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Bo Qing's soul is ready. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded after receiving this report. Right now, he still lacked the body of a Sword Path Gu Immortal. P.S. Happy May Day, everyone. Last night, I received a notification from Venerable Gu's management team. Only then did I know that Qidian had tacitly agreed to all authors Scream and Explode chapters activity. I originally had no intention of participating, but in the next few days, I will add 2 chapters to last month's monthly votes. Other than that, it seems that a Gu Immortal team activity has started. This is a chance to obtain a Gu Immortal title. Those who are interested can participate. Fu Pin Chinese. Chapter 2335. Where am I? Who am I? Fairy Myrtle had woken up from her dream, but she had forgotten about herself. She had a blank expression on her face as she looked at her surroundings. She realized that she was standing on a piece of yellow earth. It was desolate and lifeless. She looked down at herself. Her body was made of mud. Her hands and feet were small, and her entire body was dry. I seem to have forgotten something important. Fairy Myrtle frowned. No matter how hard she tried, she could not remember what it was. She had even forgotten whether the important thing was a thing or a person. She could not remember it no matter how hard she tried. However, this vast and desolate yellow earth gave her a sense of familiarity. Home. The word popped up in Fairy Myrtle's mind. However, the desolate homeland made her feel a sense of sadness. At that moment, a gust of wind blew past. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, causing sand to fly everywhere. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There were no clouds in the sky, but it was raining cats and dogs. Millions of raindrops the size of beans fell on the yellow earth. Soon, it turned into a huge piece of mud. Fairy Myrtle was standing in the middle of the mud. Her entire body was soaked, and she was in a sorry state. However, no matter how strong the wind and rain became, she kept her head up. Her vision was miraculously not obstructed at all. She realized that she knew this piece of yellow earth like the back of her hand. She also realized that she could control the wind and rain as if she was moving her fingers. She thought to herself, this wind and rain is too strong. Let's just make it smaller. The next moment, the wind and rain really did become smaller. Wisps of green appeared from the swamp and spread everywhere. They were the sprouts of wild grass. Looking at the wild grass, Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with endless joy. This was life. She finally felt that she was not so lonely anymore. It's a pity that they grow too slowly. It would be great if they could grow faster. And so, time began to speed up. The greenery grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the grass grew taller than her feet. More and more greenery spread out, turning the barren yellow earth into a grassland. Some of the depressions in the terrain were filled with rainwater, turning them into clear ponds. Fairy Myrtle walked through the lush bushes and stood by the pond. With the reflection of the water, she could finally see her face clearly. She was a clay doll made of purple clay. There were golden patterns on it to depict eyes, nose, and mouth. Fairy Myrtle suddenly realized who she was. That's right, so I'm this blessed land spirit. Zhongzhou State. Under the starry sky calculation array. Outside the embroidery building. Bai Qing, Feng Kim Hong, pays respects to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The mother and daughter pair greeted respectfully. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body was inside Embroidered Tower. She did not open Embroidered Tower and let the mother and daughter in. Instead, she used an information path Mortal Goo to draw an image in the air outside Embroidered Tower. The image was of those heaven path dream realms. After a while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke. Feng Kim Hong, have you seen such a dream realm before? Feng Kim Hong was watching with rapt attention. He answered, reporting to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I have never seen such a dream realm before. But I have already expected it. According to the current dream realms, they can be divided into human path, beast plant path, and heaven path. The so-called human path dream realms originate from humans or variant humans, they are their dream realms. The beast plant dream realms originate from the fierce beasts and plants that existed in the past and even now. As for heaven path dream realms, they originate from heaven and earth itself. Inside Embroidered Tower, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded, saying, very well, prepare yourself, one day, you might need to go to two heavens and explore these heaven path dream realms. But Feng Kim Hong shook his head, rejecting her. Please forgive me for not being able to do that. I am only a mortal, I do not have any confidence in exploring such a dream realm, I cannot ensure my own safety either. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable raised her eyebrows, she did not expect Feng Kim Hong to reject her so directly. At once, the scene fell into silence. Fairy Bai Qing, who was at the side, felt the pressure, she wanted to speak but did not say anything in the end. The atmosphere made her feel like she was suffocating. As for Feng Kim Hong, he still had an indifferent expression, as if he did not sense anything. All right. You can all leave. After a long while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke. I will take my leave. Feng Kim Hong stood up and bowed towards Embroidered Tower before turning around and leaving. Looking at the departing figures of the mother and daughter, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply, her gaze was complex. Ing Wuxia was devoured by the heaven path dream realm, it was truly a pity. He was a good pawn to deal with spectral soul demon Venerable, but Providence got rid of him. Dream realms could not be explored, that meant Ing Wuxia was doomed. Feng Kim Huang's theory of heaven path and human path dream realms proved Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's thoughts. But Feng Kim Hong was only a mortal Gu master, he was not a Gu immortal yet, it was understandable that he could not do anything about these dream realms. But I cannot conceal these heaven path dream realms, it is only a matter of time before the two venerables find out. The battle of three venerables is about to start again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worried. Because this time, it was much more complicated than before. Black and white heavens had passed, only spectral heaven was left. Spectral heaven was spectral soul demon Venerable's territory. If a venerable barged in, how would spectral soul demon Venerable react? Spectral soul demon Venerable's mind was not clear, he was filled with providence. Heaven path dream realms were the same. What was the relationship between the two? Would they help each other? Previously, spectral soul demon Venerable was weak, star constellation Immortal Venerable was not worried. But it was different now. Spectral soul demon Venerable had reached an agreement with rank 9 fire goo. He slaughtered countless lifeforms in the two heavens. His soul foundation had risen to a terrifying level. If this time, because of the heaven path dream realms, a fight between Venerables would occur, spectral soul demon Venerable would likely join in. He would be a formidable existence. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought about it. She decided to stop refining Central Continent's wisdom path Tao marks. She started to accumulate immortal essence to deal with the battle. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's determination to get rid of spectral soul demon Venerable became firmer as time passed. Since Ing Wuxia is gone, I need to make good use of Bo Qing. Star constellation Immortal Venerable decided to create a powerful spectral soul clone. Even though there was a huge risk, modifying the soul was spectral soul demon Venerable's specialty. Fairy Maiden Soul's action was no different from showing off in front of an expert. But the situation forced her to do so. Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not care less. Bo Qing's soul was filled with sword path Tao marks. He needed a sword path goo immortal body. This body should contain an immortal aperture. The higher the cultivation level, the better. However, in the entire world, there were not many goo immortals who cultivated sword path. There were a few in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but they only had rank 7 cultivation level. Looking at the 5 regions, there was not a single rank 8 sword path goo immortal, lone cultivator, or demonic cultivator. In fact, after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made some deductions, she found that there was only one rank 8 sword path goo immortal in the current world. Western Desert She Clan's first Supreme Elder. Prince's Impatience, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 spiritual fairies showed strange expressions. The Celestial Court needs his immortal aperture and body. This is crucial to the fight between Venerables and the safety of the world. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice was still as cold as the moon. The 3 immortals looked at each other and said resolutely, "Lord Immortal Venerable, please give us your orders." Star constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted to the 3 immortals. How could she cooperate with Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xan? The 3 immortals heard this plan and their eyes shined with bright light. They left with great confidence. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was silent for a moment before contacting Genesis Lotus Will in the Celestial Court. Genesis Lotus Will was originally stationed in Divine Emperor City, but through Star constellation Immortal Venerable's methods, it grew stronger and split off a portion to guard the Celestial Court. The main task of this Genesis Lotus Will in the Celestial Court was to nurture Zhang Xianzi. Zhang Xianzi was a legendary immemorial beast. Her main body was a huge green vine that connected heaven and earth. She took 300 years to sprout, 300 years to flower, and 300 years to bear fruit. The fruit she bore was called the firmament fruit. When melted in a grotto heaven, it could enlarge the immortal aperture sky. Thus, the firmament vine was called the 10th heaven of the world. She had made an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. She agreed to move into the Celestial Court. She was very special in the Celestial Court. She did not need to listen to orders, she only needed to offer a batch of firmament fruits every 1,000 years. But in the Fate War, she was killed by Fang Yuan's time-cutting edge. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not have any methods, but Genesis Lotus Will originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. She had a method to revive Zhang Xianzi. Zhang Xianzi's death is actually very beneficial to the Celestial Court. Genesis Lotus Will communicated with Star constellation Immortal Venerable. In 100 or so days, Zhang Xianzi's body will return to its original state. By then, I will take over this body and add another legendary immemorial battle strength to the Celestial Court. Even better, the fruits that Zhang Xianzi bears in the future will contain my own will. By using this fruit to reconstruct the Celestial Court, we will be able to isolate Providence. In the future, when we have a new celestial court, the results of our derivation formation will all be used by us. Providence will no longer know about it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable nodded. This plan will take a long time, it is not urgent. Regarding the revival of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, what else do you remember? Genesis Lotus will shook his head. Back then, when my main body set up the revival plan, my knowledge was limited. I only knew that he left behind a self-portrait that could be used to revive. But I don't know where the self-portrait was hidden, I can't recall it either. But you, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you are Senior Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's disciple, don't you know about his revival method? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. To speak the truth, Master did tell me to leave behind 2 revival methods, in case of emergencies in the future. The first revival method is the Celestial Court Chi Harvest Fruit. But before this fruit matured, it was plucked by that scoundrel Fong Yuan. The second revival method is related to Primordial Origin's Secret Treasury. Primordial Origin's Secret Treasury. Primordial Origin's Secret Treasury was created by Master in secret. It stored a large number of rank 8 Immortal Yuan stones that Yi Chi Zi produced back then. Master also made arrangements in the treasury for rebirth. But I can't find them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said that she could not find them. It was not that she had no clues. In fact, be it Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable or Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival, she had relevant clues. She even knew that they were both in Central Continent. But she could not begin to examine and explore. Because she would be discovered by the other Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, the other Venerables would definitely be on guard against the other Venerables of Celestial Court reviving. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to refine all of Central Continent's wisdom path Tao marks to conceal these revival plans. She would not be discovered by the other Venerables. Even if the other Venerables found out, she could use Central Continent's geographical advantage to resist the Venerables' attacks and protect the revival plans of the other Venerables of Celestial Court. Only after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined all of Central Continent's wisdom path Tao marks would she start reviving the other Venerables of Celestial Court. Celestial Court's foundation was extremely deep. Once the 2 Venerables revived, they would dominate the world once again. After all, the 3 Venerables were united, their combined strength was terrifying. It was far superior to Giant Sun Immortal and Fong Yuan fighting alone. Even if Giant Sun, Fong Yuan, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable worked together, they could not match the unity of the 3 Venerables of Celestial Court. This was the same concept. But the appearance of the Heaven Path Dream Realm delayed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to stop refining Tao marks and accumulate immortal essence to defend against the upcoming Venerable confrontation. Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. He tried his best, but after absorbing the rank 8 Immortal Yuan stone, the immortal essence he obtained was only 70% of the Immortal Yuan stones. This 70% was only rank 8 Immortal essence. Against this providence, I am not a wisdom path Immortal Gu after all. I lack the crucial luck path Immortal Gu. Maybe I can transact with Fong Yuan. No, I cannot expose myself. Eastern Sea. Heaven Path Dream Realm. Good. Very good. Fong Yuan had been planning to create a Heaven Path Venerable clone not long ago. He was worried that his Heaven Path attainment level was not high enough, but the Heaven Path Dream Realm appeared. But the contest for the Heaven Path Dream Realm might cause the Venerables to fight again. I should refine another rank 9 Immortal Gu to help me attack and defend. Fong Yuan secretly started to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu again. He had a lot of immortal essence. Even if he refined this rank 9 Immortal Gu, he would have a lot to deal with the future Venerable competition. Chapter 2336. Western Desert. Shiluan Zhou suddenly opened his eyes. The immortal formation was warning, someone was invading. Such guts, they actually dared to invade my Shi clan's skeleton mountain. Shi Luanzhou was shocked and furious. He quickly checked. He saw an immortal goo house crashing into the defensive immortal formation. Inquiry Doc. Fong Clan. Shi Luanzhou had a solemn expression. He asked for help from Shi clan while activating the defensive formation. Ever since Fong Clan's chaos, Shi clan had strengthened many immortal formations around their resource points. Almost all of them had teleportation abilities. Thus, Shi Luanzhou was not flustered. He frowned as his battle-intent soared. Since Fong Clan has been hiding for so long and suddenly attacked me, they must have made ample preparations. I alone am not Fong Clan's match, but I can use the immortal formation to stall for time. Once the anti-Fong Alliance army arrives, Fong Clan will suffer. Of course, if the situation worsens, I will immediately use the immortal formation to teleport myself out. Shi Luanzhou was controlling the formation when his eyes suddenly opened wide. He could not help but feel flustered. He was shocked to find that the formation was actually restricted. Even though the formation could still operate, the teleportation ability could not be used. They were targeted after all. Shi Luanzhou gritted his teeth. He forced himself to calm down as he thought about how to escape this dangerous situation. He felt that he had a chance to escape. He was a rank 7 Bone Path Gu Immortal. He was guarding Shi clan's resource point, Skeleton Mountain. This resource point was Bone Path. He had the geographical advantage. Moreover, Shi Luanzhou had been guarding here for a long time. He knew the terrain like the back of his hand. After thinking for a while, Shi Luanzhou arranged a portion of his will in some immortal essence before leaving quietly. The defensive immortal formation was still defending under his will. Fong Clan's immortal goo house's attacks were rumbling like thunder. It was getting stronger and stronger. Shi Luanzhou's will shrunk rapidly, but he could hold on for some time. Shi Luanzhou went deep into Skeleton Mountain. This skeleton mountain was dark. Soul smoke was rising from it at all times. Every once in a while, bone armors would grow out of the mountain rocks. Some looked like humans, some were animals. There were all kinds of strange things. Other than these bone armors, there were also black fog crows that flew above Skeleton Mountain, feeding on the soul smoke. Fong Clan's immortal goo house's attacks caused the entire Skeleton Mountain to shake. The countless skeletons that were originally stuck in the mountain rocks were motionless. However, the mountain was shaking uncontrollably. These skeletons pulled their legs out and ran wildly in the mountain. The skeletons collided with each other, killing each other. It was extremely chaotic. Shi Luanzhou had already activated his killer move. His appearance changed as he turned into a mammoth skeleton, running in the mountains. He blended in among the countless skeletons, completely inconspicuous. But good things didn't last long. Wisps of water vapor wrapped around his body like ropes. Celestial friend Shi clan, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Soon after, a voice entered Shi Luanzhou's ears. Shi Luanzhou fell into despair, rank 8 Gu Immortal. You are not a member of the Fong family. In the next moment, the water vapor rope exploded and tied Shi Luanzhou up. Shi Luanzhou frantically struggled, but his eyes darkened and he fainted. News of the Fong family's attack on Skeleton Mountain, a resource point in the Shi family's territory, was quickly transmitted to the Shi family's headquarters. Soon after, the Shi family notified the Anti-Fong Alliance. When the Anti-Fong Alliance arrived at Skeleton Mountain, there was only a piece of barren land left. The entire Skeleton Mountain was gone. This is indeed Fong Clan style. Shi Luanzhou is the Gu Immortal guarding this place. He cultivates Bone Path and is quite strong. To think that he went missing. Sigh, I'm afraid he is in trouble. Fong Clan is causing trouble again. This is unforgivable. If we capture them in the future, we will tear their tendons and skin them alive to vent our hatred. Just as the Anti-Fong Alliance was cursing and gritting their teeth, another shocking news arrived. Dong Clan's Dragon Roar volcano was also taken over by Fong Clan. Dragon Roar Volcano was a fire path resource point, but every time the volcano erupted, it would emit a dragon roar. At this time, they could plunder a large amount of sound path cultivation resources. When the Anti-Fong Alliance arrived at the original location of Dragon Roar Volcano, they could not see any volcano. Good heavens, even the magma underground has been extracted. It seems that Fong Clan is going to cause a huge commotion again. They have been hiding for some time. They must have exchanged for immortal goo or killer moves from Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Their strength has risen greatly. Otherwise, why would they dare to come out? That's right. Be it Dragon Roar Volcano or Skeleton Mountain, they are important places that Fong Clan would not easily invade before. But now that both of them have been taken over, Fong Clan's strength must have risen greatly. More importantly, will Fong Clan continue to commit crimes? Where will their next target be? Where is the nearest resource point to Dragon Roar Volcano? Shangqing Grassland. Shangqing Grassland was a rare grassland in Western Desert. It was rich in water and grass. It produced water path and wood path cultivation resources. But just as the Anti-Fong Alliance was discussing this, news of Shangqing Grassland being taken over by Fong Clan spread again. The Anti-Fong Alliance was in an uproar. Fong Clan's attack this time displayed extremely sharp offensive power. It was several times stronger than before. Skeleton Mountain, Dragon Roar Volcano, Shangqing Grassland. Everyone, look, Fong Clan's route has been marked. Their next target is Dong Clan's Ascension Pit. Then what are we waiting for? Go and reinforce them. Dong Clan sent news, because Ascension Pit is in Dong Clan's blessed land, it is not heavily guarded. Most importantly, Dong Clan did not send any Goo Immortals to guard Ascension Pit. Goo Immortals were far fewer than resource points. Normally speaking, resource points at the border of a territory would be guarded by Goo Immortals. And such blessed lands resource points would reduce manpower as much as possible. The Anti-Fong Alliance rushed to Ascension Pit without stopping. They found that the Immortal Formation was broken. There was commotion deep in the pit. It seemed that Fong Clan's Immortals were still plundering resources inside. We finally caught them. Kill them. We need to get rid of Fong Clan, otherwise, our Western Desert will be in chaos because of them. The Anti-Fong Alliance was filled with anger as they charged down. But not long after, an immortal formation rose from the heavenly pit, trapping the entire Anti-Fong Alliance in it. We fell for a trap. Such a powerful immortal formation, I cannot even communicate with jewel yellow skies, let alone send a message. This immortal formation is mainly used to trap, it does not have much killing power. Oh no! Fong Clan purposely set this up. They do not want to fight with us, they want to plunder resource points. Sigh, what do we do? I wonder if Dong Clan's resource points will be destroyed next. The Anti-Fong Alliance was trapped by the Immortal Formation, they lost all contact. At the same time, Shi Clan's headquarters received an urgent report. Fong Clan's main force suddenly appeared in Evil Spirit Desert. They were attacking the Giant Spirit Oasis at the center of the desert. Giant Spirit Oasis was Shi Clan's super resource point. It was heavily guarded by Shi Clan. They could not afford to lose it. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder was still in closed cultivation. The second Supreme Elder thought about it and decided to take action personally. They controlled Shi Clan's 2 immortal Goo houses and mobilized as many Goo Immortals as possible to reinforce Giant Spirit Oasis. At the same time, they asked for reinforcements from the Anti-Fong Alliance. Shi Clan's second Supreme Elder had no choice but to mobilize almost all of their forces. Ever since Fong Clan lost all of their territories, they could easily mobilize all of their forces. This made it very difficult for the other super forces to resist them. Shi Clan's second Supreme Elder would have to deploy enough troops to have any hope of resisting the entire Fong Clan's attack. If they sent too few people, they would be sacrificing their lives for Fong Clan. But this way, Shi Clan's headquarters would naturally be empty. There was a deafening rumble. Several figures suddenly descended and violently charged into the Shi family's base camp. They were Princess Impatience, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, as well as Wan Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xian who had just arrived from Feather Heavenly Pit. 5 Rank 8 experts attacked Shi Clan's headquarters together. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder, we came for you. Red Heart Traveler said loudly. If you surrender now, you will be able to preserve your life. 9 Spiritual Fairy added. In the secret room, Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder slowly opened his eyes, sighing faintly. What ability does my Shi Clan have to make the Celestial Court make such a huge move? Celestial Court is the leader of the righteous path, why would they launch a sneak attack on a Fangjing Path superforce? My Shi Clan has never colluded with the demonic path. Wan Zihong sneered, Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder, don't try to argue. You act one way on the surface and another way behind the scenes, secretly protecting Fang Clan and colluding with Fang Yuan. Otherwise, how could Fang Clan exist so freely until now? Zhou Xiong Xian nodded, I have already gathered sufficient evidence. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder was silent for a while before smiling, Celestial Court. Hee, as expected of the Celestial Court. Chapter 2337. Immortal Killer Move, Rumor Cage. Zhou Xiong Xian clapped his hands. In an instant, countless silver words flew out, flying around Lin Clan's public blessed land. These words were as large as carriages, some were as small as ants. They weaved together to form a huge sphere that enveloped the 5 Gu Immortals of Celestial Court and Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. Success. Zhou Xiong Xian let out a breath of air, showing an excited expression. A good start was already half the battle. The other 4 Immortals of Celestial Court also relaxed a little. What they were most afraid of was Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder leaving. Everyone was rank 8 Gu Immortals, 5 against 1, Celestial Court had the advantage, but if the rank 8 Gu Immortals wanted to escape, they could not capture them with numbers. Conflicting Dao marks made it hard for Gu Immortals to display their advantage in numbers. Especially when Celestial Court's 5 Immortals cultivated Wood Path, Information Path, Fire Path, Blood Path, and Transformation Path, they all repelled each other. The speed at which Rumor Cage Battlefield was created is truly the fastest in the world. But to think that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder did not run away. Did he see through it? The 5 Immortals of Celestial Court transmitted to each other, conversing rapidly. They had already set up a temporary immortal formation outside the Lin family's public blessed land base camp when they appeared in such a dignified manner. Once Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder escaped and flew out of the blessed land, the immortal formation would activate and he would be attacked, his speed would be affected. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had personally ordered for the immortal apertures and bodies of Sword Immortals. Celestial Court's group naturally made ample preparations. Even though this formation did not have much offensive power, it was personally modified by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to counter Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's escape. And public blessed lands had always had weaker defenses than individual blessed lands. As an information path great expert, Zhou Xiong Xian had traveled in Western Desert for a long time. He had already gathered the relevant information. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had already fallen into Rumor Cage Battlefield. Princess Impatience shouted as he flew in. He moved his body and flew in the air, opening his mouth towards the hall below. Whoosh! Flames shot out of his mouth, landing on the ground and spreading rapidly, turning into an intense sea of fire. The palace was only a mortal Gu house, it burned in the sea of fire and quickly collapsed. The first Supreme Elder of the Lin family was forced to come out of seclusion and fight the enemy in the sky. The Prince's Impatience retreated slowly. Lin family's first Supreme Elder Lin Jinjing, have a taste of my power. Wan Zihong giggled and stepped forward. She activated a wood path killer move, flower petals flew and enveloped the battlefield, a sweet fragrance spread rapidly. The 5 Immortals of the Celestial Court held their breaths. Lin Jinqing had a solemn expression on his face as he pushed with both hands. For a time, sword chi swept out and transformed into a huge wave. The wave surged, washing away all the poisonous fragrance petals in the air. Wan Zihong's figure suddenly disappeared among the petals and appeared behind Lin Jinqing in the next moment. Wan Zihong stretched out her left pinky, her fingernail glowing purple, and poked Lin Jinqing. Immortal killer move, flower-piercing finger. Lin Jinqing was hit, and his figure paused. Sword chi suddenly rose and locked Wan Zihong in place. In the next moment, the huge wave of sword chi that he had summoned earlier rolled back. The huge wave of sword chi surged and engulfed Lin Jinqing and Wan Zihong. The four immortals of the Celestial Court did not make a move. They watched from the sidelines to prevent Wan Zihong from being injured. The huge wave of sword chi dissipated, only Lin Jinqing was left, while Wan Zihong vanished again. At the next moment, flower petals flew around Prince's impatience, condensing into Wan Zihong. Wan Zihong's body was already covered in wounds, but at this moment, she smiled proudly and said, "Delay him. He's been hit by my technique, and the longer he stays here, the more thorns will grow on his body, hindering his movements until he's killed." Wan Zihong had already succeeded. She retreated and started to heal her injuries. The other Celestial Court Gu immortals continued to surround Lin Jinqing, not giving him any time to rest. The Celestial Court made full use of their advantage in numbers. Every silver character that formed the rumor cage suddenly started to shine with a bright light. The dense light seemed to turn into flowing water, drifting in the air as it flowed and gathered. Then, ferocious silver-white tigers jumped out of the silver light. The tiger group howled and pounced towards Lin Jinqing. It was Zhou Xiong Xan's killer move, 3 men become tigers. Prince's impatience attacked again, countless beautiful firebirds formed in the air. The firebirds were burning with extraordinary agility. They formed groups and followed the tiger group. Red Heart Traveler also attacked. Giant pillars of blood-colored light rolled down one after another. The tiger group, firebirds, and blood pillars formed 3 waves of attacks. Lin Jinqing was surrounded, but he did not dodge. Facing the attacks, he howled, sword chi gushed out in all directions and charged into the tiger group. Beside the tiger group, sword chi suddenly condensed and turned into vines that tightly coiled around the countless fierce tigers. The vines had countless sword path thorns that pierced deeply into the fierce tigers' bodies. The fierce tigers howled in pain. They were like balloons that were pierced. Most of them collapsed on the spot. At this time, the Firebird group charged into the battlefield with surging flames. Lin Jinqing activated the technique again. The sword chi in the battlefield was replenished and turned into fierce winds. The violent winds whistled, killing the remaining tigers and blowing away countless firebirds. The remaining half were also swaying left and right, unable to form a battle formation. The blood pillars pressed down and suppressed the fierce winds, causing them to weaken rapidly. Lin Jinqing had no choice but to teleport and retreat. After opening up some space, he released a large amount of sword chi. The sword chi turned into an ice wall that quickly condensed and trapped the blood pillars within, continuously wearing them down. 3 waves of attacks were neutralized by Lin Jinqing, showing his incredible sword path attainment. 9 spiritual fairies saw this and praised, "Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's method is truly unique, it is truly extraordinary. I can't hold it in anymore, take this." 9 spiritual fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast. Her roar was like thunder, causing rumor cage to shake. 9 spiritual fairy and Lin Jinqing fought. Each of her moves were powerful and heavy. Lin Jinqing was forced to retreat. Lin Jinqing had to continue retreating. He could not block 9 spiritual fairies' attacks. Transformation Path and Strength Path Gu cultivators had a huge advantage when fighting at the front lines. Like this, Celestial Court's 5 immortals continued to attack. From the start of the battle, Lin Jinqing was already at a disadvantage. Even though their Tao marks conflicted, they cooperated with tacit understanding. Celestial Court's attacks were like a tidal wave, they were unending and did not stop. On one hand, they were suppressing Lin Jinqing, not giving him any chance to study Rumor Cage battlefield. On the other hand, they were weakening him and creating a good opportunity for the final captive. Lin Jinqing's sword qi was exquisite and mystical, it turned into all sorts of forms, his sword path attainment was extraordinary, the 5 immortals of Celestial Court praised him inwardly. But he was only one person, he could not fight against so many, while Celestial Court had 5 Gu immortals. As time passed, the situation became more disadvantageous to Lin Jinqing. Strange, what method did he use to suppress my flower thorn finger? Wan Zihong saw that Lin Jinqing could move freely, she was curious. Right at this time, Prince's impatience suddenly used a move. After Lin Jinqing was hit, his whole body started to burn with gray-white flames. Firebirds flew out of the flames, Lin Jinqing's aura fell sharply, his speed also slowed down. Seeing that the time was ripe, Red Heart Traveler decisively used Blood Sun Red Sun Seal. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood had a fragrant smell, it flew into the air and spun around, like a miniature blood sun, it emitted endless bloodlight as it pounced towards Lin Jinqing. Lin Jinqing's body was surrounded by sword qi, he flew out and turned into a giant python, attempting to block the blood sun. But this blood sun seemed to be illusory, it passed through the obstruction and directly landed on Lin Jinqing's head, turning into a red sun seal. Lin Jinqing's expression changed slightly. The red sun seal quickly displayed its might, suppressing fiercely and forming blood-colored threads. The blood-colored threads wrapped around Lin Jinqing, gradually forming a blood cocoon. Just as Lin Jinqing was about to be captured alive, at the next moment, Lin Jinqing's body collapsed, turning into vigorous sword qi that poured out of the blood threads. After flying to one side, these sword qi condensed again, returning to Lin Jinqing. There is such a method. No, something is not right. This is not Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court's expressions changed, they saw a flaw in this transformation. They were shocked to find that the Lin Jinqing who was trapped was not a Gu immortal, but only a killer move. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court had been toyed with until now, only realizing it now. He is essentially just a lump of sword qi, no wonder my flower thorn finger did not work. So that's it, this is not Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, he did not dodge when I used Rumor Cage earlier. Zhou Xiong Axian cancelled the battlefield killer move with an unsightly expression. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court appeared in Lin Clan's public blessed land again. The true first Supreme Elder of Lin Clan, Lin Jinqing, stood in the air with his hands behind his back, smiling as he looked at the 5 immortals. You finally came out. Lin Jinqing has a great method. May I know the name of this move? Red Heart Traveler smiled warmly as he humbly asked for guidance. Lin Jinqing nodded slightly, saying calmly, this move is called Sword Qi Form. Sword Qi Form is a great move. Prince's impatience praised sincerely. After this battle, no matter what happens to you, this move will definitely become famous in the 5 regions. Zhou Xiong Axian also commented. Even though they were toyed with, the 5 immortals of Celestial Court only felt solemn, their confidence and fighting spirit did not diminish. Earlier, in the battlefield of Rumor Cage, they were also restricted. After all, Rumor Cage created an information path environment, the 4 immortals of Celestial Court were suppressed. They did not dare to use their full strength, fearing that Rumor Cage would be damaged. Even if it was not damaged, the intense vibrations would cause damage to the battlefield and expose a flaw. Once Lin Jinqing made use of this flaw, he might be able to escape. Lin Jinqing stretched out his palm at this time, revealing several immortal Gu that were suppressed by sword qi. Celestial Court's immortal formation is truly exquisite, it seems to be specially modified for our clan's public blessed land. Is this the work of star constellation Immortal Venerable? The 5 immortals of Celestial Court could not conceal their solemn expressions. The formation that was secretly set up outside Lin Clan's public blessed land had already been dismantled by Lin Jinqing. But at the next moment, Lin Jinqing tossed the immortal goo in his hand to the 5 immortals of Celestial Court. I will return the immortal goo to you. This is our clan's headquarters. It will not be good to destroy it. Let's go to another battlefield. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court silently received the immortal goo. They looked at each other before Red Heart Traveler nodded. Lin Jinqing is truly extraordinary. I am in admiration. There is a desolate area 1,500 li away from here. Follow me. Lin Jinqing flew out of the blessed land first. He was slow and had a calm attitude. Chapter 23:38. What should we do now? Since the immortal formation has been dismantled, we can only rely on Rumor Cage. What is Lin Jinqing planning? If he wants to wait for the Anti-Fang Alliance or Western Desert Righteous Path's reinforcements, he is making a mistake. Wan Zihong, Princess Impatience, Zhou Xiong Axayan, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 Spiritual Fairy followed Lin Jinqing as they conversed secretly. Lin Jinqing's methods were beyond their expectations. He made the plans of the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court fail. Just by relying on a sword chi form killer move, he deceived the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court for a long time. This made the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court lose face. Lin Jinqing's main body used this chance to dismantle the immortal formation of the Celestial Court. This made the immortals of the Celestial Court realize there was a mistake in their formation arrangement. They should have sent someone to guard the immortal formation. In fact, the immortal formation had a certain amount of defensive power and a teleportation method. Once it was dismantled, information would be sent back. Even if the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were inside Rumor Cage, they would receive a warning. Rumor Cage isolated communication inside and outside. Even Jewel Yellow Skies could not communicate with it. But this information would go straight to Rumor Cage. It would cause a slight tremor in Rumor Cage to send a warning. At that time, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court would know that someone dismantled the immortal formation. They would observe the situation and send a few people back to deal with it. However, Lin Jinqing's methods were extremely exquisite. From start to finish, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court did not receive any warning. They quietly dismantled the formation. But facing the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court, Lin Jinqing actually returned the immortal goo to them. Such magnanimity made even the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court admire him. In this situation, when Lin Jinqing suggested moving the battlefield, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court did not have the face to continue staying in Lin Clan's public blessed land. This is it. Lin Jinqing, who was in front, slowly stopped. He stood in mid-air and turned to face the 5 deities of the Celestial Court. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court scanned their surroundings. This desert was indeed, as Lin Jinqing had said, barren and devoid of life. It was a perfect battlefield. Fellow immortal Lin Jinqing, if you surrender, I will guarantee your survival with my life. Red Heart Traveler sighed. Lin Jinqing sneered. If you're staying at home, and an outsider suddenly barges in to frame you and make a big fuss about it, I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything about it. What would you do if they said they would spare your life? What's the point of saying so much? Just as Red Heart Traveler was about to answer, Wan Zihong suddenly made a move. She disappeared again and reappeared behind Lin Jinqing. All 10 of her fingers were sharp, and all 10 of her fingernails were dark violet in color. They tore through the air and clawed down fiercely towards Lin Jinqing's back. Wan Zihong was a demonic path goo immortal recruited by the Celestial Court. She did not lack viciousness in her heart and also had a sense of pride. Lin Jinqing had toyed with her for so long using sword chi form, she was already feeling indignant. Right now, she was still using the killer move flower-piercing finger, but it was 10 times stronger. This time, you have a body of flesh and blood, let's see how long you can resist for. Wan Zihong's eyes shone with a sharp light. However, at the next moment, there was a sudden thunderous explosion. By the time Wan Zihong reacted, she had already been sent flying far away. Lin Jianqing, who was originally very close, could only see his back now. Because of the distance, his back was as small as a palm. What's going on? What killer move is this? Wan Zihong had just thought of this when she felt intense pain. Guh. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and was shocked to find that her defensive killer move was almost destroyed. What was that move just now? The other Celestial Court Gu Immortals were also uncertain. Lin Jianqing's method was too fast, the 5 Immortals of the Celestial Court could not see it clearly. Zhou Xiong Axian quickly retreated and pulled some distance. Meanwhile, 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast again and charged towards Lin Jianqing. In this situation, Transformation Path Gu Immortals with thick skin were the best candidates to probe. Boom! But at the next moment, thunder rumbled, 9 Spiritual Fairy was also sent flying back. At least 3 of her ribs were broken. The other Celestial Court Gu Immortals could barely see that this was a sword path killer move. It was completely formed from sword chi, but it was too fast, it could not be seen with the naked eye. Even with investigative methods, they could only barely see it. This move is called Thunder Sword Chi, please appraise it. Lin Jianqing shouted as he counterattacked the 5 Immortals of the Celestial Court. Bam bam bam, thunder rumbled, the 5 Immortals of the Celestial Court were forced to retreat continuously. Lin Jianqing naturally did not just use Thunder Sword Chi killer move, he also used Sword Chi manifestation methods from time to time. Sword Chi manifestation killer move was exquisite and mystical, while Thunder Sword Chi was fast, too fast. It was so fast that the 5 Immortals of the Celestial Court could not see it clearly, they could only use defensive methods to resist it. Lin Jianqing actually had such a method. Cover me. Zhou Xiong Axian transmitted secretly. Red Heart Traveler immediately flew in front of him, activating a majestic blood light. The blood light was like a ball, enveloping Red Heart Traveler and Zhou Xiong Axian within it. Zhou Xiong Axian had only prepared for a few breaths of time, but Lin Jianqing had already sensed it. Lin Jianqing pointed at the blood light barrier with his finger. Instantly, at least 3 Thunder Sword Chi killer moves landed and destroyed the blood light barrier. But Zhou Xiong Axian laughed heartily. You fell for my trap. He had already prepared it, he had only purposely delayed it to create the illusion that he needed a long time to prepare a powerful killer move. After all, the longer the killer move's preparation time, the stronger it would be. Zhou Xiong Axian cultivated Information Path. This move did not have the ability to attack when activated. However, once the enemy used a killer move and was blocked by this move, it would capture the information of the enemy's killer move and give Zhou Xiong Axian a warning. Zhou Xiong Axian had a warning. He quickly used Information Path methods to share the information with the other 4 Immortals of the Celestial Court. This way, there was a clear change in the battle situation. The 5 Immortals of the Celestial Court finally gained a foothold. They started to exchange blows with Lin Jianqing. Lin Jianqing's Thunder Sword Chi killer move was mainly because it was too fast. Before the enemy could react, they would already be hit. But Lin Jianqing still needed time to activate this killer move. Zhou Xiong Axian's Information Path killer move warning informed Zhou Xiong Axian and the rest when Lin Jianqing started to prepare Thunder Sword Chi killer move. With this added time, the 5 Immortals of the Celestial Court could barely react in time. Both sides fought intensely for a while. The 5 Immortals of the Celestial Court still had not gained control of the situation, they were still suppressed by Lin Jianqing. How is this possible? He is actually so strong. This is completely different from the information. Thunder Sword Chi and Sword Chi form are already incredible. Lin Jianqing's battle awareness is even more outstanding, it even surpasses mine. The 5 Immortals of the Celestial Court were inwardly shocked. Lin Jinqing did not just rely on these two moves to dominate the battlefield, he also displayed terrifying strength. There was no strongest Gu worm, there was no strongest killer move, but Gu immortals could always be number one. Even though Lin Jinqing was not number one, he was vaguely above the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. The 5 of us have different paths, we are restricting each other. This won't do. Lin Jinqing's main body has such battle strength, we need to weaken him to have a chance to use Rumor Cage. Let me do it. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court conversed at lightning speed. Prince's impatience stood up. He sent out balls of sparks that fluttered about, and they quickly enveloped the entire battlefield. Lin Jinqing's sword chi surged, but when it encountered the sparks, it started to burn and was quickly expended. Lin Jinqing was stunned. His vital immortal Gu was rank 8 sword chi Gu. Be it sword chi form or thunder sword chi, they both used sword chi as the foundation. Prince's impatience's move could actually burn sword chi, this broke the foundation of his battle. At least 50% of Lin Jinqing's sword chi was burned, its power fell drastically. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court took the chance to counterattack. After several rounds of fighting, a chance appeared. 9 spiritual fairies smoothly grasped it. 9 spiritual fairy turned into a willow tree. Her willow branches coiled around Lin Jinqing like a python, binding him to the willow tree trunk. Using this chance, Zhou Xiong Xian quickly used Rumor Cage battlefield. Seeing that Lin Jinqing had entered the battlefield again, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court became energized. But at the next moment, 9 spiritual fairy cried out in pain. The willow tree immemorial desolate beast vanished. She returned to her human form. She was covered in blood as she retreated in panic. What happened now? The other 4 immortals of the Celestial Court were shocked. Be careful. 9 spiritual fairy was hidden behind Zhou Xiong Xian. Her expression was still filled with shock and even a trace of fear. Lin Jinqing broke free from the bindings. He smiled as his aura slowly rose. Sensing this aura, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court had a change of expression. Pseudo-venerable. He concealed himself so deeply. He is actually a pseudo-venerable. At this point in the battle, Lin Jinqing finally started to display his full strength. Translucent milky white threads appeared around his body. The threads were extremely fast, they shot towards the 4 immortals of the Celestial Court. Sword Path Killer Move, Sword Chi Condensed Thread. This is the move. 9 spiritual fairy reminded in a low voice. The other 4 immortals of the Celestial Court had stern expressions. The transformation path 9 spiritual fairy who had transformed into an immemorial desolate plant was defeated miserably by this move. They naturally would not let down their guard. Red Heart Traveler activated all of his defensive methods and took the lead to block these threads. The threads were extremely sharp, so sharp that they could not be described with words. They actually cut into his body. If not for Red Heart Traveler reacting in time and pulling some distance away, he would have been cut into pieces. This move cannot be blocked head-on. Soon, the other 3 immortals of the Celestial Court also tested the power of this move and reached a consensus. The threads were unimaginably sharp, even the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court could only dodge. Lin Jinqing did not move from the center, he activated more and more threads, gradually filling the entire battlefield. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court awkwardly found that the battlefield they wanted to trap Lin Jinqing in was gradually becoming an obstacle for them to dodge the threads. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court finally realized, Lin Jinqing had not moved the battlefield to stall for time. The reason he returned the immortal Gu was because he believed he could fight 1 against 5, he could defeat the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. Lin Jinqing. Aren't you looking down on us too much? Remove Rumor Cage, let me use my strongest method. No, let me do it first. Facing the incomparably powerful Lin Jinqing, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court decisively removed Rumor Cage and used their strongest killer moves. Lin Jinqing's smile did not change as he activated another method. For a moment, sword lights danced in the air, appearing out of thin air. Sword Path Killer Move, Sword Light Division. Bam bam bam, in this battle, Lin Jinqing won 1 against 5, he killed the Gu Immortal Wan Zihong of the Celestial Court and heavily injured Zhou Xiong Axian, Prince's Impatience, and Red Heart Traveler. 9 Spiritual Fairy was captured because she brought up the rear. Lin Jinqing's name spread throughout the 5 regions. Chapter 2339. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. Refinement Sea area. The sea breeze blew, the surface of the sea was rippling, the sound of waves could be heard. A rank 5 hairy old man was lying on a small sampan, unconscious. The sampan moved with the waves. If nothing happened, this hairy old man would die in the sea. But a ship passed by here. After noticing the sampan, screams and shouts could be heard from the ship. After the hairy old man woke up, he found himself on the ship. Old man, are you also going to the Refinement Path Sacred Land to compete for the right to enter and exit the drifting refinement nest? The hairy Gu masters on the ship asked. The old man nodded. I live in Kokitahara. I heard about the drifting refinement nest. I know that it was created under the orders of the Supreme World Lord, Great Love Immortal Venerable. Such a refinement path sacred land might give me hope of breaking through. The hairy Gu masters on the ship gasped, Old man, you traveled such a long distance from Kokitahara to here. It was not easy, we are truly in awe. The hairy old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. Initially, I was not alone, there were 3 others. But the journey was dangerous, 2 of my companions died, the remaining one did not dare to continue, he returned. Thus, I am the only one who came here. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was not safe either. Especially when abnormal situations occurred frequently, the only places that had a stable environment were the settlements of large tribes. They usually had defensive immortal formations or Gu immortals guarding them. Thus, even rank 5 Gu masters could not travel long distances, they had to take huge risks. The hairy old man asked the hairy Gu masters on the ship where they came from. Like he expected, these hairy Gu masters came from Mini Eastern Sea's 3 hair continent. Back in Langya Blessed Land, the yellow hair continent, black hair continent, and white hair continent were collectively known as 3 hair continent. These hairy Gu masters had different cultivation levels, most were rank 4, few were rank 5, and there were also rare rank 3. I am truly envious of you, you live so close to the refinement path sacred land. The hairy old man sighed internally. So what if it is close? This place is strictly forbidden. How can the refinement path sacred land be freely entered? According to what I know, many Gu immortals' descendants can enter freely. Alas, we can't compare. They have Gu immortal seniors, they use flying boats to enter and exit this place, they are extremely fast. Hopefully, this test won't be difficult and I'll pass. From now on, you will have the right to enter and exit this place freely. The hairy Gu masters discussed among themselves. Several days later, the hairy old man and the ship's hairy Gu masters arrived at a floating refinement nest. The drifting refinement nest was so huge that all the Gu masters gasped in admiration. A voice transmitted into everyone's ears, guiding the rookies on the correct path, allowing them to smoothly enter the drifting refining nest. The structure of the drifting smelting nest was even more complicated. There were countless rooms of different sizes and corridors. It was very easy to get lost. Under the guidance of that voice, the hairy Gu masters found their own rooms and moved in. The Fong family had all the necessary living facilities, but they were all very simple. The style of ascetic cultivation was undoubtedly evident. That night, the newly arrived hairy Gu masters rested well. From the second day onwards, Gu materials were transported into the individual Gu refinement rooms in their rooms. The hairy Gu masters started to refine Gu. According to that mysterious voice, this was the first test. The goo masters were asked to use their most proficient methods to process goo materials or refine goo worms. This test lasted for 3 days. During this period, the goo masters could display their skills to their heart's content. After the test, the goo masters' rooms were moved. Some went to higher floors, while others went down a few floors. The drifting refinement nest did not prohibit goo masters from interacting with each other, thus, all sorts of small gatherings were held at night. The elderly rank 5 hairy man goo masters saw many outstanding goo masters. Hairy men were the majority, but there were also humans and even a few variant human goo masters. He also obtained a lot of information from this. One day, according to everyone's conjecture, the higher the floor, the better the results of the test. Because the higher the floor, the bigger and better the room, the better the food. The goo masters revolved around this standard and started to compete intensely. The drifting refinement nest never lacked goo materials, refining goo worms, or trying to create new goo. Through a good performance, the goo masters could even seek the guidance of the mysterious voice and learn profound goo refinement knowledge and techniques. After living here for several weeks, all of the goo masters felt their strength rising rapidly. 14 days passed like this. The goo masters faced the middle stage test. A set of high-quality goo materials were processed by many goo masters together. The goo masters were in their own rooms, observing the images and processing them remotely. The images were very lifelike, be it the temperature or the smell, they were all the same. The true goo materials were placed in a secret location, inside the refinement path goo formation. They were not placed in front of any goo master. Such methods were unimaginable. All of the goo masters were shocked and filled with admiration. After the middle stage test, more than 10 days later, it was time for the final stage test. This time, they were processing immortal materials. Of course, the topic was goo immortals. Every drifting refinement nest had at least one refinement path goo immortal. The other goo masters did some auxiliary work, such as processing the immortal materials and so on. After passing the final stage test, the remaining goo masters would have the qualifications to enter and exit refinement C freely. But this qualification had a time limit of 50 years. After that, they would have to take the test again. The drifting refinement nest that Fong Yuan created was mostly filled with goo masters. The early stage standard was not high. Most goo masters could pass and obtain this qualification. But in the future, with the explosive growth of the population, the competition in all aspects would become very intense, especially regarding the qualifications to enter and exit refinement C. Every drifting refinement nest could make use of refinement C to greatly increase the success rate of goo refinement. At the same time, the goo materials that were wasted in the refinement nests would be converted into refinement C after passing through the drifting refinement nest. Both sides complemented each other. If not for the replenishment of these drifting refinement nests, refinement C sea level would have already fallen by a lot. After all, Fong Yuan had been refining rank 9 immortal goo for many days already. The center of refinement C was a forbidden area among forbidden areas. Only goo immortals with Fong Yuan's permission could enter. Because here was 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Suddenly, there was a loud sound from 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. A pillar of light formed and pierced the sky. The pillar of light slowly dissipated, and a rank 9 immortal goo appeared. This immortal goo crystal spider was transparent, without any flaws. The spider's 8 legs were very long and slender, while its body was very petite, supported by the 8 legs. It was heavenly web goo. And on the back of heavenly web goo, there was a white mark that resembled a spider web. This was unique to rank 9 heavenly web goo. It did not exist on the back of rank 8 heavenly web goo. The refinement is complete. Master has another rank 9 immortal goo. Oh heavens, we participated in the whole process. This is the supreme glory of refinement path. As long as this continues, Master will definitely trample all the venerables under his feet in the future. For Element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool also had Gu Immortals participating in the refinement, the majority of them being hairy men. They looked up at the sky, gasping in admiration. Under the control of Fong Yuan's divine sense, the Rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu disappeared. Rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu is also refined. Fong Yuan was calm. After refining many Rank 9 Immortal Gu, he no longer felt excited or agitated, he was starting to get used to it. Although the Gu refinement failed twice this time, there were no setbacks after that, it was very smooth. After thinking about it, Fong Yuan chose to refine Heavenly Web Gu in the end. Fong Yuan's current situation was not bad, he needed an Immortal Gu to help him attack and defend. Between offense and defense, Fong Yuan chose the latter without hesitation. Because the sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict, its defense was very weak, this was Fong Yuan's shortcoming. If this aspect was broken by other venerables, then in a direct confrontation, Fong Yuan would have no place to stand, the consequences would be severe. Heavenly Web Gu could release a huge net to trap the target when activated. Strictly speaking, it was not a defensive Gu, it was used for offense. But it was the absolute core of the defensive killer move, expanding Heavenly Web. Expanding Heavenly Web's power rose sharply, it was even more powerful than Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Moreover, Heavenly Web Gu could be mixed into obscured Heavenly Secret, increasing the power of this killer move by several times. The reason why Fong Yuan chose Heaven Path and gave up on Refinement Path was because Refinement Path was not good at offense, and it was too widespread. Heaven Path had a broad future and was developing well, it was even more outstanding than Human Path in this aspect. The most amazing thing was that almost no one had the qualifications to cultivate Heaven Path. Thus, Fong Yuan's choice of using Heaven Path as a base was very wise. Using Heaven Path as an offensive method was naturally the best choice. After storing the Rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu, Fong Yuan inspected his inventory. Because he had failed twice earlier, he had expended a lot of Heaven Path immortal materials. As for the secluded domain of heaven and earth, refinement C, even though the sea level had fallen, it had not broken through the limit, it could recover on its own. Of course, drifting refinement nest could speed up refinement C's recovery. Just as Fong Yuan was calculating which Rank 9 Immortal Gu he should refine next, a piece of news entered his ears. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court surrounded Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, Lin Jianqing, but suffered a crushing defeat. Lin Jianqing's pseudo-venerable battle strength was exposed, not only did he collude with Fong Clan and leak information to them, he was also an otherworldly demon. There was a lot of evidence of Lin Jianqing's collusion with Fong Clan, it could be said to be irrefutable. As an information path grade expert, Zhou Xiong Xian not only had the ability to gather clues, he also had the ability to create false evidence. As for Lin Jianqing's otherworldly demon identity, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had personally deduced it. Right now, the world was in an uproar, especially Western Desert, it was extremely chaotic. A pseudo-venerable had finally appeared in this region, Western Desert's righteous path had yet to straighten their backs when they were dumbfounded. This pseudo-venerable Lin Jianqing was actually involved in the demonic path, he had deep connections. Chapter 2340. If not for the Celestial Court exposing it, no one would know that Lin Jianqing had pseudo-venerable battle strength. They had hidden it so deeply, they definitely had ulterior motives. In fact, from the reactions of most of Lin Clan's Gu immortals, they did not know about it. Western Desert's righteous path super forces were watching. Many of them were waiting for Lin Jianqing to explain, but Lin Clan remained silent and did not give any explanation. Western Desert's righteous path did not make a move. They were not willing to create an alliance against Lin after the anti-Fong alliance. The consequences of attacking Fong Clan were right in front of them. If Lin Clan did the same thing as Fong Clan, with a pseudo-venerable leading the entire clan, how would Western Desert's righteous path survive? Fong Clan cannot attack now. It seems that Fong clan's previous attacks were all a facade created by the Celestial Court. Fong Yuan looked at the complete information again and understood. Ever since Western Desert's Fong clan lost the resource points of their entire clan, they had to rely on Fong Yuan even more. Thus, Fong Yuan's control over them was even deeper. If Fong clan attacked in a large scale, they would definitely inform him and ask for his instructions. Fong Yuan could not help but find it funny. The Celestial Court wanted to interfere in Western Desert. Of all people, they had to choose the strongest opponent. But soon, Fong Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought of a question: why did the Celestial Court suddenly attack Lin Clan? Was it because they found out that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had pseudo-venerable strength, so they wanted to eliminate him in advance for the sake of Celestial Court's dominance over the 5 regions? This possibility was too low. Not to mention the fact that the Celestial Court's biggest obstacle in stabilizing its position as the overlord of the 5 regions were the other venerables. Even pseudo-venerables had to stand aside. If the Celestial Court found out that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had pseudo-venerable battle strength, why did they only send 5 Celestial Court Gu Immortals to kill Lin Jinqing? This did not make sense. Then what is the Celestial Court's true motive? Why did they suddenly attack Lin Clan? Fong Yuan learned from Fong Clan that Lin Clan and Fong Clan did not collude in secret. This was all a setup by the Celestial Court. Is it because Lin Jinqing is an otherworldly demon? That wasn't right either. The Celestial Court's attitude towards the extraterrestrial devils was not completely one-sided. As long as they could recruit him, the Celestial Court would. Even Fong Yuan had been recruited by the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court's recruitment criteria were also very clear, as long as it was a human. Then what exactly is the reason? Even if the #1 wisdom path expert, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, was not the decision-maker, she had at least agreed to deal with Lin Clan. However, she made a rare miscalculation. What made her agree to attack the Lin family? The problem here was very crucial and worthy of Fong Yuan's deep consideration. Even though Wisdom Gu was only rank 8, it was helpful to Fong Yuan. After he used all sorts of wisdom path methods, Fong Yuan had a guess, but he was not sure. After all, everything was just a calculation. What was the truth? Fong Yuan naturally had a way to prove it. He immediately ordered for a rank 5 Gu Master to undergo Immortal Ascension. Right now, there were few such rank 5 Gu Immortal seeds left in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. And these Gu Immortal seeds did not have a deep foundation, they did not have enough experience, their chances of passing the tribulation were very low. This was why Fong Yuan decided to suppress them and let them continue to accumulate their foundation. But because this problem was very important, Fong Yuan felt that it was worth it even if he had to waste a rank 5 Gu Master. In the end, this rank 5 Gu Master failed and died because the 3 Qi were out of balance. But during this short period of time, Fong Yuan used Thieving Heaven's secret killer move to find out the truth. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave the order to deal with Lin Clan, she was an embroidered tower outside the Celestial Court. But Bo Qing's soul was taken out from the Celestial Court's secret treasury. This was the most obvious evidence. Furthermore, when Fairy Maiden's soul modified Bo Qing's soul, she was in the Celestial Court the entire time. Fong Yuan obtained even more precious information. Fairy Myrtle and Ning Wuxia were trapped in the Heaven Path Dream Realm, so Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to nurture Bo Qing, even though this was a risky move. This way, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's motive was clear: she wanted to use Bo Qing to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Fong Yuan's gaze was eerie as he muttered. He knew why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's previous performance was already the #1 threat to the Celestial Court. Of course, this was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's understanding when Fong Yuan tried to conceal himself. If the fact that Fong Yuan had many rank 9 immortal goo was exposed, then Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would be tossed aside. Not only would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable find trouble with Fong Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal would also have to join forces with Star Constellation to deal with Fong Yuan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, Fong Yuan rapidly deduced and thought deeply. Thoughts surged in his mind, gathering into surging waves that rose and fell. He knew that an opportunity was right in front of him. A huge opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, as time passed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might succeed. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no more opportunities like this. Would he be able to grasp this opportunity? If he could not, the result would be terrible for Fong Yuan. At once, Fong Yuan could not make a decision. Even though he knew about the Celestial Court secrets, he did not know about Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself. How much progress had she made during this period of time? Giant Sun Immortal, Longevity Heaven, and Fong Yuan were all shrouded in mystery. Fong Yuan had refined rank 9 immortal goo. He had an advantage in this aspect, but the other venerables might try to offset Fong Yuan's refinement path advantage in other aspects. War. Fong Yuan did not like war, even though he did not dislike it. In his opinion, war and killing were only ways to gain benefits. Harming the enemy while harming oneself was already a good outcome in a war. The risk of war was huge. Rashly starting a war was not wise. Compared to war, Fong Yuan preferred to do business and plunder. But Fong Yuan was clear about one thing: venerables had to fight, they had to fight frequently. Then let's fight. After thinking for several days, Fong Yuan finally made this decision. After he made his decision, he immediately took action. On one hand, he sent Gu Immortals to Western Desert to approach Lin Jianqing and recruit him. On the other hand, he sent his capable subordinates to make arrangements. After making arrangements, Fong Yuan flew into the sky, entering Spectral Heaven. Great Love Immortal Venerables suddenly flew into Spectral Heaven. This important information was quickly captured by the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. It was quickly spread to the whole of the 5 regions Gu Immortal world. A Venerable's every action would attract the attention of all Gu Immortals. Not to mention Fong Yuan's huge action. What is Heaven Refining Demon Venerable trying to do by entering Spectral Heaven? To fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Giant Sun Immortal was very confused. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Not long ago, she and Fong Yuan had already completed the transaction regarding the Starry Sky calculation formation. Lin Jianqing exposed his true battle strength. She had miscalculated. She was about to deal with this when Fong Yuan made such a move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not even deduced when an intense feeling told her that things were going to turn bad. But as for what would turn bad and how, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know yet. Everything was waiting for her to continue deducing, or for the situation to continue developing. Among the Venerables, Fong Yuan is in the worst situation. Why did he go to Spectral Heaven? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was confused. Spectral Heaven had already become Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's territory. Other Gu Immortals entered and left Spectral Heaven, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not make a move. But what if a Venerable like Fong Yuan went to Spectral Heaven? This was like a mountain with a tiger. Normally, when small animals stepped on it, the tiger would not move. However, if another ferocious tiger entered the mountain peak, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of the original ferocious tiger, and a battle might even break out. Would Spectral Soul Demon Venerable make a move against Fong Yuan? The answer to this question was related to the hearts of the 2 Venerables. They activated investigative killer moves and paid close attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's movements. The 2 Venerables were shaken. At the same time, they thought of a possibility. Did Fong Yuan have a way to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? That was why he had the confidence to enter Spectral Heaven. But why did he suddenly enter Spectral Heaven? The same question appeared in front of star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's first thought was, has Feng Yuan already quelled the sovereign Immortal Aperture's internal problems and started annexing variant human grotto heavens? Star constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. She had a bad feeling. Does Feng Yuan already know about the Heavenly Path Dream Realm? In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he killed Paradise Earth and obtained the truthful floating ice left behind by Limitless Demon Venerable. Feng Yuan did not conceal his movements. After entering Spectral Heaven, he went straight for the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. Soon, he arrived at the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. After sensing this, Giant Sun Immortal's heart shook. This is a dream realm. The dream realm that is most similar to the description in the Legends of Renzu has appeared. So Feng Yuan's target is them. Star constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. Feng Yuan had Heaven Path cultivation level and was also the #1 person in the world in Dream Path attainment. The Heavenly Path Dream Realm was too helpful to Feng Yuan. I cannot let Feng Yuan succeed. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought of this and immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal realized that these were all Heavenly Path Dream Realms. On one hand, he agreed to cooperate with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to suppress Feng Yuan and prevent him from obtaining these Heavenly Path Dream Realms. On the other hand, he was thinking, was this real or fake? This was the first time Giant Sun Immortal learned of the existence of Heavenly Path Dream Realms. But he was clear, I already have a rank 9 goo, even though it is light goo, it is damaged and useless for now. But this is enough for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable to work together against me. So in this situation, are the two of them working together to plot against me? Undeniably, this was very likely. Feng Yuan looked at the Heavenly Path Dream Realm in front of him and used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to enter. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo was an investigative goo. Soon, Feng Yuan learned of the situation in the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. His heart burned with passion. The Heavenly Path has to pay a huge price to create these Heavenly Path Dream Realms. They need to pay the true meaning. That is to say, if I obtain these dream realms and absorb their true meaning, I will obtain them. The parts that the Heavenly Path loses will be obtained by me. My attainment level in Heaven Path is even higher than the Heavenly Path. Of course, this could not be considered a Heaven Path Supreme Grandmaster. Because in the current Heaven Path attainment level, there were too many things that Feng Yuan could not comprehend. Feng Yuan, how have you been? Just as he was thinking, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arrived. It is easy to do things in the dark, but hard to do things in the open. Giant Sun Immortal should be here soon. Feng Yuan thought of this and smiled at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, saying, Star Constellation, I must obtain these dream realms. If you do not retreat, leave your life behind. Chapter 23:41. You want me to leave my life behind? He. It is rare to see such hospitality from Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Feng Yuan's threat, but her heart shook slightly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Feng Yuan had fought several times, but it was rare to see Feng Yuan so unyielding. This showed how much Feng Yuan was determined to obtain these Heaven Path Dream Realms. Precisely so, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to stop Feng Yuan. It has been a long time since we last fought. Feng Yuan must have improved a lot. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said, her long hair fluttering in the air. Her long hair was black like the night sky, but countless starlight specks flickered between her hair. It was like a condensed Milky Way. It was dazzling and could not be ignored. Ding ding ding, countless starlight specks flowed out of her hair, converging into a starlight current. This current was made up of countless starlight fragments. As they surged, they collided with each other and gave off a crisp sound. Feng Yuan's brows furrowed. He had never seen this move before. He pointed his finger and used a method, called 7 Kills Rainbow. At once, Metal Path's yellow light, wood paths jade light, water paths light blue light, fire paths red light, earth paths brown light, wind paths green light, and lightning paths dark blue light fused together, turning into a huge spiral light pillar that crashed into the starlight current. Rumble. The two collided, creating a loud sound that shook heaven and earth. Next, the sound of countless starlight fragments colliding filled everyone's ears. Fong Yuan's 7 kills rainbow pierced through the starlight fragments and flew up like a mixed-colored dragon, attacking star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She moved like the wind as she retreated to a certain distance. The more Fong Yuan's 7 kills rainbow entered the starlight, the weaker its momentum became. At first, it had an unstoppable penetrating force, but soon, it was surrounded by countless starlight fragments and weakened. Eventually, the light pillar became thinner and thinner. By the time it reached star constellation Immortal Venerable, it was only smoke. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had a smile on her face as she watched the 7 kills rainbow dissipate like smoke. Fong Yuan frowned slightly as he stared at the scattered stardust on the battlefield. Each of these star fragments was extremely small. They were not true star fragments, but formed by killer moves. Originally, the stardust shone with a faint blue light and converged into one, turning into a deep blue torrent. But now, these star fragments had dispersed and absorbed Fong Yuan's 7 kills rainbow. The surrounding surface was stained with golden, emerald, light blue, scarlet, dark brown, and so on. The entire battlefield was covered in colors, and the scene was dazzling and resplendent. However, Fong Yuan sensed a strong sense of danger from this beautiful scenery. He continued to use killer moves to test them, but the result was the same. The killer moves did not show their might for long before their power plummeted and were absorbed by countless star fragments. Star constellation Immortal Venerable activated her method again. From time to time, she flicked her fingers, and from time to time, her fingers danced in the air. Along with her movements, streaks of starlight Dao marks lit up on the battlefield. The scale of these starlight Dao marks expanded rapidly and connected with each other. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, the incomplete form of a battlefield killer move was created. But how could Fong Yuan let star constellation Immortal Venerable succeed so easily? Once the battlefield killer move was created, star constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately gain a huge territorial advantage. Fong Yuan immediately tried to obstruct her, but the effect was minimal. These star fragments protected the Dao marks. Even if Fong Yuan destroyed them, these Dao marks would break into countless star fragments and replenish them. I still have to thank Fong Yuan. Without permanent skew, these two moves would not exist. Star constellation Immortal Venerable said. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's 2 moves were unheard of by Fong Yuan. They were truly extraordinary when used together. Fong Yuan saw that he could not break them directly. He had a thought and decisively stopped probing, using another killer move. At the next moment, 5 colored lights shone around him. They were Southern Restriction Purple Black Miasma Light Chi, Central Restriction White Gold Holy Light Chi, Northern Restriction Jade Licorice Light Chi, Western Restriction Scarlet Raging Flames Light Chi, and Eastern Restriction Azure Water Blue Light Chi. The 5 colored lights were connected as one, but they were also distinct. They quickly spread and dyed the battlefield, enveloping star constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete battlefield killer move as well as countless star fragments. Star constellation Immortal Venerable nodded slightly, showing an expression of praise. Be it the previous 7 killings rainbow or the current 5 restriction profound light chi, they were both modified by Fong Yuan. If it were the original version, star constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately use a method to break it and cause Fong Yuan to suffer a backlash. The previous 7 killings rainbow killer move was also ordinary in terms of modification. In just this short period of time, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already understood it. As long as she had some time, she would be able to deduce a method to break it directly. However, the 5 restriction profound light chi's killer move had been modified very well. Other than the killer move's power being increased, the speed at which it was unleashed had also become much faster. This modification clearly surpassed 7 Killings Rainbow. It showed Feng Yuan's effort in this. He must have invested a lot of time and effort into this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable started to suffer a backlash. She did not have the sovereign immortal body, she had conflicting Tao marks. When she fought in this 5-colored profound light chi, the stronger the killer move she used, the greater the backlash she suffered. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path expert in history. Since 5 restriction profound light chi was exposed, how could she not have any countermeasures? During this period of time, she had thought of at least 3 methods to deal with every method that Feng Yuan exposed. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chose the simplest method. She opened her immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out countless star beasts. These star beasts were as large as white whales, some were as small as mosquitoes, some had sharp horns, some were soft and curved. In short, they had all kinds of shapes and sizes. But without exception, these star beasts were at least immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, there were leaders whose auras were clearly stronger than the others, their eyes flickered with intelligence. The star beasts charged into 5 restriction profound light chi without any obstruction. It turned out that the killer move 5 restriction profound light chi originated from Tao Zhu. He had created it by imitating the 5 regional walls. The 5 regional walls could obstruct the living beings of the 5 regions, but they did not have much effect on creatures of the 2 heavens. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had specially nurtured these star path beasts. They were all from the 2 heavens, they were not suppressed by 5 restriction profound light chi. The star beasts attacked in groups, they were ferocious and surging like a tidal wave. Feng Yuan activated killer moves, slaughtering groups after groups. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to increase her forces, the number of star beasts was still increasing slowly. Especially the star beast leaders, they had immortal apertures with goo worms in their bodies, their intelligence was not inferior to humans. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable seems to be able to nurture legendary immemorial beasts on a large scale. Feng Yuan's heart shook. But thinking about it, he understood. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 wisdom path immortal, she is most proficient in enlightening star beasts and giving them wisdom. Actually, it was not just Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thinking about the countless variant goo immortals in Crazed Demon Cave, they were all created by Limitless Demon Venerable from mountains, rocks, wind, and fire. In a way, in terms of enlightening legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Limitless Demon Venerable's achievements were even more shocking than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In order to nurture so many star beasts, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to expend a vast amount of star path resources. The fusion of the 2 heavens not only gave me a vast amount of heaven path immortal materials, it also gave her a vast amount of star path resources. Not only did she create the star path calculation formation, she also nurtured so many star beasts. Feng Yuan speculated about Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's foundation. The truth was, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had expended a huge amount of resources to nurture so many star beasts. Not just the gains from the fusion of the 2 heavens, but also the star path resources in Celestial Quartz treasury. Seeing that the star beasts were charging towards them, Feng Yuan maintained 5 restriction profound light chi while activating Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Countless dragon souls danced and sword chi spread, but they could not match the star beasts in the sky, they only managed to slow down the star beast army's attack slightly. When these star beasts were injured, the surrounding star fragments would fill their wounds and heal them quickly. If the star beasts were heavily injured and reached their limits, they would die and turn into countless star fragments. In a certain area, the star fragments would become denser, and when they reached a certain level, they would easily form star path Tao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 moves were interconnected, one would weaken while the other would strengthen, they were closely linked and coordinated. Fang Yuan's situation became more difficult. It seems that this is another combat system of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan sensed this. His thoughts moved rapidly. This battle with star constellation Immortal Venerable was different from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. It was also different from the battle for rank 9 Light Goo. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave was about seizing the primordial domain and the Crazed Demon formation. It was about making use of the situation and maneuvering around. It focused on information, the will of the people, and the competition of forces. The battle for rank 9 Light Goo focused on pursuit. It focused on speed, timing, offense, and defense. This time, if Fang Yuan wanted to seize the Heaven Path Dream Realm, he had to occupy this battlefield and have the terrain advantage. Great minds think alike. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the same. Be it Fang Yuan's 5 restriction Profound Light Qi or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mysterious incomplete star fragment battlefield, they were both targeting this. The moment Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought, she directly used a new combat system, causing Fang Yuan's 5 restriction Profound Light Qi and other methods to be ineffective. Fang Yuan was wise and decisive. Seeing that the situation was bad, he immediately stopped all his offensive methods and only used defense to protect himself. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and waved her sleeves. All the star beasts charged forward. Fang Yuan could only dodge while preparing his killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight. She suddenly took out a lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was her mental state. She used her mental state to aim at Fang Yuan's direction and shook it lightly. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with countless emotions. They assaulted his body and mind. But Fang Yuan was prepared. He activated more than one defensive killer move. Among them was the killer move Calm and Collected. This move had been used in Crazed Demon Cave. It was modified now. It quickly suppressed and destroyed Fang Yuan's emotions. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's interference failed. Fang Yuan stabilized his footing and prepared successfully. He opened his mouth slightly. A faint smoke came out of his mouth and ears. The smoke was pink. It gathered above Fang Yuan's head, turning into the exquisite appearance of Dang Hun Mountain. At the next moment, the killer move erupted with power. Mini Dang Hun Mountain above Fang Yuan's head shook intensely. Ding! 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 It was like the sound of crystals colliding. It was so clear that it was piercing to the ears. The pink sound wave could be seen with the naked eye. Wherever it went, star beasts howled and froze on the spot before collapsing. The battlefield was originally filled with star beasts, but now, a large area was cleared. Even the stronger leader star beasts could not resist it. They fell to the pink sound wave. Not just that, even the star fragments in the sky broke apart, vanishing completely. The surrounding star path Dao marks broke one after another, drowning in the pink sound wave. Immortal Killer Move, Your Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound. This move's power swept through the battlefield, easily changing the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Fu Pin Chinese Language. Chapter 2342. This time Shocking Dreams, Soul Sound. This was a combination killer move. It used Rank 8 Rule Path Goo, Rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Shock Goo, Rank 8 Time Path Year Goo, Rank 7 Dream Armor Goo, Rank 8 Water Path Great Wave Goo, Rank 8 Belltone Goo, and the core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. Precisely because the core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain, it was comparable to a rank 9 killer move. With the amplification of Fang Yuan's Dao marks of corresponding paths, its power was earth-shattering. With this move, Fang Yuan immediately broke through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 consecutive moves. He swept away the disadvantage and regained his might. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Thoughts moved rapidly in her mind as she tried to analyze this move. This move seems to be Fang Yuan's trump card, the source of his confidence in fighting me. Roughly speaking, this move encompasses rule path, wisdom path, time path, dream path, water path, soul path, and sound path. It's truly difficult to resist all of them. Wisdom path was easy, but dream path was difficult. Even though the relevant immortal goo was only rank 7 dream armor goo, star constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist it effectively. Fong Yuan had an advantage in the dream path. He was the #1 person in the world. The greatest source of this move's power is still Dang Hun Mountain. I wonder how much time and effort Fong Yuan spent to deduce this move. Star constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind. She could not help but feel helpless. The new combat system that she had painstakingly designed was broken by Fong Yuan just like that. No matter how exquisite the combination of the 3 moves was, Fong Yuan's ear-shocking dream wave soul sound was extremely domineering. It swept through the battlefield with invincibility. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was more concerned about the time and effort she used to deduce these 3 moves compared to Fong Yuan's effort to deduce the killer move ear-shocking dream wave sound. It would be better if she spent less time and energy on it. If she gave up more, it would be a loss that outweighed the gain. The outcome of the battle between Venerable Ones also signified the level of the Venerable One's cultivation and management skills. Star constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind. She felt that if Fong Yuan paid less than her, the possibility of that happening was quite low. However, that was not the case. The main source of this killer move, ear-shocking dream wave soul sound, came from nature. In the remote antiquity era, there was an immemorial desolate beast called the Frightening Ear Beast. Wherever it went, Frightening Ear goo would fly away. Now, it was already extinct. Dream waves were a kind of phenomenon. In Fong Yuan's previous life, when dreams appeared on a large scale, dream waves would form. Dang Hun Mountain didn't need to be mentioned. The soul sound withered flower tree was also a rare ancient desolate plant that was already extinct. It could use wood path resources as nourishment to send out soul sounds that affected the souls of the surrounding living beings. These phenomena and innate instincts were things that naturally existed in the world. After Fong Yuan stole the heavenly secrets, it became an important reference. Creating compound killer moves was actually much easier than creating killer moves of a single path. Especially when Fong Yuan had rank 8 wisdom goo, he could always provide him with the most accurate inspiration. He did not have to waste time on the wrong path. This year's shocking dream wave soul sound was only a quasi-rank 9 killer move in essence, because it did not contain a rank 9 immortal goo, only the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. Thus, the rank 8 wisdom goo was very helpful to the deduction of this move. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, can you deal with this move? Fong Yuan smiled as he got closer to Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to retreat, maintaining her distance from Fong Yuan. A combat system was very difficult to construct. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's painstaking combination of 3 moves was very exquisite. It was already the prototype of a combat system. But after being broken by Fong Yuan's unreasonable move, the combination of 3 moves became a joke. Of course, this did not mean that Star constellation Immortal Venerable's efforts were in vain. Maybe in the future, when she obtained rank 9 Star Path Immortal Goo, her power would rise sharply and she would be able to resist Fong Yuan's combination killer move. Thus, the foundation of a combat system was still Immortal Goo. When Venerables fought, they had to compete with rank 9 Immortal Goo. Without rank 9 Immortal Goo, they would have to compete with secluded domains of heaven and earth. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal had the incomplete Blood Sea, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had Book Mountain, Mental Realm, and Door of Life and Death, while Fong Yuan had Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, City Well, Reverse Flow River, Hu Land, Refinement Sea, Human Sea, and the incomplete Qian Kun Crystal Wall. Only with a solid foundation, after fighting to a stalemate, would the combat system be the key to victory. Fong Yuan, you have incredible talent indeed, your talent is shocking. This move has great power, it is also mysterious and mystical, it is hard to defend against. But I have a move here, please take a look. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said as she shook the mental realm in her hand. Fong Yuan showed a vigilant expression as he activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow River had already been repaired, Reverse Flow Protection Seal had been modified. Originally, after the killer move was activated, it turned into a snowy robe with large sleeves, there were ripples on the surface of the robe, it was the scene of Reverse Flow River flowing slowly. The surface of the snowy robe was covered in mist. There was also a rainbow light, it was pure blue and curved like a ribbon, it coiled around Fong Yuan's arm, nape, and waist. Now, other than that, Fong Yuan's handsome face was covered with a layer of translucent veil, causing half of his beautiful face to be faintly discernible, and accentuate that pair of beautiful eyes that were not covered, giving off a mysterious and unparalleled charm. The lantern-like mental realm shook slightly, in an instant, the surrounding battlefield turned darker. The mental realm seemed to have become the only source of light, it had a mystical suction force. This move had a huge range, Fong Yuan was directly hit, the emotions accumulated in his heart were extracted by the mental realm and absorbed. Fong Yuan immediately activated Calm Killer Move, but he could not stop this process. He used other methods but could not stop it, his expression changed. Because it was only extracting emotions at first, but gradually, along with the extraction of emotions, Fong Yuan's wisdom path Dao marks were also extracted. Wisdom path cultivation had three main elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Emotions were related to wisdom path Dao marks to begin with. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was very powerful, other than extracting emotions, it could also extract wisdom path Dao marks, weakening the opponent's wisdom path foundation. My emotions are extracted, they will form a blank space. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable extracts my emotions, it will be very easy. Fong Yuan had a bad feeling. During the entire process, his reverse flow protection seal did not react. Clearly, this extraction was very subtle, it could not be considered an attack, it could not trigger reverse flow protection seal's counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable probably thought of this move to deal with reverse flow protection seal. She succeeded. Fong Yuan's previous efforts in modifying reverse flow protection seal were all for naught. In just a few breaths of time, Fong Yuan had already lost 100 wisdom path Dao marks. He activated defensive methods like Dream Armor Goo, but they had no effect. The core of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was her mental state, it was a quasi-rank 9 killer move, and with the amplification of her wisdom path Dao marks, its power was terrifying. Dream Armor Goo's methods were still too weak, they could not resist it. Reverse flow protection seal's level was high enough, it had enough power, but it could not be triggered. Fong Yuan had a choice, that was to continue using this year's shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound killer move to fight attack with attack. But he thought about it and found it difficult. His original plan was not to engage in an intense battle with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was a situation where both sides were heavily injured, it was most beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Moreover, Fong Yuan did not want to fight Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his main goal was the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Thoughts collided in Fong Yuan's mind, after a few flashes of thought, he made up his mind and secretly used Heaven Path Killer move Heavenly Web. This move was supposed to form a pure white net around the Goo Immortal to block attacks. But now, it had turned into a pure white light and entered the dense fishnet formed by obscured Heavenly Secret. Thus, the dense net had the power of both Heavenly Web and obscured Heavenly Secret. Heavenly Web Goo was a rank 9 immortal Goo. The defensive ability of Heavenly Web was superior to Mental State Killer move to begin with. Heaven's Web was flawless. It blocked the flow of Fong Yuan's emotions, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gasped in shock. And even more amazing was that Feng Yuan did not expose his rank 9 immortal Gu aura. Because the two moves merged into one, they were concealed by obscured heavenly secret. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of her reputation. After a few rounds of fighting, she forced Feng Yuan to use rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu. Because of this, obscured heavenly secret had to bear a huge burden. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mood was even heavier. She could not resist Feng Yuan's ear-shocking dream turbulent soul sound, but Feng Yuan resisted her mental state killer move. That was to say, she could not even use the tactic of using offense against offense. Does Feng Yuan have wisdom path methods that are not weaker than mine? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but suspect. Feng Yuan thus gained the upper hand. He finally had time to attack the Heaven Path Dream Realms. He did not make things difficult for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he only resisted her and used his methods on those Heaven Path Dream Realms from afar. The first method was pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, of course. But ordinary dream realms could be turned into pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies by this move. But the Heaven Path Dream Realms had no effect. Not just that, they were enraged by Feng Yuan. The Heaven Path Dream Realms turned into a wave of attacks that pressed down on Feng Yuan. These Heaven Path Dream Realms are filled with providence, while the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies condense dream realms, using human will as the core to form the human body. Unless I use a method to get rid of all of the providence in the dream realms. After knowing this, Feng Yuan used Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move. He had used this move many times against dream realms. It was very effective. But now, even though this move was effective, the side effect was even greater. Feng Yuan looked at the Heaven Path Dream Realms that were hit and shrank. He felt a heartache. It seems that my Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move can be used against ordinary dream realms, but it is very crude against Heaven Path Dream Realms. Not only did it weaken providence, it also got rid of the true meaning in the dream realms. Feng Yuan did not gain nothing. After this attempt, he understood that providence and Heaven Path true meaning were intertwined in Heaven Path Dream Realms. They were hard to differentiate. His wisdom path methods were too crude. He could not differentiate the two accurately. He could not deal with providence alone. But Feng Yuan still had a way to deal with it. At the next moment, he sent out his Dream Path clone Meng Qiuzhen to protect him as he was swallowed by the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. She was somewhat anxious. Feng Yuan's strength was exposed. She was very surprised. He actually started to absorb the Heaven Path Dream Realms right under her nose. Giant Sun, are you going to watch as Heaven Refining Demon Venerable absorbs these Heaven Path Dream Realms and gets stronger? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contacted Giant Sunday. Of course not. At the next moment, Giant Sun Immortal appeared. P.S. Venerable Goot reached the 100 Alliance stage a few days ago. This is a very rare achievement. Here, I would like to thank all of you for your support and love. Thinking about the difficult past of this book, I could not help but sigh. Originally, the 100 Alliance stage would add chapters every day, but in the last month, my grandmother passed away. It was a huge blow to me. I was immersed in a sea of sorrow. I was unable to extricate myself. From my personal experience, my grandmother was the most important person in my life. In a way, she was even more important than my parents. In the last month, I often cried silently. I was in so much pain that I could not concentrate on my writing, work, life, and many other matters. A few days ago, my grandmother held a funeral. When I went out and returned home, it was designed to be updated at a fixed time, so I could not add chapters in time. Today, I added chapters. I apologize to everyone, please forgive me. Tomorrow, I will continue to add chapters for April. Chapter 2343. Ever since Feng Yuan ascended to spectral heaven, Giant Sun Immortal had been paying close attention to this place. When Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought, Giant Sun Immortal was joyful at first. After all, the fight between two venerables was the most beneficial to him. But soon, he was worried that Feng Yuan would not be able to withstand star constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks and would lose too early. If Feng Yuan cannot hold on, I will help him. Giant Sun Immortal had already prepared to help Feng Yuan in secret. Of course he had good intentions. Firstly, Feng Yuan was too weak, it was not beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. In Giant Sun Immortal's opinion, the Celestial Court was his greatest enemy. Secondly, Giant Sun Immortal wanted Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to continue fighting each other, so he wanted to help Feng Yuan and maintain the situation of the two venerables. It was most beneficial to him. After all, I have primeval chi seed, my immortal essence is greatly replenished. If I expend some of my immortal essence in a fight between venerables, it would be even more harmful to them. Giant Sun Immortal had such a thought at the time. This was not wrong. It was a wise decision. But he did not know the truth. He only knew the information he obtained from this perspective. But what he did not expect was that after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Feng Yuan fought, Feng Yuan actually gained the upper hand. This was out of his expectations. After all, in his impression, Feng Yuan was last in refining Dao marks, even though he had potential, his immortal essence storage was last. How did he gain the upper hand? He even forced Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to ask for help from Giant Sun Immortal. However, Giant Sun Immortal had witnessed the entire process of the fight between the two venerables. He was not surprised after the initial shock. This time, the killer move Shocking Your Dream Wave Soul Sound left a deep impression on him. Feng Yuan used the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Dang Hun Mountain as the core to create such a powerful killer move that swept away Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete combat system. It was logical that Feng Yuan could win. When the killer move Shocking Your Dream Wave Soul Sound showed off, Giant Sun Immortal was not too worried. He even let go of his worries and probed into Feng Yuan's background. The reason? Feng Yuan lacked immortal essence, he was ranked last in terms of refining natural Dao marks. What did he do with his remaining time? But now, Giant Sun Immortal saw it. Oh, so it is used to deduce killer moves. Oh, so he was using secluded domain of Heaven and Earth as. He was even more assured that he could use the arcane realm of Heaven and Earth as the core. It seems that Feng Yuan does not have a rank 9 immortal goo after all. He had to use a secluded domain of Heaven and Earth to create a quasi-rank 9 killer move. The Giant Sun Immortal couldn't help but feel envious. Feng Yuan had the most secluded domains of Heaven and Earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also had many, but Giant Sun Immortal had the least. He only had one, and it was only an incomplete blood sea. He also wanted a complete arcane realm of Heaven and Earth. Giant Sun Immortal watched from the side. When he saw Feng Yuan's Your Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound gaining the upper hand, he felt reassured. However, when he saw that Feng Yuan actually resisted Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mental state killer move, he could not sit still. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated a Wisdom Path killer move with her mental state as the core. Giant Sun Immortal had already expected it. But he did not expect Feng Yuan to have defensive methods that could block Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mental state killer move. Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was already a huge headache for Giant Sun Immortal. He had spent a lot of effort to secretly deduce and modify luck path methods to deal with it. To think that Feng Yuan had other defensive methods that surpassed reverse flow protection seal. Feng Yuan's performance was out of Giant Sun Immortal's expectations again. This time, Giant Sun Immortal was wary. There was no helping it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not see through Feng Yuan's defensive methods. Giant Sun Immortal was the same. To think that Feng Yuan has such deep attainment in Wisdom Path. In such a short period of time, you were able to create, deduce, and modify so many killer moves. Giant Sun Immortal joined the battle, staring at Feng Yuan as he praised sincerely. This was nothing. Feng Yuan had Thieving Heaven's secret and wisdom goo, with the advantage of the sovereign immortal body, compound killer moves were easy to create. Individually, these advantages were so outstanding that venerable ones would be envious of them. Now that these advantages were stacked together, even Feng Yuan felt terrified. Things like this year's shocking dream wave soul sound, heavenly web retraction, and so on were only a portion of Feng Yuan's recent achievements. The reason why he chose them was because Feng Yuan felt that they were suitable for this situation. Feng Yuan had at least 10 killer moves of the same level as them. This showed the power of Thieving Heaven's secret. Of course, the rank 8 Wisdom Goo also provided a lot of help. Mainly because of these two, Feng Yuan was able to catch up in modifying killer moves. He had many trump cards in his hands. When he used them, he could even choose and think carefully. Of course, Feng Yuan did not show it on the surface. Facing Giant Sun Immortal, he frowned and snorted coldly. I have to obtain the Heaven Path Dream Realm, you want to stop me? Between the Celestial Court and me, who is stronger, does Giant Sun Immortal not know? Giant Sun Immortal looked at Feng Yuan's sharp gaze and calmed down, becoming a little complicated. In his mind, compared to the Celestial Court star constellation Immortal Venerable, Feng Yuan was still weak. Why was that? Because Feng Yuan did not have enough immortal essence. He became a venerable in the shortest time, he did not even have a headquarters. During this period of time, how many natural refinement path Dao marks did he refine? It was very obvious. Thus, even though Feng Yuan was ferocious now, even suppressing star constellation Immortal Venerable, the truth was, he was relying on the novelty and power of his killer moves. How much immortal essence did he have to sustain them? How could he fight a battle of attrition? In Giant Sun Immortal's view, Feng Yuan's situation was not optimistic. But even though Feng Yuan was weaker, Giant Sun Immortal still wanted to stop Feng Yuan. He stood on star constellation Immortal Venerable's side for now. Why? Because Feng Yuan wanted the Heaven Path Dream Realm. He could not do that. If so many Heaven Path Dream Realms were absorbed by Feng Yuan, he would definitely rise up. That would change the situation of the Venerables. This was something Giant Sun Immortal did not want to see. Giant Sun Immortal felt that the Celestial Court and star constellation Immortal Venerable were his greatest threats. He also wanted to stop the rise of Feng Yuan, the weakest Venerable with the greatest potential. Thus, he joined the battle. On the surface, he was helping star constellation Immortal Venerable, but in the dark, he was trying to make star constellation and Feng Yuan fight a battle of attrition. He wanted to maintain and expand his advantage over them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's choice, from his point of view, was very rational. With his help, star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the situation. She suppressed Feng Yuan instead. Remote Heaven Battlefield's environment was of no help to the three Venerables. Both sides relied on their foundation and strength. In this situation, Feng Yuan was clearly at a disadvantage. After all, he was fighting 1 against 2. Of course, this was under the condition that Feng Yuan held back most of his strength. He did not fight with his full strength. The battle of the three Venerables shook heaven and earth. The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions watched the battle nervously. Oh no, Lord Alliance Leader's situation is not good. Good. This demon Feng Yuan has such a day. To think that I, Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor, have allied with the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court did not find trouble with me, they are quite sensible. Working together, she can easily make Giant Sun Immortal help her. Star constellation Immortal Venerable is truly the #1 person in Wisdom Path. The rank 8 Gu Immortals had a clearer understanding of the situation. Seeing that Feng Yuan was suppressed and in a pathetic state, the Eastern Sea Immortals had grim expressions, while the Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu Immortals were overjoyed. They had high morale. Thunder rumbled, killer moves collided, causing countless specks of light to shine. Feng Yuan's situation was bad, but he was calm. Even though the two Venerables worked together, they did not share the same path. they could only deal with Fong Yuan in a continuous battle. Moreover, the two venerables were wary of each other. If one wanted to set up a battlefield, the other would not allow it. Thus, without the threat of battlefield killer moves, Fong Yuan could choose whether to fight or retreat. It was still in his hands. And most importantly, Meng Qiuzhen had already entered deep into the Heaven Path Dream Realm. He was advancing. Because the clone and the main body had the same attainment level, Fong Yuan could clearly sense that his Heaven Path attainment level was slowly rising. Thus, Fong Yuan only needed to maintain this situation. What was the use of having an advantage on the surface? It was reasonable to say that a man strives for a breath of air and a Buddha bears an incense stick. But Fong Yuan was already past the age of fighting for pride. He was more willing to fight for benefits. If honor and benefits went against each other, Fong Yuan would not hesitate to choose the latter. This was the current situation. He could be very domineering and suppress the two venerables. But he could not kill them, so what was the use? It would instead make them wary of him. The two venerables would work together even more closely. Wasn't this creating more trouble for himself? As for the morale of the 5 regions Gu Immortals, Fong Yuan did not care about that. What was the use of that? Even if Fong Yuan lost today, the 5 regions Gu Immortals could not defeat Fong Yuan. They still feared and respected Fong Yuan. As long as Fong Yuan did not die, who could Fong Clan, the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens variant humans, and Eastern Seas super forces rely on? They still had to follow Fong Yuan. It was just that he felt even more uneasy and worried about his future. But what did the worries of these minor characters have to do with Fong Yuan? Fong Yuan did not need to care about these things. No matter what, these minor characters were only resources and tools in Fong Yuan's eyes. The Gu cultivation world focused on experts. The true trend was the competition between venerables. Even if Fong Yuan lost, as long as Meng Qiuzhen gained something, he would be the biggest winner behind the scenes. It was a victory even if he lost. As for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal, no matter how much they beat Fong Yuan up, as long as Fong Yuan was alive and absorbed the entire Heaven Path Dream Realm, victory was no different from defeat. Fong Yuan knew this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also aware of this. Seeing that the two venerables could not force back Fong Yuan even after working together, he was still able to absorb the true meaning of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly anxious. She transmitted to Giant Sun Immortal, Giant Sun, if this continues, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will really succeed. What are you still holding back? Comedian Sun Immortal snorted coldly. Star Constellation, are you not holding back? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a solemn expression. I will prepare a killer move to find Fong Yuan's Dream Path clone and try to get rid of him. Giant Sun Immortal looked at her deeply and nodded. Then I will break Fong Yuan's reverse flow protection seal and exert pressure on him. I will fight for an opportunity for you. Chapter 23:44. Even though Giant Sun Immortal had joined the battle, he had been conserving his battle strength. He wanted to conserve his immortal essence and continue to hide his trump cards, so that Star Constellation and Fong Yuan could fight against each other. But even though Fong Yuan was in a sorry state and was at a disadvantage, he was actually benefiting continuously. Giant Sun Immortal could not stand it anymore. Giant Sun was an immortal venerable. He would not be easily deceived by the situation in front of him. Fong Yuan, take this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly gave a low shout. He first used the move Flowing Waste Luck, before using the move Accumulated Weight Return. Wasted Flowing Luck was activated very quickly. Fong Yuan could not dodge it at all. Because Giant Sun Immortal did not use this move against Fong Yuan, it was aimed at himself. Giant Sun Immortal's body was immediately shrouded in a thin golden fog. At the next moment, this golden fog mysteriously appeared on Fong Yuan's body. Fong Yuan was shocked, but he soon understood the profundity. It turned out that after Giant Sun Immortal and Fong Yuan fought, their luck became even more intertwined. It was as if they were building a bridge, forming a close connection. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable started from there, following the clues and tracing back to the source. This lingering waste luck found its way to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had quite a bit of luck path attainment. He immediately saw through this layer. But at the same time, his luck path attainment was far inferior to Giant Sun Immortal. Even if he saw through this profundity, he could not block this move. Waste luck lingered around Feng Yuan's body as it continued to whittle away at his luck. Feng Yuan had reverse flow protection seal to begin with. At this moment, it activated and returned wasted flowing luck. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and was overjoyed. Instead, he used reverse flow protection seal to make this layer of backlash return to him through the luck of both sides. Next, the killer move accumulated weight reflected its effect, causing the golden fog around him to become denser. The golden mist, which had become denser, returned to Feng Yuan's body through the connection of providence. After being reflected by reverse flow protection seal, lingering wasted luck was amplified by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's accumulated gravity retraction killer move. It returned to Feng Yuan. After repeating this several times, the power of wasted luck killer move grew stronger and stronger. Feng Yuan immediately showed a solemn expression. Venerables could not be underestimated. Not only did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable think of a way to deal with reverse flow protection seal, Giant Sun Immortal also did the same. In comparison, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. She was more thorough in her targeting. She prevented reverse flow protection seal from activating. As for the Giant Sun Immortal, he didn't target it thoroughly. He took a different approach and imitated the reverse current protection seal. If the countercurrent protection seal can reflect an attack, then I, the Giant Sun Immortal, will also reflect it. Through the combination of the two moves, Giant Sun Immortal gained the upper hand. Because the killer move wasted luck killer move was getting stronger, even if reverse flow protection seal could reflect it, the scale of reverse flow river was fixed. Before both sides reached their limits, Giant Sun Immortal achieved the tactical goal of using his immortal essence to exhaust Feng Yuan's reverse flow river. Reverse flow protection seal was indeed difficult to deal with. When Giant Sun Immortal fought Feng Yuan earlier, he used all sorts of attacks to attack reverse flow protection seal, causing reverse flow river to wear him down. Reverse flow protection seal was indeed hard to deal with. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fought Feng Yuan earlier, he used all sorts of attacks to attack reverse flow protection seal, causing reverse flow river to wear him down. Now, he was using the combination of waste luck and return from accumulated weight, which was much more effective than his previous direct attacks. Using immortal essence to exhaust secluded domains of heaven and earth was also a great advantage. After all, accumulating immortal essence was much easier and cheaper than restoring reverse flow river. Feng Yuan was shocked and furious. Giant Sun Immortal, I will definitely repay you for what you did today. Giant Sun Immortal looked at Feng Yuan and sighed internally. He felt that Feng Yuan was very unwise to fight for the Heaven Path Dream Realm. But Giant Sun Immortal thought about it and felt that it was understandable. After all, the Heaven Path Dream Realm is a crucial resource that can change the situation of the Venerables. If these Heaven Path Dream Realms were rank 9 Blood Path Immortal Gu, Blood Path, or Luck Path secluded domains of heaven and earth, I might also be blinded by the benefits. It seems that Feng Yuan wants to develop in the Heaven Path aspect. Giant Sun Immortal used his hidden method to suppress Feng Yuan even more. On the other side, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also prepared her move. She activated a move that shined with boundless blue light. The light shone on the Dream Realm. The Heaven Path Dream Realm suddenly went crazy. Its shape kept changing. It was like a ball of dough that was being kneaded continuously. Oh no! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable actually has a method to deal with dream realms. Feng Yuan saw this and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he cancelled reverse flow protection seal and only used obscured heavenly secret and heavenly web to endure Giant Sun Immortal's 2 attacks as he charged toward Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Back to when Feng Yuan's clone Meng Qiuzhen entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm, his vision changed. Next, he found that he had turned into a pink doll-like land spirit. Meng Qiuzhen was not surprised. He chuckled and started to use his abilities to modify and manage this blessed land in the dream. Different from Fairy Myrtle and Ning Wuxie, Meng Qiuzhen came prepared. Since Feng Yuan took the initiative to attack, he had naturally made preparations in advance. Even though he could not use Thieving Heavenly Secret to investigate the details of the Heaven Path Dream Realm, he had a general understanding of the rules of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen tried for a while and found out the limits of his abilities. Immortal Killer Move, Butterfly Probing Heavenly Secret. This move used Dream Path Investigative Immortal Goo Dream Butterfly as the core and was modified from Exposing Heavenly Secret. It could be used in Heaven Path Dream Realms to detect the calamities and tribulations that would appear in the Heaven Path Dream Realm. This move was one of Feng Yuan's preparations. After Meng Qiuzhen activated this move, he learned about the first earthly calamity. But he was not satisfied. He activated it twice and expended a lot of immortal essence to investigate the next two earthly calamities types and scales. This was different from Exposing Heavenly Secret. Exposing Heavenly Secret could only detect what the next calamity or tribulation was, and the Goo Cultivator could not undergo the next tribulation for too long. But Butterfly Probing Heavenly Secret could only detect 3 earthly calamities at most. Of course, this number depended on the killer move's power as well as the current scale of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen started to work on it. There was only a rocky ground in front of him. It was flat and had no signs of life. He mobilized the wind and clouds to form lightning bolts that bombarded the rocky ground. 30% of the rocky ground was blasted away, the rest was filled with cracks and ravines. Meng Qiuzhen stopped the lightning bolts and started to mobilize the Earth's power. The 30% of the rocky ground was no longer as compact as before. After a while, it started to tremble slightly. Next, the rocky ground started to tremble more intensely. Eventually, several earth trenches that reached deep into the ground were formed. After the earth trenches formed, Meng Qiuzhen mobilized the wind and clouds again, accumulating dark clouds. But this time, he did not ask for lightning bolts, he only focused on pouring rain. This blessed land in the Heaven Path Dream Realm had few water path Dao marks. It was not beneficial to Meng Qiuzhen's plan. But under Meng Qiuzhen's persistent efforts, the rain accumulated more and more, eventually overflowing the earth trenches and covering the rocky ground. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen calculated the time. He had already spent a lot of time. The first earthly calamity was approaching. He activated Creation Dream, creating countless hard rock spikes out of thin air. When he created almost all of the rocky ground with spikes, the first earthly calamity descended as expected. Desolate Beast Calamity. A 4-armed ape charged into the blessed land. It roared and chased after Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was a land spirit, but he could not teleport. He was chased around by the 4-armed ape. Looking at the 4-armed ape chasing him and destroying countless spikes, Meng Qiuzhen did not show any fear, he smiled instead. Everything was going according to plan. After the 4-armed ape showed off its might for a while, it was covered in wounds and was bleeding profusely. This stimulated its ferocious nature, it became even more berserk. Its speed finally surpassed Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was prepared. He did not run on the ground, he entered the underground trenches instead. He was small and nimble, even though the 4-armed ape was agile. It was like an elephant, it was always blocked outside. Even when it extended its arms into the trenches, it could not catch Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was even calmly experiencing the land spirit's ability. To be honest, this was a rare and precious experience. Goo Immortals were not land spirits, even though they were the owners of the immortal aperture. Their control over their immortal aperture was far lower than land spirits and heavenly spirits. Like Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, to understand the situation, he had to use his divine sense to cover a certain area. only then could he find out the situation. Land spirits and heavenly spirits were formed from the obsession of the Gu Immortal after they died. They were formed by the combination of the heavenly power of the immortal aperture itself. From this, it could be seen that the land spirit and heavenly spirit were one with the immortal aperture. The Gu Immortal's obsession gave them spirituality. Land spirits and heavenly spirits had deep understanding and control over the immortal aperture. If Feng Yuan wanted to know the number of Dao marks, he would need to use perceivable Dao immortal Gu and other methods. However, it was much easier for the land spirits and sky spirits to understand. Just by observing it, it was like observing the texture of one's skin. One could know the number and distribution of Dao marks. After several days of chasing and escaping, Meng Qiuzhen did not have any injuries, but the four-armed ape was heavily injured. It died of exhaustion. After it died, Meng Qiuzhen used wind and rain to make its flesh rot. Its bones were smashed into pieces by the lightning bolts. Then he buried it, adding all of his strength path Dao marks into the blessed land. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen opened his small doll hand and picked up a small hard rock, crushing it with a squeeze. Meng Qiuzhen nodded with a joyful expression. Land spirit strength was closely related to the heavenly power of heaven and earth. But where was the foundation of the heavenly power? It was the Dao marks in the immortal aperture. After passing the desolate beast earthly calamity of the four-armed ape, the strength path Dao marks in the blessed land increased sharply. Meng Qiuzhen's strength increased greatly. Originally, he could not crush these rocks, but now he could. Crushing the rocks was just a small test. Next, Meng Qiuzhen used his strength to create waves on the water surface. Chapter 23:45. The waves continued to crash on the rocky ground, destroying all the rocks and earth spikes. The rocky earth trench was already submerged in water. The underwater force was surging and colliding continuously, widening the earth trench. Kacha, kacha, kacha sounds resounded throughout the blessed land. The originally intact stone ground, under the continuous flow of water, was being split apart. The scattered rocky ground formed 5 large rocky islands and dozens of small rocky islands. After this step was completed, Meng Qiuzhen let out a breath of air, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It was not easy to reach this step. Initially, this dream realm blessed land had the most earth path Dao marks, the remaining water path, wind path, lightning path, and other Dao marks were few. The difference between the former and latter was huge, causing the rocky ground to condense into one and be hard to split apart. The pros and cons of the rocky ground were obvious. It could produce stone materials and produce ores. It was good for the reproduction of rock men, but it was not good for the growth of vegetation. The blessed land's terrain itself was not a bad thing. However, when Meng Qiuzhen investigated the 3 earthly calamities, he found that the first was the strength path calamity, the four-armed ape, the second was the fire path calamity, the third was the transformation path calamity, the flying fly tribulation. Meng Qiuzhen knew that this dream realm blessed land's calamities were not mainly earth path. Using earth path as the direction did not have much future. Meng Qiuzhen immediately decided to modify the terrain. After Gu masters advanced to immortal, very few would change the terrain of their immortal aperture first. This step was not easy. Thankfully, this was a dream realm, and Meng Qiuzhen had the power of an earth spirit. He first tried to break apart the intact rocky ground, but because he lacked strength path Dao marks, he could not do it fully. Next, he used a dream creation method to create earth spikes, using the earth trenches cave to kill the four-armed ape. This step was very difficult. Without the dream creation method, Meng Qiuzhen would not have earth spikes, and the four-armed ape would be able to last for a long time. He would have to wait until it starved to death, and the blessed land would slowly digest it before he could obtain strength path Dao marks. Using the earth spikes, Meng Qiuzhen quickly killed the four-armed ape. But because of conflicting Dao marks, the blessed land could only absorb most of the strength path Dao marks. Thankfully, this portion of strength path Dao marks was enough. Meng Qiuzhen successfully split the intact rocky ground. Next was the detailed work. Meng Qiuzhen chose a large island and started to crush the rocky ground around the island, forming large amounts of rubble. It was a tough job. It was better to first accumulate the thunderclouds and release the thunderbolts to bombard them. After the bombardment, he would use the strong winds and waves to wash them away. With the strength path Dao marks, the violent winds and waves were much stronger than before, but when used to crush rocks, the efficiency was not high. It took a lot of effort, but the results were not much. In fact, there were many good methods, such as using fire to roast the rock and then pouring water on it. That way, the hard rock would break into pieces more easily. But the Dream Realm Blessed Land did not have fire path Dao marks. This made Meng Qiuzhen very vexed. What he was doing now was like cutting a tree trunk with a knife. The tool was not the right one. After grinding like this for many days, there were crushed stones around the island. These crushed stones were ground by wind and water, becoming very small and smooth, like miniature pebbles. After completing the first island, Meng Qiuzhen went to the second island and continued his work. Between the islands was a sea of rainwater. Su, to be honest, it couldn't be considered a sea. At most, it could be considered a large lake. Normally, Meng Qiuzhen could not be bothered to create waves. The water surface was as smooth as a mirror. Only when he crushed the rocks or walked on water would he take the initiative to stir up a storm. This Dream Realm Blessed Land did not have space path Dao marks. The space was not big. Meng Qiuzhen could not teleport as a land spirit. Time passed quickly as the small islands were remodeled. When Meng Qiuzhen finished remodeling all the large islands and 7 or 8 small islands, the fire path tribulation arrived. A torrential rain of fire rained down. Every drop of fire was the size of a wash basin. When the rain of fire rained down, there was a grand aura. Many of the fire rain smashed onto the stone islands, burning the stone ground or the crushed stones. Some of the small pebbles melted. The stones turned into lava that slowly but firmly flowed to the bottom of the water. Over time, the rocky island, which was originally tall and steep, quickly changed its landscape under the ravaging of the rain of fire. The surroundings of the stone island sank, the edges reached deep into the water, the middle was level with the water surface, while the back was slightly above the lake's surface, forming a beach made of crushed stones. Most of the fire rain fell into the water. Water and fire stimulated each other to form a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor flew up and gradually formed a thick layer of water clouds that covered the entire blessed land. Meng Qiuzhen hid underground. The earth path Dao marks were dense. He had the ability to escape underground as a land spirit. He allowed the fire rain to wreak havoc, occasionally taking care of the stone islands. The torrential fire rain tribulation lasted for a long time before dissipating. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the surface and immediately sensed that the air temperature had risen by several times. It was hot and humid. The entire sky above the blessed land was covered in thick clouds. Just now, there had been a huge rain of fire. It was as if someone had started a stove under the blanket. How could it not be hot? Meng Qiuzhen used wind power to blow away the clouds. It felt much better. But soon, water vapor started to gather in the sky again, forming thin clouds. After a period of time, it was likely that the thick clouds would form again. Meng Qiuzhen immediately understood. The fire path earthly calamity earlier brought about too many fire path Dao marks. He needed to restrain most of the fire path Dao marks. He could not let them interfere with the previous situation. If there were a large number of light path Dao marks, I could gather most of the fire path Dao marks and create an artificial sun in the sky of this blessed land. Meng Qiuzhen felt it was a pity. Even though this dream realm blessed land had light path Dao marks, they were few in scale, thus, the blessed land had always been dark. Since the sun plan did not work, Meng Qiuzhen had other ideas. Immediately, he activated Create Dream Killer move. After more than 10 steps, he gathered a large number of fire path Dao marks at the base of the main island. The fire path Dao marks were restrained by the even denser earth path Dao marks, forming magma inside the main island. Outside the stone island, because the number of fire path Dao marks decreased, the temperature fell rapidly. There were only a few thin clouds floating in the sky. There were no longer any problems. Even though there is no artificial sun and there is no heat, with magma, it is like geothermal heat, I can still use it. Meng Qiuzhen only needed to use the strength path Dao marks to erupt with firepower, turning the main island into an active volcano that would erupt with air currents and loud explosions, followed by magma and volcanic ash. At this moment, Meng Qiuzhen's heart shook. He had a realization. My blessed land has no chi path Dao marks or sound path Dao marks, but when a volcano erupts, air currents can erupt and thunder can erupt. Earlier, when the fire rain hit the water, it created a layer of water vapor. I do not have any cloud path Dao marks here. This is probably the source of the imitation of paths. Gu cultivators usually cultivated one path. After reaching a certain level, the Gu Immortals' methods would be able to imitate the power of other paths, creating an overall balance. For example, would Path Killer move Fleeting Bloom could imitate the power of Time Path. For example, Bai Xiang was an Ice and Snow Path Killer move, but it had the power of Transformation Path. For example, Tossing Rock to Seek Path Killer move was an Earth Path Killer move, but it had the effect of Information Path. After comprehending this, a portion of the Dream Realm's true meaning was absorbed by him. Meng Qiuzhen's Heaven Path attainment level rose a little, his main body and other clones also advanced together. Meng Qiuzhen recalled himself and found that even though he became a land spirit, he could not completely control the Dao marks of every path. Even though the land spirit could control the heavenly power of heaven and earth, it was only a portion of the immortal aperture's foundation. For example, Meng Qiuzhen's painstaking effort to crush the rocks was essentially a lump of condensed earth path Dao marks, continuously scattering them. If Meng Qiuzhen had complete control over earth path Dao marks, he could turn the rocks into sand with just a thought and scatter them with the wind. The land spirit could control the heavenly power of heaven and earth, but it was only at the most superficial level. Moreover, he had to follow the rules. If he wanted to crush rocks, he had to use wind power, water power, and so on. Then how could he increase this level of usage? To be more specific, how could he turn a solid stone into flying sand? Meng Qiuzhen quickly thought of turning sand goo. This goo worm could turn soil and rocks into fine sand. He thought of all sorts of killer moves. There were fire path, water path, refinement path, and poison path. All of them could turn rocks into fine sand. At once, Meng Qiuzhen's perception of killer moves and goo worms was different. There were some things that he could not explain clearly. These things were accumulated in his mind. They were still far from the previous comprehension. Only by comprehending them completely could his Heaven Path attainment level rise. The Heaven Path Dream Realm was different from the previous dream realms. To absorb the true meaning of the Heaven Path Dream Realm, while developing the Dream Realm Blessed Land, one had to comprehend the true meaning of the operation of heaven and earth. This was difficult. The Human Path Dream Realm that Feng Yuan explored earlier, as long as he explored it to a certain extent, his attainment level would rise. The exploration of the Heaven Path Dream Realm was only to maintain close contact with the Heaven Path true meaning. To raise one's attainment level, one had to comprehend it. After all, this is a Heaven Path Dream Realm. It is separated from the human body. Meng Qiuzhen thought about it, when suddenly, the world turned upside down. The entire blessed land shook intensely, the lake water was overturned, the rock islands were flying and colliding. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed, the dream realm suddenly became chaotic, he felt a huge pressure. Meng Qiuzhen quickly activated dream armor to protect himself. Thankfully, the dream realm only lasted for a moment before it stopped. Meng Qiuzhen's face was pale. He was glad that he had dream armor goo and chose to explore the Heaven Path Dream Realm of a medium scale. He was not greedy. If not for that, he would have died in that calamity earlier. This is not a transformation of the heaven path dream realm, it is the power of the outside world. It is likely a venerable's doing. Meng Qiuzhen guessed in his mind. He looked at the chaotic scene of the blessed land and smiled bitterly. All the hard work he had put in previously had been for naught. If this happens a few more times, I won't be able to explore anymore. The calamity shell is getting stronger and stronger. Sigh. I hope the main body can protect me. Chapter 2346. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move was called Chaotic Will Scatter Dream. It was a wisdom path killer move, but a large number of dream path mortal goo were used to imitate the power of dream path. It could affect dream realms. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had deduced this move to deal with Feng Yuan's dream realm methods. Feng Yuan had once used pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate and create dream realms to fight, but most methods in the world were ineffective against dream realms. Feng Yuan succeeded time and time again. Next, when Feng Yuan wanted to retract these dream realms, he would use pure dream reality seeker transformation to turn the dream realms into pure dream body clones and bring them away. But this situation did not hold true under the killer move Chaotic Will Scattering Dream. Chaotic Will Scatter Dream's dream path mortal goo was only a key, the true method was wisdom path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used wisdom path methods to interfere with the wills and emotions contained in the dream realms, causing them to become chaotic. Be it the previous human path dream realm or the current heaven path dream realm, they both contained human will, human feelings, or providence. When these wills and emotions became chaotic, the dream realms, especially the orderly ones, would lose their order and become chaotic. Goo cultivators who explored the dream realms would suffer from this. They would be like fish that entered water but ended up burning. Once a pure dream reality seeker physique body was hit by this move, their stable human body would turn into a dream realm again. The human will, human feelings, and so on would be mixed with the dream realms. They would not be able to think clearly. For people like Meng Qiuzhen, whose body and soul were in the dream realm, as time passed, the chaotic dream realms would tear them to shreds. Thankfully, Feng Yuan's main body intercepted her in time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to stop this move. Meng Qiuzhen escaped danger. As for the hard work he had put into transforming the blessed dreamlands, it was already a minor detail. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated while avoiding Feng Yuan's attacks. She observed the Heaven Path Dream Realm. When she saw that the Heaven Path Dream Realm that devoured Meng Qiuzhen returned to normal without any other changes, she knew that Meng Qiuzhen was still alive. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself. She deduced that this chaotic will scatter dream was already the limit of her abilities. It was mainly the dream Tao that restricted her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream path attainment level was almost blank. She did not have immortal goo and only used a large number of dream path mortal goo. He relied entirely on his terrifying wisdom path foundation to forcibly raise his killer move to rank 8. She wanted to do more, but she was powerless. Therefore, she could not rescue Fairy Myrtle and Ning Wuxia who were trapped in the Heavenly Axiom's dreamland. At most, she could use this technique to kill them. However, Fairy Myrtle needed a living soul clone, so killing him was pointless. She might be able to kill Meng Qiuzhen. But Chaotic Will Scattering Dream needed to be used continuously. If Feng Yuan interfered with her, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would suffer a backlash. It would be very dangerous. Feng Yuan's main body continued to attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move made him nervous. He could only watch closely and try not to give Star Constellation Immortal Venerable any more chances to activate it. The Giant Sun Immortal attacked furiously from the side. Feng Yuan's main focus was on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Facing Giant Sun's attacks, he could only try to dodge. Giant Sun Immortal was aggressive and had rich battle experience. He did not let Feng Yuan succeed. Most of the attacks landed on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan originally had reverse flow protection seal, but Giant Sun Immortal's lingering luck waste killer move was too annoying. He cancelled this move and used Heavenly Web to block it. This was a true rank 9 killer move. After being amplified by Feng Yuan's Heaven Path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were all ineffective. No matter how mystical or powerful Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were, they were like illusions when they hit Feng Yuan. They did not exist at all. What kind of defensive method is this? The more Giant Sun Immortal fought, the more shocked he became, even his face was twitching. The tighter Feng Yuan's defenses were, the more Giant Sun Immortal wanted to see through him. But Obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web were connected. Giant Sun Immortal's investigative methods were also defeated by Obscured Heavenly Secret. Giant Sun Immortal could not see through it. Star Constellation Immortal was the same. The two venerables became more suspicious as they fought. Feng Yuan guarded against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while transmitting his voice to Giant Sun Immortal, urging him to turn around and target Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He emphasized the strength of the Celestial Court. He even promised that if Giant Sun Immortal chose to do so, Feng Yuan would develop more Blood Path Immortal goo and research results and trade them to Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable immediately felt better. Feng Yuan made such a huge concession, it was likely that he could not hold on for much longer. But his attacks became stronger. He transmitted, Feng Yuan, you are too humble, you are probably the strongest of the three venerables. Let's not talk about anything else, just this defensive technique of yours is something we can't even imagine. Feng Yuan quickly said, this is a killer move that uses the secluded domain of heaven and earth, city well as the core. Giant Sun does not have any rank 9 killer moves now. How can you break it? Since you can't, why make things difficult for me and let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gain the most benefits? Giant Sun Immortal slowed down his attacks. But he was thinking, Feng Yuan is trying his best to persuade me, he is trying to be humble, but I am afraid he is really at his limit. He has the least immortal essence. These killer moves are very powerful. How can he not expend immortal essence? I need to slow down my attacks and let him take a breather. I need to maintain the current situation and let him exhaust Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. As for Heaven Path Dream Realms, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable almost succeeded earlier. How can Feng Yuan obtain so many Heaven Path Dream Realms in such a short period of time? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw that Giant Sun Immortal slowed down his attacks and felt something amiss. She scolded Giant Sun for his craftiness. She transmitted to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told Giant Sun that attainment levels were the hardest to raise. Since Feng Yuan wanted to develop in Heaven Path, these Heaven Path attainment levels would be of great help to him. How can we let him achieve his goal? Giant Sun Immortal said perfunctorily. The three venerables were in a deadlock for a while. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to persuade, finally saying, Giant Sun, look at Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. He has many disadvantages now, but he is already at a draw with us. If he has enough immortal essence in the future, what will happen? Giant Sun Immortal sighed, replying, I agree with Star Constellation's words. But... saying so, he sighed again. He wanted to say something but stopped. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids twitched. She knew that if she wanted Giant Sun Immortal to make a move, she needed to show some benefits. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not hesitate. She immediately used Jewel Yellow Skies to transact many of her Blood Path research results to Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal obtained the benefits. He put in more effort to attack Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. He knew that the strength he displayed was already close to the two venerables' limit. If he exceeded it, the two venerables' cooperation would become even stronger. The losses would outweigh the gains. Immediately, Feng Yuan shouted, You forced me to do this. Before he finished speaking, he activated a killer move, turning into a spiral rainbow that pierced through the battlefield. The two venerables were stunned. Their expressions changed as they understood Feng Yuan's sinister intentions. They quickly blocked the spiral rainbow. The two venerables lacked tacit understanding, they attacked at the same time, releasing Fang Yuan's space. Fang Yuan was not affected by the enemy's attacks, he immediately retreated. After pulling some distance from the two venerables, he activated his killer move again and flew out of the battlefield. The two venerables had no choice but to block him. This time, they communicated using voice transmissions, they did not show any openings like before. But this way, Fang Yuan had the initiative instead. The two venerables could not help but feel frustrated, because Fang Yuan's attacks were targeted at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Right now, the three venerables were fighting, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not go berserk. It was a good thing for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had sinister intentions, he wanted to anger this venerable and lure him over, creating a chaotic scene that would allow him to take advantage of the situation. This battle continued for a while, the two venerables would definitely lose if they defended for too long. Eventually, Fang Yuan managed to hit Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's consciousness had dissipated, he was more like a soul beast than a venerable. After being provoked, he immediately charged towards the battlefield of the three venerables. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to fight. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not care who they were, as long as they were in front of him, he would take care of them. During this period of time, his strength had risen greatly, he was no longer in his weakened state. The three venerables fought Spectral Soul even more carefully than before. Spectral Soul's moves were vast and fierce, he even used killer moves from time to time. The three venerables did not want to provoke this lunatic, they had to fight each other again, the battlefield was chaotic. The chaotic battlefield was most beneficial to Fang Yuan, he finally had time to rest. If the situation had continued, his obscured heaven's secrets wouldn't have been able to hold out. Immediately, taking advantage of the chaos, Fang Yuan secretly activated two obscured heavenly secret killer moves, his aura was concealed as he replenished himself. With Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan, she finally grasped the opportunity to lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into the group of Heaven Path Dream Realms. But the Heavenly Path Dream Realm did not clash with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan failed. The four venerables entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm group, as long as it did not involve Dream Path, the venerable killer moves could not harm the Heaven Path Dream Realm. The Heaven Path Dream Realms did not attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, they attacked the other three venerables. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable worked together to deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wanted to attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and exert pressure to prevent her from harming his clone, Meng Qiuzhen. As for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, no matter who he was, he had to be killed. The Heavenly Dao Dreamland was no exception, it was just that his attacks were ineffective. After this chaotic scene lasted for several minutes, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gradually gained the upper hand. She was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, she was skilled in scheming, the chaotic scene meant that she had to make more calculations. As she got used to it and understood the relationship between them, she could make use of the surrounding environment and become more composed. After realizing that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was using the surrounding Heavenly Dao Dreamlands, Giant Sun Immortal, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to block him, Fang Yuan knew that it was time to use another trump card. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Ghost Concealment. At the next moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ignored Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan passed through Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms openly, quickly arriving in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This ruthless killer move caused Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was caught off guard, to suffer a loss. Fang Yuan, well done, Fang Yuan, so that's it. Chapter 2347. Among the many modified killer moves, Heavenly Ghost Concealment was the first to be completed. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment killer move was countered. Fang Yuan had the idea of modifying ghostly concealment. After that, Fong Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level rose rapidly, and with the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret, he modified Ghostly Concealment into Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Ghostly Concealment was rank 9 to begin with, it had not been modified much. But after adding in the Heaven Path goo worms, the method to deal with Ghostly Concealment immediately became ineffective. At this moment, Fong Yuan's body was covered in a layer of translucent black armor. On his face was a pale white skull mask. This was the sign of Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Different from obscured Heavenly Secret, Heavenly Ghost Concealment had a strong aura, but in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes, it was completely invisible. Giant Sun Immortal used many methods, but none of them had any effect on Fong Yuan's Heavenly Ghost Concealment. This is a Heaven Path method. This shows Fong Yuan's talent and attainment in this aspect. Giant Sun, are you going to watch Fong Yuan obtain these Heaven Path Dream Realms and become even more powerful? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to persuade Giant Sun, increasing his wariness towards Fong Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. Fong Yuan cultivates all paths. Once he succeeds in Heaven Path cultivation, he will form a mystical connection with other paths. The results will be unpredictable. He was moved by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. His attacks against Fong Yuan became fiercer. Even so, Fong Yuan's situation was much better now. He fought around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but his main target was still Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move. 7 Kills Rainbow. This compound killer move was frequently used by Fong Yuan to disrupt Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to use Chaotic Will Scattering Dream many times, but she was chased by Fong Yuan just as she was about to activate it. Sometimes, he would have to stop after just a short while to deal with Fong Yuan's attacks. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal attacked Fong Yuan got close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and circled around, making Spectral Soul Demon Venerable take the brunt of the attacks. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked. He became even more furious. He unleashed a torrent of attacks. He treated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal as a thorn in his side. He ignored Fong Yuan, who was making use of him. After a long stalemate, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decisively changed her strategy. She asked Giant Sun Immortal to guard her and fight for opportunities to use her killer move. Fong Yuan's expression turned cold. As the intensity of the battle deepened, the two Venerable Ones joined forces even more closely. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he pounced. His countless arms were like black pillars as they slammed toward Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal shouted as he blocked in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. A vast golden fog covered most of the battlefield. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms slammed into the golden fog. His ferocious ghostly claws scratched everywhere in the golden fog. The golden fog dissipated but was quickly replenished. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a clear state of mind. He should use a killer move now to have a chance of breaking the defense. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew this. Even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used a killer move, it might not be the right choice. Fong Yuan sighed. He had no choice but to attack again. He used another trump card. Immortal Killer Move. Permetha Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Detonation Wind. Fong Yuan pointed at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cried out in pain. 100 thick black arms twisted and turned into dragons and snakes, breathing out dust and thick fog before exploding. Countless wind blades swept out, blowing away Giant Sun Immortal's golden fog. Giant Sun Immortal coughed out a mouthful of blood. His defensive method was broken. He suffered a backlash. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also affected. The chaotic will scattering dream that she had activated for a few breaths of time was forced to stop. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared furiously as he attacked the two Venerables. Because Fong Yuan was covered in Heavenly Ghost Concealment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was heavily injured. He thought that it was the work of the two Venerables. A new killer move. This aura, The core is definitely the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Luopa Valley. Giant Sun Immortal placed his hand on his chest, healing his injuries as he retreated, evading Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws. How many killer moves of this level has he deduced? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth, her eyes flickered with starlight. She wanted to see through Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan still had obscured heavenly secret on him, she could not see through it. After using this move, Feng Yuan immediately became exhausted. He did not attack anymore, he looked like he had expended a lot of energy. The reason why he did not use your shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound anymore was because he had already given rank 7 Dream Armor Immortal Gu to Meng Qiuzhen. The killer move Hurricane Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind he was using now was not inferior. But because it was a compound killer move, there were many paths and goo worms involved. Feng Yuan's thoughts were quickly depleted. After all, he was currently maintaining Heavenly Web and Heavenly Ghost Concealment, these two killer moves. Thankfully, after activating rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret, he did not need to expend mental energy to maintain them. One of the disadvantages of compound killer moves was that they expended too many thoughts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made some adjustments but still failed. Meng Qiuzhen continued to explore dream realms, bringing endless benefits to Feng Yuan's main body. Even though Feng Yuan's attacking frequency fell, he used Hurricane Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind to force the two venerables into a disadvantage. Spectral heaven had just formed, the heavenly wind chi wall was not thick and there were no obstructions. It was easy for the 5 regions Gu immortals to watch the battle. Seeing that Feng Yuan had the upper hand, Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu immortals were shocked and worried. Some scolded Feng Yuan for being shameless, some prayed for the righteous path, while some had pale expressions due to the demonic might. As for the Eastern Sea Gu immortals, they were overjoyed. Damn it, if my Blood Sea was successful, I would have such a powerful blood path killer move. Why would I be afraid of Feng Yuan's methods? Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth, the suppressed emotions in his heart had reached the limit, he finally used his full strength. Luck Path Killer Move, all living beings of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal activated this move, forming a huge pillar of light. The pillar of light was golden and dazzling, it stood in the sky, it was extremely thick and tall. Giant Sun Immortal was inside the golden pillar of light, his arms and legs were spread out, he was in a posture. His hair fluttered in the wind, he screamed continuously, his expression was twisted and his veins were bulging, he seemed to be in great pain. During the activation of the killer move, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were all obstructed by the golden pillar of light. Feng Yuan tried to attack, but found that every time he attacked the golden pillar of light, his luck would be shaken, there were strong signs of it being absorbed by Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan thus stopped wisely. Giant Sun Immortal, what did you do? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression was ugly. Giant Sun Immortal's move had immense power, even she was affected. The golden pillar of light lasted for a short 9 breaths of time before it stopped and dissipated. Giant Sun Immortal's body was covered in a layer of golden light, his muscles bulged and his golden hair danced in the wind, his entire body had expanded by a size. His gaze swept toward Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his gaze was so sharp that even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but squint. Giant Sun Immortal grinned, Star Constellation, don't blame me, this move has a huge range, it covers the whole 5 regions, you cannot avoid it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he raised a terrifying black fog that covered the sky. Giant Sun Immortal roared as he puffed his cheeks and blew, forming a boundless tornado. The tornado swept everything, the black fog revealed hundreds and thousands of tadpole-tailed soul balls. The soul balls exploded around Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal snorted in disdain, that layer of golden light allowed him to remain unharmed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms attacked, Giant Sun Immortal used his fists and legs to clash. Spectral soul demon Venerable's ghostly claws and black arms were like eggs smashing into rocks. After the clash, countless golden lights entered the black arms and shot out, causing the black arms to explode. Giant Sun Immortal started to counterattack. Spectral soul demon Venerable was immediately suppressed. No matter how he resisted, Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were even more merciless. Fong Yuan fought with Giant Sun Immortal. He found that be it offense, defense, movement, or healing, they were all strengthened in all aspects. Fong Yuan was also suppressed. He gradually realized something. This move is likely to forcefully extract external luck and use it on himself. But how big is the range of this killer move? Earlier, Giant Sun Immortal communicated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable using voice transmission. Fong Yuan did not know that this move had an incredibly huge range. It directly covered the 5 regions. This move had an even more profound effect. It affected the luck of heaven and earth and all living beings, causing all of their luck to be affected and move around Giant Sun Immortal intensely. The killer move was named All Living Beings of Heaven and Earth. It was truly worthy of its name. Fong Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot and Slow Heavenly Web. His luck was not affected by this move. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck path defensive method was seen through by Giant Sun Immortal. It was useless. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not show any signs of it. After all, the urgent matter now was to deal with Fong Yuan and kill Meng Qiu Zhen. After activating all living beings of heaven and earth, Giant Sun Immortal's luck grew to a terrifying scale. Together with his combat system, his strength was amplified to a terrifying extent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his mind. After struggling for a while, he showed clear signs of defeat. Fong Yuan did not have a good time either, but he still had to focus on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Actually, Giant Sun Immortal's strength was not the main point. As long as there was no battlefield killer move restraining him, Fong Yuan could advance or retreat freely. In Fong Yuan's opinion, the main point was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable without transmitting his voice. Star Constellation, you have a good plan. You let Giant Sun and I expend our immortal essence while you stall for time. Can you really destroy my dream path clone with this method? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled coldly. Fong Yuan, since you have such a plan, why don't you let me try again? Fong Yuan replied calmly. Star Constellation, you are more skillful. You predicted that I would not dare to take the risk. In that case, I will have to use other methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal became vigilant. Since the start of the battle, Fong Yuan's killer moves had been very shocking. Especially his defensive methods, even the 2 venerables could not see through them. But even after the 2 venerables paid attention for some time, they did not see Fong Yuan revealing any more methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Fong Yuan, simply threatening is not a good method. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. I have already used this method. Speaking of which, Star Constellation Starry Sky Calculation Formation is grand and profound. It is truly mystical. It is a pity that it was constructed in a hurry and is about to be destroyed in a hurry. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. At the same time, Central Continent. Outside the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, Chi-Si Ancestor slowly appeared. Rumble, Itchy Path Killer move was activated. At the next moment, heaven and earth shook. Chi surged as if it was boundless, pressing down on the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. According to the management's understanding, as long as they complete the daily missions, they would gain a lot of battle strength. Chapter 23:48. Ever since the sun had been destroyed, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had sunk into darkness. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was burning with blue eerie fire, could never replace the sun. Because what he gave to all living beings in the world was not vitality and warmth, but coldness and killing intent. Under the dark curtain, the countless stars shining in the sky above Zhongzhou State became the comfort of mortals. But now, even these dazzling and resplendent starlight had been brutally murdered. The airflow surged, vast and majestic, drowning out the myriad of starlight. Chi's sea ancestor's sleeves fluttered, he had an indifferent expression as he flew horizontally, continuing to press forward. Previously, when Feng Yuan mobilized the troops, he was one of Feng Yuan's arrangements. Now that he received the main body's notification, he immediately acted. It was noisy inside the Starry Sky actuarial array. There were many Gu immortals guarding this place. Because the Starry Sky calculation formation's offense and defense were weak, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arranged many Gu immortals here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also knew that the Starry Sky calculation formation, which had only been constructed for a short period of time, would become the target of other Venerables. It was currently the weakness of the Celestial Court. Therefore, she also left the embroidered tower and the constellation chessboard in this array. Chi's sea ancestor appeared in the northeast direction. With one move, he destroyed 3,871 stars. Urgent report. Feng Yuan's Dragonman clone of the enslavement path appeared in the northwest. Wu Shuai, 2,664 stars were destroyed. Star Constellations Will in the embroidered building was about to give the order, but suddenly the whole formation space shook violently. Next, the investigating Gu immortal shouted in a sharp tone, revealing a panicked expression, Jean Budu has appeared. He's attacking from the south, and he's heading straight for me. Jean Budu. Star Constellations Will immediately mobilized her thoughts and looked through the Starry Sky calculation array. She saw a radiant youth wearing a huge bright red cloak. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, or a mad dragon descending to the world, exploding the air and causing a rumbling sound as he charged over. Star Constellations Will sighed. Feng Yuan could revive Gu immortals, they had already obtained clues from Feng clan. The resurrection of Jean Budu did not surprise the will of the constellation. However, the situation before her left her in a difficult position. Chi's sea ancestor and Jean Budu had pseudo-venerable battle strength, while Wu Shuai was a peak rank 8 expert. On this level, the Celestial Court lacked elite experts who could face them head-on. Qing Chou could be counted as one, but right now, it had to protect the God Emperor City. In terms of strategic significance, the Divine Emperor City was even more important than the Starry Sky calculation array. As for Qin Dingling, Che Wei, and the rest, they were also rank 8s, but they were clearly inferior to Chi Si and Jean Budu. Feng Yuan can revive Gu immortals and preserve their cultivation level. Where are the variant human rank 8s among his subordinates hiding now? The situation was unclear, so the Star Constellations Will decided to fight conservatively. It would focus on protecting the sky full of stars calculation array, and not rashly counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will personally control the Starry Sky calculation formation. Starlight shone brightly and dazzlingly. Chi's sea ancestor and Wu Shuai had to close their eyes and use investigative killer moves. Only Jean Budu was thick-skinned, he opened his eyes wide and had no qualms about it. The starlight quickly dimmed, Chi's sea ancestor, Wu Shuai, and Jean Budu's vision changed, they were in the middle of a huge chessboard. This is Star Constellation Chessboard? Humph. This sky full of stars calculation array can actually make use of Star Constellation Chessboard. Not just that, embroidered tower might be helping it as well. Feng Yuan's 3 clones conversed while attacking fiercely again. After a series of explosions, the sky full of stars calculation array shook intensely, but it barely managed to hold on. It was all thanks to embroidered tower and Star Constellation chessboard. Oh no, if the situation falls into a stalemate, how can the main body exert pressure on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body? Chi's sea ancestor's heart sank. The other 2 immortals knew that something was amiss, they attacked even more fiercely. Spectral Heaven. The fight between the 4 venerables continued. Feng Yuan's clones attacked, but they were blocked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements. But Fong Yuan's situation was turning for the better. Earlier, he was in a difficult situation because Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength. Now, his situation was turning for the better because of Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's battle strength continued to fall. It turned out that even though all living beings, world, self-centered was strong, it forcefully absorbed external luck. It was like water without a source. The more it was used, the lesser it became. Not just that, when this move's effect completely disappeared, Giant Sun Immortal's luck would fall into a weakened state. It would only recover after a period of time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already learned of the attack on the sky full of stars calculation array. But she could not return to help immediately. Once she did, she would fall into Fong Yuan's trap. By then, would Giant Sun Immortal be left alone to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fong Yuan's alliance? Would Giant Sun Immortal be willing to do that? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only cared about Celestial Court's benefits. This would definitely cast a shadow over the alliance of the two Venerables. After all, Giant Sun was not a Venerable of Celestial Court. He was not on the same side as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was only because of the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even suspected that if she returned to Central Continent, Fong Yuan might pursue her relentlessly. In any case, among the Venerables, only Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could pose a threat to Meng Qiuzhen. Fong Yuan dragged the battlefield to Central Continent. It was disadvantageous to Celestial Court. While Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed at Fong Yuan's craftiness, he could see through people's intentions and chose the perfect time to attack. She had to resist Fong Yuan's constant interference. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also tried to use other killer moves against Fong Yuan. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was strong, he lacked intelligence. He was only a problem. Fong Yuan was the key. He was the biggest threat. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's repeated attempts had no effect. Fong Yuan used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's cover. It was a shallow tactic but had great effect. The four Venerables fought for some time. Seeing that all beings in the world were about to weaken, Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to use this move again. For a time, the golden pillar of light appeared once more. It lay across the heavens and the earth, and it was grand and resplendent to the extreme. Giant Sun Immortal's luck was strengthened again. His battle strength rose again. All beings in the world could be used continuously, but the backlash would become stronger. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal was in a difficult situation. His entire combat system was built on his positive luck. If his luck weakened, his battle strength would fall. Giant Sun Immortal naturally did not want to expose the weakness of all beings in the world the first time he used it. Fong Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal was raring to go again. He wisely retreated, using Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as a barrier to avoid the attack. Giant Sun Immortal saw Fong Yuan's actions and gritted his teeth in hatred. He knew that if he did not take any measures, the situation would repeat itself, thus he immediately used a trump card. Luck Path Killer Move. Myriad things have flying yellow. Giant Sun Immortal's body flickered with golden light. The golden light was restrained as it slowly rose above his head, turning into an orange-yellow pilled jade. The pilled jade was extremely powerful. Fong Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt waves of fear. Next, Giant Sun Immortal gave a low growl. He raised his head and slammed his head towards the orange-yellow pilled jade. The orange-yellow pilled jade was sent flying towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal's luck that had risen earlier had mostly collapsed because of this move. It almost returned to normal. He knew that this move was powerful. He could not deduce the profundity of this move. He did not take it head-on. He hid behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no qualms. He swept his arm and slammed with his ghostly claw, sending the orange-yellow pilled jade flying far away. The orange-yellow pilled jade fell down from spectral heaven like a rubber ball. Seeing this, Fong Yuan and Star Constellation were slightly stunned. Giant Sun Immortal's move was extremely powerful, to think that it would be suppressed so easily. Giant Sun. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted. Giant Sun Immortal smiled confidently. Star Constellation, watch carefully, this move is extraordinary, it is the culmination of my own luck, the luck of all living beings, and the luck of heaven and earth. It is no longer limited to the concept of offense and defense, it can make use of the variables of heaven and earth and all living beings to create a stupefying battle result. It's just that this move requires a period of time to manifest its power. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heard this and immediately asked the crucial question, how long will it take to see the result? Giant Sun Immortal's expression froze, the time is uncertain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal said again, this move has already been used, no need to worry. Star Constellation, why aren't you attacking Feng Yuan with me? Saying so, he charged at Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took a glance at the orange-yellow pilled jade before cooperating with Giant Sun Immortal to circle around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and attack Feng Yuan. The orange-yellow pilled jade flew down and encountered a soul beast army. After piercing hundreds of soul beasts, its aura fell by 10%, its direction also changed slightly. It continued to descend, piercing the heavenly wind chi wall, its aura fell by another 10%. After reaching the sky of Central Continent, it shot straight into the star array formation. Star Constellations was controlling Star Constellation chessboard and the star array formation to deal with Feng Yuan's 3 clones. While the two sides were in a deadlock, suddenly, an orange-yellow luck path killer move that looked like an egg squeezed into the huge chessboard with star paths. What is this? Chi Si Ancestor and the rest became alert. Oh no! Star Constellation's will's expression changed. It turned out that be the star array formation or star constellation chessboard, they were wisdom path methods, they were intricate and complicated. But the orange-yellow pilled jade was a great achievement in luck path, it was a huge variable. The orange-yellow pilled jade entered Star Constellation chessboard and immediately interfered with the entire battlefield, it absorbed and repelled Star Constellation's will's arrangements, making everything even more chaotic. Star Constellations will quickly made arrangements to suppress this variable and maintain the battlefield, but she could not help but expose a flaw. Feng Yuan's 3 clones were overjoyed, they immediately used this chance to attack the flaw. A moment later. With a loud sound, Feng Yuan's clones' vision changed, they returned to Central Continent sky. A small part of Star Constellation chessboard was destroyed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will quickly stored it in Embroidered Tower. Chapter 2349. Remote Heaven Battlefield. Swoosh. The 7 Killings rainbow arrived, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body flickered with starlight as she successfully dodged it. She was about to retaliate when she saw Feng Yuan hiding behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable again, this had happened more than 100 times since the start of the battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer as angry as before, seeing that Giant Sun Immortal was being attacked by hundreds of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her killer move and destroyed dozens of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal used this chance to escape the encirclement of the giant arms. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was ambushed, he gave up on Giant Sun Immortal and targeted Star Constellation Immortal Venerable instead. Star Constellation, distract the Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I will capture Feng Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and quickly communicated. Next, his body turned into a golden rainbow as he flew out, trying to get around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and attack Feng Yuan, who was behind him. But at the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, she did not engage in a stalemate with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, instead, she left behind a star form phantom while her true body moved. The star form phantom was instantly destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the latter immediately turned around and attacked Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal was trapped again, He was a little surprised. He quickly transmitted to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, "Star Constellation, why are you doing this?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sent the report of the battle inside the Starry Sky Calculation Formation to Giant Sun Immortal. She asked, "Giant Sun Immortal, how do you explain this?" "This." Giant Sun Immortal smiled awkwardly. He immediately understood the reason. He explained, "Star Constellation, have you heard of the true meaning of luck path? Fortune and misfortune come together. This luck path killer move is exactly like that. After I activated it, I completely lost control of it. I do not know how it works or how it manifests in the end. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation was not destroyed, this is just a small disaster. Misfortune turns to fortune, this small disaster now can be exchanged for great fortune in the future. We should be looking forward to it." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sneered, "Using my small misfortune to exchange for your great fortune." Giant Sun Immortal, is that what you mean? The Giant Sun Immortal choked and said, "I will compensate for all direct losses, but as for the specific amount, how about we discuss it after the battle?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded at Giant Sun Immortal, continuing to fight alongside him. She chose to believe in the Giant Sun Immortal. From her point of view, although the Giant Sun Immortal's standpoint was different from the Celestial Court's, he valued family and had a deep humanity. He loved his descendants and was very protective of them. There was an obvious difference between him and Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had no bottom line. He had to be extremely cautious and not believe in his promises. However, the words of the Giant Sun Immortal could still be trusted. Especially since the compensation wasn't that great. Of course, more importantly, in such a situation, a single venerable could not deal with Feng Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not watch as Feng Yuan absorbed the entire Heaven Path Dream Realm. Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Chi-Si ancestors stirred up countless air currents, it was hard to defend against them. Jean Budu charged forward like a dragon, nobody could stop him. Wu Shuai controlled millions of ants to infiltrate and devour the entire Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Star Constellations will an embroidered tower try to repair Star Constellation chessboard while manipulating embroidered tower to help the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation had very low offensive and defensive power. If not for this, Giant Sun and Feng Yuan would not have watched Star Constellation Immortal Venerable create this formation so easily. Even with embroidered tower's help and the Gu Immortals in the formation space maintaining and repairing it, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation continued to break under the fierce attacks of Feng Yuan's 3 clones. Finally, several formation cores were exposed. These formation cores all have immortal Gu. My ants cannot invade them, they are very mysterious. Wu Shuai transmitted. Chi-Si ancestor and Jean Budu both tried to do it but failed. These formation cores were shrouded in starlight, they were hard to distinguish between real and fake. Feng Yuan's 3 clones' attacks were like illusions, the starlight only shook intensely. I'm afraid he used a phantom path method. I am powerless. Jean Buddha shrugged. His main trump card was incomplete freedom transformation, he was good at charging at the front lines, he was not skilled in other aspects. Chi-Si ancestor also frowned, in this difficult situation, he suddenly glanced at the orange-yellow pill jade. After this orange-yellow pill jade destroyed Star Constellation chessboard, it shrunk in size, its aura and radiance dimmed greatly, 60% of it was used, only 20% was left. Why don't we try using Giant Sun Immortal's egg yolk killer move? Chi-Si ancestor had already obtained information from the main body. He communicated with the other 2 clones, arranging a battle tactic. Jean Budu and Wu Shuai attracted Star Constellation's will. Chi-Si ancestor successfully used his Chi Path giant hand to grab the orange-yellow pill jade before tossing it towards the closest formation core. This formation core was under Black Heaven Temple's Gu Immortal Zhang Ji's control. Seeing the orange-yellow pill jade approaching the formation core, he shouted and asked for help. Star constellations will noticed it and immediately took action. Embroidered Tower shot out countless Tao marks, diverting the orange-yellow pilled jade and causing it to land near the formation core. However, the goo worms near the formation core were affected by the orange-yellow pilled jade. They became chaotic. Zhang Zhigong wanted to suppress this terrible situation, but Fang Yuan's 3 clones continued to bombard him. Embroidered Tower did its best to protect them, but the commotion still affected the other goo worms. These mortal goo were either destroyed or destroyed. It was not a big deal. As long as the immortal goo in the formation core were stabilized, the missing parts could be replenished in time. But the actual situation was not like this. The surrounding mortal goo shook and were destroyed, all sorts of minute changes stacked on top of each other and rapidly magnified, directly threatening the immortal goo in the formation core. Zhang Ji's actions of stabilizing the situation turned into an accomplice. Next, under his incredulous gaze, the immortal goo in the formation core cracked and shattered. Originally, the formation core immortal goo were all complete, they were closely connected and concealed each other. But now, one of them suddenly collapsed, revealing a huge flaw. Fang Yuan's 3 clones immediately attacked fiercely. Star constellations could not care about anything else, she could only focus on maintaining the star core calculation formation. Giant Sun Immortal, how do you explain this? Within spectral heaven, star constellation Immortal Venerable questioned again. Giant Sun Immortal sighed, I'll compensate you. Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, is this just a matter of compensation? Giant Sun Immortal sighed again, calm down, stopping Fang Yuan is the most important thing now. How can I be careless? Once this killer move is activated, it will not be under my control. Let's see how it develops. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, this move of yours is helping Fang Yuan's clone, its power has already dissipated, it has completely vanished. How will it develop, how will it affect Fang Yuan's side? Giant Sun Immortal laughed heartily, even though it has dissipated, it is only on the surface. The true variables are formless, they have already started to affect the world and all living beings, everything is changing. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's heart shook slightly, she was also deducing and deepening her understanding of the killer move myriad changes, flying yellow. Giant Sun Immortal's talent was astonishing, this move was truly out of the norm, it was not within the boundaries of any offensive killer move in history, it was extremely unique. Then I will wait and see. With a strong enemy ahead, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to compromise with Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal let out a sigh of relief. The yellow pill jade vanished, he relaxed as he thought, even if Celestial Court suffers losses because of this move in the future, they will not be able to produce any evidence. This move has linked variables, it is most beneficial to me. It seems that Celestial Court is my main enemy currently, thus, this move was not used on Fang Yuan, instead, it is helping Fang Yuan to deal with Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal analyzed the situation in his mind. Inside the starry sky calculation formation, Gu Immortal Zhang Ji coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face was pale as a sheet. In order to protect the formation core, he had given it his all, but he failed in the end. Fang Yuan's 3 clones had already grasped the weakness, they started to expand their gains. Originally, because of Phantom Path, the starry sky calculation formation was perfect and flawless, Fang Yuan's 3 clones could not do anything about it. But now, they had a crucial breakthrough, they created a hole in the perfect formation and started to attack the surroundings from this hole. The healing Gu Immortal quickly rushed to Zhang Ji's side and started healing him. Zhang Ji was very dejected, he coughed out blood as he blamed himself, I have failed Celestial Court's nurturing, I have failed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's request, I actually lost the formation core. The healing Gu Immortal quickly consoled him, this is all because of Giant Sun Immortal's killer move, it is not your fault. Zhang Ji still had a look of disbelief on his face, This luck path killer move is truly strange. It can link all the variables together and amplify them, eventually harming the formation core immortal goo. Like a pole that was pressed down, the other end would rise. The formation core's immortal goo and the surrounding mortal goo were like countless poles that were connected together. If one pole was pressed down, the other pole would rise, but the other pole would press down on the pole that was raised. These two variables would cancel each other out. Everything was unpredictable. Fei Huang did the exact opposite. It gathered all of the variables together and destroyed the formation core immortal goo. After a while of healing, Zhang Ji's injury stabilized. During this period of time, 3 more formation cores of the Starry Sky Calculation formation were destroyed by Fang Yuan's clones. This is all my fault. Zhang Ji blamed himself. He felt that the situation was collapsing. But at this time, another Gu Immortal came to his side. This was a formation path Grandmaster. The situation is urgent. I am here to repair the formation. I need your help. Zhang Ji quickly stood up and cupped his fists, expressing that he would help even if he had to risk his life. Even though the formation core immortal goo was destroyed, this goo immortal formation path Grandmaster could use immortal materials to set up the formation. He could temporarily replace the destroyed formation core immortal goo for emergencies. The Starry Sky Calculation formation was created with great difficulty. Star constellations did not want it to be destroyed. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects had also tasted the benefits of this formation. They did not want it to be destroyed. 2. Chapter 2350. The formation path Grandmaster calculated with all his strength. After a while, his face turned pale and he was covered in sweat. To repair this formation core, we need 500 kilograms of the rank 8 immortal material, heavy sand. Zhang Ji's heart sank. Heavy sand was Western Desert's specialty. It could not be produced in the other 4 regions. Now that they needed such a huge amount of heavy sand, how could they gather it? Zhang Ji was worried when the formation path Grandmaster let out a breath of air, saying, "The heavy sand will be replenished by Celestial Quartz Immortal Treasury, but we need someone to enter Spectral Heaven and inject at least 250 kilograms of heavy sand from top to bottom. By then, we will be inside the formation and coordinate with them. We will be able to repair the formation core." "I'll go," Zhang Ji immediately said. The formation path Grandmaster shook his head, saying directly, "Your injuries are only temporarily suppressed. Your battle strength is too weak. If you leave the formation now, you will be easily killed by those 3 demons. The 3 demons will also be able to find the vague location of the space inside the formation. What should we do?" Zhang Ji sighed bitterly. The formation path Grandmaster was slightly dazed. He received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders and said, "All right, be it immortal materials or manpower, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will arrange them personally. Zhang Ji, use this time to heal your injuries. I will go to the next formation core and decide on the method to repair it." Saying so, the formation path Grandmaster left hurriedly. Zhang Ji looked at his back as he looked around, only to see that the formation space was in chaos. The Gu Immortals guarding here were all extremely busy. Even with Star Constellation Immortal Venerables here, Fang Yuan's 3 clones still gave them huge pressure. Zhang Ji felt his own weakness deeply. He sighed helplessly as he used this time to heal his injuries. Western Desert. Lin Clan's headquarters, the Blessed Land. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, the #1 Gu Immortal in Western Desert, Lin Jinxing, walked out of the Blessed Land with 9 spiritual fairy. "I wish immortal friend Juling a smooth journey." Lin Jinxing smiled. Celestial Court wanted to take Lin Jinxing's body to quickly refine Bo Qing and restrain Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. 9 spiritual fairy and the other 4 Celestial Court Gu Immortals attacked Lin Jinxing but suffered a crushing defeat. 9 spiritual fairy was captured by Lin Jinxing because she brought up the rear. But at this moment, she was personally released by Lin Jinxing. 9 spiritual fairy's expression was grim. Even though she regained her freedom, she did not feel any joy. She stared at Lin Jinxing and asked, what did the Celestial Court pay to redeem me? Lin Jinqing did not conceal it, he said frankly, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable values you greatly. I mustered my courage and offered a price. I was lucky enough to obtain 11 desolate sword leaf trees. 8 desolate sword leaf tree. 9 spiritual fairies. Mood turned even heavier. These 8 desolate sword leaf trees had a huge origin. They originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was an immemorial desolate plant created by the Venerable One. It was not a natural product of nature. The 8 desolate sword leaf tree contained dense wood path Dao marks, but its roots were in a metal path immortal material mine. The leaves it produced were pure sword path rank 8 immortal materials. These 8 desolate sword leaf trees were unique. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had nurtured them personally, but he only left 20 of them for the Celestial Court. A portion of the 8 desolate sword leaf trees died or were used in the following days. Only these 11 trees were left, and now, Lin Jinqing had obtained them all. Lin Jinqing escorted her all the way to the intersection of the regional walls of Western Desert, Central Continent, and Northern Plains before stopping and watching 9 spiritual fairy leave alone. My negotiations with star constellations will have been in a deadlock. To think that star constellations will suddenly relented and was willing to give me 11 desolate sword leaf trees, but apart from releasing 9 spiritual fairy, I also want 100 kilograms of heavy sand. I obtained these 11 desolate sword leaf trees. They were truly beneficial. My earlier guess was not wrong. As long as I comprehend them properly, I can recreate the scene of the sword forest in the future. The Celestial Court is a huge force after all. It has an extremely deep foundation. Even after multiple losses, it still has a foundation that other super forces cannot compare to. It is a pity that in the previous battle, I only captured 9 spiritual fairy. Otherwise, I could have asked for more cultivation resources from the Celestial Court. Fate Gu's destruction had a profound effect on the world and on Gu cultivators. The Celestial Court had an immortal graveyard. Gu immortals could revive after dying in battle, thus, seeking death and not preserving their lives was a correct tactic. Feng Yuan was even more excessive in this regard. He purposely revived Gu immortals as Gu masters and made them undergo immortal ascension again, using the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret to gain the greatest benefits. Thus, Lin Jinqing killed a member of the Celestial Court, but it did not amount to enmity. He could revive anyway. Instead, he captured 9 spiritual fairy alive and stopped her from seeking death. He became a problem for the Celestial Court. After a long negotiation, the Celestial Court finally redeemed this captive, allowing Lin Jinqing to get what he wanted. It is a pity that even though my sword path is strong in offense, it is not proficient in restraining and capturing. Sigh, this world is different from the rest. Originally, Heaven and Earth focused on cultivation methods, but this place focuses on Gu worms, immortal essence, immortal materials, and other cultivation resources. Cultivation resources are the foundation of everything. Now that the Venerables are confronting each other, it is suitable for my Lin clan to expand. If I wait until the Venerables decide the victor, Lin Jinqing would not be able to become a sword path venerable. I would probably have to submit to them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's deduction was not wrong. Lin Jinqing was indeed an otherworldly demon. In his original world, he was the leader of a sword path sect. He was also called an ancestor. Such a person was naturally not willing to be subservient. He was an ambitious person who had seen through the ways of the world. Thus, after Lin Jinqing defeated the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court, he did not explain himself. He was happy that people thought he was a demonic path force. He was a sword path pseudo-venerable. What did he have to fear? Did he have to fear other Western Desert super forces? What a joke. Thus, the ones who wanted Lin Jinqing to clarify that he and Lin clan were righteous path forces were these Western Desert super forces. This way, Lin clan would be restricted by the righteous path super forces, unable to act freely. But so what if he clarified himself? Wasn't Lin clan previously a righteous path superforce? But if the Celestial Court wanted to attack them, they could. The latter was the #1 righteous path super force in the world. On the contrary, becoming a demonic path was more suitable for Lin clan to annex and expand. Of course, Lin Jinqing could not resist the attacks of venerables. But if he could not resist, did he have to give up? In Lin Jinqing's mind, there was no such logic. Precisely because he was weak, he could do his best to become stronger, to become an expert. Precisely because he would be bullied, he had to grab onto any hope to resist and become stronger. Lin Jinqing thought like this, and also acted like this. He had already made ample mental preparations. Even if a venerable came to deal with him in the future, he would bear the consequences. As long as he could preserve his life, he would join another venerable. Perhaps he could even turn his misfortune into fortune, obtaining the venerable's support and achieving greater things. After Lin Jinqing sent off 9 spiritual fairy, he did not return to his headquarters, but continued to head north, deep into northern plains. He concealed himself and flew swiftly. Not long after, he arrived at the forbidden area of the Flower Forest. Flower Forest Forbidden Area was one of the 10 great forbidden areas of northern plains. Countless mushrooms grew inside. These mushrooms were as large as trees, forming a vast forest. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in the forest, their fragrance permeated the air, forming a dense fog. Every time the moon was full and night fell, the fragrant fog would condense and turn into liquid that flowed around the roots of the mushroom trees. The fragrance flowed and nourished these mushroom trees, allowing them to grow even stronger. Like other forbidden areas, there were countless desolate beast groups living here, including many immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants. Cui Yi Hui had been hiding in Flower Forest Forbidden Area for the last few days. It was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It could enter the forbidden area and settle down. It was much more convenient and suitable than Gu Immortals. Cui Yi Hui was hiding in Flower Forest. He had his own motives. He was after none other than Yu Tianguang, who was imprisoned in Longevity Heaven. He wanted to save the latter. And Flower Forest Forbidden Area was a rare Northern Plains forbidden area. Not only could it hide him, it was also the closest to Longevity Heaven. I am going. I will have to rely on you two now. Don't think of escaping. I have my methods on you. You do not have Huang Jin bloodline, who can save you. Before Cui Yi Hui left, he did not forget to warn Lu Qingming and Su Guang. These 2 Gu Immortals were unlucky people. They wanted to leave Northern Plains and go to Western Desert to develop, but they were kidnapped by Cui Yi Hui and brought to Flower Forest Forbidden Area. The Forbidden Area was extremely dangerous. With their strength, they could not escape. If not for Cui Yi Hui's protection, they would not even survive a day in this forbidden area. Of course not. Our lives are in your hands. We will do our best. We will not slack off. Facing Cui Yi Hui's warning, Lu Qingming quickly replied. Cui Yi Hui snorted coldly. Its huge body turned into a pool of black liquid. It drilled into the ground and vanished. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were helpless. They could only follow Cui Yi Hui's instructions. They stepped into an immortal formation and slowly activated it. The immortal formation's power slowly seeped out. The entire process was silent. This was the specialty of Dark Path. As time passed, the immemorial desolate beast groups around Flower Forest Forbidden Area started to become restless. Especially when Cui Yi Hui had done something to the beast leaders, but they did not notice it. Most Gu Immortals could not do this. Cui Yi Hui was a legendary Dark Path immemorial desolate beast. It could be said to be the #1 Dark Path Gu cultivator. It used all of its methods. Not long after, the immemorial beast groups started to roar in anger. The beast groups lacked intelligence. They were wary of each other and influenced each other. Soon, they started to riot. Groups of immemorial beast groups started to move under the influence of the immortal formation. They completely disrupted the order of the entire forbidden area, creating a huge beast tide. This wave of beasts broke through the borders of the forbidden flower forest and swept towards the nearby golden tribes. The Huang Jin tribes were shocked. They quickly reported to Longevity Heaven and asked for reinforcements. In this situation, Lin Jinqing arrived above Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Chapter 2351. Long before the Huang Jin tribes asked for help, Longevity Heaven had already detected the disturbance in the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Longevity Heaven was guarded by Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan discussed with Yao Huang and the Eight Extremities. The disturbance in the Forbidden Area is no small matter, we need to save it. In my opinion, we need to find out the reason for the disturbance. Maybe because the sun was destroyed and spectral heaven was formed, light path weakened while dark path flourished. And the Flower Forest Forbidden Area itself has abundant dark path Dao marks. After discussing for a while, Bing Sai Chuan personally went to investigate the Forbidden Area, while the rest continued to guard Longevity Heaven. The reason for this arrangement was because Bing Sai Chuan had a time path killer move that could trace back to the past and see the truth of the past. Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture's entrance opened, Bing Sai Chuan's body turned into a flash of cold light as he flew down towards the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Meanwhile, Cui Yi Hui was already hiding in Spectral Heaven, near the entrance of Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture. He watched as the entrance opened and closed, he did not move. The opening of the entrance was a good opportunity to enter and exit the Grotto Heaven, but it was very eye-catching. Even if Cui Yi Hui had concealment methods, he could not do that. Every time the immortal aperture's entrance opened, the Gu immortals in the immortal aperture would be the most concerned about it. If Cui Yi Hui did that, he would be exposing himself, he would be looking for trouble, he would not care about Bing Sai Chuan at all. Cui Yi Hui did not want to fight him head-on. Even though he was a great legendary immemorial beast, compared to Longevity Heaven and Giant Sun Immortal, he was nothing. From start to finish, he had never thought of going in to save Yu Tianguang. Saving people was a technical skill, if he tried to do it forcefully, he might end up getting himself killed instead. Cui Yi Hui continued to conceal himself as he activated his killer move. This is a rare opportunity. Giant Sun Immortal is fighting the other three Venerables, he has no time to spare. Flower Forest Forbidden Area has also lured out a rank 8 expert. The location of Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture's entrance has also been exposed. I need to hurry. Cui Yi Hui and Yu Tianguang had a mystical connection. Using this connection, Cui Yi Hui's Dark Path Killer moves started to show their effects. Within Longevity Heaven, Yu Tianguang was imprisoned in Calamity Luck Altar. Suddenly sensing something, Yu Tianguang lowered his head and looked at his heart. After that, he came to his senses, raised his head, roared, and started to struggle fiercely. The Calamity Luck Altar shook continuously. The members of the Eight Extremities were standing guard outside. Seeing this, they quickly acted and suppressed Yu Tianguang. Yu Tianguang, you've tried so many times, but you still don't understand that you can't break free from Calamity Luck Altar by yourself. Surrender to my Longevity Heaven is your only way out. As long as you pledge allegiance to my Longevity Heaven, you will receive the protection of the Giant Sun Immortal. Yu Tianguang shouted, return my rank 9 light Gu. The Eight Extremities urged again, blessed heavenly light, light Gu has always been wild, it is currently residing in your body, how can it be yours? Not bad. Our Giant Sun Immortal fought against 2 Venerables to obtain this Gu, it belongs to my Longevity Heaven. You should thank our Lord Immortal Venerable and Crown Prince, if not for them, you might have died to Star Constellation or Feng Yuan already. Yu Tianguang's aura weakened from the suppression, but he still shouted, return my light Gu, I will consider surrendering. The Eight Extremities looked at each other, they shook their heads and increased the suppression of Calamity Luck Altar. In the end, Yu Tianguang was filled with unwillingness, resentment, and anger. His strength was exhausted, and he was suppressed. But this time, he had a new hope. Brother, I am here to save you, we need to plan properly. A lump of black liquid appeared in Yu Tianguang's heart, it turned into a tiny Cui Yi Hui. Sui Yi Hui paused before continuing. This killer move of mine has been modified. It will accumulate strength in your body. When it accumulates enough, you can use my strength to burst forth. When the time comes, I'll cooperate with you outside the longevity heaven and create an opening together. Yu Tianguang was not assured. Giant Sun Immortal is not to be underestimated. Pay attention to him, don't get yourself killed. Sui Yi Hui told Yu Tianguang about the situation. Yu Tianguang was overjoyed. The four venerables will fight for a long time. This is the best chance for me to escape. It is a pity that your arrangements in the Flower Forest Forbidden Area only drew out Bing Sai Chuan. Longevity Heaven is probably being cautious against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's 3 clones are wreaking havoc in Central Continent. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation is already beyond recognition. Sui Yi Hui analyzed. The 2 legendary immemorial beasts communicated secretly. No one in Longevity Heaven noticed them. Back to the day, Bing Sai Chuan left Longevity Heaven and flew towards the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. He investigated along the way, getting closer to the location where Sui Yi Hui set up the Immortal Formation. This is bad. Inside the Immortal Formation, Lu Qingming and Su Guang controlled the formation. They sensed Bing Sai Chuan's traces. Their expressions were ashen. They knew the situation was dire. Once they were discovered by Bing Sai Chuan, they would not be able to escape. The 2 immortals thought of surrendering, but they were hit by Sui Yi Hui's Dark Path method. If they tried to surrender, the Dark Path method would activate and take their lives. But the 2 had to activate the Immortal Formation to expand the Beast Tide. They could not stop for even a moment. Otherwise, the Dark Path methods on his body would also be activated, and the 2 of them would be killed cleanly. Sui Yi Hui is using us as cannon fodder. Sigh, I never thought that today would be the day of our deaths. Just as the 2 were in despair, a turning point appeared. Who is it? Bing Sai Chuan stopped moving. His eyes shined with cold light as he was on full alert. Lin Jinqing's heart jumped. He had concealed himself and come to the Flower Forest Forbidden Area with the objective of obtaining some rare immortal materials to help him perfect Sword Forest. But he found out that a beast tide had appeared. This was good news for Lin Jinqing. In this chaotic situation, it was more suitable for him to fish in troubled waters. Lin Jinqing went deep into the Forbidden Area and met Bing Sai Chuan. Even though he had pseudo-venerable battle strength, he was not proficient in concealment methods. Thankfully, Bing Sai Chuan stopped on the spot. After looking around, he shook his head. Maybe I saw wrongly. Bing Sai Chuan muttered. He continued to move forward and continued to investigate. He did not find any signs of human activity in this beast tide, but he also did not find the source of the beast tide. Thus, he followed the various traces and gradually approached the Dark Tao Immortal Formation. Right at this time, a group of 4-legged white-scaled snakes flew over. The white-scaled snakes were already raging. After discovering Bing Sai Chuan, they charged over without hesitation. Bing Sai Chuan's pupils shrunk. He was about to kill the snakes when a sword chi shot towards him from the left. Bing Sai Chuan was not surprised. He quickly blocked the sword chi and said to Lin Jinqing, "He, there is someone." Lin Jinqing. Bing Sai Chuan recognized Lin Jinqing's identity when he said the latter half of his sentence. Ever since the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were defeated by Lin Jinqing, his appearance and voice had spread far and wide. Bing Sai Chuan, who was on Longevity Heaven's side, was naturally aware of this. In an instant, Bing Sai Chuan frowned. "Immortal friend Lin Jinqing, are you going to make things difficult for my Longevity Heaven?" Lin Jinqing frowned as well, yet he looked at the group of white-scaled snakes and said frankly, "The tongues of these white-scaled snakes are immortal materials of the Sword Tao that I need, and I came here for them as well. I hope that immortal friend Bing Sai Chuan will be magnanimous." "Is that so?" Bing Sai Chuan was very suspicious, but Lin Jinqing was a pseudo-venerable after all. He did not want to start a war. These white-scaled snakes are indeed rare resources. However, there is no need to worry, fellow immortal Lin Jinqing. The celestial longevity plane has many storehouses. If immortal friend is interested, I am willing to form a good relationship with you and give these treasures to you. Oh. Lin Jinqing raised his eyebrows. He was about to consider when a large group of immemorial desolate beasts charged over. The scene became chaotic. The white-scaled snakes were only ancient desolate beasts, they were not the match of these immemorial desolate beasts. But they could not dodge in time, their formation was broken by the immemorial desolate beasts. Lin Jinqing had to take action and deal with these immemorial desolate beasts. He tried to take out the tongues of the white-scaled snakes. Bing Sai Chuan watched from the side while contacting Longevity Heaven to send Northern Plains and Western Deserts harem. He would not believe Lin Jinqing's words easily. Against a pseudo-venerable, he had to send out immortal goo houses to defend them. Giant Sun Immortal had been searching for beauties back then. He had set up 5 harems in the 5 regions. They were all immortal goo houses. Several of the 8 extremities received the order and flew out of Longevity Heaven with their immortal goo houses. Cui Yi Hui saw this and was both suspicious and happy. Honestly speaking, Lu Qingming and Su Guang had not been discovered until now. It was already out of Cui Yi Hui's expectations. And now, Longevity Heaven sent out 2 more immortal goo houses and several goo immortals. They were clearly flying towards the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Cui Yi Hui could not understand this. But no matter what, his situation was much better than before. A moment later, Yu Tianguang roared as he unleashed his accumulated dark path strength. The 8 extremities guarding this place were caught off guard. Yu Tianguang found an opening and attacked fiercely. After more than 10 breaths of time, he got out of Calamity Luck Altar. But he did not escape, he followed his senses and flew towards a secret place. The 8 extremities guarding this place were shocked. Oh no. That is the Crown Prince's closed cultivation area. Yao Huang had already come out of the Blood Sea. He wanted to stop Yu Tianguang but he was too late. He and Mao Li Qiu who had just arrived saw. Yu Tianguang took Light Emperor away. Light Emperor's body was nurturing rank 9 light goo. Even though he suffered such a huge change, his eyes were shut, he did not move. He was like a statue, he had lost all senses of the outside world. Don't provoke me, I will crush him to death. Yu Tianguang shouted, the surrounding goo cultivators hesitated, they could not advance or retreat. Don't kill him, otherwise, when Lord Giant Sun Immortal returns, you will die. Friend Yu Tianguang, we can discuss this, calm down. Quick, call Bing Sai Chuan and the others back. While the Longevity Heaven Goo Immortals were panicking, Yu Tianguang attacked again. Cui Yi Hui was not hiding anymore. The 2 cooperated extremely well. They tore a hole in the formation. This hole was not big, but Yu Tianguang had a method. He first swallowed the Light Monarch in 1 gulp, and then his figure transformed into a ball of light. He forcefully squeezed into the opening, and then flowed out into the outside world. After coming out, the light turned into Yu Tianguang's light again. Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals chased after them. Seeing Yu Tianguang and Cui Yi Hui, their expressions turned ugly. We fell for it. Yao Huang stomped his feet in anger. Bing Sai Chuan received the news and squinted at Lin Jinqing. So that's it, Brother Lin and Cui Yi Hui are working together. What do you mean? Lin Jinqing was confused. Meanwhile, in Heaven Path Dream Realm battlefield. What? Giant Sun Immortal was concentrating on fighting Fang Yuan. Hearing this news, his heart sank. This seems to be caused by my flying yellow killer move. The luck path connection made Giant Sun Immortal feel a little dazed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to explain to himself, but he could not. This killer move of mine should be correct, right? I rarely used it in the previous life. Recently, I've made some improvements to this move. Indeed, it should, probably, not be a problem. Daoist Giant Sun, what happened? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path. she was very sensitive to changes in emotions. She asked directly. "Oh, nothing, nothing." Giant Sun Immortal felt a little depressed, but he waved his hand on the surface. Chapter 2352. Heaven and earth were torn apart like a huge open mouth. Boundless thunderbolts bombarded the area in a frenzy, fighting against the violent tornadoes. Meng Qiuzhen was floating in the sky, looking down at the ground. "Lightning, come!" he shouted. At the next moment, countless lightning balls fell from the sky, crashing into the tornadoes and causing a deafening explosion. More than 10 tornadoes were destroyed, but there were still over 100 tornadoes that were like pillars that supported the small world. Meng Qiuzhen gritted his teeth, realizing the crucial point. He had to find the exact location of this dream realm land spirit as soon as possible and deal a targeted attack. Otherwise, even if he could destroy so many tornadoes, he would have to use all his strength. It would not be beneficial for his dream realm exploration. With Fang Yuan's main body protecting him, after that close shave, Meng Qiuzhen did not encounter any more mishaps. He continued to explore Heaven Path Dream Realms. Not only did he raise his Heaven Path attainment level, his strength in the Dream Realm Immortal Aperture also rose rapidly. From a land spirit to a celestial court, his methods were completely different from before. Meng Qiuzhen could now manipulate the heavenly power of heaven and earth. He could already form tribulation-like powers. Moreover, he found that Heaven Path Dream Realms would annex each other, bringing him endless risks and opportunities in his exploration. "Ice, come!" Meng Qiuzhen saw an opportunity. His 2 small hands turned into palms and pressed down. Hailstones rained down from the sky. It was extremely violent. In just a few breaths of time, the hailstones grew larger. Some were the size of small mountains. These hailstones crashed into the tornadoes, but most of them were quickly swept away. The dark green tornadoes were soon dyed with a layer of blue-white frost chi. Their spinning speed fell drastically. So it is here. Meng Qiuzhen succeeded in creating a flaw. He found a white feather flying fish hidden in the leftmost tornado. This white feather flying fish was the heavenly spirit of another dream realm immortal aperture. Heaven Path Dream Realms annexed each other. The manifestation in the dream realms was the annexation of 2 dream realm immortal apertures. As the heavenly spirit of a dream realm immortal aperture, Meng Qiuzhen had to control his own dream realm immortal aperture to suppress and annex the other party's dream realm immortal aperture. There was a crucial step in this, and that was to find the other party's heavenly spirit and then completely destroy it. Die. Meng Qiuzhen continued to use his methods, causing flying fish heavenly spirit to become dizzy. Lightning, rain, meteors, lava, and other attacks later, the flying fish heavenly spirit was destroyed by Meng Qiuzhen. Without the support of the heavenly spirit, although the tornadoes still existed, they had dispersed and changed directions at will. They were no longer as orderly as before, and the threat level immediately dropped to the bottom. At the same time, Meng Qiuzhen's Dream Realm Immortal Aperture also increased the speed of annexing enemy Dream Realm Immortal Apertures. Once the flying fish heavenly spirit was eliminated, it would be like a general being beheaded in the midst of an army of 10,000. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they would fall into chaos and collapse. Meng Qiuzhen continued to press on, eventually expanding his Dream Realm Immortal Aperture by another half. The increase in wind path Dao marks is not bad. Another Dream Realm Immortal Aperture has come into contact. Meng Qiuzhen did not have time to rest before he saw a faint red shadow appearing outside his Dream Realm Immortal Aperture. The faint red shadow covered heaven and earth, covering the sun and moon as it crashed into Meng Qiuzhen's Dream Realm Immortal Aperture. The Immortal Aperture's regional wall shattered. While the 2 Dream Realm Immortal Apertures connected, they also started the bitter process of annexing each other. Wait a minute, this heavenly spirit seems different. Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed slightly. He found that the other party was very astute and had many methods. They were not inferior to Meng Qiuzhen. Don't tell me, profound literature Grotto Heaven. Chi tides moved and formed countless chi monsters that covered heaven and earth. It was a huge calamity. A large number of mortals lived in profound literature grotto heaven. Under the assault of the chi monsters, they turned into corpses. Damn it! We have to persevere. These chi monsters are endless. When will they end? Profound literature grotto heaven's Gu immortals resisted with all their strength. Old immortal Hua Yu even personally fought. They barely managed to maintain the situation. This was not a heavenly tribulation or heavenly tribulation. It was a chi path killer move that Chi Si ancestor used to attack the starry sky calculation formation. The starry sky calculation formation had a large number of formation cores. After the immortal Gu and the formation cores were destroyed by Fong Yuan's 3 clones, the formation bases were exposed. These formation bases were profound literature grotto heaven, skeleton grotto heaven, and so on. As long as these grotto heavens were destroyed, the starry sky calculation formation would lose its foundation and vanish completely. If we had known this, why would we have tried so many ways to escape? Sigh, it is too late now. Now, we can only hope that Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has enough methods to protect our homeland. These grotto heaven Gu immortals felt regret to some extent. Rumble. With a loud explosion, chi currents surged like a stampede of horses. Chi Si ancestor gradually appeared in skeleton grotto heaven. Granny Skeleton was deeply shocked, but before she could save him, many rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court also arrived in skeleton grotto heaven with their immortal Gu houses. Without any delay, a huge battle erupted. Heaven and earth shook, Chi Si boiled, golden light shot out, jade water filled the sky. A large number of killer moves were activated. The aftershocks caused a huge number of casualties. Immortal killer move, unlimited Chi Si. Chi Si ancestor accumulated his advantage and could finally use this move easily. With one move, heaven and earth shook. Several immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court were heavily injured. One of them was destroyed on the spot. Qin Ding Ling and the rest were heavily injured and coughed out blood. Persevere. Qin Ding Ling shouted. Watch me. Che Wei was valiant, fighting attacks with attacks. Chi Si ancestor was hit by his killer move. His injuries were not light. Immortal killer move, Chi Ju revival. At the next moment, a large number of Chi Path immortal materials were expended. Chi Si ancestor rapidly recovered. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court saw this and turned pale. Time to end this. Chi Si ancestor grunted as he activated his killer move, Hu elevation. The energy pillar that overflowed into the heavens was grand and terrifying. It fiercely smashed out, directly splitting the heavens and earth, piercing through the entire skeleton paradise. Granny Skeleton's eyes were wide open. She could not dodge in time and was destroyed by the chi pillar, leaving nothing behind. Skeleton grotto heaven was heavily damaged. Winds of assimilation started to appear. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court quickly retreated through the huge hole as Chi Si ancestor chased after them relentlessly. Star Constellation's Will, who was inside Embroidered Tower, saw this and was about to make a move when Jean Buddha charged into the formation space. It was here after all. Wu Shuai was relieved. The enslavement path killer move that he modified manipulated the ant group to infiltrate the depths of the starry sky calculation formation, creating a path for Jean Buddha to squeeze into the formation space. The Gu immortals in the formation space were mainly from the 10 great ancient sects. Even though they were all elites, they were inferior to the members of Celestial Court. Even the Gu immortals of Celestial Court could not deal with pseudo-venerables, not to mention them. At once, Jean Buddha was like a tiger that entered a flock of sheep, creating a storm of blood. Star Constellation's Will sighed. She could only give up on dealing with Chi Si ancestor and personally activated Embroidered Tower to block Jean Buddha. After a period of stalemate, Fong Yuan's 3 clones finally broke the deadlock. They continued to destroy the starry sky calculation formation like a hot knife through butter. Celestial Court side was forced to retreat. They could not stabilize their footing. This situation was immediately transmitted to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed as she activated two human path killer moves. One was called Hope of the People, the other was called Heroes Among People. Divine Emperor City, which was at the largest node of Central Continent's human network, suddenly burst out with countless white lights, specks and lumps, like candlelight. There were countless of them. The specks of light were like fishes swimming or birds returning to their nests. They gathered and attached themselves to the goo immortals inside the starry sky calculation formation, forming a dense white halo. Next, the white halo started to weaken rapidly, while the goo immortals' auras rose rapidly. Just like during the Fate War, they received a huge amplification once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this move after all. It did not exceed Lord Alliance leaders' expectations. Lu Wei-yin looked at Divine Emperor City not far away with an excited expression. She is using the same move again. It is a sign that she is out of tricks. Shen Shang smiled lightly as he attacked Divine Emperor City with Lu Wei-yin. Genesis Lotus Will and Qing Cho were defending Divine Emperor City. After being attacked by two experts, they could only stop supporting the two human path killer moves and start to defend themselves. Remote Heaven Battlefield. The white halo formed by human path killer moves also enveloped Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Both of them received amplification, their strength rose greatly. As expected of a human path method, even a venerable like me can benefit from it. Giant Sun Immortal praised. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned deeply. Heaven Path Dream Realms are almost depleted, we have lost this battle. Chapter 2353. In the Battle of Heaven Path Dream Realms, Feng Yuan initiated the battle. In this battle, Feng Yuan used new killer moves like ear-shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound, Permitha Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind, and Heavenly Ghost Concealment. 7 Killings Rainbow, Tongue Sword Dragon Soul, and other killer moves were greatly modified, while concealing obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web. Thus, in the early stages of the battle, Feng Yuan had the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal had to work together to resist him. But because Feng Yuan had to protect Meng Qiuzhen, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had Chaotic Will Scattering Dream, gradually gained the initiative. At the same time, Feng Yuan's dominance also made Giant Sun Immortal wary. No matter how Feng Yuan persuaded, Giant Sun Immortal was determined to stop Feng Yuan from obtaining Heaven Path Dream Realms. He did not waver. Feng Yuan mobilized his subordinates to attack various important areas in Central Continent, to make things difficult for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw through Feng Yuan's scheme. She did not retreat to Central Continent. To continue hiding his strength and feign a lack of immortal essence, Feng Yuan angered Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and lured him to participate in the battle. Meanwhile, he used Heavenly Ghost Concealment to become half an ally of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Feng Yuan's scheme succeeded. Because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's interference, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not exert enough pressure on Feng Yuan. On the contrary, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was constantly disturbed by Feng Yuan. She could not threaten Meng Qiuzhen. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used 2 human path killer moves, she could not change the situation. The battle fell into a stalemate. As time passed, the Heaven Path Dream Realms devoured each other. Most of them were absorbed by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's gains in this battle far surpassed Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In contrast, of the 2 Venerables, one lost his eldest son and rank 9 light goo, the other starry sky calculation formation that he had painstakingly created was almost destroyed. More than 10 Central Continent goo immortals were slaughtered. The members of the Celestial Court were in a dangerous situation. This made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable realize, Feng Yuan had won this battle. No matter how pathetic he looked, he was the one who benefited the most. Regardless of whether Feng Yuan still has trump cards, or if he really lacks immortal essence. The most crucial factor in this battle is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the heavily injured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She felt indignance, anger, and helplessness. She had wanted to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable long ago, but she had not succeeded. There had been a good opportunity last time, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan had covered for it. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was able to survive. In this battle, Fang Yuan made use of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to gain huge benefits. It also proved that he had great foresight. 80% of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were borne in place of Fang Yuan. He only had less than 1,000 arms left now. His huge body had shrunk by 60%, even his roars were hoarse. Maybe this is the time to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's thoughts moved. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a huge obstacle. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had once controlled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, she knew better than anyone else that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was filled with providence, could no longer be controlled by her. Sometimes, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable admired Fang Yuan's craftiness. The latter had successfully turned Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into half an ally. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a clear state of mind, under Fang Yuan's Heavenly Ghost Concealment Killer move, he was more resolute and easier to use than ordinary allies. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but look at Giant Sun Immortal. Even though the two of them worked together, Giant Sun Immortal still had his guard up against her. Looking back at this battle, even though Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength, he did not have much effect against Fang Yuan. He even caused Central Continent a huge loss. Comparisons were the worst. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would rather have an ally in a daze than a clear-headed Giant Sun Immortal. But now, to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, she needed to rely on Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately transmitted, "Giant Sun, there is no need to care about this Fang Yuan now. Let's work together and get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The results of today's battle are right in front of us. We cannot let this Venerable continue to live." Giant Sun Immortal agreed with this. He felt that the reason why he could not deal with Fang Yuan was because the latter was using Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's strength. With these two working together, he felt a headache. Of course, the reason why Fang Yuan could work together with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was because of Heavenly Ghost Concealment. As long as this move was broken, the alliance between Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul would be severed. But Giant Sun Immortal knew that if he cracked it now, Fang Yuan would be able to modify it the next time. Originally, as a refinement path venerable, Giant Sun Immortal did not think highly of Fang Yuan's modification attainment. But after this battle, after being baptized by killer moves like Your Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound and Permitha Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind, Giant Sun Immortal completely changed his view. Now, from his perspective, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was above his. In fact, among the venerables of the past, other than Limitless Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the only one below Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not want to play the senseless game of deciphering, modifying, and modifying with Fang Yuan. Getting rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is indeed a good idea. This way, we can get rid of him once and for all. Fang Yuan will have no more allies. Giant Sun Immortal transmitted to Star Constellation. Furthermore, Fang Yuan is lacking immortal essence now, but we are different. It will be much more difficult for him to protect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If he tries to protect him, he might fall into danger if he is not careful. By then, we can target him instead. We can even create a chance to kill this heaven-refining Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not as optimistic as Giant Sun Immortal. She replied, "Fang Yuan will not put himself in danger just to protect Spectral Soul. The two venerables came to an agreement. They focused their attacks on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As expected, they did it. Fong Yuan immediately showed a difficult expression, but he was actually getting more excited in his heart. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fought with the two venerables, with Fong Yuan's help, both sides would suffer heavy losses. But in the end, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would most likely die. After all, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was filled with providence. He lost his rationality. He could not even use his immortal killer moves properly. He was at a huge disadvantage. But this way, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be greatly weakened. This was the best chance to get rid of the two venerables. As long as they did not escape back to their headquarters, after Fong Yuan used his full strength, he would be able to get rid of one of them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, while Giant Sun Immortal wanted to get rid of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was also plotting to get rid of these two. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked by the two venerables. His injuries worsened, many of his thick black arms were cut off, he only had 200 or 300 of them left. Go! Giant Sun Immortal suddenly shot out a golden meteor. The meteor landed on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, smashing one of his heads. Out of his 3 heads, only one was left. He was forced into a desperate situation. He was surrounded by danger, but Fong Yuan was still attacking at a steady pace. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared, his body suddenly burned with an icy blue fire. But this fire was not hot at all, instead, it gave off an intense icy cold energy. The temperature of the air fell rapidly. Rank 9 Fire Goo could not sit still anymore, sensing that its host's life was in danger, it finally showed its might. It was a rank 9 Fire Goo after all. The 3 venerables retreated together, even Fong Yuan who had Heavenly Ghost Concealment was the same. Fong Yuan could deceive Spectral Soul Demon Venerable with his killer move, but he could not deceive rank 9 Fire Goo. After all, the latter was a goo worm, not a soul beast. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stopped moving, the blue fire on his body spread rapidly, forcing the 3 venerables to retreat. The fire spread to the surroundings of the Heaven Path Dream Realms. The size of the Heaven Path Dream Realms shrunk rapidly, they were about to be destroyed by the fire. Fong Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He thought, the legends of Renzu recorded that the Dream Realms are countered by fire goo. It seems that it is true. He felt great regret. His Heaven Path attainment level had already risen from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster in the fight between the venerables. Furthermore, he had not just stepped into Great Grandmaster realm, he had deep accumulations in this level. If Fong Yuan absorbed all of the Heaven Path Dream Realms here, he might even advance to Supreme Grandmaster. Even if he did not, there was still a high chance of him becoming a quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. However, after being burned by fire goo, more than half of the remaining Heaven Path Dream Realms were destroyed. This is an opportunity, Giant Sun. Seeing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the initiative to activate Chaotic Will Scattering Dream. Giant Sun Immortal did not protect Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he charged towards these Heaven Path Dream Realms instead. Fong Yuan was caught in a dilemma. In an instant, he made up his mind. He gave up on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and charged towards Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal was obstructed by Fong Yuan, the 2 venerables fought intensely. During this process, the Heaven Path Dream Realms were burned intensely by the fire, almost nothing was left. Be it Fairy Myrtle, Ing Wuxia, or Meng Qiuzhen, they were all burned out. When Fong Yuan obstructed Giant Sun, he also approached the Heaven Path Dream Realms. Seeing this, he quickly turned around and gave up on Giant Sun Immortal, approaching his Dream Path clone. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes were shut, he had not woken up yet. Giant Sun Immortal saw that Fong Yuan had turned around and left, he shouted furiously, Fong Yuan, you are so arrogant. I will make you pay the price. At the next moment, hundreds of golden meteors shot out with terrifying power, heaven and earth changed color. At the same time, star constellation Immortal Venerable finally succeeded in activating chaotic while scattering dream for the second time. She aimed directly at Meng Qiuzhen. Boom 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 boom. The golden meteors landed on Fang Yuan and Meng Qiuzhen. Thunderous explosions shook heaven and earth. Terrifying air currents surged in all directions. The golden light quickly faded. Fang Yuan and Meng Qiuzhen flew down at an extremely fast speed. Giant Sun Immortal's eyes widened. He saw that Fang Yuan was unharmed. What defensive killer move was this? Oh no! Star constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Fang Yuan was flying towards Central Continent. As for Meng Qiuzhen, he had already woken up, using dream armor goo to protect himself. At the same time, a layer of rippling reverse flow protection seal appeared on his body. After Fang Yuan's modification, reverse flow protection seal could be used to help others. It was no longer limited to himself. With 2 layers of protection, Meng Qiuzhen was completely fine even though he was hit by star constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move. Chapter 2354. Damn you, Fang Yuan. At once, star constellation Immortal Venerable's expression turned ugly. Fang Yuan's move was ingenious. He brought Meng Qiuzhen to Central Continent, forcing star constellation Immortal Venerable into a dilemma. If star constellation Immortal Venerable continued to fight with spectral soul demon Venerable, Fang Yuan would take the chance to open his immortal aperture and keep Meng Qiuzhen inside, before wreaking havoc in Central Continent. In Central Continent's battlefield, Celestial Court side was already in danger. The Starry Sky calculation formation was broken, 80% of it was destroyed. Divine Emperor City was attacked by Shen Shang and Lu Wei-yin. They could not even maintain their human path killer moves anymore. In this situation, if Fang Yuan's main body made a move, he would definitely cause an unimaginable massacre in Central Continent and even the Celestial Court. In an instant, star constellation Immortal Venerable, who was the #1 person in Wisdom Path, made a decision. She sighed as she said to Giant Sun Immortal, Fang Yuan is extremely crafty. He wants to use this method to protect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's life. We cannot fall for it. I will chase after him. I will not give him any chance to keep the Dream Path clone in his aperture. Giant Sun, I hope that you can kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal knew clearly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew this was Fang Yuan's scheme, but she still fell for it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to make things difficult for Fang Yuan, but she wanted to protect Central Continent. But Giant Sun Immortal did not mind. If it were him, he would also protect the Huang Jin bloodline of Northern Plains and fall for it. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal nodded and said firmly, in today's battle, between Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fang Yuan, one of them will die. Giant Sun Immortal's cooperation made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. At the crucial moment, Giant Sun Immortal still had a clear mind and made a wise decision. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately accelerated and chased after Fang Yuan. Within the Starry Sky calculation formation space, the Demon Judgment Board retreated. On the Devil Judgment Board, Guyue Fangzheng and Red Heart Traveler were both sweating profusely. Their faces were pale, and they revealed a hint of panic as they concentrated. At this moment, the former and current Demon Judgment Board lords had joined hands. But they were all at a disadvantage. What was forcing the Demon Judgment Board to retreat again and again? Be careful, he's approaching again. Scarlet Heart Traveler, who was mainly responsible for controlling the Demon Judgment Board, suddenly warned. Jean Budu's cloak fluttered behind him as he flew. When he activated the incomplete freedom transformation, he was a genuine beast in human form. Even the Demon Judgment Board found it hard to withstand one of his attacks. When Guyue Fangzheng received Red Heart Traveler's reminder, he immediately quivered and anxiously shouted, then again. In the next moment, the Demon Judgment Board exploded with a bloody light. The bloody light was like a tide, instantly spreading thousands of steps. The scarlet blood light was mixed with endless coldness. If Jean Budu wanted to get close to the demon judgment board, he would have to charge into the bloody light. Unavoidably, his movements slowed down abruptly. This move again. Jean Budu could not help but have a strange expression. He had already been obstructed by this blood path killer move 3 times in a row. Demon Judgment Board took advantage of the fact that Jean Budu's speed was falling to pull open a safe distance again. And the one who did this was Guiyue Fangjing. Red Heart Traveler looked at Guiyue Fangjing with a gratified expression, showing clear admiration. The killer move Guiyue Fangjing used was blood gradually colding, but he was so closely connected to the Demon Judgment Board that it was as if blood gradually colding was the killer move of the Demon Judgment Board itself. This was an extremely ingenious creation. None of the previous Demon Judgment Board lords had managed to do this. Speaking of which, Red Heart Traveler was Guiyue Fangjing's master. But the reason why he took him in as a disciple was not voluntary, it was more due to the orders of the higher-ups and his own benefits. Thus, Red Heart Traveler's impression of Guiyue Fangjing had always been bad. He did not put this disciple in his heart. But now, Red Heart Traveler's impression of Guiyue Fangjing had changed greatly. Handing Demon Judgment Board to you was not wrong. Fangjing, you need to work harder in the future. Red Heart Traveler encouraged. Ah, yes, I will engrave Master's words in my heart. Guiyue Fangjing was a little surprised, but he soon sighed. I entered the derivation formation and came into contact with the essence of painting path. I modified the killer move blood gradually colding. After going through Demon Judgment Board, its power rose sharply and can freeze the blood of rank 8 Gu Immortal experts to death. But when it comes to Jean Budu, it can only obstruct him for a little while. Red Heart Traveler shook his head, encouraging. It is not that you are not outstanding, but the opponent is too strong. He is one of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's strongest clones after all. When his brother Guiyue Fang Yuan was mentioned, Fangjing heaved a deep sigh again. His emotions were complex and indescribable. Alright, we need to hold back Jean Budu, we cannot let him destroy the formation space too quickly. Red Heart Traveler could not conceal the worry in his heart. Sigh, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's strongest clone is still Qi Si Ancestor. I hope Lady Qin Dingling can delay him. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation's formation base was set up in the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens. There were only a few of these Grotto Heavens left. It could be said that Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was the final pillar. Qi currents surged like an ocean covering the sky. Qi Si Ancestor looked down at everyone from the sky. Qin Dingling, Duke Mei, Duke Tong, and the rest were either controlling immortal Gu houses or floating in the air. They were all looking at Qi Si Ancestor with extremely solemn expressions. Up until now, Qi Si Ancestor had displayed the strongest battle strength among pseudo-venerables in the current era. Especially when Huang's move could forcefully destroy a Grotto Heaven, no one could resist it. Be it Qin Dingling's luck path, Che Wei's weapon path, Duke Mei, Duke Tong, and the other older generation Celestial Court experts risking their lives to fight, or Zhou Xiong Axian, 9 Spiritual Fairy, and the rest's constant harassment, they could not stop Qi Si Ancestor from destroying the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Immortal Killer Move, 9 Magnificence Du Pill. Ruan Dan was constantly activating his Pill Path Killer move to heal the Celestial Court's immortals. He still had a life extension pill that could forcefully extend the life of others, even if the target had already suffered a fatal blow. This was the result of him entering the derivation formation. In this battle, if not for Ruan Dan's spectacular performance, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals would not have lasted for so long. Be it Ruan Dan or the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals, they had made considerable progress, but Qi Si Ancestor had become even stronger. He could almost match Duke Long at the final moment of the Fate War. Qi currents surged and suddenly turned into countless giant dragons that scattered. They gave up on the Celestial Court's immortals and attacked Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Old Immortal Hua Yu cried out in grief, Lord Feng Yuan, are you really going to kill us all? Before he finished speaking, tears were already falling down his face. Duke Tong shouted, everyone, don't be shaken, don't rashly save the mortals, this demon is using our compassion to mess with our minds. Once we split up, we will definitely be destroyed by him. It is up to us now. 7 fiendish primeval monarchs suddenly transmitted to Shabi 95. Master, are we going to use that move? But we are not proficient enough in our practice. There is no other way, we can only try. We need to exert pressure to disrupt him, otherwise, once Qi Si Ancestor finds a chance, he will use the killer move Hu Elevation again. 7 fiendish primeval monarchs said as he activated his killer move. Shabi 95 breathed in deeply and also activated its goo worms. The two auras connected, Shabi 95 suddenly turned into a grand chi that poured towards 7 fiendish primeval monarch. The round-headed and big-eared 7 fiendish primeval monarch opened his nose and inhaled this grand chi, his body expanded rapidly. When he absorbed all of the chi into his body, he turned into a giant that could support heaven and earth. The giant 7 fiendish primeval monarch pounced, with a loud sound, he crashed into the huge Qi Si and stirred up countless Qi currents. Qi Si Ancestor's body shook uncontrollably, he almost lost control of the boundless Qi Si. The giant 7 fiendish primeval monarch opened his nose and inhaled continuously in the Qi Si. The Qi Si rapidly shrunk and entered his stomach. We need to hurry up. 7 fiendish primeval monarch is using Shabi 95's special trait to absorb all the Qi outside. He cannot last for long, once he reaches his limit, he will self-detonate. The celestial court Gu immortals who knew the details of this move quickly moved out and attacked. Qi Si Ancestor was attacked alone. He first pushed with his palms, creating a 100 feet tall Qi wall that obstructed the celestial court's attacks. Next, he waved his arm, Qi blades appeared out of nowhere and slashed at Duke Tong and 9 spiritual fairy, causing them to vomit blood and retreat. The Qi currents became grand and majestic. Qi Si Ancestor was about to attack again, but 7 fiendish primeval monarch ignored his own life and started to devour the Qi currents again. Qi Si Ancestor snorted coldly as he used Yin Yang Great Killer move, sending 7 fiendish primeval monarch flying like a ball. He used finger flick to hit Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, Old Immortal Hua Yu, and Zhou Xiong Xan, easily defeating them. Jun Shenguang had incredible speed. He attacked again and attacked Qi Si Ancestor, but was blocked by Qi Si Ancestor's defensive method. Immortal Killer Move, Orchid Breath. Qi Si Ancestor's injuries recovered rapidly. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Engulfing Mountains and Rivers. This was a killer move from Primordial Origin's true inheritance. It was modified by Qi Si Ancestor. Its activation speed was more than twice as fast. 7 fiendish primeval monarch, Duke Tong, 9 spiritual fairy, and the rest who were about to counterattack were all stunned. They fell from the sky. In the chaotic battle, Wan Zihong, Prince's Impatience, Baizang Shuwei, and Uncle Feng quietly occupied the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west, surrounding Qi Si Ancestor. Immortal Killer Move, Earth, Water, Wood, Fire, 4 elements deviation formation. This was not an ordinary killer move, it was an ancient battle formation. This formation needed to be formed by 4 rank 8 Gu immortals, 1 more or 1 less was not allowed. Not just that, these 4 Gu immortals also cultivated Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path, and Fire Path. After the killer move was activated, Wan Zihong, Prince's Impatience, Baizang Shuwei, and Uncle Feng were covered in armor, green, red, black, and yellow, their bodies were shining with bright light. The 4-colored light spread rapidly, becoming one, it was turning into a battlefield killer move. Qi Si Ancestor's expression changed slightly, he showed a look of praise. This move was innovative, it had already touched upon another level. Not only was it an ancient battle formation, it was also a battlefield killer move. We are going to trap him. Don't relax. Success or failure depends on this. The Celestial Court Immortals were excited. Chi-Si Ancestor laughed heartily. It is a good move. Just as he said that, a figure descended from the sky. The Immortals' expressions changed when they saw this. Chapter 23:55. Seeing that Chi-Si Ancestor was about to be trapped by the Earth, Water, Wood, and Fire four-phase deviation formation, at the crucial moment, a rank 8 Gu Immortal attacked. The Immortals looked at him, seeing that this Immortal had a muscular body, a tall nose bridge. His body was covered in golden dragon scales, his dragon eyes were like amber, there was a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. He was extremely handsome. It was one of Feng Yuan's 3 clones, Dragon Man Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai had just entered profound literature Grotto Heaven when he was chased by 2 members of Celestial Court, Fairy Charming Soul and Golden Hooped Great Immortal. Wu Shuai had fought with them earlier, but he had not gotten rid of them completely. Be it Chi-Si Ancestor, Zhan Budu, or Wu Shuai, they had all made breakthroughs in strength. Chi-Si Ancestor's strength rose to Duke Long's level during the final stages of the Fate War, while Zhan Budu gained many Gu worms, his methods became more comprehensive. As for Wu Shuai, he was originally on par with 1 Celestial Court Gu Immortal, but now, he was above 2 rank 8s of Celestial Court. At this rate, Wu Shuai will definitely become a pseudo-venerable in the future. Quickly stop Wu Shuai, don't let him save Chi-Si Ancestor. Celestial Court Gu Immortal Jun Shenguang was the first to attack, followed by 9 Spiritual Fairy, Duke Mei, and Duke Tong. Wu Shuai was attacked by 5 or 6 Celestial Court Gu Immortals. He was in danger. He could only protect himself. Countless army ants surrounded him. There were tens of millions of them. No matter how many were destroyed, they could be replenished at any time. It was as if they were endless. Open. Chi-Si Ancestor waved his sleeves, creating hundreds of feet of chi currents again. The 4 Gu Immortals who formed the 4-phase deviation formation had a change of expression. They felt like they were mortals fighting against a sin dragon. The 4 Gu Immortals tried their best to maintain the formation. This was like a contest of strength against Chi-Si Ancestor. They coughed out blood at the start. Quickly help us. Bai Tsang Shui quickly called for help. Oh no. Quickly go and help them. This formation cannot fail. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were anxious. Duke Tong, Duke Mei, and the other Immortals surrounded Chi-Si Ancestor. Chi-Si Ancestor did not move. He defended with a smile on his face. Let's see how long you can defend for. Because of Chi-Si Ancestor's display of might, Wu Shuai had a chance to catch his breath. He stretched out his hand and pointed. A large number of army ants condensed into the form of a giant eagle and attacked profound literature Grotto Heaven. Stop! Old Immortal Hua Yu's eyes almost split apart from rage, and he stood up to obstruct the attack. However, he was only able to eliminate 15% of the attack with all his might, and he was powerless against the remaining 85%. The entire profound literature abode trembled violently while army ants were gnawing everywhere, and they emitted dense and tiny chewing sounds that were horrifying to the extreme. Quick, save profound literature paradise. It's the final pillar of the myriad stars calculation array. Old deity Hua Yu cried out in grief. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could only mobilize manpower to protect profound literature Grotto Heaven. This way, the pressure on Chi-Si Ancestor's side lessened. He could find opportunities to attack more easily. Celestial Court had to protect the myriad stars calculation array. It was in a very passive state. This disadvantage was exploited by Feng Yuan's 3 clones. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals had almost no time to breathe. Profound literature Grotto Heaven was already in a state of collapse. Countless living beings died tragically. Ants were everywhere. Many places had been drilled through, creating a passage that could leave profound literature Grotto Heaven and reach the outside world. But this was not an escape route. Most Gu masters did not have the ability to fly. They would die if they left the grotto heaven. Gu masters were already like this, not to mention mortals, beasts, and plants. Xiao Bai, take my daughter and leave. Imperial Minister Su was a rank 7 Gu immortal of profound literature grotto heaven. He stood in front of Li Xiao Bai and Su Chi Han, protecting them. No, I want to continue fighting. This is my home. Li Xiao Bai was already heavily injured. As he spoke, his voice was trembling as tears of blood flowed down his face. Imperial Minister Su turned his head and shouted at Li Xiao Bai, "Rascal! How can you show off your bravery now? Profound literature grotto heaven is in danger. You are our hope. The people in your immortal aperture are the seeds of profound literature grotto heaven. Get lost, get lost. Father-in-law, let's leave together." Li Xiao Bai pulled Imperial Minister Su. Imperial Minister Su waved his hand, shouting furiously, "I am an important official of the Imperial Court, but you are not. Thus, you can leave, but I cannot. The Empire is at stake, so what if I die?" Ha ha ha. Imperial Minister Su laughed loudly as he pushed Li Xiao Bai out of profound literature grotto heaven, before flying into the ant group and starting an intense battle. "Father!" Su Chi Han screamed. Her voice was filled with sorrow as tears rolled down her face. She was forcefully dragged away by Li Xiao Bai through the hole in the grotto heaven. But right when the two were about to escape, a change occurred. The entire aperture wall of profound literature grotto heaven collapsed, replacing it was a black-brown barrel-shaped earth wall that was full of holes and holes. There were countless caves and tunnels in the earth wall. It was like a maze. Li Xiao Bai and Su Chi Han, this pair of desperate lovebirds, almost escaped with their lives, but they were repelled by the earth wall. What is this? At once, almost all the Gu immortals were shocked. A battlefield killer move. It is even faster than my rumor cage. Zhou Xiong Xian's expression changed. The other members of Celestial Court also had ugly expressions. Before they could trap Qi Si Ancestor completely, they found themselves trapped in a battlefield killer move instead. It is Wu Shuai's killer move. Qi Si Ancestor smiled. Before the battle, they had already exchanged their strength and methods. Qi Si Ancestor knew, this was Wu Shuai's Myriad Army Ant Nest battlefield killer move. The core Immortal Gu used was rank 8 Ant Nest Gu. This move used blessed lands and grotto heavens as the foundation, first sending countless army ants to invade them. After reaching a certain level, it could be activated. Once activated, the original blessed lands and grotto heavens could be destroyed, turning them into an ant nest battlefield. The activation process was very fast, but the initial accumulation needed a long time. Thus, among the battlefield killer moves, Rumor Cage was the fastest to set up. After Wu Shuai activated Myriad Army Ant Nest, he directly captured all the existences in profound literature grotto heaven, including them in this battlefield. He immediately activated the army ants to attack the Gu immortals everywhere like a flood. At the same time, he sent many ants to devour the resources inside, allowing the army ants to reproduce rapidly. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court were attacked by the army ants. Seeing that the army ants were so compatible with this battlefield, they realized, Wu Shuai was the owner of this battlefield killer move. We still underestimated him. Fang Yuan's 3 clones have many new methods. They have modified almost all of their killer moves. What will happen to Fang Yuan's main body? Now is not the time to worry about Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. We need to get rid of this battlefield. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court conversed and came to a consensus. But it was not easy to find one person in this huge ant nest battlefield that was comparable to profound literature grotto heaven. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court tried many methods but to no avail. Wu Shuai hid in a corner. He began to leisurely mobilize the army ants to attack the 4 immortals of Celestial Court from all directions. The four immortals of Celestial Court formed a battle formation to trap Qi-Si Ancestor, but now, they were being attacked by the outside world. Qi-Si Ancestor saw the chance and created countless Qi currents to attack the four immortals of Celestial Court from all directions. They were on the brink of death. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court could not find Wu Shuai for now. They could only focus on suppressing Qi-Si Ancestor. After several rounds of fighting, the four immortals of Celestial Court coughed out blood, their auras weakened again, while Qi-Si Ancestor was still full of energy and vigor. If this formation gathers earth, water, wind, and fire, it should be even more powerful. It is a pity that we lack a wind path expert. Qi-Si Ancestor smiled. The longer time passed, the more things he could see. Qi-Si, take this. Golden hooped Immortal Monarch flew down, activating hundreds of golden hoops that danced in the air. The golden hoops tried to land on Qi-Si, but they were blocked by the Qi currents around Qi-Si Ancestor. Duke Mei's figure suddenly appeared, his snow-white eyebrows suddenly grew, piercing through the Qi currents and coiled around Qi-Si Ancestor's arms. Qi-Si Ancestor gave a growl. Qi currents surged like a vast tsunami, crushing mountains and shattering rocks with unstoppable force. The Qi currents attacked Golden Hooped Immortal Monarch, Duke Mei, and the four immortals of Celestial Court. At the crucial moment, Jun Shenguang, Zhou Xiong Xan, and the rest took action to help the 6 members of Celestial Court. The giant 7 fiendish primeval monarch charged over, a mountain-like hand slammed down on Qi-Si Ancestor's head. At the crucial moment, Qi-Si Ancestor smiled lightly. Immortal Killer Move, See Qi Sect. This move was modified from the killer move Triple Qi Retraction. It used Heaven Qi and Earth Qi, 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu as the cores, turning all living beings within the range of the killer move into Qi currents that returned to Qi-Si Ancestor's body, turning into Qi Path Dao marks. Thus, this was not just an offensive method, it could also be used for cultivation to increase the number of Qi Path Dao marks one had. This move was powerful and mysterious, but it had 2 major drawbacks. First, it expended a lot of lifespan. Second, once this move was activated, regardless of success or failure, it could not be used again within 100 days, Qi-Si Ancestor's own time. Under the killer move See Qi Sect, the Gu immortals of Celestial Court were first restrained, they could not move. Next, Duke Mei was the first to suffer, first his eyebrows, then his skin, flesh, blood, and finally his bones and organs. They all melted into Qi currents and were absorbed by Qi-Si Ancestor. When Duke Mei melted to his bones, Golden Hooped Immortal Monarch also started to melt into Qi, turning into nothingness. Duke Mei and Golden Hooped Immortal Monarch died one after another, followed by Jun Shenguang, Zhou Xiong Xan, and the rest, followed by the 4 immortals of Celestial Court who were the furthest away. The first to collapse was Wan Zihong, followed by Prince's Impatience, by Zhang Shuwei and Uncle Feng. Qi-Si Ancestor looked at the 4 of them. You still lack teamwork, and more importantly, 2 of you have just revived. Your goo worms are incomplete, they are in a weakened state. This is the greatest weakness of the battle formation. You want to trap me, wishful thinking. The 4 immortals of Celestial Court gritted their teeth, they did not have the energy to speak. 7 fiendish primeval monarch was indignant, he was mostly melted, but he still raised his broken fist, wanting to smash at Qi-Si Ancestor. You seem to have forgotten about me. Wu Shuai's voice was transmitted. The army ants were densely packed, they climbed onto 7 fiendish primeval monarch's body. At the next moment, 7 fiendish primeval monarch's giant body collapsed. My main body is here, we won this battle. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. He could see that he did not need to make a move, as long as he laughed for a while, Qi-Si Ancestor alone would be able to defeat the 4 immortals of Celestial Court. Is that so? At the moment of defeat, Prince's Impatience suddenly showed a smug smile. You fell for it, Qi-Si Ancestor. Before he finished speaking, at the center of the 4 elements offset formation, Qi-Si Ancestor's body shook. The qi currents around him changed rapidly. They turned into Lin Jinqing's figure, standing behind Qi's Sea ancestor. The Lin Jinqing formed by the qi currents was very lifelike, but he had no expression. At the next moment, he stepped forward and forcefully entered Qi's Sea ancestor's body. Qi's Sea ancestor was heavily injured, his defenses crumbled. Not far away in the battlefield, Star Constellations will suddenly smiled. She ignored Jean Budu who was in front of her and threw Star Constellation chessboard. Now, I will let you see the true secret of the star array formation. The starry sky calculation array collapsed with a loud bang, and the remaining stars all self-detonated, instantly spewing out a majestic and mighty force. With the help of Star Constellation chessboard, this force directly shattered the Ant Cave battlefield, turning Princess Impatience and the other 3 immortals of Celestial Court into powder before sealing Qi's Sea ancestor. Go! Star Constellation's Will's voice resounded from Star Constellation chessboard. Star Constellation chessboard rotated rapidly above Qi's Sea ancestor's head, shooting out a ray of starlight that enveloped Qi's Sea ancestor and dragged him toward Celestial Court. The door of Celestial Court was slightly opened. It had been prepared for a long time. Feng Yuan's main body rushed over. Seeing this, he showed an expression of shock and anger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, so this was all your scheme. Chapter 2356. Success. We succeeded. Princess Impatience shouted, his pale face was filled with excitement. We did not fail you. Wan Zihong's eyes drooped, her aura was almost non-existent, she had never been so weak before. The so-called 4 phases deviation formation was just a decoy, its main purpose was to deceive others, the true purpose was to create an environment to create Lin Jinqing's sword qi. Princess Impatience, Wan Zihong, and the rest had died at Lin Jinqing's hands not long ago. After they revived, they apologized to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with heavy hearts, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable rewarded them instead. She told them that this was all part of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan. As it turned out, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path person in history. During the fight between the 3 venerables, she used all sorts of clues to deduce that Lin Jinqing was an otherworldly demon, and his battle strength had reached pseudo-venerable level. Lin Jinqing was in closed cultivation, he had been concealing his strength, nobody knew about his secret. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable deduced it, she did not reveal it. Next, she sent 5 Gu Immortals of Celestial Court to attack Lin Jinqing. The goal was to use Phantom Path methods to steal the power of Lin Jinqing's killer move. Everyone knew that the immortal apertures of Celestial Court's members were phantom apertures. When the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were injured in the battle with Lin Jinqing, sword path Dao marks were engraved on their bodies. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's modified Phantom Path methods could contain these sword path Dao marks in the phantom aperture, and after the Celestial Court's members died, they could be secretly retrieved. After retrieving the sword path Dao marks, through a series of methods, Lin Jinqing's methods could be reconstructed. After Qi's Sea ancestor was hit by this move, he panicked and was attacked by Star Constellation's will. He could not defend in time and was sealed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable concealed the truth. Only after the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals revived did she tell them the true plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable apologized to them. The Celestial Court's 4 immortals said they did not dare to accept it, they only felt immense joy in their hearts, they had no resentment. They were loyal to the Celestial Court, they also understood that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's concealment was reasonable. Only in a situation where they were unaware could they maintain such secrecy. That was why he was able to reveal his true feelings in the intense battle with Lin Jinqing without any flaws. But why do you have to do everything you can to obtain Lin Jinqing's methods? Wan Zihong had raised this question at the time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not tell him, she only told him to follow her arrangements. Now that Qi's Sea ancestor was sealed, Princess Impatience and Wan Zihong finally understood Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's painstaking effort. The key factor was Lin Jinqing's power. Firstly, he was a pseudo-venerable. Even though his main body was not as strong as Qi-Si ancestor, the sword Qi methods that the celestial court restored were amplified many times. Their power far surpassed the limits of Lin Jinqing's current abilities. Secondly, Lin Jinqing's core immortal gu was sword Qi gu. Even though sword Qi was filled with sword path Dao marks, it also had dense Qi path Dao marks. Precisely because of this, he could target Qi-Si ancestor who cultivated Qi path. Finally, Lin Jinqing's sword Qi attack was too sudden. Qi-Si ancestor was caught unprepared. Qi-Si ancestor is finally sealed. But Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spent so much effort to capture Qi-Si ancestor alive. What is the reason? Qi-Si ancestor is Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's strongest clone. Maybe it is to restrain Fong Yuan. I heard that Fairy Charming's soul modified Bo Qing's soul long ago. Even though the clone is convenient, it is also a huge weakness of the main body. The other celestial court Gu immortals watched as Qi-Si ancestor was brought to the entrance of the celestial court. They conversed. Don't even think about it. At this time, a venerable flew down from the sky. He wore a white robe, his black hair was fluttering, his eyes were dark and deep, his expression was filled with anger and killing intent. It was Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan placed his hand on Meng Qiuzhen's shoulder, maintaining reverse flow protection seal as he attacked. Immortal killer move, Permitha Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind. Fog rumbled, dragons and snakes roared, forming a terrifying attack. It was like a grand heavenly river was pouring down, targeting Qi-Si ancestor. Seeing that Fong Yuan did not care about anything and wanted to kill her strongest clone, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was following closely behind, had a grim expression. Fong Yuan, you are truly ruthless. You did not even hesitate to kill me. It is a pity that I am here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stopped her secluded domain of heaven and earth. She stretched out her 10 fingers and pointed. Because of the fast speed, a series of finger shadows appeared. Rainbow lights condensed from the finger shadows. They were all blue in color. They were extremely dazzling like crystals. Fong Yuan's soul fog was cut by the blue rainbow lights. It quickly crumbled. The remaining power was blocked by embroidered tower. The remaining wisps reached Qi-Si ancestor but were protected by Star Constellation chessboard. Star Constellation, you. Fong Yuan's pupils shrunk. He re-evaluated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In their previous fights, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had never used such a method. It was not that she did not have it, but she did not choose to use it. She had been concealing her strength all along. Qi-Si ancestor's clone was sealed. Fong Yuan's counterattack was within Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable resisted with all her strength. Fong Yuan could not make any progress. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tried to deal with Qi-Si ancestor and imprison him, she would definitely be obstructed by Fong Yuan. It would be difficult for her to succeed. But by the same logic, Qi-Si ancestor was already imprisoned. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the initiative. It would be easier for her to obstruct Fong Yuan's rescue. Eventually, under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's obstruction and protection, Qi-Si ancestor was successfully brought into Celestial Court. Master's revival, there is finally hope. Seeing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart was lifted. She could not help but feel joy. The three Venerables faced off. Under the situation of spectral soul palm heaven, Giant Sun and Fong Yuan only had one choice, that was to continue fighting and wait for an opportunity to suppress them, while at the same time developing their own strength and starting an arms race. But for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there was a better choice. That was to revive other Venerables. In the history of Celestial Court, there had been 3 generations of immortal kings, including Red Lotus Demon Venerable. It could be said that it had nurtured 4 Venerables. But now, out of the 11 Venerables, 4 came from Celestial Court. This was a huge number. Because other than them, there were no other super forces that had nurtured venerables. Celestial Court was the number one and also the only super force. As long as they could revive a venerable, Celestial Court would have a huge advantage. Red Lotus could not be considered for now. Primordial Origin and Genesis Lotus were both good choices for reviving. According to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's investigation, Primordial Origin and Genesis Lotus both had two revival paths, but they were hidden very deeply. Genesis Lotus Self-Portrait and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable Celestial Court's secret treasury needed time to find clues. It would be troublesome if they delayed. But Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had another way to revive, that was the Chi Harvest Fruit. Celestial Court's Chi Harvest Fruit created Chi Sea Ancestor. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to imprison Chi Sea and force Primordial Origin's revival to continue. This way, killing Chi Sea Ancestor would not work. She could only capture him alive and preserve the Chi Harvest Fruit. It was very difficult to capture a pseudo-venerable alive. Against a venerable, Chi Sea Ancestor could even resist one or two moves. He was not completely defenseless. This was because he had the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Hu Land, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable lacked the rank 9 Immortal Gu of Wisdom Path and Star Path. Moreover, Feng Yuan had a lot of experience. He had a crafty and sinister nature. He paid attention to the safety of his clones. He kept them in his immortal aperture and rarely sent them out. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally made a move, it would be too grand. She would be obstructed by Feng Yuan before she could make a move. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planned this from the start. Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength. It was a clear disadvantage, but it was an advantage if she used it well. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. One reason was to calculate and increase the cultivation efficiency of Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Another reason was to use it as bait to conceal her methods and deal with Chi Sea Ancestor. Next, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Lin Jinqing's strength to obtain a crucial method to deal with Chi Sea Ancestor. At the same time, she also left a flaw that was neither big nor small, to show weakness. All these preparations were not enough. Heaven Path Dream Realm. This was a fortuitous encounter for Feng Yuan. But for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, was it not a fortuitous encounter as well? As long as she used the enemy's fortuitous encounter properly, it could be her own fortuitous encounter. Feng Yuan will definitely come. The moment Star Constellation Immortal Venerable discovered the Heaven Path Dream Realm, she understood Feng Yuan's intentions. She could not do anything about the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Feng Kim Hong had not matured yet, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could use the Heaven Path Dream Realm as bait. The truth was, even if Feng Kim Hong matured, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be hesitant to use her. Feng Kim Hong's father was Feng Jioga. The latter had an unclear relationship with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Feng Kim Hong obtained Dream Wing's Immortal Gu's origin. This was clearly the treatment of a great dream seed. And the so-called Great Dream Immortal Venerable was the plan of Providence when Fate Gu was still around. Could such a person be used? Especially at such a crucial moment. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not expect Feng Yuan to move so quickly. Since he is so fast, Feng Yuan must have great strength. Before the battle started, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already guessed this secret. Thus, when Feng Yuan continued to expose his strength in the battle, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not as surprised as she showed on the surface. Feng Yuan has modified so many methods and has a new killer move. It is very likely that he will obtain Wisdom Gu again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stood in front of the entrance of Celestial Court, turning around to face Feng Yuan. This number 1 Wisdom Path person was covered in sparkling starlight. She had a smile on her face. Feng Yuan, do you dare to enter Heavenly Court for a chat? Saying so, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable floated backwards, crossing the Immortal Aperture's entrance and entering Celestial Court. The entrance of Celestial Court was still wide open. Fong Yuan stopped in his tracks. He snorted coldly, activating killer moves again and again. First was Bai Lai Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind, followed by Year Shocking Dream Turbulent Soul Sound, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable blocked them easily. Using the countless wisdom path Tao marks in Celestial Court, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's strength rose sharply. Fong Yuan's expression was extremely dark. He snickered. Star Constellation is truly the #1 wisdom path person. You are truly amazing. Why don't we make a hostage transaction? Fong Yuan, you are empty-handed, who can you trade with? Fong Yuan raised his arms, saying loudly, at this moment, Central Continent's men, women, children, immortals, mortals, fools, they are all my hostages. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heard this and sighed. She had clearly expected this. She had a complex expression on her face. There was helplessness, guilt, determination, anger, and so on. She opened her mouth, but her expression turned cold as she said to Fong Yuan, then go. Chapter 2357. Then you can go. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's words almost caused the atmosphere between the two venerables to freeze. Fong Yuan could not help but mock. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Celestial Court Immortal King, a super force indeed, Great Celestial Court, the leader of humanity. But soon, he squinted his eyes, his expression turned grim. No, if it is just for my clone, even if he has Chi Si. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, what is your intention? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not speak. Her figure flickered like a star as she disappeared into the Immortal Aperture's entrance. Fong Yuan's expression was gloomy, a cold light flickered in his eyes, and anxiety gradually appeared on his face. Fong Yuan turned around and descended from spectral heaven, arriving above Central Continent and entering the battlefield. He tried to capture the members of Celestial Court, but these Gu immortals had already committed suicide. They would all revive in Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. Fate Gu was destroyed. There was a lot of potential in reviving by suicide. Celestial Court had many methods. One was the Phantom Aperture. When the Gu immortal died, the Phantom Aperture would return. There were very few losses. The other side's Gu immortal would intentionally commit suicide. The immortal Gu would be returned to them through jewel yellow skies. Right now, Celestial Court had already developed this into an outstanding battle tactic. It was very difficult to prevent a Gu immortal from escaping at the same cultivation level. At the very least, there needed to be an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield killer move to trap the target. Preventing a Gu immortal from committing suicide was naturally much more difficult than preventing them from escaping. If they wanted to die, what could they do? However, with Jean Budu and Wu Shui restraining them, there were still some Gu immortals who were still fighting. Fong Yuan's main body descended, bringing despair to these Central Continent Gu immortals. He did not hold back. He waved his sleeves and suppressed these Gu immortals. He did not massacre them, he captured them all. He captured more than 10 Central Continent Gu immortals, but not a single member of Celestial Court, including Li Xiaobai. Celestial Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not make a move. Fong Yuan's main body's expression became increasingly ugly. He thought for a moment, then immediately flew towards Feihe Mountain. Flying Crane Mountain of Zhongzhou State was the foundation of Crane Gate. Not only was this mountain a super resource point, but it was also the public blessed land of Crane Gate. Fong Yuan was currently at the center of the Starry Sky actuarial array. The closest superpower to him was Crane Gate. However, when he arrived at the original location of the Flying Crane Mountain, the floating mountain range had completely disappeared. Fong Yuan's expression changed again because of this. He turned northwest and headed for the 10,000 Dragon Dock. Like the Crane Gate, the 10,000 Dragon Dock was one of the top 10 ancient sects in the Central Continent. The headquarters of the Myriad Dragon Dock was situated on an island in the middle of the Dragon Lake. When Fong Yuan arrived, the Dragon Lake and the central island were still there, but the public blessed land was empty. Feng Yuan went to Heavenly Lotus Sect, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Ancient Soul Sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, Wind Cloud Manor, Combat Immortal Sect, Spirit Affinity House, and Black Heaven Temple. All of their headquarters were empty and there was no sign of anyone. Evidently, Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable Star Constellation had planned this long ago. She had made ample preparations to give up on Central Continent and retreat. Celestial Court. In Chi-Si Ancestor's mind. Chi-Si Ancestor could not move. The thoughts in his mind were suppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. But the will left in Chi-Si Ancestor's mind was still resisting stubbornly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you schemed well. After being imprisoned for a period of time, Chi-Si Ancestor had already thought things through. Lin Jinqing's sword Chi killer move was very effective against him. At first glance, it was because the sword Chi was concealed and had Chi path Dao marks. Chi-Si Ancestor could not sense it when he activated the Chi currents. But after analyzing it from a deeper level, Chi-Si Ancestor was sure that the culprit was sword path Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sensed Chi-Si Ancestor's thoughts and said, "You are right, Lin Jinqing is different from others, he is an otherworldly demon. And all otherworldly demons carry otherworldly Dao marks with them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable carried otherworldly space path Dao marks. That was why the Thieving Heaven true inheritance space he created could stop the Venerables of the future." Inside Crazed Demon Cave, a chaotic hole had once appeared. Thieving Heaven used the otherworldly space path Dao marks as the main force to seal it. Chi-Si Ancestor understood. It seems that Lin Jinqing has otherworldly sword path Dao marks on him. This move is likely to be effective against Venerables. Isn't it too wasteful to use it against my clone? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately revealed the truth behind the Chi Harvest Fruit and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival. Chi-Si's will shook intensely. So that's it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you had a plan long ago. Setting up the Starry Sky Computation Formation was a trap. Next, you used Heaven Path Dream Realms to lure me into attacking the Starry Sky Computation Formation. You were right after all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said, as a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, I naturally have a deep understanding of Feng Yuan's nature. Moreover, you are his most capable clone. There is a high chance that he sent you to attack the Starry Sky Computation Formation. Chi-Si's will sneered. In that case, you spent so much effort to capture me alive and bring me to Celestial Court. Did you deduce my main body's actions? Your Zhongzhou state is going to be finished. Ha ha ha. What a pity. If you refined all of Central Continent's Wisdom Path Dao marks, you might be able to resist my main body. What a pity, what a pity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's tone turned gloomy. My Celestial Court is the leader of the righteous path. It has been over 3 million years since we were established. Since ancient times until now, countless Celestial Court Gu Immortals have sacrificed their lives to protect the righteous path and humanity. Right now, many Venerables are confronting each other. It is chaotic. It is even more severe and terrifying than the immemorial antiquity era when variant humans ruled the world. Central Continent's 4 battlegrounds have been confronting the other Venerables for a long time. Star Constellation, am feeling increasingly powerless. I can only focus on the important matters and the big picture. Since I have already made this plan, I know Feng Yuan's reaction. Now that my plan has succeeded, my Central Continent's people and countless living beings will suffer from Feng Yuan's terrifying revenge. However, as long as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives, my Celestial Court will have 2 Venerables. The situation of the 5 regions will change drastically. Everyone knows that the demonic path is free and unrestrained, but they do not know that protecting the righteous path requires even more courage and responsibility. I, Star Constellation, have sinned. In order to gain an advantage in the righteous path, I sacrificed countless living beings. I am deeply sinful. But I am willing to bear this mountain of sin. I only ask for more hope for the future, for humanity, and for the righteous path. The truth is, Divine Emperor City already has a record of popularity. In the future, together with the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, we will have even greater power to revive them. I swear, no matter how many humans Feng Yuan slaughters now, as long as I have a trace of strength in the future, I will do my best to revive them. If I go against this oath, let me, star constellation, never be human again. Qi Si ancestor was stunned by these words. Even as an enemy, he could not help but admire star constellation Immortal Venerable's courage, responsibility, and decisiveness. Oh, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Sob sob sob, we were too shallow, we were still holding grudges against you earlier. Everything is for righteousness. How can we compromise because of Demon Venerable's threat and revenge? This is not kindness, it is weakness. That's right, if we compromise this time, we will compromise again and again in the future. We are the backbone of Central Continent's righteous path, how can we bow down to Feng Yuan? The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects gathered together. They heard the entire conversation between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Qi Si's will. Their emotions surged, many of them shed hot tears on the spot. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Qi Si ancestor to explain to them personally. The resentment, confusion, anger, and so on that were hidden in their hearts earlier vanished. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were filled with reverence towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, as well as the confidence and courage to defend the righteous path. But at the next moment, a Gu Immortal shouted, "Oh no! Heaven Refining Demon Venerable released news from Jewel Yellow Skies. He said that we captured Qi Si ancestor to create the Qi harvest fruit and revive primordial origin Immortal Venerable." Everyone was in a commotion. Many people immediately contacted Jewel Yellow Skies, before someone scolded loudly, "Feng Yuan is such a despicable scoundrel." He even recorded the scene of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable rejecting his threat. He made a recording of it and played it in Jewel Yellow Skies. He is trying to disrupt the people of Central Continent and attack the reputation of our Celestial Court. There is a traitor, there might be Feng Yuan spy among us. Otherwise, how could he know the truth? Someone shouted, mentioning the possibility of a spy. The Gu Immortals became even more uneasy. Many Gu Immortals requested for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to investigate everyone. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shook her head, "Everyone, don't be anxious. I personally escorted Qi Si ancestor this time. Feng Yuan was already suspicious of me because of how important this was. Venerables are not easy to deceive, it is normal for him to see through us. Even though Feng Yuan does not have evidence, he might not be sure himself, but he purposely released this news to attract Giant Sun Immortals Alliance. But it is fine, I will stay in Celestial Court and not go out. Even if Giant Sun, Feng Yuan, and Spectral Soul work together, they will not be able to obstruct the plan to revive Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. As long as we do not waver and stay here, Feng Yuan and the rest will not be able to do anything." The Immortals heard this and their eyes shined. They praised Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's unparalleled wisdom. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly experienced. Even if there were Feng Yuan spies among the Immortals, she did not intend to investigate them. Investigate what? The morale of the people was low now. When Feng Yuan massacred Central Continent, the morale would be even higher. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not wait to deal with the morale of the people. There was no need to panic. Furthermore, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not afraid of any spies. Even if Feng Yuan, Giant Sun, and Spectral Soul attacked together, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was confident in protecting Celestial Court. This was the benefit of having the support of the main base. No matter how many people Feng Yuan slaughtered, no matter how pitiful Central Continent was, as long as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived Primordial Origin, it would be a huge victory. Just like earlier, no matter how pathetic Feng Yuan was against Giant Sun and Star Constellation Alliance, as long as he succeeded in exploring the Dream Realm, he would be the true victor. In fact, Back in Crazed Demon Cave, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already made preparations to revive primordial origin. During the contest for primordial domain, star constellation Immortal Venerable had purposely gathered Chi Path and Wood Path. Thus, once primordial origin was revived, he would be able to absorb Chi Path. Even if he did not reach Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, he would be close. What star constellation Immortal Venerable was worried about were immortal goo. Even if primordial origin revived, without suitable immortal goo, he could not display his full strength. This was like the current star constellation, Giant Sun, and the rest. They did not have suitable rank 9 immortal goo. They also had brand new rank 9 immortal apertures. They were far from their peak state in the previous life. Right now, Heaven Chi and Earth Chi immortal goo are in Chi Sea. There is also the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Goo Land. Together with the human Chi immortal goo and others that were left in Celestial Court, Master already has half of his Chi Path goo worms. It is a huge pity that he does not have rank 9 Chi Path immortal goo. But what if he has them in Primordial Origin's secret treasury? After Master revives, he can open the secret treasury himself. I won't need to spend so much effort to find clues about Primordial Origin's secret treasury. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planned quietly. Chapter 2358. Profound Jade Snake Cave was a famous super resource point in Central Continent. It belonged to one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Heaven's Envy Manor. Profound Jade Snake Cave's yearly production of resources was among the top 5 in Central Continent. There were many types of resources, including Enslavement Path, Transformation Path, Earth Path, Dark Path, Space Path, and Poison Path. Profound Jade Snake Cave had a vast number of poisonous creatures. Profound Jade Snakes were the overlords among them. They specialized in dealing with poisonous creatures. Every profound jade snake was an immemorial desolate beast. They were born from jade and had no scales. They were light green like jade and emitted a pure fragrance. The most precious creature in Profound Jade Snake Cave was the Profound Jade Snake. It was not easy to find one. Not only because the Profound Jade Snake was small and quiet, but also because Profound Jade Snake Cave's terrain was complex. There were countless caves, and because it contained space path marks, there were often large caves inside small caves that were layered together. Even though Heaven's Envy Manor had this super resource point and set up an immortal formation, they did not have complete control over it. Every year, to capture the Profound Jade Snakes, Heaven's Envy Manor had to send many goo immortal experts into Profound Jade Snake Cave to explore. But for Fong Yuan now, it was not so troublesome. Rise. After preparing for a while, Fong Yuan activated his killer move. At the next moment, the ground shook. The entire Profound Jade Snake Cave rose into the sky from the rumbling dust. Under Fong Yuan's method, it shrunk and entered the sovereign immortal aperture. This was Fong Yuan's 11th super resource point. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, if you don't hand over my clone, I will take all of Central Continent's major resource points. Fong Yuan did not forget to threaten her. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not move. She was clearly determined to defend Celestial Court and revive Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. She would not be shaken by the outside world. Fong Yuan snorted coldly as he continued to attack. He arrived at the source of falling heavenly river. This river fell from the sky. The endless river water slammed onto the surface of the river with great force. The rumbling of the water flow was like thunder. A huge amount of water vapor was produced, forming a thick fog that shrouded the surroundings. This river was formed because Bo Qing was trying to break through to the 9th transformation realm. Not only had the falling heavenly river created an inland ocean, but the river water had also opened up a path, forming the longest river that traversed the central continent. It slanted across the entire Zhongzhou state and eventually flowed out of the eastern part of the Zhongzhou state toward the East Sea. Even with the merging of the two heavens, it only slightly weakened the scale of the falling heavenly river. It was still vast and majestic, a magnificent sight to behold. After collecting the mysterious Jade Snake Cave, Fong Yuan arrived at the source of the falling heavens river. "I'll take it." Fong Yuan made his move. After a short while, the size of the falling heavenly river had shrunk by 60%. This 60% of falling heavenly river was kept into the sovereign immortal aperture by Fong Yuan. If the water level of the inland ocean at the source of the falling heavenly river dropped by several thousand feet, the water level of the middle and lower reaches of the falling heavenly river would definitely plummet, exposing the riverbed. This would negatively affect the vegetation, crops, temperature, and the lives of mortals around the river. Fong Yuan quickly left the falling heavenly river and arrived at the Spirit Marsh Spring. This was a super resource point controlled by Ancient Soul Sect. Ancient Soul Sect had once sent Yang Feng to guard this place, but Sleeping Old Man succeeded. But now, Yang Feng had already entered Central Continent's Celestial Court with a large group of Ancient Soul Sect's people. Fong Yuan easily broke the Immortal Formation and took away the Spirit Marsh Spring. After the Spirit Marsh Spring was the Pod River. This river was like a long jade belt. It was carved in the eastern part of Central Continent. The willows were green by the riverside, the wind was warm. The water of the Pod River always flowed gently like a beautiful song. The melody was gentle and melodious. There were many pod grasses growing in the river. Wind Cloud Manor controlled the Pod River and held a Pod River ceremony every year. But not long after, Fong Yuan moved the entire Pod River into his immortal aperture. Even if there was a Pod River ceremony in the future, it could only be held in the sovereign immortal aperture. After the Pod River ceremony was Hidden Dragon Cave. Hidden Dragon Cave had once imprisoned the legendary immemorial desolate beast Di Zangxing. There were a large number of enslavement path and rule path Dao marks here, as well as the remnant immortal formation that the Celestial Court had set up. It had great reference value for most formation path Gu immortals. After Hidden Dragon Cave entered the sovereign immortal aperture, it was Lake Heart Mountain's turn. This was the headquarters of Spirit Affinity House. To be chosen by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent as their base, it was naturally a place of great talents. Lake Heart Mountain itself was a super resource point. It not only contained Secret Inheritance Peak, Mini Frost Peak, Passion Peak, Fierce Flame Peak, Heavenly Flower Peak, and other peaks. It also had Fairy Life Tablet Rooms, Time Path Cultivation Immortal Formations, and other facilities. Of course, the Life Tablet Goo and the Fairy Life Tablet Rooms were taken away, and the Immortal Goo and the Time Path Cultivation Immortal Formation were also taken away. But most of these facilities were still intact. They could be used after some repairs. Soon, Lake Heart Mountain became a scene in the sovereign immortal aperture. After Lake Heart Mountain was Mountain Tortoise Valley, then Prison Valley, Red River Beach, 100 Knot Forest, Phosphorescence River, Earth Cheese Stone Forest, Quiet Rain Valley. Fong Yuan plundered wantonly without any restraints. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had retreated, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable guarded the Celestial Court. Fong Yuan had no resistance. His efficiency in plundering was extremely high. If someone like Giant Sun Immortal wanted to relocate these resource points, they could only use luck path or blood path methods to imitate other paths and relocate them painstakingly. Fong Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. His Dao marks did not conflict. He could use all sorts of methods. For moving caves, earth path was naturally the most suitable method. For plundering forests, wood path was naturally the most suitable method. And more importantly, Fong Yuan had many immortal goo. He had a huge reserve of them. Not mentioning rank 9 immortal goo, rank 8 immortal goo were as easy to refine as drinking water. Resource points after resource points were taken by him. The essence of Central Continent was being plundered greedily by him. He did not show any signs of satiation. There were still some resource points that Fong Yuan could not obtain for the time being. For example, Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range was too huge. Fong Yuan could not move the entire mountain range in a short period of time. He could move 1 or 2 mountains very quickly, but the mountain range spanned across the continent. It was not something that 1 or 2 mountains could compare to. Another example was Hairy Foot Mountain. Hairy Foot Mountain once had infallible blessed land. Fong Yuan was the first to go there, but it was destroyed by the Celestial Court. There was also Reincarnation Battlefield. This was a battlefield killer move that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable personally set up. It left its name in history. It was publicly recognized as the #1 battlefield killer move in history. Fong Yuan inspected it for a while before leaving. It was not that he could not take it, he just needed to inspect it and deduce it. This consumed a lot of time and energy, and the exact amount of time was hard to estimate. Fong Yuan was very experienced in plundering, he moved very efficiently. He left 40% of Falling Heavenly River behind, not because he was willing to, but because he had to expend a lot of time and energy. Rather than wasting it here, he might as well plunder other places. Central Continent fell into an unprecedented turmoil. Even during the Fate War, it was not this chaotic and turbulent. During the Fate War, it was mainly a battle between Gu Immortals, the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had to abide by their rules. But now, the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Gu Immortals had retreated, they guarded the Celestial Court to the death. Central Continent had become a defenseless place. Fong Yuan did not conceal his plundering and relocation of resource points. Every time he did it, it would cause a huge commotion. Everyone's hearts were moved. Venerables eat the meat, we can drink the soup, right? Even if it is just a mouthful of soup, it will be enough for us to drink. This is Central Continent, the 10 great ancient sects Gu Immortals have all left. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's too rare. The 5 regional walls no longer existed, the Gu Immortals of the other 4 regions started to move. Next were Central Continent's few demonic path Gu Immortals, Lone Immortals, and finally Central Continent's righteous path Gu Immortals. Central Continent's righteous path did not just consist of the 10 great ancient sects, there were also many super forces like Great Heavenly Sword Sect, Lightning Information Sect, Evil Expelling Sect, and others. Of course, these righteous path forces acted in the name of protecting Central Continent and helping the Celestial Court. These people naturally did not dare to appear in front of Fong Yuan, but Central Continent was huge, there were many resource points. Many resource points were not important to Fong Yuan, or were placed at the back of the plundering plan. These places were the stage for the Gu Immortals. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was also in chaos. The Gu Immortals were extremely busy. There had never been such a large scale of resource points being moved in. This was simply like a surging tide, it was endless. Most importantly, super resource points were everywhere, they occupied the majority. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortals were extremely shocked. Master is mighty. He plundered the whole of Central Continent. This is the might of a venerable, this is Lord Fong Yuan. Very good, now that Lord Qi Si has been taken by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, even if Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives successfully, his gains will be a barren Central Continent. The first ring of Wind Vein has been completed. The second ring of Light Vein has been completed. The first ring of Dark Path has been completed. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was very different from the outside world of the 5 regions. All sorts of Dao veins were rapidly built: Metal Path, Light Path, Dark Path, Poison Path, Rule Path, Enslavement Path, Transformation Path. The Gu Immortals worked through the night. After squeezing out all their energy, they continued to move towards the Liver Life Immortal Hall. Often, people would burn their liver to the limit, but it was not a problem. Many healing halls had been built in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At once, many Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture were like UZ, they had saltwater livers. A person would not get rich without a windfall, a horse would not get fat without grass at night. Fong Yuan's no-cost business allowed his Sovereign Immortal Aperture's development to reach an unprecedented efficiency. Central Continent was a land of war, but it was also a land with abundant resources. It was second only to Eastern Sea in the 5 regions. Eastern Sea had many water path resources, but Central Continent's resources were plentiful and comprehensive, they were not biased. Central Continent had been developed by the Celestial Court for over 3 million years. Its development had reached the limit. Almost every immortal level resource point was taken. These became Feng Yuan's targets for plundering. In the sovereign immortal aperture, many Dao veins were constructed in one go. This was a great help in stabilizing the sovereign immortal aperture. Thus, even though the sovereign immortal aperture annexed so many resource points, because of the completion of the Dao veins, it was more stable than before. With this foundation, Feng Yuan started to collect the primordial domain in jewel yellow skies. He also started to annex blessed lands everywhere. He had always kept the primordial domain in jewel yellow skies. He finally stopped concealing it. He started to absorb it all. There were many blessed lands all over Zhongzhou state. For example, flowing silver blessed land that was exposed due to the qi tides, or Hu immortal blessed land and star form blessed land that Feng Yuan gave up after obtaining them. Chapter 2359. Star Constellation. Are the rumors in jewel yellow skies true? Giant Sun Immortal fought with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable while contacting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only replied perfunctorily, "This is Feng Yuan's scheme, he is using it to make use of your determination." Giant Sun Immortal dodged Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's counterattack as he probed, "Right now, Feng Yuan is plundering Central Continent, why is Star Constellation not stopping him? If you are willing to give up Central Continent's resources, why don't you join me to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Weren't you the one who wanted to eliminate Spectral Soul Demon Venerable?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, however, refused. "Giant Sun, do your best, after I heal my injuries, I will help you." Giant Sun Immortal could only sigh, truly a formidable Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Good plan, good plan. As a Venerable, after seeing that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable captured Qi Si Ancestor and hid in Celestial Court without leaving, she even gave up Central Continent's resources and summoned the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects back to Celestial Court. He had already guessed the truth. What else could make the Grand Celestial Court, the Grand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, be willing to make such a sacrifice? The only way was to revive the Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent, she did not reply. Giant Sun Immortal could only retreat. He did not fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable anymore. He transmitted to Feng Yuan, "Feng Yuan, I cannot lure Star Constellation Immortal Venerable out." The revival of the primordial beginning immortal was a foregone conclusion. Alas, now that I think about it, there were traces of this long ago. Do you still remember the battle in Crazed Demon Cave? Back then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and I worked together to suppress you, but we made a mistake and lost the opportunity. At that time, it was you who used Qi Si Ancestor to block her, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to go easy on her. Feng Yuan snorted coldly, replying, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is truly the #1 person in history. It is normal for my wisdom path attainment to be inferior to her. Moreover, what was the point of saying all this now? The only way to turn the situation around is if you and I join hands and attack the Celestial Court." Giant Sun Immortal stopped attacking and only dodged Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, pulling apart the distance between them as he pondered. He furrowed his brows and thought quickly. From the looks of it, he was the biggest loser in the Heavenly Dao Dream Realm battle. Feng Yuan obtained the Heaven Path Dream Realm but lost Qi Si Ancestor's clone, but he also plundered a lot of Central Continent's resources. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed Central Continent's resources, she captured Qi Si Ancestor's clone. Once Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives, she would be the biggest winner of this battle. Even if all the creatures in Zhongzhou state were slaughtered by Feng Yuan, it was still a profit. The addition of another supremacy would change the entire situation. No matter how much Zhongzhou state lost in resources and manpower, it was only a quantitative change. These were two completely different concepts. Even a fool knew what to do. As long as the two venerables of the Celestial Court worked together, they could easily suppress Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It was impossible for Feng Yuan, Giant Sun, or Spectral Soul to refine natural Tao marks. Because once the two venerables of the Celestial Court attacked, anyone could only retreat in defeat, they could not refine Tao marks for a long period of time. Conversely, the Celestial Court only needed to send one venerable to harass them, while the other could easily refine the Tao marks. As time passed, the Celestial Court's advantage grew. After refining the natural Tao marks of the 5 regions, there was basically no space for other venerables to move around. Of course, in this situation, Giant Sun, Feng Yuan, and Spectral Soul would definitely work together. But could their combined strength compare to the combined strength of the Celestial Court's venerables? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a clear state of mind. He still had to rely on Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan to work together. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable himself had no confidence in this. This was clearly not possible. Be it tacit cooperation or the difference in ideals, these differences would be magnified in a battle of life and death. Not just that, there was also the 3rd generation Immortal King of the Celestial Court, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Once 2 venerables revive, the difficulty of reviving the 3rd Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable would plummet to rock bottom. Thus, the Celestial Court has reached the most crucial turning point. Giant Sun Immortal was very clear about this fact. This was like when Feng Yuan refined Gu earlier, he suffered the backlash of the venerable luck. As long as he could endure it, there would be a qualitative change. After gaining the upper hand, no matter what he did, the difficulty would be much lower than before. The reason why the venerables were in a stalemate was because they had either just revived or advanced to venerable. They were on the same starting line, or rather, the gap between them was very small. But if another venerable from the Celestial Court revived, this stalemate would be broken. Even if Giant Sun and Feng Yuan worked together, they could not match the Celestial Court. If I cannot stop Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, this might be the moment when the Celestial Court regains its dominance over the world and defeats the other venerables. Based on this understanding, after Qi Si was brought into the Celestial Court, Giant Sun Immortal's stance changed. He contacted Feng Yuan and set up a plan to disguise himself and continue to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is a pity that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable can see through people's thoughts. I cannot deceive her. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was in Central Continent, Giant Sun would still have hope. After all, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the geographical advantage of Central Continent. She would not be as strong as she was in the Celestial Court. But now that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was holed up, Giant Sun Immortal could not do anything. Those who were good at fighting would not have outstanding achievements. At the crucial moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not try to expand her gains. She was also not affected by the reputation of the Celestial Court. She even bore the huge pressure of sacrificing and abandoning Central Continent's people. She made the correct choice. Luck inspection. Giant Sun Immortal was unwilling to give up. He used his luck inspection method again. The result of the inspection disappointed him. The luck of the Celestial Court surpassed everyone else. It was even showing signs of increasing. Be it Giant Sun Immortal, Feng Yuan, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, their luck was suppressed by the Celestial Court. Other than that, Giant Sun Immortal did not see any huge changes that could affect the current situation. Giant Sun Immortal, what are you hesitating for? Feng Yuan urged again. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. Feng Yuan, we have lost this battle, accept this reality. We will have to go through a lot of trouble to enter the Celestial Court. Even if we fight our way into the Celestial Court, even if we cooperate without any ill feelings or guard against each other, can we be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's match? Even with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, we won't be able to do it. On the contrary, if we attack rashly, we will fall into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trap. Our strength will fall greatly. In my opinion, it's better to keep a useful body for the future. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He was displeased. you have not worked hard enough, how can I accept this reality? Star constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 person in wisdom path, she could scheme against us so easily. In the future, with primordial origin Immortal Venerable, it will be even easier. What is the way to deal with wisdom path Gu immortals? That is to eliminate them immediately. We cannot give wisdom path Gu immortals time to make arrangements. Right now, our situation is the best proof. Giant Sun Immortal asked, then, Fang Yuan, what do you think we should do now? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, plundering central continent and slaughtering all living beings. I don't believe star constellation Immortal Venerable can sit still. Even if she can, when primordial origin Immortal Venerable revives, there will only be a barren land. Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. This action was too cruel and demonic, it was not in line with his nature. Giant Sun Immortal had his reservations. If he did this, what if star constellation Immortal Venerable or primordial origin Immortal Venerable retaliated and slaughtered the Huang-Jin tribes of northern plains? What could he do? Giant Sun Immortal had another thought. Fang Yuan is trying to lure me to stand on his side. If I participate in slaughtering central continent's living beings, there will be no way to resolve the conflict with the celestial court. My demonic path identity will be sealed. Without resolving the conflict, there would be no room to maneuver. In the future, the pressure of the two venerables would be on Giant Sun Immortal's shoulders. And he was not as cold and ruthless as Fang Yuan, he could not ignore the safety of his subordinates. I have my headquarters in Longevity Heaven, even if the three venerables of the Celestial Court revive, I can defend my foundation. This is my bargaining chip. But Fang Yuan is all alone, he doesn't have a base. This is very disadvantageous to him. That is why he wants to drag me down with him. But if I do not participate in this, the Celestial Court will definitely target Fang Yuan in the future. I will have more time to cultivate. Everything is not set in stone yet. Giant Sun Immortal thought of this and rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion. But Giant Sun Immortal did not completely offend Fang Yuan. He said, I cannot bear to slaughter so many living beings. I advise you not to do it yourself, it is more suitable for someone else to do it. I will give him to you now. Coward! Fang Yuan scolded, you are just fishing for fame. Giant Sun Immortal was not angry, he could understand Fang Yuan's unwillingness and anger after being schemed against. He lured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan landed in Central Continent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not like Giant Sun Immortal, he did not let down Fang Yuan's expectations, he left Spectral Heaven and went on a rampage after arriving in Central Continent. This was within Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's expectations. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were severe, but he could use slaughtering living beings and hunting soul beasts to heal himself and increase his strength. He had done this in Spectral Heaven earlier, he was doing the same now. Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been paying attention to the two venerables' movements. When she saw Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtering all living beings in Central Continent, she sighed deeply. But when she saw Giant Sun Immortal leaving Central Continent and returning to Northern Plains, her eyes brightened and she felt joy in her heart. The Celestial Court Gu immortals around her did not understand. Even if Giant Sun Immortal did not try to invade Celestial Court, he would at least plunder some resources in Central Continent, right? But he left just like that. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood Giant Sun Immortal's scheme. She said to Golden Hooped Immortal Monarch, your actions back then were not in vain, you have already obtained the greatest effect. It turned out that Golden Hooped Immortal Monarch had once invited Giant Sun Immortal to visit Celestial Court. His goal was to recruit him and make him the 4th-generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. This plan failed and was even used by Giant Sun Immortal to secretly leave behind a luck path method in Celestial Court. During the Fate War, this luck path method was activated and caused severe losses to Celestial Court. But in fact, golden-hooped Immortal Monarch's actions were not completely unaffected by Giant Sun Immortal. In Giant Sun Immortal's mind, Celestial Court was willing to recruit him and even hand over the position of leader to Celestial Court. Thus, Celestial Court could communicate and compromise with him. Chapter 2360. Hearing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's words, many Gu Immortals reacted. Now it seems that Giant Sun Immortal still has righteous path thoughts. He is indeed very different from Feng Yuan, be it in terms of actions or ideology. Feng Yuan is ruthless, he can casually sacrifice his subordinates and treat everyone as his tools. Giant Sun Immortal, however, does not do that. He is very protective of his subordinates and has deep familial ties. In my opinion, he has much more foresight than Feng Yuan. He knows that if he acts like Feng Yuan, he will have irreconcilable enmity with Celestial Court, there will be no reconciliation. He has already schemed to express his goodwill to Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable in the future. In my opinion, this is all Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable defended Celestial Court to the death. She watched as Feng Yuan plundered Central Continent. To speak the truth, I was quite indignant about it. But now, it seems that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not give Giant Sun Immortal any hope. It was just this scheme that lured Giant Sun Immortal to retreat. The results were shocking. Sigh, I really should not have used my shallow understanding to try and fathom Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom. Chi Si Ancestor's eyes were shut, he did not move, he floated in the air of Celestial Court like a statue. Above his head, Star Constellation chessboard slowly moved, a blue pillar of light shot out and enveloped him. After a while, Chi Si Ancestor's Immortal Aperture's entrance opened, causing the Immortals to cheer. Next, Rank 8 Heaven Chi Immortal Gu flew out of Chi Si's Immortal Aperture. Next was Earth Chi Immortal Gu, followed by all sorts of Chi Path Immortal Gu. The Immortals were shaken. Even though Chi Si Ancestor is strong, in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he can only wait to be slaughtered. Self-detonating Immortal Gu is so easy, but Chi Si Ancestor, this pseudo-venerable, is already completely under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control. Even self-detonating Immortal Gu is an extravagant hope. Once Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives, these Chi Path Immortal Gu can help him recover most of his strength. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan is truly flawless. The Immortals exclaimed in admiration. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had clearly suppressed Chi Si Ancestor completely. She controlled his mind and used her own thoughts to replace Chi Si's thoughts. Thus, he could open the Immortal Aperture's entrance and suppress all the Gu worms inside. Of course, these Chi Path Gu worms belonged to Chi Si Ancestor, they were filled with Chi Si's will. It was much more difficult for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to get rid of these wills in Immortal Gu than controlling Chi Si Ancestor's mind. Because these Immortal Gu did not have brains, to expel the Chi Si will in them, the most effective way was to directly refine these Chi Path Immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not intend to do that. She only suppressed these Immortal Gu and prevented them from self-destructing, leaving them for her Master Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable to deal with in the future. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was a Chi Path Gu cultivator. He could deal with these Chi Path Immortal Gu better than Star Constellation. After all the Immortal Gu were taken out, it was Hu Land's secluded domain of heaven and earth's turn. When Hu Land appeared in front of the Immortals, the Celestial Court burst into cheers. This was a Chi Path mystic realm of heaven and earth. Spoils of war comparable to rank 9 Immortal Gu. Chi Si Ancestor was able to activate the killer move Hu Elevation because the core was Hu Land. Secluded domains of heaven and earth were hard to destroy, they were easier to obtain than Immortal Gu. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could suppress Chi Si Ancestor's Immortal Gu, it was only natural that she obtained Hu Land. With this secluded domain of heaven and earth, even if Master did not leave any rank 9 Immortal Gu in Primordial Origin's secret treasury, he can use his Chi Path abilities. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was satisfied, but she did not forget to inspect these immortal goo and the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Feng Yuan was vigilant, but she was also extremely vigilant. Even in the celestial court, she did not have any carelessness. After using all her methods to inspect over 100 times, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable confirmed that these immortal goo and the secluded domain of heaven and earth had no problems. Finally, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed these spoils of war into the immortal formation to suppress them. This was the final precaution. Feng Yuan was a refinement path venerable after all. He might have some methods that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not see through. But if these spoils of war were suppressed in the immortal formation, even if Feng Yuan's methods were activated, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would sense it immediately and have enough time to counterattack. Even if I cannot see through Feng Yuan's methods, they are definitely not powerful and can be suppressed by the immortal formation alone. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was very confident in this aspect. She had even transacted immortal goo with Feng Yuan indirectly through He Fengyang. Was she not afraid that Feng Yuan would tamper with the immortal goo? Of course she had such concerns. But this concern was small. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was confident that she could see through Feng Yuan's tricks. If it were any other venerable, like Giant Sun Immortal, they would also have such confidence. This was not baseless confidence. Refinement path was simply too widespread. The advantage was that refinement path was developed too well. Many refinement path goo worms had the qualifications to advance to rank 9. But the disadvantage was that everyone knew refinement path and understood refinement path. Celestial Court had been operating for over 3 million years. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a wisdom path venerable. How could she not know the refinement method of fake goo? In the mortal goo master world, such fakes were common. If Feng Yuan directly created fake goo, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know refinement path, she would be able to see through it. Of course, if Feng Yuan was given enough time to develop, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not dare to take the risk in this aspect. She would be extremely vigilant towards the immortal goo that Feng Yuan had. After Qi Si ancestors Immortal Goo and Hu Land were taken out, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took out some resource points from Qi Si's Immortal Aperture. Most of the Qi Path resource points in Qi Si's Immortal Aperture were kept. The resource points that were moved out had one similarity: they had a lot of non-Qi Path Dao marks. After doing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her killer moves. She created these Wisdom Path killer moves secretly. No one knew about them other than her. After more than 10 killer moves were used, Qi Si Ancestor's Immortal Aperture and mind crumbled, all sorts of Qi Path resource points and his entire body turned back into Qi currents. A huge amount of Qi currents gathered together, forming the vague shape of the Qi harvest fruit. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with the light of wisdom. She used 3 killer moves consecutively to get rid of Qi Si Ancestor's will, thoughts, and remnant emotions contained in the Qi harvest fruit. Qi Si Ancestor's soul was taken out and imprisoned in the Immortal Goo House soul suppression hole. This Immortal Goo House had once imprisoned Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It was a waste to imprison a Qi Si soul. The Qi harvest fruit started to stabilize. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stopped using all sorts of wisdom path methods. She carefully moved Star Constellation chessboard away. Without Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, the Qi harvest fruit became clearer and more stable. After inspecting it for a while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable relaxed a little. Like she expected, the Qi harvest fruit was already connected to Primordial Origins method. Her external help was no longer needed. She could not continue to interfere in case her good intentions led to bad results. After all, there were conflicting Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path and Star Path, not Qi Path. The best way was for Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable to continue using his method and revive on his own. It has been 3 million years, but Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method is still effective. This is truly admirable. It's done, Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival is just around the corner. It was my fault. Qin Dingling, who had just revived, had an ashamed expression. If I had not been foolish and lured Qi Si ancestor here to harvest the celestial quartz Qi harvest fruit, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable would have been the first venerable to revive. The immortals consoled her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also glanced over. Qin Dingling, don't blame yourself too much. You are not a wisdom path Gu immortal. Fang Yuan is crafty and sly. He had deceived everyone in the world. It is normal that you could not deduce Qi Si ancestor's true identity. Even I can make mistakes. Knowing your mistakes is the best way to change for the better. We should learn from our mistakes and work hard to move forward. That is what we should do. We will remember Immortal Venerable's advice. The immortals replied in unison with solemn expressions. The Qi harvest fruit soon grew to the size of a mountain. Qi Si ancestors' Qi path foundation was transformed into the Qi harvest fruit. The stabilized Qi harvest fruit was even larger than the one that Fang Yuan had transformed earlier. As time passed, the Qi harvest fruit continued to grow. If it were in the past, the celestial court immortals would be even more terrified. But now, the immortals looked at the Qi harvest fruit with anticipation. Primordial Origin's revival process, which was interrupted by Fang Yuan, was continued by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But not long after, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. She acutely sensed that the Qi harvest fruit's growth was slowing down. There seems to be something wrong. She hurriedly checked. The entire investigation process was done very carefully. 2 forceful investigative killer moves would affect Primordial Origin's revival process. The Celestial Quartz Wisdom Path Dao marks that she refined were of great help to her. Soon, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found out the reason. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable left behind many methods in the Celestial Court. Most of them were related to revival. For example, the Primordial Qi Wall. Master's plan should be to perfectly use the Qi harvest fruit produced by the Qi tides to revive himself. The Qi path method set up in the Celestial Court are the backup. When the Qi harvest fruit is slightly lacking, these Qi path methods will be used to replenish the Qi harvest fruit. However, because of the previous battles, these Qi path methods were greatly damaged, causing the current Qi harvest fruit's growth to be lacking. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know how to make these Qi path methods return to their original state. But after thinking for a while, she thought of an ingenious way to avoid it. After all, the ultimate goal of these Qi path methods was to provide the Qi harvest fruit. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately ordered for all the Qi path immortal materials in the Celestial Court's treasury to be deduced. Not long after, she obtained a Qi path immortal formation with a pale expression and sweat all over her body. The foundation of a Qi path immortal formation was Primordial Origin's Qi path methods. The immortal formation was soon completed under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's personal arrangements. Next, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed a large number of Qi path immortal materials into the immortal formation. The immortal formation activated. The Qi path immortal formation was crushed. It was first turned back into Qi currents before being compressed into one stream that was injected into the channel of Primordial Origin's Qi path reverse-filling Qi harvest fruit. With this help, the Qi harvest fruit grew rapidly again. However, good times did not last. The Qi path immortal materials in the Celestial Court were expended too quickly. They were about to run out soon. Chapter 2361. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression dimmed slightly when she saw that she did not have enough Qi path immortal materials. Celestial Court's foundation was also going to be depleted one day. In fact, she had already used up almost all of Celestial Court Star Path true inheritances when she set up the Starry Sky calculation formation and nurtured the immemorial star beasts. Recently, Celestial Court's members had been reviving frequently. The remaining immortal graveyard was only left with 1 to 2 acres of land. It could no longer support the revival of any Gu immortals. Celestial Court had been operating for over 3 million years. It had an extremely deep foundation, but after many battles, it suffered heavy losses. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable escaped Celestial Court, he turned the entire Immortal Treasury upside down. Afterwards, Celestial Court had no choice but to open the treasury. It even secretly took out the 10 great ancient sects treasuries. After persisting until now, Celestial Court's foundation was becoming more and more depleted. Of course, the main reason for this was because of the huge expenditure of immortal materials. In Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's original plan, the Qi harvest fruit's growth was mainly to absorb Qi tides. The Qi path methods he set up were only a backup to prevent any accidents and make it perfect. Qi tides were the main contributor to the Qi harvest fruit. But now that the Qi tides were gone, the Qi path methods were also damaged. Qi path immortal materials became the main source of income. Evidently, the more Qi path immortal materials were consumed, the larger the Qi harvest fruit, the stronger the revived Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable would be. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable started to deduce again. She used her full strength again. Thoughts collided in her mind countless times, to the point where she was having a headache. She deduced a killer move again. After some testing, the killer move was slightly modified. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's aura was unstable, her expression was pale as she opened her Immortal Aperture's entrance. Before the other Venerables could react, she activated her killer move. Celestial Court's entrance was shrouded in a layer of profound light. It started to absorb the outside world's heaven and earth Qi. Heaven and earth Qi were huge, they surged endlessly, passing through the profound light of the entrance and entering the immortal formation. Heaven and earth Qi relied on quantity to win. With such an abundant supply, the Qi harvest fruit no longer had to worry. Celestial Court's immortals were shocked. They discussed among themselves. Why did Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly open Celestial Court's entrance? This is a good thing. The stronger the Qi harvest fruit, the stronger Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Qi path foundation will be when he revives. What if Feng Yuan takes the opportunity to attack? Ha ha ha, when he tried to fight before, he was no match for my Lord Star Constellation's divine might. Do you still dare to come? As expected, Feng Yuan did not come. Not just that, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not attracted here either. He wreaked havoc in Zhongzhou State, slaughtering hundreds of millions of living beings. His injuries recovered greatly. The soul mist surged violently. Wherever it went, the green mountains turned into stone mountains, the plants withered, and the corpses of wild beasts littered the ground. The soul howled and raised huge waves on the surface of the river. After the waves subsided, the surface of the water was densely packed with the corpses of fishes, prawns, turtles, snakes and so on. A vast number of souls were devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was like a huge black hole that slaughtered. The injuries on his body healed rapidly, his body grew again. During this process, a wild immortal goo appeared in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Kill. This commotion attracted Feng Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal's attention. At once, the three Venerables had different expressions. They all knew of a secret of the past. In the past, Spectral Soul wanted to create Killing Path, but after devouring Black Heavenly Spirit, he failed and created Soul Path instead. But who could have thought that when he was in a daze, he would show signs of creating Killing Path? Immortal Goo Kill was clearly the core immortal goo of Killing Path. It was not formed so easily. This was the Heavenly Tao refining goo. And most importantly, it was formed in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. This meant that even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in a daze, he was getting closer to creating Killing Path. Killing Path is showing signs of being created. Giant Sun Immortal had already flown back to Northern Plains. He immediately ordered the Huang Jin tribe's Goo Immortals who were going to Central Continent not to get close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They were also not to go after the super resource points, in case they encountered heaven-refining demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal did not go to Central Continent's resource points personally, but he did not give up. He sent his bloodline descendants. This way, even if the Celestial Court pursued the matter in the future, Giant Sun Immortal would still have a chance to salvage the situation. Giant Sun, if you cooperate with me, I am willing to split the Central Continent resource points that I obtain with you. Fong Yuan was still transmitting. He did not give up on convincing Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's tone of rejection became even more resolute. On one hand, he felt that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not reveal any flaws. This battle was already decided. It was not worth it to cooperate with Fong Yuan. On the other hand, he knew his own difficulties. Firstly, his eldest son, Emperor Light, was captured and taken away by Yu Tianguang in Longevity Heaven. He needed to find his eldest son. Secondly, Giant Sun Immortal had used the Luck Path Killer move all living beings of the world twice. This move had a huge flaw. It would weaken Giant Sun Immortal for a period of time. Giant Sun Immortal needed to conceal himself and get through this period of weakness. If this flaw was exposed, the value of the killer move all living beings of the world would fall sharply in the future. Celestial Court. The Qi harvest fruit continued to grow. A huge amount of heaven and earth Qi, countless Qi path immortal materials, primordial Qi wall, and other methods were converted into Qi path Dao marks and added to the Qi harvest fruit. At the center of this Qi harvest fruit was a human-shaped fruit core. As time passed, the fruit core's appearance became clearer. It looked more and more like a human. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and immediately realized that Primordial Origin's revival method contained the profundity of human path. To think that Master's human path attainment is much higher than I expected. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. A scene from her memories surfaced in her mind. On the sickbed, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable suddenly coughed out blood. Master, what's wrong? Star Constellation quickly rushed over and used her methods to heal Primordial Origin. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had just resisted a chaotic disaster and repaired the hole in the world. He was heavily injured and could not get up. Star Constellation used all her strength to help Primordial Origin stabilize his injuries. She had a surprised expression as she found that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's injuries were self-inflicted. Star Constellation frowned deeply. Master, you are injured to this extent, lying on the bed and unable to even walk. You are still taking the risk to create your own killer move. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, however, had a joyful expression. These injuries are nothing. I have already succeeded, my disciple. I grasped that inspiration and created a human path killer move. Using this move, we can use the immortal aperture to extend the lifespan of Gu Immortals. Among all the lifespan extension methods currently available, this method has the best effect. Star Constellation pondered over the killer move's contents before showing a shocked expression. Her eyes shined as she realized the true value of this killer move. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable laughed heartily. With this method, we no longer need to force human Gu Immortal experts to join our celestial court. The temptation of extending lifespan is not small. From now on, as long as they contribute immortal apertures to Celestial Court, they will become a member of Celestial Court and enjoy the lifespan extension benefits of this human path killer move. Star Constellation nodded with joy on her face. Master, what name did you give this killer move? Cough, cough, cough. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable coughed a few times before saying nonchalantly, the name is not important, give me an idea, I will name it however I want. Star Constellation quickly said yes, she loved giving names the most. She added, this name has to be loud and eye-catching, the more attention it attracts, the better. Let me think about it. My good disciple, go and think of a good name. I am old, I can't think straight anymore. After you think about it, tell me. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable lay on his bed as he waved his hand at Star Constellation. Star Constellation nodded before saying with a solemn expression, "Master, don't act recklessly. Your injuries are very severe." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable laughed loudly. "These injuries are far from my limit. I've suffered even more serious injuries. You know it too. At least 5 times, I've suffered even more serious injuries than this." Star Constellation stared. "But you are already 25,000 years old, you should accept your old age. You have already done enough for the entire human race. Since you are injured, you should recuperate. I will take charge of the Celestial Court." "Ha ha ha, with you here, why would I be worried?" Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable laughed loudly before stopping, showing a desolate expression. "Maybe I should also accept my old age." "You won't." Star Constellation shook her head, showing an expression of, "I have already seen through this old man, but I can't do anything about it." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was tickled by Star Constellation's expression. Before Star Constellation left, he even winked mischievously. Star Constellation told Primordial Origin to recuperate, so she took charge of the affairs of the Celestial Court. In her free time, she thought about the names of human path killer moves to relax. Star Constellation busied herself for 3 days, thinking about the names of human path killer moves, before finally getting some results. But she did not know at that time that she would no longer have the chance to tell Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable about this name. When she finally managed to free herself from the complicated affairs and went to visit Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, she saw Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable lying quietly on his bed. His eyes were closed, he had a calm expression, but there was a hint of a smile on his lips. This leader of humanity, the first-generation immortal king of the Celestial Court, the legend who single-handedly raised the banner of humanity's counterattack and forced the variant humans of the world to retreat in defeat, was gone. He left calmly. He left calmly. He left with peace of mind. The main reason why he could be at ease was because of his disciple. The moment Star Constellation saw Primordial Origin, she understood. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's injuries were very severe, he was only hiding it. He was considering the big picture. After all, even though the variant humans retreated from Central Continent, they were still rampant in the other 4 regions. Even in Central Continent, many variant human forces were holed up in their blessed lands and grotto heavens. It was hard to find them. He knew that his injuries were incurable. He used the last bit of his strength to create a human path killer move, to protect the future development of the Celestial Court. Star Constellation stood in front of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's bed. She was silent for a long time. Finally, she spoke in a hoarse voice. "Master, I thought of the name of this human path killer move. It is very suitable for this situation. It is called Above the Bed." The killer move Above the Bed could use the immortal aperture that the Gu Immortal contributed to the Celestial Court to form a bed. It could avoid the Gu Immortal's calamities and tribulations. It could also greatly extend their lifespan. At that time, this was the best lifespan extension method other than lifespan Gu. After that, Star Constellation created a human path killer move based on this move. It was called Other Person's Deep Sleep. The killer move Other Person's Deep Sleep could allow the members of the Celestial Court who had the effect of Above the Bed to fall into a deep sleep, reducing their life force and even the flow of time to a minimum. At the same time, the Gu Immortal's will could be extracted and transformed into human nature. It could be used to help Star Constellation Immortal Venerable resist Providence after she fused with the Tao. In the final moments of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's life, even though he was lying on his bed, he was still thinking about the Celestial Court and humanity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the same. To protect the Celestial Court, she was willing to sacrifice herself and fuse with the Tao. This master and disciple pair could be said to be of the same origin. And Above the Bed, Other Person's Deep Sleep, was the source of the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. Inside the Chi harvest fruit, the human-shaped fruit core had already grown to the size of a normal adult. The skin of the Chi harvest fruit had also undergone a mystical change. It turned into layers of primordial Chi walls, wrapping around the human-shaped fruit core. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable's revival was nearing its end. The methods he used during this process made even star constellation Immortal Venerable feel amazed. She praised Primordial origin Immortal Venerable's exquisite chi path methods in private. As time passed, a vast aura gradually seeped out of the chi harvest fruit. Heaven and earth chi path immortal materials, and other chi path Tao marks continued to accumulate on the chi harvest fruit core. The human-shaped chi fruit core already had primordial origin Immortal Venerable's appearance. Many central continent Gu immortals were already kneeling on the ground. The members of the celestial court had tears in their eyes, they were inwardly excited. He was the first venerable in the world, he was the progenitor of all venerables, he also had the longest lifespan among all venerables. Without him, humanity would not have its current status, he was the founder of humanity's rise. He was the creator of Chi Path, he had left behind countless killer moves in his life. Primordial Chi walls, above the bed, and other methods protected the celestial court. He did not know how many mutant experts he had defeated, how many injuries he had suffered, and how many times he had bled. He built Emperor City. This was the embryonic form of Divine Emperor City. He was the first to contribute his immortal aperture, he gave up on building a clan, he went to recruit disciples and set an example for Central Continent's sect system. He worked hard, he racked his brains, he devoted almost his entire life to the celestial court and humanity. Even the variant humans who hated him to the bone had to admit his greatness. He was primordial origin Immortal Venerable. And now, he was about to return. The chi harvest fruit started to shake, a grand aura leaked out, creating rumbling air currents. The entrance of the celestial court's immortal aperture opened, this aura leaked out. At once, chi currents in spectral heaven fluctuated, some swept over, some surged like tides, and some formed all sorts of chi whirlpools. A phenomenon occurred, the 5 regions shook. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable's revival was close at hand. Finally, star constellation Immortal Venerable breathed in deeply, she half knelt on the ground and said, "Disciple welcomes Master." Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal, who was searching for traces, sighed, the outcome was set. Feng Yuan, however, looked at the celestial court with a frown, he had a look of anticipation. At the next moment. Boom! Primordial origin Immortal Venerable exploded. Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal stood on the spot, looking at the direction of the celestial court with a shocked expression. But Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Chapter 2362. At present, the typos and bugs in 329 to 361 had been corrected. Among them, the main bugs were that Fengzheng had the memory of the immortal formation. Congratulations to the new leader of this month. They were, Feng Wei, Hong Xian, laughter to sorrow, anger to madness, and a horse treads on the Yellow River. Thank you to the readers who strongly supported the Venerable Gu team in the 515 event, Hong Xian, Shadow Moon, Desolate Year, Long Enough, The Dead Living, Nashal, Coconut 943, Colorful Number 2, Just Enough, Praise You Like Jade Gold House, Reality Charm Life, Chen Fu, Subai, Flame Amp, Ancestor, and the support of many readers. It is because of everyone's efforts that our Venerable Gu team rushed to the top 10 of this fan event. Who knew how many readers and friends received the title of Gu Immortal? Today's chapter was a 4,000-word chapter, and it was also the turning point of Feng Yuan's battle with the Celestial Court. Next, Feng Yuan would kill his way to the Celestial Court. After 7 years, Feng Yuan had finally reached this step. It was not easy. The book, Venerable Gu, had officially come to an end. It was certain that this book would be finished in a few months. Looking back on Feng Yuan's journey, there were too many hardships, too many lowly positions, too many dangers, and too many schemes. However, he persisted step by step and reached this point today. For 7 years, we have walked this path together. The Venerable Gu Zhenren would like to thank everyone for their company along the way and also appeal to everyone to subscribe to the original edition and accompany Fang Yuan to the peak. Please support the original edition as much as possible. Every original subscription is very important. Thank the society. Thank the country, thank the party, and thank Chidian Chinese Network. Thank the readers and many die-hard fans for their strong support. Cherish it as you go. Let us walk this last part of the road together. Chapter 2363. This huge explosion came too suddenly and happened too violently. At once, winds and clouds surged, the world changed color. Celestial court shattered. Large numbers of grotto heaven fragments flew everywhere like a volcano eruption. Only half of the Immortal Aperture's entrance was left, there were huge holes and holes everywhere, it was exposed in spectral heaven. Dust and smoke billowed, the scene inside Celestial Court could not be seen clearly. Countless Gu Immortals died. But one thing was certain, the mountain-like Qi harvest fruit had already dissipated. Success. Central Continent. Fang Yuan looked toward Celestial Court as he let out a breath of air. Earlier, Fang Yuan had already thought about it for a long time. He was in a bad situation at that time, he was surrounded by danger. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was too fast, Fang Yuan needed to undergo tribulation. Even though he used the killer move Endless Future Trouble to delay the calamities and tribulations, the chaotic calamities could not be avoided using this move. Once Fang Yuan underwent tribulation, he would need to place the Sovereign Immortal Aperture in spectral heaven and open his Immortal Aperture's entrance for some time. This would be a huge flaw. By then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would definitely attack. Other than the danger of tribulation, Fang Yuan was also feeling hungry. This hunger came from the Sovereign Immortal Body itself. The Sovereign Immortal Body was transformed from the rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Its weakness was that it had to devour the Immortal Aperture of a Gu Immortal of the same cultivation level every once in a while. Fang Yuan was already a Venerable now, he had to annex a rank 9 Immortal Aperture. These two dangers made Fang Yuan extremely worried. As the saying goes, a person without foresight will have immediate worries. Fang Yuan had foresight, he had already seen the future worries. Rather than letting these dangers arrive, he might as well start dealing with them now. Fang Yuan was not a passive person, he took the initiative to attack and gain the initiative to control the situation, this was what he liked to do. Fang Yuan knew one of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival methods. The reason was simple. Thieving Heaven's secret. Back then, Fang Yuan used the Gu Immortal Seed to undergo Immortal Ascension, using natural inspiration and thieving Heavenly Secret, he learned all of the secrets of the Celestial Court. He naturally knew about the profundities of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival method using Qi harvest fruits. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know the details of the Qi harvest fruit revival. But Fang Yuan could get to the bottom of the Celestial Court. At the same time, he had Qi Path Great Grandmaster Attainment Level and Wisdom Gu to help him make deductions. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangement in the Starry Sky Calculation Formation was extremely ingenious, it had to be linked with Embroidered Tower and Star Constellation Chessboard to display its power and capture pseudo-venerables. This setup was so secretive that Fang Yuan did not know about it. But he did not need to guess to know that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely going to revive Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. If they were in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's shoes, anyone would choose to revive the two immortal kings of the Celestial Court first. It was difficult to do things openly, but easy to do things secretly. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's movements were captured, that would be a clear flaw. The Celestial Court had a deep foundation, it had 3 generations of immortal kings. This was the strongest point of the Celestial Court, but in Fang Yuan's opinion, it was also their weakest point. Thus, Feng Yuan thought of sacrificing Qi-Si ancestor to let star constellation Immortal Venerable walk on the path of the Qi harvest fruit revival. Even if Qi-Si ancestor was his clone, so what? For the sake of eternal life, what could he not sacrifice? How could Feng Yuan be willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good? Purposely sending Qi-Si ancestor to revive primordial origin Immortal Venerable as bait, this plan had a high possibility of success. But he lacked an opportunity. Feng Yuan could not sacrifice himself openly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in wisdom path. Feng Yuan had experienced her many times in the past. Many of his plans were seen through by star constellation Immortal Venerable before they could be implemented. There was a clear example of this in Feng clan. If he made it too obvious, star constellation Immortal Venerable would sense it and even make use of it to make Feng Yuan suffer a huge loss. The opportunity soon arrived. Undeniably, the timing of the Heaven Path Dream Realm's appearance was too good. For Feng Yuan, even though the Heaven Path Dream Realm itself could raise his Heaven Path attainment level, he was not in a hurry. As long as no one could use the Heaven Path Dream Realm effectively, he could continue to refine rank 9 Immortal Goo in secret and increase his strength, widening the gap between him and the other venerables. The longer he delayed, the stronger Feng Yuan would become. But fighting for the Heavenly Path Dream Realm was an excellent excuse. It could conceal Qi-Si ancestor's scheme. Feng Yuan thought about it many times. He had to make a difficult choice. He could not make it too obvious, everything had to be logical. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom was unfathomable. She was definitely an intelligent person. But this intelligence could sometimes be used by Feng Yuan. Thus, Feng Yuan sent Qi-Si ancestor into the starry sky calculation formation without doing anything else. Next, star constellation Immortal Venerable helped Feng Yuan to complete Feng Yuan's arrangements and capture Qi-Si ancestor. During the entire process, Qi-Si ancestor was kept in the dark by Feng Yuan's main body. He did not know anything. Not just him, Wu Shuai and Zhan Budu were also the same. Just like how star constellation Immortal Venerable intentionally deceived the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court in order to obtain Lin Jinqing's sword path Dao marks. But Feng Yuan was even more ruthless, he even deceived himself. It was not enough to give away the Qi-Si clone. To appease star constellation Immortal Venerable, Feng Yuan gave her Qi path Immortal Goo and Hu Land. So what if they were Qi path Immortal Goo? As long as he could achieve his goal, Feng Yuan could even give her rank 9 Immortal Goo. Hu Land, what was a secluded domain of heaven and earth? As long as he could deceive star constellation Immortal Venerable for a while, not just a secluded domain of heaven and earth, Feng Yuan could even give her 2 or 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth. In Feng Yuan's eyes, all of the Immortal Goo and secluded domains of heaven and earth, no matter how precious they were merely tools for him to pursue eternal life. Since they were tools, as long as there was value in sacrificing them, he would sacrifice them. Feng Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation towards this. Star constellation Immortal Venerable only had a vague understanding of the Qi harvest fruit revival method. But Feng Yuan knew it very well. He was a refinement path venerable, he was proficient in revival methods. From the perspective of refinement path, Qi harvest fruit revival was nothing more than using the main immortal material, the Qi harvest fruit, together with Qi-Si ancestors' arrangements in the celestial court to refine a new body and soul. Was there any difference between this and Gu refinement? There was no difference. Since that was the case, Feng Yuan had a lot of potential. He treated Qi-Si ancestor as a Qi path immortal material and dealt with him in advance. Of course, Feng Yuan had already removed all of his memories from Qi-Si ancestor's body. This was like how star constellation Immortal Venerable altered the memories of those Gu immortals who entered the derivation formation. Qi-Si ancestor's entire body had problems, but these were the supreme profundities of refinement path. Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not find anything even after inspecting it many times. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also had refinement path attainment, but there were no problems with Chi Si Ancestor. Only when he was used as an immortal material would there be problems during the Chi Harvest Fruit revival process. And as the revival continued to succeed, this problem would only get bigger. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have a complete understanding and control of the Chi Harvest Fruit revival process. This gave Feng Yuan a chance to make use of this loophole. The plan has succeeded, but the results will depend on the progress. Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the Celestial Court. He continued to move around Central Continent, searching for resource points while contacting Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun, you are truly fortunate. There was a mistake in Primordial Origins revival, it destroyed the Celestial Court instead. This is the best opportunity for us to do so. If we miss this chance and allow the Celestial Court to recover, both of us will regret it for the rest of our lives. Giant Sun Immortal saw the Celestial Court explode. After the shock, he had the thought of attacking the Celestial Court. Now that he received Feng Yuan's message, his thoughts wavered. Giant Sun Immortal hesitated. Should I attack the Celestial Court now? Is this really a mistake in the Celestial Court? Isn't this Feng Yuan's doing? Giant Sun Immortal recalled Feng Yuan's mysterious defensive method. He could not see through Feng Yuan. If it was Feng Yuan's doing, it was possible. Strange, I inspected the Celestial Court earlier, why did I not notice such a huge change? Don't tell me, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable concealed the Celestial Court's method to guard against my luck inspection. If that is the case, it is truly ironic. And the thing that made Giant Sun Immortal hesitate the most was Emperor Light, his eldest son, and the rank 9 Wild Light Goo in Emperor Light's immortal aperture. Emperor Light was kidnapped by the two legendary immemorial beasts, Yu Tian Guang and Zui Yi Hui. If Giant Sun Immortal did not rescue him, his life might be in danger. Of course, Giant Sun Immortal was also thinking about his blood sea. Since he could revive Emperor Light once, he could revive him a second time. This Giant Sun is still hesitating. Did he sense something? Feng Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal did not make a move. He tried to think about it. Feng Yuan did not know that Giant Sun Immortal tricked his eldest son. He also did not know about the weakness of the killer move all beings, world, self-centered. But he soon thought of a reason. After the explosion, Celestial Court's losses cannot be estimated. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's injuries are also unknown. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has a huge advantage in Celestial Court. Her injuries are not heavy, but she is still a huge threat. This might be Giant Sun Immortal's consideration. In his opinion, my Chi Si clone was captured. Celestial Court suddenly exploded, Primordial Origins revival failed, I am the biggest suspect. At the same time, I should be the most nervous person. Because I do not have a base, if the two venerables of Celestial Court gather, my situation will be the worst. Giant Sun Immortal said that the situation is unclear, he is hinting to me to attack Celestial Court first. If Celestial Court falls into a disadvantage, he will definitely come and take a share of the loot. Giant Sun Immortal did not make a move, he decided to wait and see. This caused Feng Yuan's plan to fail again. In fact, rashly attacking Celestial Court at this time was indeed risky. Because even Feng Yuan did not know how serious Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's injuries were. But since Feng Yuan schemed to this point, how could he not have a backup plan? He turned his gaze towards Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who was 10,000 li away. After this period of slaughter, his injuries had recovered by more than half. This is the best choice. Feng Yuan smiled as he activated his method. Totem killer moves flew out one after another, provoking Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, successfully luring the confused Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into Celestial Court. Chapter 2364. With a light snort, Zhao Lianyun woke up in a pile of rubble. Qi currents were rumbling in front of her, it was a vast expanse of whiteness that seemed to cover the sky. Her ears were buzzing and she felt dizzy. What happened to me? Zhao Lianyun breathed roughly as she inspected her body. She was originally wearing a white palace dress, her skin was snow white and her teeth were white, she was pure and fresh like a lily. But now, her face was black, her white dress was torn and could barely be worn, she was like a refugee in a famine, she was in a sorry state. After inspecting herself, Zhao Lianyun found that she was mostly unharmed, but she had no strength left in her body was soft and her heart was weak. What in the world happened? How did I become like this? Primordial Origin's explosion was too sudden and intense, Zhao Lianyun was dazed from the explosion, she almost lost her memories for a moment. But soon, Zhao Lianyun felt her dizziness weakening, she recalled. It was a terrifying explosion. Her pupils shrunk, she would never forget this scene in her life. It was too terrifying. A moment ago, she and the Gu immortals around her were looking at the mountain-like Qi harvest fruit excitedly, they were looking forward to Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival. But at the next moment, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable exploded. Among all the Gu immortals who were looking up with anticipation, Zhao Lianyun was at the periphery of the crowd, but she was still affected by the explosion. This explosion was too intense, the whole of Celestial Court was destroyed, Zhao Lianyun could not escape. Why did it suddenly explode? As her memories became clearer, Zhao Lianyun's breathing became rough. Unbelievable, I am almost unharmed. Is it because Love Gu protected me? Wait. I need to save someone. Zhao Lianyun's heart jumped, she thought of what she had to do now. She might be protected by Love Gu, but the others did not have such a rank 9 immortal Gu. Zhao Lianyun quickly set off, entering the vast expanse of white Qi currents to search for the Gu immortals who were in trouble. Before the explosion, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were at the periphery, looking at the Qi harvest fruit in groups of 2 or 3. The inner circle consisted of the members of the Celestial Court. Zhao Lianyun tried many investigative methods, but none of them worked. The white gas was probably the residue of the Qi harvest fruit, and the aftereffects of the explosion. It was filled with Qi path Dao marks, it was not strange that a mere rank 6 Gu immortal like Zhao Lianyun could not inspect it. Unless she could use Love Gu. But Love Gu was not only a rank 9 immortal Gu, it was very special. Even Venerables could not refine it, even though it belonged to Wisdom Path, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had yet to touch it. Instead, he allowed the Love Gu to live on Zhao Lianyun's body. Zhao Lianyun did not refine Love Gu, but obtained its recognition. Thus, he could not use Love Gu as he wished, sometimes when he wanted it to attack, it would bring Zhao Lianyun away. Zhao Lianyun wanted to protect herself, but it healed her instead. And every time Love Gu showed off, it would take away something from Zhao Lianyun's body. Sometimes even their lifespans. Zhao Lianyun entered the surging white gas, using her memories to search for the location with difficulty. A moment later, she cried out in shock, finding Buzhenzi. When the explosion occurred, Buzhenzi was standing beside Zhao Lianyun, talking to her. But after the explosion, the two were sent flying, they were no longer on the spot. But Zhao Lianyun was still the first to find Buzhenzi. Buzhenzi's injuries were terrifying. Half of his body had been blown up, leaving only fragile bones that barely protected his internal organs. And only 2 of these organs were left, the rest were turned into mush. Meanwhile, the other half of Buzhenzi's body had turned phantom, his arms, chest, organs and others seemed to be drawn by translucent threads, they were in a stable state. Zhao Lianyun wanted to save him, but found that she was helpless. Buzhenzi's injuries were too severe. Losing half of his body was not a big deal, not to mention the Celestial Court, Spirit Affinity House had many methods to regrow his bones, organs, flesh and blood. But most importantly, a large number of Qi Path Dao marks were engraved on Buzhenzi's body. The remaining half of his body was emitting white gas. Along with the white gas, the remaining bones and organs were turning into qi and disappearing. Bu Zhenzi's life was hanging on the other half of his body that had turned phantom. When the explosion occurred, Bu Zhenzi used a phantom method. But even with a phantom method supported by a mini-invincible, he could not avoid the heaven-shaking qi explosion. Zhao Lianyan deduced the situation at that time. She sighed deeply, her brows were furrowed with worry. Bu Zhenzi's phantom half of his body was hanging on to his life, but it could not last for long. His phantom body was also covered in qi path Dao marks, it was also turning into qi and disappearing. Bu Zhenzi cannot last for long. Zhao Lianyan was helpless, she was getting more and more anxious. She tried to wake Bu Zhenzi up, but he did not wake up. Zhao Lianyan could not even move Bu Zhenzi. She was afraid that he would die. She could only give up on Bu Zhenzi for now. She remembered the location and went into the vast qi currents to look for help. Is anyone here? Come and help me. Zhao Lianyan moved in the vast white qi currents. She called out continuously. Alone, an intense sense of loneliness and helplessness shrouded her whole body. Even now, she could not believe it. When she had just arrived at Celestial Court, she looked at the grand Celestial Court with its many buildings. She felt admiration from the bottom of her heart. Celestial Court's deep foundation and long history made her feel insignificant, but at the same time, she felt an intense sense of security. And when she saw Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revive step by step, she felt that Celestial Court would rise again. But next, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable exploded. The change was too sudden, too intense. What happened? Did Feng Yuan or other venerables attack? What are the losses of Celestial Court? Is anyone here to help me? At least reply to me. Zhao Lianyan's footsteps suddenly stopped. There was a strong suction force in front of her. A large amount of the surrounding white qi currents were being sucked away. Zhao Lianyan barely stabilized her body as she got closer. The suction force was also weakening rapidly. Zhao Lianyan arrived at the source, her pupils shrunk as she saw an Immortal Aperture's entrance. The Immortal Aperture's entrance was open, it was absorbing the surging white qi outside, stabilizing and forming a blessed land. Zhao Lianyan stood in front of the Immortal Aperture's entrance in a daze, not moving at all. She saw the scene inside the entrance. There was a river and a flowering tree. Due to the turbulence of the qi currents, flower petals fell from the tree branches and landed on the river surface, drifting along with the current. Carps often appeared in the river to devour the flower petals. This was the scene of Lady Lu Fang's Immortal Aperture. It was extremely beautiful and priceless. It was very famous in Spirit Affinity House. Lady Lu Fang was in charge of Secret Inheritance Peak. She was a neutral supreme elder of Spirit Affinity House. Zhao Lianyan remembered that when she first entered Secret Inheritance Peak, Lady Lu Fang did not personally receive her as per usual. After all, she was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Afterwards, Zhao Lianyan and Lady Lu Fang's relationship was not good. Even though their relationship was cold, Zhao Lianyan's eyes turned red when she saw this Immortal Aperture's entrance. She felt an intense sadness in her heart. Dead. Lady Lu Fang was killed in the explosion. Even though she had rank 7 cultivation level, she did not have powerful methods to protect herself like Phantom Path, nor did she have Love Goo. She was completely destroyed. Her Immortal Aperture landed in Celestial Court. Because Celestial Court was filled with providence and lacked heavenly spirit, Lu Fang Blessed Land absorbed the heaven and earth qi of the outside world, stabilizing itself and forming a blessed land. Zhao Lianyan forcibly restrained her emotions and continued to look for reinforcements. Along the way, she created many more Immortal Aperture entrances and was absorbing heaven and earth qi. The casualties were too severe. Not mentioning the members of Celestial Court, each of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects has more than 10 Gu immortals. Excluding those who were captured by the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, there are more than 100 Gu Immortals from the 10 great sects in Celestial Court. And with this explosion, 80% of the Gu Immortals were killed. Zhao Lianyan calculated and felt a chill in her heart. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had many Gu Immortals. Before the 5 regions merged, Crane Gate had 12 Gu Immortals. Crane Gate was one of the weaker sects among the 10 great ancient sections. After the 5 regions merged, the earth veins moved and chi surged, countless immortal materials were produced. This greatly increased the strength of the Gu Immortals in the sect, and the foundation of the Gu Immortal seeds became even stronger. During the Immortal Ascension tide, the 10 great ancient sects had Gu Immortal seeds who successfully ascended to Immortal realm. Not only that, there were also those they recruited from other sections. For example, Heavenly Lotus Sect Supreme Elder Wu Zhang recruited 5 Virtues Sects Wood Virtue Elder Mu Huai. The latter succeeded in his Immortal Ascension and was also a higher-up of 5 Virtues Sect, which was created by Wu Zhang. He had the qualifications to join Heavenly Lotus Sect. This was the advantage of Central Continent sect system. Previously, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable protected Primordial Origins revival with all her might. To prevent Fang Yuan from taking revenge, she took the initiative to recruit all the elites of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects into Celestial Court. But who could have thought that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable would be killed by Fang Yuan? This time, most of Central Continent's Gu Immortals were killed, the backbone of Central Continent's righteous path collapsed. Such a severe loss made Zhao Lianyan's limbs go soft. It's over, Central Continent is finished. Maybe Celestial Court can revive them. This was Zhao Lianyan's only consolation. But she was not stupid. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this explosion was filled with the aura of a scheme. Central Continent had been set up. Celestial Court had suffered a calamity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had also been schemed against. Even though Zhao Lianyan had rank 9 Love Gu, her current cultivation level was merely rank 6, what could she do? She could only ask for help and shout for help. Zhao Lianyan walked slower and slower. At this moment, she realized how weak she was. Don't be dejected, fairy of the current generation, Spirit Affinity House. Celestial Court is still here, we are still here. Right at this time, a lantern lit up in the vast white chi. The lantern was not bright, but it was very stubborn. It walked out of the white chi and arrived in front of Zhao Lianyan. This was an old Gu Immortal, his body was covered in blood. One of his arms was blown away, his remaining hand was holding up the candle flame. Zhao Lianyan recognized him, it was Crane Gate's Kanyang Lao Jun. Chapter 2365. Kanyang Lao Jun was a famous expert in Central Continent. He had been famous since a long time ago. The moment Zhao Lianyan saw him, a series of information appeared in her mind. After she became the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, because she could not undergo tribulation, her cultivation level could not rise, so she had to study other aspects. Thus, she had a deep understanding of all the people in Central Continent's Gu Immortal world. Thus, Zhao Lianyan knew that Kanyang Lao Jun had Immortal Gu Remnant Candle, and created the Immortal Killer Move Life Chasing Fire. It was very powerful and famous in Central Continent. Kanyang Lao Jun had been very inactive in recent years, he had been living in seclusion. His biggest action was many years ago when he went with Feng Jioga to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, and fought with Shadow Sect there. The latest news was that Kanyang Lao Jun had won against Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji was a Gu Immortal of Black Heaven Temple. Even though he was not a famous expert, he had unique methods to counter fire. In the end, he still lost to Kanyang Lao Jun, who cultivated Fire Path. Kanyang Lao Jun's lantern was weak, but it injected warmth into Zhao Lianyan's heart. Many people were like this, when they were alone, they would be weak. But once they had someone of the same kind, even if this person could not help them, as long as they had companions, they would feel safe and warm. Zhao Lianyun had such a nature. She was an otherworldly demon, she was not a native of Gu world. Her nature had been nurtured long ago. This was also one of the reasons why she fell in love with Ma Hongyun after coming to the Gu world. Zhao Lianyun breathed in deeply, the dejected expression on her face disappeared as she asked Kanyang Lao Jun for help, telling him about Bu Zhenzi's situation. But Kanyang Lao Jun shook his head. I cultivate fire path, my understanding of phantom path is shallow, and I am not skilled in healing methods. I am unable to help. The moment he said that, Kanyang Lao Jun's body started to tremble visibly. His face quickly turned as white as a sheet. At the same time, his body started to emit white gas, especially from the wound on his arm, which was cut off at the base. The white gas was the thickest. Cough, cough, cough. Kanyang Lao Jun could not stop coughing. With each cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which turned into white gas and quickly dissipated. Kanyang Lao Jun gritted his teeth and activated his technique. This situation lasted for more than 10 breaths before he was finally able to suppress his injuries. His face regained its color and he stopped coughing. His methods were only useful against himself or Fire Path Gu Immortals, they were ineffective against Void Path Bu Zhenzi. In fact, it might even ruin things. Next, Kanyang Lao Jun and Zhao Lianyun traveled together. Along the way, they saw even more immortal aperture entrances, almost all of them were wide open and absorbing white qi. They also saw the living. A giant ape fell to the ground like a half-collapsed hill. The ape's golden fur was shining like it was covered in golden armor, but now it was mostly black, like a defeated general whose golden armor had collapsed. His muscles were bulging and he looked majestic, but now he was lying on the ground, his body was covered in blood and flesh, his bones were exposed in many wounds, he could not even get up, he was paralyzed. The ape's large golden eyes were originally shining brightly, but now they were in a daze. After seeing Kanyang Lao Jun and Zhao Lianyun, he focused a little. He is Immortal Monkey King Shirlei of Combat Immortal Sect. He cultivates Earth Path and Transformation Path. The killer move he is using now is his signature move, Immortal Monkey King Wang Lei Mountain Transformation. Zhao Lianyun's heart shook, he immediately guessed the ape's true identity. Shirlei was publicly recognized as the #1 expert among Central Continent Rank 7 Gu Immortals. His battle strength was even higher than Kanyang Lao Jun's. But he was closer to the center of the explosion than Kanyang Lao Jun. After the explosion, he did not have time to activate Immortal Monkey King Wang Lei Mountain Transformation. This was a compound killer move of 2 immortal paths, it expended a lot of thoughts. Shirlei did not have a wisdom path foundation, he needed a long time to activate this move. He had used other methods to survive the explosion, but his injuries were too severe to heal, he could only use this move to transform into an ancient desolate beast. Using the ancient desolate beast's body that far surpassed humans, as well as its self-healing ability, he resisted the heavy injuries on his body, barely holding on. After seeing Kanyang Lao Jun and Zhao Lianyun, Shirlei blinked his golden eyes as a greeting. He did not even dare to breathe heavily now, it would be bad if his injuries acted up. Evidently, Shirlei could only barely protect himself, he could not help others. Cough, cough. Kanyang Lao Jun coughed again, vomiting blood. After a while, he suppressed his injuries again. Zhao Lianyun and Kanyang Lao Jun continued their journey. Not long after, they encountered Yang Feng. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect, he cultivated Transformation Path. He made the same choice as Shirlei, he also transformed into an ancient desolate beast. However, the originally majestic giant wolf was now lying on the ground like a sick dog. However, his injuries were slightly lighter than Shirlei's, and he could still speak a few words with Zhao Lianyun. It was not that he was stronger than Shirlei, but the moment the explosion occurred, he subconsciously used his most familiar transformation killer move, turning into an ancient desolate beast. He cultivated transformation path. He was extremely familiar with this giant wolf transformation. It was as if it was carved into his bones. Moreover, this move was extremely fast. It could be used in an instant. The most severe injuries on my body are at my waist. If I exert any force, my waist will snap. After Yang Feng introduced his situation, he joined Zhao Lianyun and Kanyang Laojuan's group. The three continued to search and found Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend also had rank 7 cultivation level. His body was covered in lightning as he floated in the air. 3 lightning deities were supporting him and healing him. During the healing, lightning crackled and flickered. It was a huge commotion. I was very lucky. The moment before the explosion, I was observing while controlling lightning deities to move around me. I wanted to leave a good impression on Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After the explosion, only 4 lightning deities were left out of the dozen or so. In order to save his life, Vicious Lightning Fiend sacrificed another lightning deity to heal his injuries. Thus, he only had 3 left now. To him, this was an extremely disastrous loss. Lightning Deity is a killer move that Vicious Lightning Fiend created by referring to the remnant recipe of blood deity Immortal Goo. Chi tides surged, the 5 regions merged, immortal materials appeared, Vicious Lightning Fiend obtained the support of myriad dragon dock, the number of lightning deities kept increasing. The dozen or so lightning deities all had rank 7 Goo immortal battle strength, thus Central Continent's Goo immortal world thought that among Central Continent's rank 7 Goo immortals, his battle strength was second only to Shirley. Zhao Lianyun recalled as he greeted Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend's temper was famous for being violent, but he was very polite to Zhao Lianyun right now. He saw that Zhao Lianyun's injuries were the lightest. He acknowledged her strength. This explosion killed most of the Central Continent Goo immortals. The ones who survived, besides having good luck, also had strong battle strength. But the awkwardness was also because of this. Goo immortals with strong battle strength usually did not specialize in healing. They were usually good at healing themselves, but they were not good at healing themselves. Thus, even though Vicious Lightning Fiend joined the group, they could not help Bu Zhenzi and Shirley who were left behind. As time passed, the vast white qi that filled the immortals' vision was no longer as dense as before. These white qi were qi path immortal materials, but the immortals did not have the mood to collect them. The blessed lands and grotto heavens left behind by the Central Continent Goo immortals were absorbing a large amount of white qi. At the same time, the white qi flowed out of the celestial court that was full of holes. In short, the immortal's vision was expanding rapidly. Wait! Yang Feng, who had turned into a giant wolf and was about to stop to catch his breath after a few steps, suddenly spoke. The immortals were used to it. Along the way, Yang Feng would stop every short distance and lie on the ground to recover his strength. His waist was the most heavily injured. The wound was so large that his kidney could even be seen from the wound. White qi was constantly coming out of his kidney. Yang Feng, is your waist hurting again? Zhao Lianyun looked at him with concern. Yang Feng nodded. Of course my waist hurts, but more importantly, someone is coming from behind. Yes, there are quite a few of them, there are 3 of them. Kanyang Laojuan's expression changed as he sensed something. Cough, cough. He had just said this when he started coughing again, vomiting blood. Are they our people? Vicious Lightning Fiend asked while his thoughts moved. The 3 lightning deities beside him quickly spread out and moved towards the back. Zhao Lianyun's group did not move, nervously looking at the surging white qi behind them. The 3 lightning deities were waiting in formation, but suddenly, one spun on the spot, one flew into the sky, and the last twisted his waist, dancing crazily as if he was electrocuted. Chapter 2366. Zhao Lianyun and the rest looked at Vicious Lightning Fiend with shocked gazes. Vicious Lightning Fiend's face turned red as he explained. Lightning deity was heavily injured by the explosion. Qi path Dao marks were carved in his body. He is hard to control. If I am careless, he will go crazy. The immortals understood now. They had been nervous earlier, thinking that lightning deity was attacked by some method. After a few breaths of time, Kanyang Laojuan's expression relaxed. They are our people. Soon, 2 rank 8 Gu immortals appeared in front of everyone. They were the rank 8 supreme elders of Heaven's Envy Manor and Spirit Butterfly Valley. The immortals saw each other and showed joy on their faces. They were rank 8 Gu immortals after all. The 2 supreme elders had rich methods. They helped Yang Feng, Kanyang Laojun, and the rest to stabilize their injuries, but the effect was not great. The immortals were discussing how to continue the search and rescue when suddenly, white chi surged, as if a blood-red giant beast was pushing them from behind. Next, a blurry blood figure appeared behind the white chi. This was a rank 8 immortal Gu house, Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was controlled by Guyue Fangjing. It immediately stopped when it saw the immortals. Demon Judgment Board shot out rays of blood light that enveloped everyone like a pillar of light. The immortals did not resist, they allowed Guyue Fangjing to heal them. The immortals' injuries turned for the better, but they could not turn heavy injuries into light ones. Even though Demon Judgment Board was a rank 8 immortal Gu house, it was specialized in investigative methods. Its combat and healing abilities were lacking compared to its investigative methods. Guyue Fangjing thought about it. He said to the 10 children of human path inside the immortal Gu house, "The situation is terrible, I hope everyone can help in healing and searching." Lord Fangjing, please don't say that. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are all subordinate sects of Celestial Court. They are the same source. We will definitely do our best to save them. The 10 children of human path quickly expressed. They were fortunate enough to avoid the explosion because they had entered Divine Emperor City beforehand. Previously, Divine Emperor City was attacked by Shenshang and Lu Weiyin, following which, it was promoted to the Celestial Court along with Feihe Mountain. He had no choice. If he stayed on the ground of Zhongzhou State, he would only be broken by Fang Yuan's real body. Genesis Lotus will control Divine Emperor City and was confident in resisting Shenshang and Lu Weiyin, but facing Fang Yuan alone was a different matter. Divine Emperor City was the sacred land of human path. It had large numbers of mortals and Gu masters. The world of murals was the best soil for the development of humanity. During this period of time, there were many new results. The 10 children of human path had all become human path rank 6 Gu immortals. They received star constellation immortal venerables orders to enter Divine Emperor City's painting world to further their cultivation. Meanwhile, Guyue Fangjing was dispatched by star constellation immortal venerable to enter Divine Emperor City. But he didn't comprehend the human Tao. Instead, he interacted with Genesis Lotus will to comprehend the painting Tao. Guyue Fangjing had entered the derivation formation earlier and comprehended the essence of painting path. Thus, all sorts of blood path killer moves could be used through painting path and used by Demon Judgment Board. His battle strength rose sharply. This made Guyue Fangjing more interested in painting path. Star constellation Immortal Venerable also saw his potential in painting path, thus she nurtured him generously. Even though Guyue Fangjing was from southern border, because of Fang Yuan, he was favored and nurtured by many leaders of the Celestial Court like Qin Dingling and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. His cultivation level and strength had been growing rapidly. The 10 children of human path felt admiration and closeness towards Fangjing. Fangjing's strength surpassed theirs. He was the current generation Demon Judgment Board Lord. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was already a member of the Celestial Court and had many battle achievements. With his status and identity, he had always been a part of the 10 children of human path of the Celestial Court, thus they admired him. As for closeness, it was because Fangjing's age was the same as the 10 children of human path. They were of the same generation. Thus, after Fangjing made arrangements, the 10 children of human path accepted them happily. They flew out of Demon Judgment Board and helped Zhao Lianyun's group. It is truly fortunate that you juniors only have rank 6 cultivation level. Staying in Divine Emperor City will save your lives. This is the method of human path. It is truly wondrous. No wonder the celestial court is focusing on developing human path. Human path has endless potential. Kanyang Lao Jun and the rest naturally knew the identities of the 10 children of human path. Initially, they still had the airs of seniors, but soon, their expressions changed, their attitude changed as they gasped in surprise. Human path was very unique. The healing methods of the 10 children of human path were all human path killer moves. They were very effective on Zhao Lianyun and the rest. Their injuries were severe to begin with, even with the help of 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals and Demon Judgment Boards healing, they did not recover much, they only got better slightly. But now, with the effect of human path killer moves, their injuries changed rapidly, they were very effective now. Guyue Fangjing saw that the 10 children of human path took action and the injuries of the immortals healed. He nodded and sent Demon Judgment Board to the inner area. Along the way, they saw many immortal aperture entrances. Guyue Fangjing had a solemn expression, he had a heavy heart and was very worried. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Gu Immortals suffered heavy casualties, only 1 out of 10 survived. The Celestial Court's immortal graveyard is almost depleted. How can they revive them? The current situation is unfathomable. The Qi harvest fruit's self-detonation was too sudden. There seems to be a huge scheme behind it. I wonder how are the injuries of the seniors of Celestial Court. The most important thing is still Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Her current condition will determine the direction of Celestial Court and the world. Guyue Fangjing had gone through many trials and tribulations, he had developed a discerning eye towards the situation. The white qi in the inner area was much thicker than the outer area. Guyue Fangjing was anxious, Demon Judgment Board moved even faster under his control. Soon, he saw the immortals of Celestial Court. Fangjing's brows relaxed before frowning again. He found that most of the Gu immortals of Celestial Court were still around, but a few were missing. He did not know if the missing Gu immortals were alive or dead. The immortals of Celestial Court were strong after all, there were more than 10 of them gathered here. They gathered around Qin Dingling. Fangjing quickly came out of Demon Judgment Board and greeted the immortals. Qin Dingling nodded at him, she looked around and started to make arrangements. Her expression was haggard and cold, there were still traces of blood at the corner of her mouth, her tone was subconsciously stern. The white qi obstructed the investigation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was missing, Qin Dingling immediately took up the responsibility of being the leader. After discussing with the immortals, she split them into 3 groups. One group was led by Ruan Dan, they continued to search for the surviving Gu immortals, at the same time, they gathered information and calculated the losses of Celestial Court. Another group was led by Duke Mei, they went deep into the center of the white qi to visit Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The final group was led by her, they included Che Wei, Wan Zihong, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, these Gu immortals with outstanding battle strength among the members of Celestial Court. Fangjing, because he had Demon Judgment Board, was also recruited by her. Her group's mission was to go out of Celestial Court and deal with the nearby enemies who might take the chance to invade. Master. Guyue Fangjing brought Red Heart Traveler into Demon Judgment Board with a respectful attitude, let me heal your injuries. Red Heart Traveler nodded, he sat down cross-legged and floated in the air. Guyue Fangjing controlled Demon Judgment Board to fly out of Celestial Court while activating the board's methods to heal Red Heart Traveler. Red Heart Traveler's complexion was pale as paper, but with Guyue Fangjing's full help, his condition rapidly improved and his aura stabilized. He was a Blood Path Gu Immortal, the previous Board Lord of Demon Judgment Board. Guyue Fangjing also cultivated Blood Path, their Dao marks did not conflict with each other, thus the healing effect was very good. While Red Heart Traveler was healing, Guyue Fangjing told Red Heart Traveler everything he had seen and heard. Red Heart Traveler nodded with a heavy expression, this time, Celestial Court suffered extremely heavy damage, it is full of loopholes, even the Fate War did not cause it to suffer such damage. Guyue Fangjing asked the question he wanted to ask the most, Master, was this explosion man-made, or was it a mistake? Red Heart Traveler shook his head, how would I know? The resurrection method left behind by primordial origin Immortal Venerable has existed for over 3 million years. Maybe there is nothing wrong with it, but Celestial Court has gone through many battles and is already damaged. At the same time, the entire Gu Immortal world has been unified into 5 regions, the universe has changed greatly. If it was plotted against, Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable are the biggest suspects. Among them, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable is the most suspicious. Saying so, Red Heart Traveler looked at Guyue Fangjing. Fangjing gritted his teeth and did not speak. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable was his elder brother. Regardless of whether it was plotted against or not, there will definitely be a fierce battle. Fangjing, you need to be prepared. Red Heart Traveler did not linger on this topic, instead instructing earnestly. Fangjing slowly nodded with a grim expression. Now that such a huge flaw had appeared in Celestial Court, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would most likely make a move, they would not let go of such a good opportunity. It could be said that Celestial Court had already reached an extremely dangerous juncture. Red Heart Travelers, be prepared. Fangjing was very clear that it was to be prepared to sacrifice oneself in battle. Fangjing was already aware of this. Not just him, all the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals had such an awareness. Demon Judgment Board suddenly shook, red light flickered intensely inside as it gave a warning. Red Heart Traveler and Fangjing's expressions changed. Demon Judgment Board was extremely proficient in investigation, it was the first to find the latest information. Only to see a series of totems fluttering in the air, provoking a pitch-black mountain-like monster that rapidly approached Celestial Court. It appeared. Fangjing shouted, it is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Soon, other Gu Immortals also discovered this information, Qin Ding Ling and the rest gathered. Damn it, it was Fang Yuan who made a move. This despicable, shameless, sinister and cunning guy. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind was already muddled, totem killer moves had already become one of Fang Yuan's trademarks. The situation was clear at a glance, the Celestial Court's immortals were extremely furious. Qin Dingling contacted Duke Mei, but because of the surging white qi, communication was rather difficult. The center of the explosion was filled with qi path Dao marks, Duke Mei and the rest moved forward with difficulty, but they had not found any traces of star constellation Immortal Venerable yet. Qin Dingling's expression was cold as ice, but her calm tone contained blazing heat. Even though Spectral Heaven is huge, we have Celestial Court behind us, we have nowhere to retreat to. Everyone, we need to use all our strength to destroy the totems and lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable away. Before she finished speaking, she charged forward without any regard for her own safety. There were no shouts. Wan Zihong, Che Wei, and Demon Judgment Board followed closely behind. Bam bam bam, once the battle started, it entered a white-hot state. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were truly fighting with their lives on the line, they were already injured to begin with, their injuries quickly worsened, blood splattered in the sky. The totems were destroyed by them. The result was shocking. However, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable smelled the scent of Celestial Court, he shouted loudly as he charged into Celestial Court. Qin Dingling and the rest resisted with all their might, but they were like mantises trying to stop a chariot, they could not obstruct Spectral Soul Demon Venerable at all. At once, the Celestial Court's immortals were filled with despair. Chapter 2367. Take another step forward, even if it is just a small step. Duke Mei shouted in his mind. His whole body was covered in surging white qi, the qi path Dao marks were extremely dense, even the great Celestial Court expert Duke Mei could not move forward. He had to use all his strength to take a small step forward. The Immortal Essence expenditure was intense, Duke Mei not only had to resist the white qi's vast impact, he also had to resist the corrosion of the qi path Dao marks. Senior Duke May, let me do it. The celestial court Gu immortals behind him called out. Duke May gritted his teeth. After taking a small step forward, he stopped and stood firmly on the spot. The celestial court Gu immortals behind him started to activate killer moves with all their strength. They went around Duke May and became the vanguard to open up a path. When this group of Gu immortals finally arrived at the original location of the Chi harvest fruit, they found Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's clothes were disheveled, her hair was messy, blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth and eyes, she seemed to be in a daze. Duke May and the rest were uncertain, they had never seen such an expression on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's face. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Duke May shouted, using immortal methods to transmit his voice to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body shook slightly, she seemed to have reacted. At the next moment, starlight shone brightly, easily suppressing the surrounding white chi. Duke May and the rest immediately felt relaxed, it was as if many invisible mountains had been lifted from their bodies. Starlight continued to sweep away the white chi. In a few breaths of time, the rampaging white chi in Celestial Court was suppressed by the starlight. This is the might of a venerable. Duke May and the rest saw this and felt their hearts shake. When the explosion occurred, I remember that a star veil appeared in front of us, it protected us for a while. It should have been Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who blocked most of the explosion's power. Several Gu immortals recalled. Next, their eyes widened as they looked at the human-shaped Chi harvest fruit core again. Even though the Chi harvest fruit was destroyed, the Chi harvest fruit core was still there. It was just that the human shape of the Chi harvest fruit core was no longer as lifelike as before, it was very blurry and unstable, it was constantly leaking Chi path downmarks. The vast white gas that filled the celestial court was caused by the Chi path downmarks leaking out of the Chi gong fruit core. Right now, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was using her venerable ability to force these Chi path downmarks back into the Chi harvest fruit. Affected by this, the Qigong fruit core stabilized once again, and its appearance gradually became clear. We still have a chance. Yes, Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable still has a chance to revive. After realizing this, Duke May and the others were excited. In the blink of an eye, the starlight converged into a soft gauze of stardust, which wrapped around the human-shaped energy art fruit pit like a bandage. In the span of a few breaths, he was wrapped up in over 100 layers, wrapping him up beyond recognition. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air as she stopped her killer move. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At this moment, bright red blood droplets began to drip from her nose. Blood continued to drip down as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression turned pale. The moment the Chi harvest fruit exploded, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated several killer moves. The advantage of Wisdom Path was that thoughts could be plentiful and swift, they could use more complex killer moves. Just this alone made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable the #1 person in Wisdom Path, her status was unshakable. On one hand, she tried to protect herself and the other Gu immortals, while on the other hand, she suppressed the Chi harvest fruit core. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable blocked most of the power of the Chi explosion, otherwise, the Celestial Court Gu immortals would have been wiped out already. And most importantly, she still had a trace of hope. Without her help, the Chi harvest fruit core would have exploded, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival would have failed completely. Immortal Killer Move, Golden Blade Shaving Luck. Qin Ding Ling chased after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as she threw out a golden blade. The golden blade was initially the size of a finger, but as it flew into the air, it grew to the size of a horse carriage. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The golden blade slashed continuously reducing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ignored the attacks, he was focused on getting into Celestial Court. The horse carriage-sized golden blade danced above his head, but compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's pitch-black body that was like a mountain, it was simply not worth mentioning. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's vast luck was greatly reduced by Golden Blade's shaving luck. But compared to the overall amount, it was just a drop in the ocean. Qin Dingling felt a sense of helplessness. This feeling was equally intense in the hearts of Che Wei, Red Heart Traveler, and Guyu Fangjing. Even though Demon Judgment Board continued to shoot out blood pillars, it only broke a few of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms. In a few breaths of time, Spectral Soul's arms recovered to normal. The gap between rank 8 and rank 9 was so huge, Qin Dingling and the rest could not shake Spectral Soul Demon Venerable no matter how hard they tried. After a round of slaughter, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had mostly recovered. Normally, if Qin Dingling and the rest challenged Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, they would definitely be attacked by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main target was Celestial Court. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable filled Providence. He had once devoured Black Heaven's spirit and caused the two heavens to fuse together. He became the true Lord of Spectral Heaven. Before this, he destroyed the Heavenly Chasm, Heavenly Pillars, White Heaven Grotto Heavens, like flickering light Grotto Heaven, and even destroyed the sun, to unify the two heavens. Celestial Court was a grotto heaven in immemorial White Heaven. In history, Celestial Court had devoured a vast number of immemorial Nine Heavens fragments. It was the greatest remnant of the original immemorial Nine Heavens. Celestial Court's existence was the greatest provocation to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The latter would not tolerate the existence of Celestial Court. Rumble. With a loud explosion, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was like a huge black mountain. He directly charged into Celestial Court through a hole that was created by the explosion. The entire Celestial Court was shaking intensely. The central continent Gu immortals who were left in Celestial Court looked up, seeing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's demonic body that covered the sky. They all took in deep breaths. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable flew in the sky, casting a huge shadow. Tens of thousands of arms formed a terrifying forest of arms. Some were raised high, some were lowered, some were meandering, some were straight. They had the power to hold up the sky and grab the moon. They had the ability to grab the stars and dance in the wind. Qin Dingling and the rest were chasing after him. They were as tiny as mosquitoes. Even a rank 8 immortal Gu house like Demon Judgment Board was like a newborn mouse in front of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Roar! One of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's three heads suddenly roared. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Howl. He activated a Soul Path Killer Move, creating a huge commotion. Wherever the commotion passed, it was like a tornado. The floor tiles of Celestial Court were sent flying. Zhao Lianyun and the rest felt a great calamity. Many people quickly took out their immortal Gu houses. At once, immortal Gu houses appeared. Star Scattering Camp, Fine Willow Camp, Wind Sweeping Building, Cloud Crossing Building, Sun and Moon Observatory, Spirit Affinity House, Myriad Dragon Dock, Heaven's Envy Manor, Ancient Soul Sect, Heavenly Lake, Illusion Garden, Canary Pavilion, Yuyang Palace, Heavenly Lake, Crane Gate, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had their own immortal Gu houses as foundation. The names of the 10 great ancient sects were basically the strongest immortal Gu houses they had. Among them, Heavenly Lotus Sect was slightly special. They were created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. They had a total of 5 immortal Gu houses. They had the most number of immortal Gu houses among Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. When the immortal Gu houses were not in use, they were basically hidden in the immortal apertures of the sect's first supreme elders. Even if they were not first supreme elders, they were experts with authority. These people had basically all survived. The immortal Gu houses of all sizes and shapes were like small boats. They shook intensely in the raging waves caused by the soul howl. It was not strange for them to capsize at the next moment. Some of the immortal Gu houses let out Gu immortal roars. These immortal Gu houses had weak defenses against soul path attacks. Bam bam bam. With a series of soft sounds, several Gu immortal souls exploded from the howl. They died on the spot. These central continent Gu immortals were not in peak condition, they were all injured. Some of the more heavily injured Gu immortals survived the explosion, but they could not hold on any longer, they lost their lives. Qin Dingling and the rest were also swaying in the air, their lives hanging by a thread. They were all heavily injured, they had risked their lives earlier to quickly destroy Fang Yuan's totem killer move and persevere until now, it was already a miracle. The immortals were in danger. Starlight burst out like a vast sea, directly suppressing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The soul howl stopped abruptly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable felt like someone was strangling him. Spectral Soul, don't be arrogant here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold expression as she flew towards Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Black smoke floated around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He opened his mouth and spat out a vast soul river. There were countless vengeful souls in the soul river, they surged and charged toward Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At the same time, countless pitch-black arms grabbed at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Many sinister ghostly claws moved like spears, piercing the air and causing ear-piercing screeches. The attack was so strong that even gods and ghosts were shocked. The starlight that suppressed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only lasted for a few breaths of time before dispersing. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not dodge, she snorted coldly as star fog rose and seeped into the black smoke. As the black smoke dissipated, the star fog also disintegrated the vast soul river. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws reached into the star fog but missed. Even when he grabbed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the latter shattered, she was just a star phantom. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not resigned to this, he rampaged around in the star fog, his furious roars resounded in the whole of Celestial Court. Qin Dingling and the rest landed on the ground, they hid in their immortal Gu houses and used this chance to heal their injuries. Zhao Lianyun and the other Central Continent Gu immortals watched the battle with fear. The battle between two venerables was extremely dangerous. As long as there was an aftershock, the immortal Gu house would collapse and all the Gu immortals inside would die. Fortunately, since the start of the battle, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been suppressing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, she had been in control of the situation. This is the might of a Tao Lord. The Celestial Court is still here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is greatly amplified here, she can easily suppress Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Of course, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable does not have consciousness, that is a crucial factor. Unless the rank 9 Fire Gu on him activates, he will not be able to get out of this predicament. Fang Yuan looked at the battlefield as he contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun, what are you hesitating for? Primordial Origins revival failed, but there is still a trace of hope. Now is the best time for us to cooperate with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to destroy the Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal hesitated, let's wait and see. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, if you are still hesitating, that means you have already cooperated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If that is the case, I will not be able to stop Primordial Origins revival. Then I will charge into Northern Plains and slaughter all of the Huang Jin tribes first. You dare? Why wouldn't I dare? You have longevity heaven, Star Constellation has the Celestial Court. You want to force me into a corner, how can I just wait for death? I will not let you off easily. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, showing a frenzied expression. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly, forget it, I will cooperate with you, we must destroy the Qi Harvest Fruit Core. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, praising, that is a wise move. Please act quickly, I will wait for you to join the battle. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth, coming from Northern Plains. Fang Yuan was calm and unhurried, he slowly rose from Central Continent to Remote Heaven. Oh no, Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable are approaching our Celestial Court. Heaven overseeing towers Gu Immortal transmitted this information with a trembling voice. At once, Qin Dingling, Gu F Fongjing, Che Wei, Xiao Lianyun, and Kanyang Laojuan's expressions changed. Even though they had expected this, when it really happened, they could not help but panic and fear. Chapter 2368. Intense winds blew, star constellation Immortal Venerable's long hair fluttered behind her head. She frowned slightly, her deep eyes reflected the scene of Celestial Court. In her memories, Celestial Court had never been in such a sorry state. The star fog became denser, spectral soul demon Venerable, who was trapped inside, roared in anger and madness, but he could not escape the star fog. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was bullying spectral soul demon Venerable for not having any intelligence. If he had any, he would not do this. She was inside Celestial Court now. She was nurtured by a vast number of wisdom path Tao marks. She was superior to spectral soul demon Venerable. If spectral soul demon Venerable fought to the death, star constellation Immortal Venerable could use her terrain advantage to kill him. But star constellation Immortal Venerable did not feel joy. Because the moment the chi explosion occurred, she knew that Celestial Court's greatest danger was not the delirious spectral soul demon Venerable, but Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Among these two, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable posed the greatest threat. The chi harvest fruit exploded. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable did not have any evidence, she was clear that Feng Yuan was the most suspicious. Feng Yuan would not miss this opportunity. And Giant Sun Immortal would not either. If Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revived, the balance of the three Venerables would be overturned. Giant Sun Immortal would not be happy to see this happen. He retreated earlier because there was no hope. But now was different. After the explosion, Celestial Court was full of loopholes. It was almost defenseless. The only thing that Giant Sun Immortal was worried about was star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. But to protect the Chi Harvest Fruit Core, star constellation Immortal Venerable had endured most of the force of the Chi explosion. She was already injured. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not force her back in a short period of time. This gave Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable a good chance to probe her. As expected, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Star Fog to trap Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable had already arrived. Not long ago, in the Battle of Spectral Heaven's Dream Realm, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had worked together with Giant Sun Immortal, but now, she was alone, facing the attacks of three Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quietly floated above Celestial Court, watching as Feng Yuan and Giant Sun flew over. Her gaze swept across Giant Sun's face, then she stared at Feng Yuan. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, you are indeed worthy of being a venerable through refinement Tao. Your trick finally caused the Chi Harvest Fruit to explode. But there's one thing I don't understand. How did you know so much about Master's rebirth arrangements in the Celestial Court? Feng Yuan was stunned at first, but he soon smiled and said, "You overestimate me, fellow immortal star constellation. You must know that the current world is no longer the primordial era. The 5 regions have merged into one, and the 2 heavens have merged to form the nether sky. It would be strange if primordial origin Immortal Venerable left behind a rebirth method 3 million years ago, right? No matter what you think, I will not give you the chance to stall for time. Take this." Feng Yuan knew that he was the culprit. He still wanted to coax Giant Sun Immortal to cooperate with him. He would not give Star Constellation Immortal Venerable a chance to defend herself. The moment he stepped into the Celestial Court, Feng Yuan unleashed a powerful attack. Immortal Killer Move, Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound. He placed Meng Qiuzhen in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and obtained Dream Armor Immortal Gu again. He could use this move again. At the next moment, waves of pink fog shot out of Feng Yuan's mouth and ears. They gathered above Feng Yuan's head, turning into the exquisite appearance of Dang Hun Mountain. Mini Dang Hun Mountain shook intensely. Ding! 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 It was like the sound of crystals colliding. It was extremely clear. Mini Dang Hun Mountain erupted with waves of pink sound waves, spreading rapidly. The star fog that trapped Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the first to suffer the attack of the pink sound waves. However, after the star fog tremor weakened by 30%, it stabilized. It continued to roll intensely, as if it had adapted to it. It forcefully resisted the attack of the pink sound waves. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and immediately came to help. Immortal Killer Move, Soft Gold Collision Pillar. Golden light flowed and turned into dozens of collision pillars that crashed into the star fog. Soft gold collision pillar erupted with an intense collision force, causing the star fog's luck to shake intensely. Everything in the world had luck, even a blade of grass or a rock had it. This was the profundity of heaven and earth luck. When the star fog's luck was attacked, it would affect the star fog itself, creating a penetrative attack that would disrupt the operation of the star fog. Giant Sun Immortal had once used this move to attack Feng Yuan. Back then, he had not created it completely. It caused a lot of trouble for Feng Yuan. Now that he used it, it was clearly a success. However, under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control, even though the star fog shook intensely, it still managed to endure the continuous collisions. This made Feng Yuan and Giant Sun's hearts sink. If it were anywhere else, these two moves would have succeeded already. But in Celestial Court, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was strengthened by a vast number of Wisdom Path Dao marks. Her strength rose to a terrifying level. Star Fog was not her most powerful killer move, but with this move, she was able to resist Feng Yuan's compound killer move, as well as Giant Sun Immortal's new method. With me here, Celestial Court is invincible. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said plainly. Her tone was filled with confidence and determination. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suppressed Giant Sun and Feng Yuan, two demon venerables, alone. That's right, all of the Wisdom Path Dao marks in Celestial Court have been refined by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. No matter how pathetic my Celestial Court is, it is not a place that demonic path people can touch easily. After Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable passed away, she left behind 3 strategies to help Celestial Court resist the attacks of 3 demon venerables. Now that she has revived and is personally holding the fort, she will definitely be able to defend Celestial Court. The 3 demon venerables will not succeed easily. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were excited. The members of Celestial Court also showed joy. Earlier, almost everyone in the world knew about the battle in Spectral Heaven's Dream Realm. The Immortals saw that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's strength rose sharply. They were overjoyed, their hopes rose. But at the next moment, the Immortals heard Feng Yuan snort coldly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Celestial Court is your strongest area, but it is also your weakness. Take this. Immortal Killer Move. Permetha Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Explosion Wind. The fog spread, dragons and snakes roared. At the same time, Mini Dang Hun Mountain above Feng Yuan's head emitted pink sound waves again. Feng Yuan used 2 moves at once, but he did not target Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he targeted the Chi Harvest Fruit Core instead. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed, she quickly blocked it. Feng Yuan's 2 attacks were dispelled by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in midair, but he laughed heartily. He took the initiative. Giant Sun Immortal moved like lightning. He moved to the side and attacked the Chi Harvest Fruit Core from another direction. After the probing earlier, he understood how strong Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was. He and Feng Yuan might not be her match even if they worked together. But it was not important. Giant Sun Immortal was most wary of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable Rebirth. As long as he destroyed the Chi Harvest Fruit Core and retreated, he would achieve his goal. He would be the winner of this battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fell into a passive state indeed. She had to focus all her attention on protecting the Chi Harvest Fruit Core. Even though she had great battle strength in the Celestial Court, she could only focus on defense. Central Continent's Gu immortals saw this and gritted their teeth, cursing continuously. Truly despicable and sinister. To think that the great giant's son would be so despicable. Sigh, I really want to help Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but I am too weak. The aftermath of the battle between the Venerables continued to spread, the immortal Gu houses continued to retreat and retreat. Guyue Fangzheng was inside Demon Judgment Board, frowning deeply. His gaze was mostly on Fang Yuan. Zhao Lianyun was the same. Ma Hongyun, whom she had been thinking about, had died under Fang Yuan's armpit. And Fang Yuan had Ma Hongyun's soul. Even though Fate Gu was destroyed, Zhao Lianyun could not revive her lover alone. She had to take back Love Gu from Fang Yuan. Maybe by using Love Gu's power, I can steal Ma Lang's soul from Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. After all, Love Gu is a rank 9 immortal Gu. It has amazing and comprehensive power. It is almost omnipotent. Zhao Lianyun thought of this and became even more moved. The time is not ripe yet. I need to wait patiently. When Fang Yuan is at his weakest, when he has no time to care about anything else, I will make my move. Qin Dingling became even more restless. She had the killer move Luck Gamble. It was created to counter Giant Sun Immortal. She could not do anything to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but it was possible to deal with Giant Sun Immortal. She was also waiting for an opportunity. Fang Yuan, if you have any good methods, quickly use them. After attacking for a long time without success, Giant Sun Immortal became anxious, he urged. Fang Yuan's gaze quickly looked down at the celestial court. He saw many immortal Gu houses, as well as a large area of ruins. He laughed ruthlessly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I am going to kill all of the celestial court Gu immortals here. If you have the ability, come and stop me.